Chen, who had just obtained his teaching qualification with a system in hand, had not yet had the chance to revel in his achievement when fortune smiled upon him and he found himself reborn into the ultimate world of vibrant youth. Gazing at his quirky and charming childhood companion before him, he realized that he would inevitably have to engage in a duel with his future father-in-law. The son-in-law confronting the father-in-law was an age-old tradition in the ultimate world. This time-worn realm, having languished for a millennium, had finally awaited the arrival of its true savior. Heaven did not give birth to me, Yi. The passage of time remains as dark as night. Chapter 1. The system bestowed upon me. I am destiny itself. At last, this thing is in my hands. The system will have no further objections now, right? Chen tore open the appointment letter recently sent from Ba Lu High School, extracting the teaching contract within, his heart brimming with excitement. Ding. System activation conditions met. Would you like to activate the system? As Chen held the teaching contract, a shimmering information box materialized in his mind. Activate, Chen silently intoned, having toiled for many years, awaiting this very day. Ding. The Master System, Ultimate Edition, has been successfully activated. The user manual has been dispatched to your system package. Please check it. Ding. The Newbie Assistant Professor Gift Pack has been dispatched to your system package. Please check it. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Super Tier, Mind Method Great 5 Elements True Scripture. Super Tier Secret Technique Taoist 9 Secret Actions. Super Tier Physique Innate Tao Body. Super Tier Divine Weapon Great Wilderness Breaking Divine Halberd. Legendary Item Gold Elemental Source. System Item Levels. Low Tier, Mid Tier, High Tier, Top Tier, Super Tier, Legendary, Mythical. Ding. The system mall has been opened. Please take a look. A torrent of information flooded Chen's mind, reminiscent of his past life spent indulging in pay-to-win mobile games, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of notifications. Yet, this did not fluster him. He had long been prepared for such eventualities as a traveler from another realm. From the moment of his birth, he had known he possessed a system, one that had accompanied him from his previous life after a stroke of luck. Chen pondered whether the original timeline had sold him off for a price. Otherwise, how could he have stumbled upon fortune just as he received the system? However, Chen was indifferent to such matters. Do not inquire. Simply know that I am an orphan. Though his parents had passed, he was fortunate enough to possess a beautiful childhood, an inheritance, and a mutual affection with his childhood sweetheart, akin to Qin Shi Huang. Triumphantly grasping the power of electricity, since arriving in this world, the system had also undergone an upgrade, evolving from the Master System to the Master System Pulse Ultimate Edition, granting him a newfound confidence. With the user manual at his disposal, Chen quickly grasped the system's functionalities. The system was exceptionally accommodating, even providing a user manual. As he surmised, his system would not offer combat power boosts directly. Thus, it would not simply grant thousands of combat power points upon completing a task. Instead, upon triggering task completions, points or tangible items would be awarded, which could be exchanged for martial arts techniques, spiritual body secret arts, and rare treasures in the points mall. Any item compliant with the temporal order could be exchanged, as long as Chen possessed sufficient points. The primary source of points was naturally from conducting classes. Otherwise, how could it be called a master system? This was precisely why Chen had painstakingly ensured that Ba Lu High School sent over the appointment letter. Without proof, he would lack credibility. His relentless pursuit, even working through the night and taking shortcuts to defend his thesis ahead of graduation, was due to the simple truth: time waits for no one. If he were to follow the traditional path and take another 2 or 3 years to graduate, the opportunity would have withered away, and the Golden Realm might well have been overrun by the demon world. The state mandated that as long as one reached the appropriate age, they could assume the role of a teacher, which suited Chen perfectly. It is time to surpass the first major barrier of combat power. His combat power had remained suppressed at over 9,000 points, biding its time for the system's activation. To rashly break through without foundational cultivation would be akin to jesting with destiny. Chen estimated that once he absorbed the contents of the system gift pack, his combat power would likely approach 20,000. Making it entirely feasible for him to teach the rebellious students of the ultimate class that AS for his true combat prowess. Upon witnessing the array of super-tier notifications, he felt a twinge of trepidation. The administration of Ba Lu High School welcomed any individual willing to teach the ultimate class, as it was widely acknowledged that teachers there had become akin to consumables. 2 months later, in the principal's office of Ba Lu High School. It is truly touching that you, Yi, have not forgotten your alma mater. Principal Jia Yong exclaimed, tears of joy in his eyes, having been troubled just 2 months prior about the opening of the ultimate class. To his astonishment, a benefactor had donated an entire building, requesting to become the class advisor of the ultimate class. Was there an abundance of funds to spare? Such a fortuitous turn of events was beyond Jia Yong's wildest dreams. Old principal, it is fortunate you departed early. Otherwise, such fortune would not have graced Jia. Jia Yong grasped Chen's hand tightly, fearing the opportunity would slip away. Principal, giving back to my alma mater is the least I can do, as I too am a graduate of Ba Lu High School. Chen struggled to extricate his hand from Jia Yong's enthusiastic grip, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If there is nothing else, I shall head to the ultimate class to meet my new students and familiarize them with their new advisor. Chen was eager to attend to the pressing matters at hand. The fresh students of the ultimate class awaited his guidance. Indeed, let us accompany you. You may not know, but the students of the ultimate class can be a bit challenging to deal with, though their hearts are genuinely kind. Teacher Yi, you will discover they are all good kids with time. Jia Yong began to extol the virtues of the students, despite the reality that had he not received constant donations from the parents of the ultimate class, he would have long since expelled this troublesome group. Chen smiled silently, choosing not to dispute his claims. He was well aware of the true nature of the ultimate class. In his presence, even dragons would coil and tigers would lie down submissively. No need for that, principal. I graduated from Ba Lu High School, so I am quite familiar with the ultimate class. I will manage on my own. Chen politely declined. Very well. If you require anything, just give me a call, and we will rush over immediately. Jia Yong readily acquiesced, having no desire to accompany him. Meanwhile, Chen sensed an old acquaintance lurking outside, gradually retreating. Bang! Breathless, a 10-year veteran student named Jean Baosan burst through the door. King, something big has happened with Dongge. Jean Baosan plopped down onto the precarious chair, hastily gulping water from a bottle on the table. Jean Baosan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you keep it down? Can't you see you're disturbing King's rest? Hua Linglong admonished. Sorry, King. Jean Baosan meekly apologized, then defiantly added, but I truly overheard some vital intelligence from the principal this time. Do tell. A shadowy figure loomed behind Jean Baosan. Big brother, please make some noise when you walk next time, all right? My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Jean Baosan clutched his chest dramatically, gesturing with flair. Jean Baosan, are you done yet? If you don't want to speak, I can help you seal your mouth. It's so noisy. Lei Ting furrowed her brows and sat up from the sofa, unable to return to sleep after being disturbed by Jean. Baosan, all right, I'll speak immediately. Seeing Ling's ire, Jean Baosan quickly got to the point. Ding ling ling ling. Just as Jean Baosan was about to speak, the class bell rang. Since class has begun, Jean Baosan, please take your seat. There's no need for you to introduce me. I shall introduce myself. Chen appeared on the podium amidst the gazes of the students in class ultimate. The secret technique of Xingzi was indeed worthy of its reputation as a transcendent skill. With his current battle power index, his speed surpassed the refresh rate of the average. Human Eye, Chapter 2. The playful and adorable little Qingmei. To the students of class ultimate, this was a provocation, akin to an invasion of a lion's territory, and the atmosphere in the class became tense. As the sound of desks toppling and shifting echoed, the students of class ultimate stood up abruptly, their battle power indices soaring. Chen observed with keen interest the array of battle power indices and various auras before him. Once upon a time, he too had fantasized about being among them, a fleeting echo of his lost youth. This moment, past and present intertwined. It seems my students still harbor some discontent towards their teacher. Thus, I shall endeavor to win your respect. With that, he unleashed a precisely calculated battle power index of 19,999, causing the air in the classroom to feel as though it had solidified, leaving the students gasping for breath. And you, my dear student, please wait by the door for a moment. Being a minute late is still being late. Casting a glance at the door, where Zhong Wanjuan's battle power index surged as he attempted to assist Ling, Chen firmly restrained his power at a mere 8,700 points, preventing any outburst. All right, class is in session. Students, please take your seats and prepare for the lesson. With a smile, Chen gradually reined in the battle power indices of the students, returning them to their bodies. Zhong Wanjun, there's no need to linger at the door. Find a seat and sit down. Chen gestured towards Zhong Wanjun, who was leaning against the classroom door. Zhong Wanjun remained silent, and under Lang's complex gaze, he quietly took a seat at the back of the classroom. Hello, everyone. My name is Chen. with Yi as in leaf and Chen as in stars. I am approximately 2 years older than you, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your class advisor for class ultimate. Of course, there will be no unexpected occurrences. Observing the somewhat arrogant yet handsome figure on the podium, Xiao rolled her eyes at him in disbelief. Today, she resolved to uncover the true intentions of this ostentatious fellow. Noticing the antics of his childhood friend below, Chen chose to ignore them. As a teacher, one must uphold the dignity of their role. He would have ample opportunity to handle this little girl after school. I have long heard that class ultimate values martial prowess above all, so I trust my modest battle power index will suffice to earn your respect as your teacher. If any of you have questions regarding martial arts, feel free to approach me, such as how to break through the threshold of 10,000 battles. He cannot possibly have only a battle power index of 19,000. Wang Dadong, seated at the back of the classroom, dismissed Chen's words with skepticism. In the past decade, he had encountered numerous high-ranking ability users, and a being with a battle power index of 19,000 could not instill such overwhelming pressure. Well then, my introduction is complete, so let us have our new transfer student introduce themselves. Yi Chen gestured toward Zhong Wanjun, prompting him to introduce himself. Zhong Wanjun stood up out of respect, stated his name, and promptly sat back down. Yi Chen could only sigh. For a stoic guy, this was already quite generous. Wang Dadong, there's no need for an introduction. You are well known among your peers. Since everyone is acquainted, let us conclude our first class on this inaugural day of school. The new schedule will be distributed before the second class begins. Xiao, kindly accompany me to the office to collect it. Class dismissed. All right. Realizing what had transpired, Xiao lowered her head and followed Chen out of the classroom. Hey. Caught up in her thoughts, Xiao did not notice that the person in front had stopped moving, resulting in her bumping into him and losing her balance, falling backward. Chen swiftly stepped aside, catching the petite Qingmei by her slender waist as she fell. I didn't fall. The anticipated scenario did not unfold. As she slowly opened her eyes, Xiao found Chen gazing down at her intently. Quickly, she wriggled free and glanced around, relieved to find they were alone. Were you doing that on purpose? Xiao regarded Chen with suspicion. Guess, he replied, leaning against the railing, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the one he yearned for. Why did you suddenly become the class advisor for class ultimate? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Xiao felt a surge of frustration. What was going on? Apologies, Xiao, but there are reasons I cannot disclose at the moment. However, I assure you, a significant part of my motivation for becoming the class advisor is that I want to protect you. Chen habitually tucked her twin ponytails behind her ears, his gaze earnest as he looked deeply into her eyes. Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned away. This insufferable pig's trotter was employing that tactic again. Fine, I believe you. With her back to Chen, Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. She trusted that Chen would not deceive her, just as she trusted herself. Meanwhile, as Chen departed, the atmosphere in class ultimate seemed to invigorate. Is this a joke? How could someone of his age possess such a high battle power index? Hua Linglong gripped her exquisite water moon needle tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, you're just a muggle. Why are you shaking? One of Jean Baosan's lackeys remarked, confused, as they felt no pressure whatsoever. Stop talking, just stop talking. Jean Baosan, embarrassed at having his facade as a martial artist exposed, furiously pulled out a pair of cat slippers from his back pocket and slapped them on his lackey's head. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. I figured it out. The teacher must have taken Hell Vision. What is Hell Vision? Some students inquired, bewildered. Hell Vision is a prohibited substance circulating among the top 8 academies. Consuming one can increase one's battle power index by 1,000 points. Thus, our new class advisor must be aware that class ultimate is not to be trifled with, and is using this to establish his authority. Jean Baosan concluded regarding Chen. What are you all talking about? Xiao, returning with the schedule, looked around at the animated discussions, utterly perplexed. What significant event had transpired in her brief absence? Xiao, our new class advisor is on drugs. We're planning to report him. Jean Baosan shouted loudly. Impossible. Chen would never take drugs. Xiao blurted out without hesitation. You cannot report him. Xiao snatched Jean Baosan's phone and pressed the off button. King, I assure you, Chen would never resort to drugs. Xiao pleaded with Li Ting. Xiao, what are you doing? He is the enemy of the ultimate class. Before Li Ting could speak, that person had already pulled Xiao away. Xiao, I will say it once more, the ultimate class does not allow the presence of banned substances. Li Ting leaned against the sofa, enunciating each word clearly. As far as I know, consuming 8 banned substances can lead to death. So our new class instructor must have consumed no more than 7. By now, the effects of the drug should have dissipated, and any combat power gained from them would have reverted to zero, analyzed Hua Linglong. Wang Dedong sat nearby. Enjoying the spectacle, he joined the ultimate class to investigate banned substances, and now that he had a lead, he could complete his mission sooner and leave. At 28 years old, returning to high school was something he couldn't even dare to mention to his family. He was no Jin Bao-san. Although he found Chiu Chiu's behavior today somewhat peculiar, Lei Ting still intended to give Chiu Chiu some face, for after all, Chiu Chiu was the beloved member of the class. Alright, Chiu Chiu, that we can refrain from reporting this for now, but if the new class instructor's combat power index appears abnormal during class, we will follow the rules of the ultimate class. Lei Ting could no longer endure Chiu Chiu's pleading gaze. Thank you, King. Chiu Chiu hurriedly expressed gratitude. By the way, here is our new class schedule. Please take a look. Chiu Chiu suddenly remembered there was still important business to attend to. Chiu Chiu, have you seen this schedule? An entire afternoon filled with martial arts classes. What is going on? Does Ba Le High School even offer such courses? Hua Linglong stared at the unfamiliar curriculum, wondering if the new class instructor had lost his mind that I was in a hurry to return to class and didn't pay attention. Chiu Chiu glanced down at the remaining courses on his schedule. Discussing martial arts in front of us in the ultimate class? Isn't that like flaunting one's skills in front of an expert? Jin Bao-san stood up, laughing heartily. Our ultimate class is renowned in the martial arts community of the top 8 educational institutions. Chapter 3. Making the teacher feel embarrassed. Ding ling ling. Chen walked into the classroom, gazing at the chaotic scribbles on the blackboard. Student Jin Bao-san, could you please help the teacher wipe the board? Thank you. Chen stood at the podium, flipping through the teaching materials, and noticed Jin Bao-san sitting motionless in the front row. Jin Bao-san stood up, exuding arrogance. New class instructor, your affairs have been exposed. With Dong Gu and King backing him, Jin Bao-san felt fearless. Jin Bao-san, what are you doing? Chiu Chiu stood up in anger. How dare Jin Bao-san bully someone in front of me? Chiu Chiu, sit down. Lei Ting commanded. Chiu Chiu stubbornly refused. Chiu Chiu, please sit down. She would still obediently listen to Yi Chun. Yi Chun glanced at the 2 leaders in the back before directly bypassing Wang Dedong. With the former leader struggling to safeguard himself, there was no need to pay attention. Lei Ting, aren't you going to explain to the teacher? Yi Chun shot a glance at Lei Ting before returning his gaze to the teaching materials. It is the class instructor who needs to explain to the ultimate class. The ultimate class will not tolerate anyone consuming banned substances, and the teacher is no exception. Lei Ting declared firmly. Indeed, King is right. Zero tolerance. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yi Chun chuckled lightly, realizing he understood the situation now. The familiar pressure enveloped the entire class, and everyone was transported back to the previous lesson. To be honest, the teacher is grateful that there are no other students from different timelines visiting our class. At least with the door closed, the embarrassment remains contained, allowing the teacher to save face. Looking at the classmates below who seemed to question their existence, Yi Chun sighed. Perhaps in their eyes, KO1 on the KO leaderboard represented the pinnacle of their generation. Though formidable, the KO leaderboard was not excessively so. Now, with the sudden emergence of a peer they felt helpless against, the psychological disparity was immense, and they were unable to retaliate. The teacher originally planned to treat history class as a minor subject, glossing over it. Now it seems that this year, at least for the foreseeable future, history class must be treated as a major subject. The students, regaining their senses, were bewildered. They were the ultimate class. Was such earnestness truly necessary? What I intend to discuss with you is not national history or the history of Earth, but rather the history of time and space. In the vast universe, there exist 12 rather unique timelines. Wang Dedong grew increasingly uneasy, quickly standing up. Teacher, there are ordinary students in the class. Discussing this may not be appropriate. Dedong, I will find an appropriate time to consult with the esteemed Dao Feng about his son's alignment issues. Please sit down for now. Wang Dedong felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. They are gold, silver, copper, iron, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, illusion. These 12 timelines exist along 3 coordinate axes. The x-axis represents the gold, silver, copper, iron timelines. The y-axis represents the wood, water, fire, earth timelines. The z-axis represents the wind, light, thunder, illusion timelines. The world we inhabit is truly named the Gold Timeline. Observing the astonished expressions of most students, Yi Chun felt they needed a moment to absorb this information. Teacher, are you trying to tell us a story to deceive the ultimate class? Unaware that others had fallen into contemplation, Jean Baosan shouted, If you do not believe it, Baosan, you may inquire with your Donggu. He would certainly not deceive you. Yi Chun took a sip of water to moisten his throat. My Donggu. Tell me this is not true. Wang Dedong was at a loss for words. Seeing his Donggu remain silent, Jean Baosan was already half convinced. All right, Baosan, please be quiet. We shall continue with the lesson. Next door to our gold timeline lies the iron timeline. In the iron timeline, young individuals at your age possess combat powers of 20,000 to 30,000. While the teacher previously had no words for the students, it is vital that you do not display yourselves in such a manner outside, as it reflects poorly on the youth of the gold timeline. A wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Had the youth in other timelines been training since birth, or did they have some unique prenatal education? Yi Chen clapped his hands to signal for silence. That we shall pause this topic here. We will elaborate further in the future. Please listen as the teacher continues. Beyond the 12 timelines lies the demon realm. This demon realm is the greatest enemy of the 12 timelines, perpetually seeking to invade them. As for our gold timeline, everyone ought to express gratitude to our classmate Wang Dedong. For 10 years ago, he led the students of the ultimate class to engage in battle with the forces of evil, thereby securing a decade of peace for the gold timeline. The emergence of Hell Vision is merely the beginning, heralding a new wave of conflict between good and evil in the gold timeline. Thus, various factions are investigating the source of Hell Vision, and I implore all students to avoid engaging with this matter, for it may lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the expression of one student in the ultimate class turned particularly grim. Ding ling ling. All right, the duty students please clean the blackboard. Class dismissed. Ding. Daily task completed. Task rewards have been distributed. Looking at these two rewards, they were entirely expected. How could one hope to acquire an imperial weapon without even the most basic rewards from the daily tasks? The rewards are categorized into various tiers: black iron, low tier; bronze, mid tier; silver, high tier; gold, top tier; legendary, super tier; and mythical. The black iron treasure chest has a 50 chance of yielding mere trinkets, a 40 chance of providing items suitable for a combat power index below 10,000, and a mere 10 chance of offering items that require a combat power index of 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a bucket of braised beef noodles. This is absurd. Yi Chun, perplexed, tossed the instant noodles into his bag, pondering that it might come in handy one day. It appears that the most valuable reward remains the points. As long as one possesses points, the dream of creating an ultimate iron kikier is not far-fetched. As Yi Chun began to pack his belongings, intending to return home, after all, with his speed, the journey from home to school was but a fleeting moment. He was interrupted. Not good, Chun. Come quickly. Something major has occurred in the class. Chio, the adorable one, burst through the office door and pulled him along. Yi Chun wrapped his arms around her waist, exclaiming, Hold on tight. Huh. Once she regained her composure, Chio realized they had already arrived at the corner of Class Ultimate 1. Let's go. He had known what was happening all along. To be honest, Principal Jia had shown him considerable respect. In the original narrative, it was during his class that the inspection occurred, yet it had been postponed until after his lesson. The class leader has arrived. Some students spotted Yi Chun through the window and spread the word. Principal, you are here too? Yi Chun feigned ignorance. Teacher Yi, Jia Yong, and his companions greeted him as if he were their savior. I heard there was a minor incident in the class, so I came to have a look. Then he noticed Wang Dadong grinning foolishly while holding the Hell Vision he had picked up from the ground. Yi Chun couldn't help but feel exasperated at the sight of this foolish scion of a wealthy family. He knew beyond doubt that this was entirely his doing. Officer Kai, greetings. I am the class leader of Class Ultimate 1. Hello, I am Kai Yunhan. Here is my badge. There have been reports of illegal drug dealings associated with Class Ultimate 1, and we have gathered physical evidence. I require the summoning of 2 students from your class. Kai Yunhan displayed her credentials. Officer Kai is also a graduate of Class Ultimate 1. She should be familiar with our class. We will not trouble you further. Matters concerning Class Ultimate 1 shall be resolved by us. Grant me a few minutes, and I shall hand over the suspects to you. This way, it will be beneficial for all parties involved. What do you think, Officer Kai? Yi Chun proposed. Kai Yunhan pondered for a moment and, considering the circumstances, agreed. As long as it did not violate any regulations, she was willing to extend a courtesy to Class Ultimate 1. Then may I borrow Officer Kai's whip of truth for a moment? Chapter 4, The Ultimate Class, All Together. Yi Chun swung the pane of truth whip, which crackled loudly in the air. Why must we endure the lashes when we are not the ones under suspicion? Some classmates voiced their dissent. What connection do they have to this? Merely being under suspicion does not equate to guilt. The classmates present carry their own suspicions, and anyone who wishes to escape must harbor their own secrets. Chen began to mount a fervent moral high ground. Where are you going, Teacher Tian Xin? Chen blocked the path of the faux Tian Xin, attempting to slip out the door. Teacher Yi, I don't need to. I've already been searched. The pretender attempted to evade responsibility. Set an example for your classmates. Just a gesture will suffice. Come, let Teacher Tian Xin be the first. Without waiting for anyone to react, he struck down with the whip. Simultaneously, he raised his hand to send Wang Dadong, who had teleported over to defend his heart's white moonlight, flying. This child loses all sense when it comes to his infatuation. Lie down properly. The real Teacher Tian Xin has long since immigrated to America and has 2 children. Lying on the ground, Wang Dadong felt as if struck by lightning, his mind swirling with the thought of 2 children. No, this cannot be true. His heart was overwhelmed with despair, accompanied by a haunting melody. Cai Yunhan looked at Wang Dadong with sympathy, well aware of his feelings for Teacher Tian Xin. There is no greater cruelty in this world than revealing to someone that their beloved white moonlight has 2 children. Addressing the wailing figure on the ground who still gritted their teeth, the faux Tian Xin said, Auntie, just confess. The pain of truth whip, a divine instrument of torture, only ceases its torment upon the utterance of truth. Otherwise, the agony only intensifies, penetrating to the marrow. It seems quite unfortunate that we have already identified a suspect. Officer Kai, please take them away. Chen returned the whip to Cai Yunhan. She accepted it, knowing that she and the new class guide of the ultimate class surely shared a common thread, both favoring simplicity in resolving matters. The team leader failed to understand her. Was there not someone who could comprehend her? With a single strike, everything was resolved. Why complicate matters? The leader of the criminal investigation team remarked, Miss Kai, is that human language? How many internal reviews have I helped you write that you have forgotten? Principal, could you please find another English teacher for the ultimate class? Chen observed the trio of Jia Yong stealthily attempting to slip away behind Cai Yunhan. All right, I will expedite this. Jia Yong chuckled awkwardly. Today truly was a double loss. Not only did they fail to remove the troublemaker Wang Dadong, but they also lost a teacher in the process. Resolving this matter was proving to be far from straightforward. Shortly after Sister Jean Gang Cai Yunhan departed, a surge of her combat power echoed not far from the school. Locking onto the position, Chen saw Cai Yunhan unleashing her maximum combat power while protecting the official vehicle beside her. Inside were the faux Tian Xin, handcuffed to a fixed frame, and a trembling colleague, while not far away, several nefarious groups shrouded in swirling black mist were tightening their encirclement. A robbery of a police vehicle. Was this not the scene? Kid, mind your own business. A deep voice emerged from beneath a mask. With that, the trio enveloped in black mist surged forth, their combat power rapidly escalating. 80001200016035 70001256417046 80001164517809. Observing the minions before him, each surpassing a combat power of 15,000. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the version has been updated. The minions dispatched by the villains boast higher combat power than our Donggo. Although this demonic combat power was clearly inflated, it certainly appeared intimidating. Why was the old man still hiding away? Why not send out some balloon men to frighten us? Chen sneered. Officer Kai, you drive the vehicle away. Allow me to deal with this bunch of useless fools. To reassure Cai Yunhan, Chen unleashed a surge of combat power, causing the ground beneath to crack like a spider web rapidly spreading outward. All right, you hold on. I will lead the suspect away to assist you. With that, Cai Yunhan decisively drove away. Observing the demonic practitioners attempting to scatter in pursuit, Chen called out, White Tiger, a colossal creature, as tall as a 3-story building, gradually materialized behind him. As this behemoth appeared, the vegetation within 100 meters began to turn from green to yellow, as if devoid of life. Innate gung metal energy condensed into countless silver particles filled the vicinity, drifting like ordinary dust through the air, seemingly harmless. As the immense creature fully materialized, an overwhelming aura of slaughter radiated from Chen, sending shivers down the spines of countless practitioners, as if a blade had flashed past their necks. This extreme aura of slaughter suggested that yet another prodigious talent had awakened the essence of the golden origin. The Blade Edge, who had been praying, emerged from the church, gazing in the direction from which this aura emanated. In his youth, he would have certainly sought to investigate the situation. However, now he had washed his hands of such affairs, wishing only to cherish his beloved wife and child, longing for a tranquil life free from the chaos of the martial world. I prefer not to witness overly bloody scenes. So I kindly suggest you remain standing and await your demise. It will come swiftly. Yi Chun proposed with good intentions. As a large group of ultimate class students watched furtively, concerned that excessive bloodshed would be inappropriate. As he spoke, the white tiger avatar raised a massive paw, imbued with a terrifying aura, preparing to strike down upon the three men. Run. The leading thug, sensing the impending doom, frantically unleashed his combat power to envelop himself, transforming into a streak of black light in an attempt to escape. So confident are we? Do they possess some protective divine weapons like dragon-pattern shields? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed the three men barely making a few strides before their eyes dimmed, their bodies crumpling to the ground like ragged sacks, splattering blood and shattered flesh everywhere. Bah! Yi Chun, witnessing their reckless charge, initially assumed they were backed by a prosperous force, endowed with divine weapons. Who would have guessed they were merely three impoverished fools lacking insight? After spitting in disdain, the enormous tiger paw descended, erasing any trace of the scene. No worries. While I may not have gained any gear from this skirmish, I shall never incur a loss. Yi Chun consoled himself. He then tossed out a transparent crystal that floated in the air, absorbing the untamed magical energy. Yi Chun had recently discovered an energy conversion device among the teaching tools in the marketplace, capable of exchanging energies across various dimensions for only 1,000 marketplace points. This transparent crystal served as an energy collector, priced fairly at 1 point, ensuring no deception. Since discovering this device, Yi Chun had formulated a plethora of plans, though it was not yet time for implementation. As everything settled, Jin Bao-san exclaimed in astonishment. I knew the new class guide was impressive, but I never expected them to be this formidable. That tiger is 3 stories high. How terrifying. What should we do, King? It seems our entire ultimate class combined may not suffice to face the new class guide. Must we submit to their overwhelming presence? Hua Linglong seemed to glimpse the disheartening future of the ultimate class. Chun is quite handsome. That white tiger looks utterly adorable. When there is time, let us have Chun bring it out for me to pet. Chiu gazed at the dashing Yi Chun on the battlefield, utterly entranced. Meanwhile, the black dragon, drawn to the battlefield, was thoroughly intimidated. My goodness, are today's youth so formidable? I am certainly no match for them now. It appears it is not yet time for me, the black dragon, to emerge from my seclusion. The black dragon planned to quietly enter the village, avoiding any gunfire. Lest he be eliminated by those purging evil, he would have nowhere to lament. Students over there, this is class time. Who allowed you to come out? Upon being discovered, there was a hurried retreat. Chapter 5. You are all a bunch of novices dingling. Students following Yi Chun into the martial arts class streamed in one by one. Wow. When was the rooftop renovated? I recall it being a storage room last semester. Hey, what is this? Touching here and there, with a look of wonder. Oh, where's my hot pot? Jin Bao-san remembered he had placed it in this room after using it last semester. All right, stop chatting and find a mat to sit on. Yi Chun instructed, clapping his hands. After a moment of silence, seeing the seating arrangement before him, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Dadong, Lei Ting, and the others are brazenly sitting in the front row. Where were you during the cultural classes when it came to seating by exam results? There is something I must inform you all ahead of time. Due to martial arts class encroaching on the afternoon cultural classes, all afternoon cultural classes will be rescheduled to the morning. In order to cover all content within the stipulated time, all cultural classes will be accelerated. The ultimate class will be hiring a new batch of teachers to instruct you. Previously 2 or 3 class sessions worth of content will be compressed into 1 class. Students, be mentally prepared. Yi Chun dropped a bombshell. Come on, class monitor, this is the ultimate class. Those aiming for college wouldn't come here. Do you know what the graduation rate of the ultimate class has been for the past 3 years? 0. Jin Bao-san scoffed. As a veteran of 10 years, how could he not know the situation of the ultimate class? Is the ultimate class really that dismal now? Wang Dadong recalled that many from his cohort had successfully entered university. For instance, Lei Keisai, Ding Xiaoyu, and even Arthur Wang had pursued adult education after dropping out. Please, my Dong-go, after you graduated, teacher Tian Xian left, and no one has taken care of the ultimate class since, Jin Bao-san lamented. Teachers may make matters worse for you. If you graduate without entering college, you will not receive a diploma from the teachers. My students must be well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. Yi Chun's words echoed ominously in the ears of the ultimate class students. You have half an hour to contemplate whether to remain in the ultimate class, as this is directly related to your diplomas. Isn't this forcing us? Someone complained to Hua Linglong. You blockhead, if you can't pass, won't you just buy your way in? Hua Linglong gazed into a mirror, admiring his youthful wealth, nearly falling in love with himself. His words jolted many into realization. In this day and age, is there anything that money cannot solve? If there is, it surely means one does not have enough money. Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. These people seemed completely off track. Meanwhile, Wang Dadong was indifferent, unsure how long he would remain in the ultimate class, wondering why he should worry about it. Rest assured, as your combat power index increases, your memory and comprehension will also significantly improve. The cultural classes are merely a matter of effort. For many students, it should not pose a problem. What the teacher fears is that you will continue to neglect cultural studies as before. Our classmates are not foolish. All right, time us up. Since everyone has no objections, let us commence the lesson. Chen smiled at the intact ultimate class. His seedlings were finally taking root. Does anyone know what the combat power index is? Wang Dadong, you have the highest combat power index in the class. Please respond. Chen called out, encouraging other students to ponder this important question, essential for advancing in martial arts. Wang Dadong pondered for a long time, shaking his head in confusion. He had instinctively cultivated his combat power index since childhood, but had never delved deeper into its meaning. Isn't the combat power index just that? Lei Ting, don't know. She replied coolly, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. As each student was called, it soon reached Qiu Qiu's turn. Hurry me. I know. Qiu Qiu's eager eyes sparkled. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen intentionally paused before her. Since everyone is unaware, I shall not waste time. I will unveil this question. Qiu seethed with frustration, wanting nothing more than to bite him. Chen turned to the blackboard and wrote clearly, Essence, Qi, Spirit, Combat Power Index, 10,000. Everyone, look at the blackboard. To understand what the Combat Power Index is, you must grasp these three concepts. This is particularly crucial for those who have not yet developed a Combat Power Index. Understanding this will place you half a foot into the realm of combat power. Essence, Qi, Spirit. Each of these terms could warrant a lesson or even a semester of discussion. The teacher will briefly explain. Essence, the material foundation of life. Qi, the energy dynamics of matter. Spirit, the dominion of life and its external manifestation. Essence transforms into Qi. Qi transforms into essence. Essence births spirit. Spirit commands Qi. Qi generates essence. Ultimately, when essence, Qi, and spirit unite, the combat power index naturally emerges. This is the normal progression from an ordinary person developing a combat power index to becoming a martial artist. Chen elucidated these concepts slowly. Is it really that complex? Why don't I have this process? Some students expressed disbelief. That is precisely what the teacher is about to clarify. This student must possess what is known as a combat power constitution. Combat power constitutions can be innate or acquired. We shall not discuss the innate ones, as they are exceedingly rare in our current era and largely irrelevant to most of you. Let us talk about acquired combat power constitutions. The so-called acquired combat power constitution requires that a martial artist has appeared among your family elders, possessing a combat power index. You inherit the bloodline power of your forebears, which will allow you to begin simple cultivation instinctively. Cultivating essence, Qi, and spirit is tantamount to cultivating the combat power index. After much discussion, Chen took a sip of water, allowing the students a moment to digest. Do you understand? Seeing the majority of students nodding, Chen continued. The aforementioned pertains to the benefits of a combat power constitution. Now let us discuss its drawbacks. Teacher, please don't frighten us. A wave of astonishment rippled through the class, as this was their first time hearing of any downsides to the combat power constitution. Pay attention. The drawbacks of combat physique lie in the fact that the cultivation based on hereditary lineage is inherently incomplete, making it susceptible to various issues during practice. This is particularly pronounced in the Jin Shikong, where the absence of advanced combat prowess leads to fragmented and insufficient cultivation techniques, hindering early correction and supplementation. Consequently, many martial artists engage in arduous training at the cost of their lives, forcibly breaking through the 10,000 combat threshold. Such warriors have essentially depleted their potential, rendering the prospect of reaching 20,000 combat power unattainable without extraordinary opportunities. In the Tai Shikong, 20,000 is merely the starting point for those with a modicum of talent within established family systems. How many of you in this class possess high-level cultivation techniques at home? Those who cannot even touch the threshold of 20,000 combat power or lack limbs do not count. I believe none, otherwise. Such a large ultimate class would not be oblivious to what the combat power index entails. Chapter 6. Not much. The teacher will only charge you 100 million. A technique capable of cultivating combat power beyond 20,000 must articulate what a combat power index is, grounded in a comprehensive theoretical framework. Martial artists who reach this level possess their own understanding of martial arts. Only in this way can the path of martial arts continue to extend, with the possibility of further advancement. Chen tapped on the blackboard, pointing to the figure 10 and 000, explaining that the entire process leading to 110. 000 is foundational for your martial arts journey. As long as the foundation is solidly established, breaking through 10,000 becomes a natural progression, making failure nearly impossible. Conversely, if the foundational skills are weak, forcing a breakthrough beyond 10,000 is akin to mocking the path of martial arts. The sturdier the foundation, the further one can journey along the martial path, and the actual combat power index will surpass the theoretical numbers. Take the teacher as an example. The teacher has reached the earthly limits below 10,000 combat power, with an overflowing combat power index, transitioning from the intangible to the tangible, from gaseous to liquid, with combat power beginning to transcend common understanding. At my level, I am invincible among peers. Those of similar combat power below 10,000 are mere fodder, while those above 20,000 can barely last a few moves against the teacher. Without high-tier protective artifacts, escape is impossible. At least 30,000 combat power is required to contend with the teacher, and this is merely the starting point of the teacher's martial journey. Silence fell among the students. Chen had already exemplified his extraordinary combat power index. Teacher, do you mean for us to solidify our foundation before attempting a breakthrough? Someone earnestly inquired. Yes, that is precisely the teacher's intent, Chen affirmed. However, we do not know how to establish a strong foundation. Our cultivation of combat power relies solely on our gradual exploration, leaving us at a loss for direction. Hua Linglong held a small mirror, visibly frustrated. Hua Linglong is right. We too are perplexed by this, other students echoed. This is precisely the reason the teacher has you attend martial arts classes. These concepts will be imparted to you. Now, reveal your maximum combat power index so the teacher can assess your progress in martial arts and determine the best starting point for improvement. Everyone turned their gaze to Lei Ting, who pondered for a moment and declared, "Listen to the teacher." With that, she led the class in showcasing their combat power indices. A violet aura rising like mist. As Lei Ting commanded, the classroom erupted into a dazzling display of various radiant hues, waves of combat power indices washing over Chen. All right, you may retract your combat power indices now. The teacher has gathered preliminary insights into your situations. Chen signaled for them to cease. Did you not notice that your combat power indices began from small numbers and gradually ascended? Is this what you refer to as surging combat power? Indeed, isn't that how it works? Wang Dadong questioned, puzzled by Chen's inquiry. Without surging combat power, how could the ultimate class exemplify youthful fervor? Could it be that your need to surge combat power indicates a lack of mastery over your indices? Chen's words struck like lightning. Especially you. Hua Linglong and Hu Yitzi. Your indices exhibit fluctuations of over 1,000, indicating significant instability. Addressing this phenomenon among the students, the teacher expressed confidence in having a solution. What solution? The members of Ultimate Class inquired, intrigued. Ding ding ding. It's this, Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique. No need for 18,000, nor 8,008. Just 998. Take home the Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique. The teacher guarantees that you will master it painlessly, tenfold. Chen slowly pulled out a small booklet of about 30 pages. A flock of crows flew by, creating an awkward silence. The members of Ultimate Class sensed a shift in the atmosphere. After a moment, Jean Baosan timidly raised his hand. Teacher, you wouldn't be selling a supplementary book after all that, would you? Other students nodded in agreement, echoing similar sentiments. Of course not. Chen chuckled. The teacher originally intended to distribute it directly to you. However, I later considered that the law should not be lightly transmitted. If something is given for free, students may not cherish it. So in the spirit of teacher-student camaraderie, I will reluctantly charge 998 to foster friendship. What? Do the students not wish to befriend the teacher? Chen waved the hand-copied booklet, surveying the crowd. Whoa, the class leader isn't planning a hard sell, is he? What a decline in moral standards. Others felt a mix of apprehension and curiosity at Chen's demeanor. What is he up to now? He certainly doesn't need the money, they thought, deciding to observe further. Chiu scrunched her nose, watching Chen, uncertain of his intentions. As the students murmured amongst themselves, Chen lost interest in eavesdropping. From the outset, he had no intention of giving it away for free. Free gifts often lead to a lack of appreciation, which is human nature. Teacher, I will cover the costs for my classmates. Sometimes, having too much money can be a burden. But who could blame me for being the charming and affluent scion of the Hua family? Hua Linglong stood up, looking at his reflection at a 45-degree angle in his small mirror. Hua Linglong is generous. Let us swipe the card. Chen retrieved a POS machine from behind him. Ding. Your card ending in XXXX 5478 has been credited with 30,000 yuan. A notification chimed on Chen's phone. All right, since Hua Linglong has paid, you will distribute it to your classmates. Everyone can open it and read through from beginning to end. Once completed, you will be proficient. Really? The crowd was skeptical. Wang Dadong and Zhong Wanjun, your situations are unique, so refrain from practicing for now. Is it because my martial foundation is exceptionally solid? Wang Dadong boasted. After all, the strongest high school student in history is not something this group of younger peers can compare to. Classmate, you are mistaken. The teacher simply fears that if you continue practicing, you might exhaust yourself. If you keep going, even the dragon pattern would fail to protect you. The hidden injuries within you could land you in the ICU. Chen found himself at a loss for words in the face of this narcissist. Teacher, you are trying to deceive me, Wang Dadong. My health is exceptionally robust. Wang Dadong pulled up his sleeve to showcase his well-defined biceps. You should be aware of your family's circumstances, right? Do you truly believe that with your family's capabilities, there would be no advanced cultivation techniques? The only reason your family refrains from providing you with such methods is their desire for your safety. Otherwise, with your physique, how could you have only achieved a combat power index of 15,000 after a decade? After making his point, Chen produced a dragon fruit from behind him and tossed it to Wang Dadong. Take this back to Senior Daofeng. It will aid in restoring the foundation of your damaged battle body. Considering our teacher-student bond, I won't charge you much, just 100 million. Remember to have your family transfer the funds to my account. Chapter 7. A Singular Foundation Woe. Wang Dadong, upon receiving the dragon fruit thrown by Chen, nearly tossed it aside in shock. What on earth is this? It feels as though my teacher is treating me like a pig destined for the slaughter. Are you jesting with me, teacher? This is absurd. Isn't this just a dragon fruit that costs 10 yuan for 3 gene at a roadside fruit stand? You could haggle with the vendor for a few extra. He tossed the dragon fruit in his hand. This is no ordinary dragon fruit. It is the supreme dragon fruit from the spirit realm. It can enhance the success rate of a spirit realm jiaolong, transforming into a dragon by 30%. An extraordinary treasure. Even if you don't recognize it, your mother certainly will. Is it really true? Wang Dadong gazed skeptically at the wrinkled fruit in his hand, which appeared to resemble something from a street vendor. Indeed, Chen had utilized the system to traverse to the spirit realm in search of other foundational treasures to break through the 20,000 combat power index. The good news is that he found what he was looking for. The bad news is that it is not compatible with his needs. He requires fire-based foundational treasures, either pure and pristine or related to the Zhuke lineage, to prepare for the construction of the 5-element cycle. The system, however, sought out a treasure related to the dragon lineage and conveniently delivered it right to him. Chen admired the quality of the items produced by the system, but he wished that the imposing fire jiaolong, which loomed behind him, would cease its watchful gaze. Had the jiaolong not been slower than Chen, he would have perished in the spirit realm 2 weeks prior. As Chen's primary source of sustenance, he certainly wouldn't hoard his resources. Zhong Wanjun, you are aware of your situation. I want to elaborate further. Please come see me after class. Chen chose not to expose the cool guy, as everyone has a youthful phase filled with reckless abandon. All right. Zhong Wanjun nodded in agreement. How marvelous. I can comprehend everything. A classmate, for the first time, felt a glimmer of hope for his own potential. Chen smiled silently, as he had not merely handed over an ordinary internal martial arts manual. The skills provided by the system could be practiced simply by flipping through the pages. Teacher, why is my combat power index declining? A panicked student inquired. Who? Your combat power index was inflated. While you cultivate, the process will refine your true combat power index, although it may appear to decrease. Have you not noticed that the strength of your combat power has actually increased? Chen clarified the confusion, alleviating the anxiety of his classmates. Teacher, you aren't giving me a fake book, are you? Seeing his loyal follower nearly tearing the book apart, Jin Baosan felt no sense of urgency. Jin Baosan, your situation is a bit unique. This internal martial arts manual will not be effective for you. But don't fret, I possess alternative methods. Observing Jin Baosan, who exhibited no change, Chen lamented the strong seal imposed by his father, Jin Baik. Ding ding ding. This is a miraculous tool called a singular foundation, crafted by an unknown and eccentric scientist specifically for situations like yours. Yi-chan produced a peculiar stick from behind him. Sorry, teacher. Are you sure there are no additional words following foundation? Jean Baosan timidly asked. Absolutely not, Yi-chan assured him. After all, as Qiu's nominal uncle, it was wise to possess some means of self-defense. Though the name might sound peculiar, this method allows a mortal to cultivate their combat power index without harm. And such techniques are exceedingly rare across the 12-time and space realms. Take note, this refers to cultivation, not usage. Although Jean Baosan has a seal within him, who says he cannot create a simple external circulatory system for practice. 10,000 yuan, Jean Baosan. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Yi-chan brandished a POS machine while observing Jean Baosan. Ah, you want money too? Jean Baosan felt a tinge of disappointment. What else did you expect? Would you prefer to obtain it for free? Do you want it or not? If not, then forget it. Yi-chan did not wish to engage in debate with him. Were it not for their impending familial ties, he would have disregarded the matter entirely, confident that Jean Baosan's father would bear the consequences, which would only result in some minor discomfort for him. I want it. Jean Baosan quickly retrieved his modest savings. He was finally on the verge of turning his fortunes around. You may have the item, but do not let it reach your teacher's ears that you use your combat power index to bully ordinary students. Otherwise, I will reclaim the item, and the money will not be refunded. Yi-chan's warning was aimed at preventing him from exploiting his newfound power to extort classmates, for he might then need to seek assistance from Kai Yuhan. Rest assured, teacher, I will surely turn over a new leaf, assisting the elderly across the street every day. Jean Baosan patted his chest in assurance, vowing to become a noble warrior, embodying the dignity befitting one. I hope you keep your word. With that, Yi-chan tossed the item to him for his own experimentation, observing his classmates slowly refining their combat power indices. Yi-chan felt as if he were witnessing countless tender shoots of vibrant green chives emerging. As the students of Class 1 progressed in solidifying their foundations and broke through the 5,000 combat power index, his first wave of points began to accumulate, while the next wave would require a 10,000 combat power index. Yi-chan found himself helpless, as the requirements of the master system were exceedingly stringent. Not only did it demand that his students possess a solid foundation in martial arts, but it also required them to be well-rounded, lest many task rewards would elude him. As he observed his classmates engrossed in their training, Wang Dadong and Zhong Wanjun felt a sense of awkwardness. In the realm of academia, students often dread comparisons, and Wang Dadong, holding a metaphorical mountain of gold, found the class particularly challenging, rendering him unable to concentrate. Noticing the two students squirming uncomfortably, Yi-chan focused on preparing his lesson plans, disregarding their plight. A warrior who cannot overcome such a trivial matter is destined to falter on their journey. As time passed, and the school day concluded, Yi-chan roused his entranced classmates. School is over. Please return home promptly. Aim to consume some high-energy foods to replenish your energy, but do not overindulge. Wang Dadong, Zhong Wanjun, and Qiu, please come with me. He then made his way to the office. Lei Ting, it seems the teacher did not call for you, Yi-chan stated knowingly. I am the leader of Class 1, King. I'm here to see how I can assist, Lei Ting nervously rambled. Very well, Lei Ting, you may take a seat. Qiu, you may head home first. With that, he tossed her the keys. Oh, the cute Qiu, blushing under the gaze of King and the two boys, fled in embarrassment. Head home. Whose home are we returning to? I have known my classmate Qiu since childhood. A single sentence dispelled the three people's visit. Zhong Wanjun. The issues you face are not particularly significant. The teacher primarily considers your potential in martial arts going forward. Achieving over 10,000 battles through your own exploration is commendable, as this martial aptitude is indeed noteworthy across the 12-time and space realms. However, have you contemplated the path you wish to take after surpassing 10,000 battles? The teacher had never considered it before. I suppose I will just practice gradually, Zhong Wanjun replied earnestly. The teacher understood. Yi-chan nodded. The teacher suggests you abandon your battle power index and start anew. Yi-chan offered his advice. How could that be possible? This was the first time the three had heard of someone voluntarily relinquishing their martial prowess. Listen to the teacher. Chapter 8. Bringing King Arthur back to teach. Zhong Wanjun's ability to surpass 10,000 battles indicates he possesses aspirations for martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have had the spirit and divine guidance to achieve such a feat unless Zhong Wanjun is willing to dedicate the next decade consistently. It may take him several decades to reach the starting point of practitioners with equivalent aptitude in other realms. Otherwise, it would be wiser to abandon the battle power index and begin anew. Yi Chen articulated the rationale. But is it feasible to recover after abandoning the battle power index? Wang Dadong expressed skepticism. He himself had taken 10 years using the teachings of counterparts from other realms to reach 15,000. No way. While surprised that Zhong Wanjun was KO1, now was not the time to dwell on that. Lei Ting was the first to disagree, in her understanding. Once the battle power index is discarded, it could not be regained through self-cultivation. Abandoning the battle power index would also eliminate the inertia of the bloodline, causing the battle physique to fall dormant. This is why recovering from the abandonment of the battle power index is exceedingly difficult. Without immense willpower, wisdom, and fortune, it is merely a distant thought. However, with the teacher's assistance, I have a solution. After saying this, he produced a collection of items and placed them on the desk. Having high hopes for Zhong Wanjun, whose aptitude rivaled that of Tian Xian's brother, Tian Hongguang. Although Tian Hongguang may not be as remarkable as Tian Xian, he is still considered a martial arts prodigy, and as long as he does not falter midway, the investment is guaranteed to yield returns. Moreover, should his descendants emerge with a battle power index, Yi Chen would receive system rewards. I am your teacher. What should your son call me? This is the most formidable aspect of his system. This is also why Yi Chen was willing to invest significantly in Wang Dadong, aiming to facilitate Wang Dadong's admission to the ranks of 50,000 battle power. Only then could his descendants potentially produce exceptional talents akin to Tian Xian. Speaking of untimely demise, does Yi Chen's field of vegetables belong to anyone else? Has he grown tired of living? Well, discussing this now seems premature. Yi Chen picked up a small crystal vial from the desk. This was the Berry He Foundation pill, which not only solidifies the foundation but also assists cultivators in bypassing the arduous 100-day foundation laying process. Consuming it for an hour would immediately grant one the cultivation state of having completed the 100-day foundation, ensuring a 100% revival of the battle power index. This was a first transformation pill crafted from 900-year-old Zhugua combined with various precious medicinal herbs. Consuming all 9 would guarantee the transformation of the battle power index into a tangible form, allowing one to possess overwhelming battle prowess, easily defeating 3 or 5 opponents at present. Yi Chen felt a pang of regret, as he had little income, yet continued to spend points. Isn't this a banned substance? Wang Dadong picked up one, looking skeptical. I see you as a banned substance. Does your family refine banned drugs from treasures like the 900-year-old Zhugua? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. The 3 pondered and agreed. Treasures like Zhugua have effects on cultivators comparable to banned substances, yet without the side effects. Together, these amounted to 1 million for students and teachers. The price is 100,000. Zhong Wanjun, would you prefer cash or card? Yi Chen skillfully produced a POS machine. Zhong Wanjun bowed his head in silence. He was tempted and knew he was getting a great deal. Although he could afford 100,000, this money was compensation from Shaoqin, which he could never use. I will pay for Zhong Wanjun. Lei Ting produced her bank card. For her, as the heiress of the Lei group, 100,000 was hardly even pocket change. No. Zhong Wanjun disagreed. Yi Chen, uninterested in their disputes, directly charged Lei Ting's card. Zhong Wanjun, you should accept this. Not to mention, after so many years of a solid friendship, refusing such a modest gift would suggest you do not regard Lei Ting as a friend. Furthermore, the payment has been made. If you refuse, it will only gather dust in Lei Ting's possession, which she cannot utilize. As for refunds, don't even think about it. Yi Chen, having lived 2 lives, excelled at applying moral pressure. Zhong Wanjun, recognizing the situation, took the items and quietly departed. Thank you, teacher. Lei Ting expressed her gratitude hastily. Please guide Zhong Wanjun. When he recultivates, stay nearby for support and ensure no disturbances. It is best to consume the 9 transformation pills over several days to avoid poor absorption. When reaching a battle power index of 9,000, remember to come to the teacher for the internal martial arts techniques post 10,000 battles. By the way, bring your card. Yi Chen gestured for Lei Ting to catch up and prevent Zhong Wanjun from feeling despondent. As Lei Ting diligently noted this, she almost lost her composure upon hearing the last instruction about bringing her card. It's my turn now. After the 2 left, Wang Dadong felt a surge of excitement, wishing to cultivate anew and defeat 10 opponents. 1 million is a fair price. Remember to have the senior Dao phone credit my account. This is my bank number. After saying this, he produced a recultivation package and handed over a business card. Upon receiving the card, Wang Dadong was struck with disbelief. He had always known that Ba Lu high school teachers were fond of money. Previously, even the principal's surname was Chen. Yet, he did not expect the new class leader to surpass all predecessors, directly printing the bank account number on the business card. Wait a moment. Why does Zhong Wanjun only need 100,000 for the same service, while I need 1 million? Wang Dadong discovered a discrepancy. Why the different treatment? Zhong Wanjun is an orphan, and you are too? If you are, you can still get a discount. You have already taken advantage of the teacher to the tune of several billion. Must you take this minor advantage as well? Chen retorted, urging him to leave promptly. By the way, after abandoning the battle power index, have Daofeng help you refine the fire dragon fruit to restore the damaged innate battle body source before recultivating. Do not forget. Never mind, I will write it down for you to take back. Chen, concerned about Wang Dadong's memory, wanted to ensure he did not forget and inadvertently ruin someone else's cultivation. Just as Wang Dadong was about to leave, Chen called him back. What is it? Class leader? Wang Dadong asked, puzzled. Yes, please call King Arthur back to teach class Ultimate 1. Arthur is busy with family gang matters and may not be able to spare the time. He might come occasionally, but probably not daily. It is only for one subject. I am not asking him to teach everything. If he is unwilling, tell him I possess a bear pearl that can protect Kai Wuxiong's life. Chen revealed a significant piece of information. What happened to Sister Jingang? Wang Dadong asked anxiously, feeling indebted to the girl, knowing she had sacrificed her own safety for King Arthur. It's nothing. She is merely on the brink of death, Chen replied, counting on his fingers as if calculating something. Xiongzhu has become an integral part of Kai Wuxiong's life, much like the Longwen Ao, having been together since childhood. You must have experienced the feeling of losing the Longwen Ao. For Kai Wuxiong, the absence of Xiongzhu equates to the loss of a vital aspect of his existence. Despite the fact that King Arthur has been providing Kai Wuxiong with various treasures over the past decade, nothing can compare to the unique compatibility of the Xiongzhu with Kai Wuxiong. The fate of that girl has already begun to wane, and she will soon start to age. Only the Xiongzhu can restore her to normalcy. Should King Arthur wish to avoid unforeseen complications, it would be prudent for him to teach for 3 years at the ultimate class. Whenever he arrives, I shall hand over the Xiongzhu to him. This is not a threat, but rather a means of protection. Others are already aware of his vulnerabilities, waiting for Kai Wuxiong to encounter issues. Then, I shall use the Xiongzhu to coerce him into compliance. As Chen uttered these words, the glass windows of the office shattered into fragments under an overwhelming force. Chapter 9. The blooming little green plum teacher. Is this true? Wang Dadong's face was grim. What do you think? Chen leaned back in his swivel chair. Gazing out the window, without the glass barrier, the sky appeared brighter. If you doubt my words, you may have King Arthur take Kai Wuxiong for a medical examination to ascertain whether I am deceiving you. Although it may not be apparent, certain subtle indicators are undoubtedly declining. I understand, teacher. I shall take my leave. Wang Dadong's expression was somber as he prepared to visit the Tu Long gang. Go ahead, and be sure to summon Rex as well. What has happened to Rex? Wang Dadong halted, a hint of panic in his demeanor. It seemed his friends were all facing troubles. Rex is fine, but his cousin, Lei Ting, the sole heir of the Lei group, requires his support. The battle between good and evil is about to commence, and you know what follows. To be honest, Lei Ting's combat prowess is rather fragile. In truth, the Lei group has dwindled in numbers. There are hardly any members left bearing the Lei surname. If Lei Ting were to vanish, the existence of the Lei group would also be in question. Of course, these statements were half-truths, while the Lei group's dwindling population was accurate. The intention to exploit Rex was genuine. Not only students, but even teachers could be taken advantage of, as long as they remained under his dominion. Lei Ting is Rex's cousin? Wang Dadong was momentarily taken aback, but then he sighed in relief, recognizing he could relay Chen's message, regardless of whether Rex would comply. As Wang Dadong exited the office, Chen stretched. It was time for him to return home. I'm back. I know. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner, came the voice of Chiu from the kitchen. Outside, he could act as he pleased, but within the confines of his home, Chiu had the authority of his parents' edicts, and he was obliged to comply with her every demand. Before their passing, his parents entrusted him to Chiu, even allowing her access to a portion of their estate. Throughout this life, his parents had exerted considerable effort to ensure he would not feel alone after their departure, arranging everything so that Chiu could reside with him as a guardian. Chen, it's so adorable. I love it, Chiu exclaimed, clutching a small white tiger that wore a despondent expression. If you like it, then take off your clothes, and I shall give it to you, Chen said with utmost seriousness. Take off what? Chiu seemed not to have comprehended his words. Take off your clothes. Chen reiterated to ensure she had not misheard. What do you want? No. Chiu clung tightly to the small white tiger, resolute and unyielding. You misunderstood. I meant for the little tiger to attach to you as a totem. This way, it can not only protect you, but also keep you company. Yi Chen clarified. How can I draw it if you don't remove your clothes? All right, but you must not peek, Chiyo replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If you lie on the bed, I can only see your back, all right? Yi Chen explained helplessly. Although he could see a bit more, would he dare to vocalize it? Those who understood would comprehend. It was merely a touch of playful intimacy. That makes sense, Chiyo conceded. With some hesitation, Chiyo entered the bedroom and shut the door, calling for Yi Chen to come in after a while. Yi Chen approached the bed, his gaze fixated on the adorable figure lying there. Although he could not see her expression, he could certainly imagine it. Feeling the intense warmth of his gaze upon her back, Chiyo wished she could disappear. Observing her pristine, snow-white back, Yi Chen steadied his mind and, biting his finger, began to trace delicate patterns on her back. All done. Hearing Yi Chen's voice from behind, Chiyo, who had even contemplated names for their potential child, let out a sigh of relief. Feeling a warm sensation on her cheek, it seemed something was licking her. Turning to glance, she found the little white tiger affectionately licking her with its tiny pink tongue. You naughty creature. As the small white tiger continued to lick, feeling a connection with it, Chiyo swiftly sat up and pulled it away with both hands. Yi Chen had not anticipated her sudden movement, and in an instant, he closed the door behind him. Good morning. As he observed Chiyo emerge from her room, cradling her new pet while yawning, Yi Chen greeted her with an unperturbed expression. Good morning, Chiyo replied. Her gaze downward, her face flushed as she mentally reassured herself. I didn't see anything. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat breakfast. We're going to be late, Yi Chen reminded her. Oh, okay. Chiyo waved her hand, retracting the little white tiger as she went to freshen up. We have arrived, Yi Chen announced, observing Chiyo still lost in thought. I'll head to the classroom now, she stated, organizing her expression as she stepped out of the vehicle. After a lengthy period of adjustment, her mindset had returned to normal. By the way, I've reforged your weapon. The Shun E Meow Meow Claw. You can try it out when you have time to see if it suits you. Okay, Chiyo playfully nodded. Bouncing towards the ultimate class. Watching her adorable twin ponytails bounce, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief. Even though the little white tiger had been separated, it still maintained a connection with him, alleviating his fears for Chiyo's safety. Just as Yi Chen parked his car, he heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, he felt a chill run down his spine. Teacher Yi, what a coincidence to see you here. I am a friend of Wang Dedong. Known in the underworld as the Heartbroken Man. Greetings. I know you, the proprietor of the school's welfare shop. Yi Chen hastily shook hands. It's a pleasure to meet you. Teacher Yi, you are truly young and accomplished, having become a class director at such a young age, the Heartbroken Man praised. Not at all. I merely bought my position with money. You know what the leadership at Balala High is like, Yi Chen replied candidly, as this was not a secret. The ultimate class had yielded to him due to his combat prowess. Had anyone else taken his place, Principal Jia would have been visiting the hospital the very next day. Should you manage to enter the ultimate class, it would be a different story. Who do you think we are, merely pawns bought with money? Can you possibly surpass my wealth? A certain unnamed young master from the Hua family was preparing to capture your image with his little mirror, thus being young and accomplished. It is not an easy feat to elicit a concession from Principal Jia. The Heartbroken Man did not agree with Yi Chen's modesty. Heartbroken Man. Wang Dedong's voice echoed from afar. Ah, the class director is also here. Wang Dedong approached. Uncle, I have some matters to attend to at the office. Yi Chen hastily sought an excuse to slip away. Whether the Red Dragon and the Mad Dragon are one or two individuals, to be honest, Yi Chen himself was uncertain. He could not ascertain if the Red Dragon was aware of the Mad Dragon's existence or even of Chiyo's. All right, Teacher Yi, you may proceed with your tasks, he said. Although Duan Changren was oblivious to the reasons behind Yi Chen's urge to leave, Wang Dedong had already interrupted their conversation. It was somewhat regrettable. They would have to probe into this young man's background at a later time. He had a strong intuition that the fortunes of the entire Jin Shikong seemed to be converging towards the ultimate class. Perhaps it was not merely converging on the ultimate class, but rather gravitating towards this Teacher Yi. Isn't that Arthur, Rex, and Ding Xiaoyu? What brings you back to visit your alma mater? Duan Changren remarked. I always say, today's youth should do just that. Return to their school, reminisce about their lost youth. That is the essence of a vibrant youth. Suddenly, a flock of crows flew overhead, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Chapter 10. The Suspicion of Lei Ting Chiyo. Come out with me for a moment. As soon as Chiyo arrived in class, she heard Lei Ting calling her. All right. Following Lei Ting, they ascended to the rooftop. King, is there something you need? Chiyo inquired, assuming Lei Ting had some instructions for her. Lei Ting remained silent, merely fixing her gaze upon her. King, What are you doing? Qiao felt quite uneasy under Lei Ting's intense stare. Speak. What is your relationship with Yi Chen? Are you hiding something from the ultimate class? Lei Ting pressed directly. We're not anything special, just ordinary friends. We were neighbors in the past. Qiao's facade remained composed, her heart steady. Do you expect me to believe that? He handed you the keys to his house last night. Did you go to your own home, or his? Lei Ting insisted, determined to clarify matters for Qiao's sake, fearing for her well-being. Qiao struggled to explain. However, seeing Lei Ting's relentless pursuit for the truth, she realized it stemmed from genuine concern for her welfare. Touched by her friendship, Qiao leaned closer and whispered the truth into Lei Ting's ear. Upon hearing it, Lei Ting felt as if her worldview had been completely reshaped. So now you are his guardian? He is your teacher? Qiao, are you even aware of what you're saying? Lei Ting's disbelief was palpable. Was the world truly malfunctioning? I have no idea how he suddenly became a teacher. Qiao was equally perplexed. Didn't he inform you in advance about becoming a teacher? Lei Ting continued their heart-to-heart, the nature of which could only be determined by fate. Initially, she worried that Qiao might have been coerced into this situation. No, he didn't even mention it before joining the ultimate class. With each passing moment, Qiao felt increasingly disheartened. So now you live in his house. Hasn't he done anything inappropriate to you, has he? Lei Ting expressed her concern for the safety of their beloved group member. No, he hasn't. By the way, King, look at my little pet. Xiao Bai sends greetings to King. Just then, Lei Ting noticed a small white tiger appearing on Qiao's shoulder. Qiao, keeping a tiger as a pet is illegal. Although Lei Ting was unaware of how Qiao had summoned it, she couldn't help but notice the resemblance to Yi Chen's white tiger. Indeed, this is Chen's white tiger avatar. He sent Xiao Bai to be my pet, or my bodyguard. Qiao cradled Xiao Bai in her arms. Lei Ting felt enlightened, questioning if the abilities of high-level practitioners were truly this extraordinary. Other martial artists chimed in. You two aren't in a romantic relationship, are you? Lei Ting still voiced her curiosity. Qiao sighed. Do you think we can even consider romance now? At least for the next few years, it's impossible. Boys are all insufferable. Lei Ting unexpectedly found herself in complete agreement with Qiao's final remark. With this, Lei Ting had little else to say. As long as the two were well, there was nothing more to discuss. Meanwhile, shortly after settling in, the quartet arrived at his office. Make yourselves comfortable. Yi Chen gestured. Arthur was already brimming with impatience. Teacher Yi, I heard from Wang Dadong that you possess a bear pearl. Is this what you are referring to? Following the original plot of the ultimate class, Yi Chen placed an order at that location and indeed obtained a bear pearl. Yes, that is it. Arthur exclaimed with excitement, sensing the aura of the bear pearl. You should have heard about my conditions from Wang Dadong, right? Yi Chen countered. I need you to diligently teach the ultimate class Chinese for 3 years. That shouldn't be too difficult, correct? I agree. Arthur, emboldened, was willing to accept any terms. All right, here is your item. I expect to see you in class tomorrow. He handed the bear pearl to Arthur, ensuring not to toss it carelessly, fearing Arthur might miss it in his excitement. Great. With the bear pearl in hand, Arthur was eager to return immediately. Narcissist, I'm leaving first. The other 3 nodded in understanding of Arthur's enthusiasm. Following the results from the previous night, Arthur had been nearly devastated. Kai Yunhan had almost broken the disciplinary whip. Had it not been for Wang Dadong's assurance that he had a plan, Kai Yunhan would have insisted on taking Kai Wuxiong back to the ape tribe for a solution. Wang Dadong, close the door. I have serious matters to discuss. Yi Chen established a protective stance. Rex, Lei Ting is your cousin, correct? Although Yi Chen was already aware, he felt the need for confirmation. Yes, ever since my father, Lei Long, passed away, I have only Lei Ting and my grandfather left as family. I cherish my cousin greatly. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Are you aware of the good versus evil war? If all goes as expected, a new round of the good versus evil war will erupt with the ultimate class at its center. Yi Chen dropped this bombshell. Wang Dadong, the so-called banned substances you investigated were merely the prelude to the good versus evil war. If you continue to dig, you will inevitably uncover the malevolent forces behind it. What? Wasn't the good versus evil war concluded with both sides suffering losses in Jin Shikong? It has concluded? Who told you that? Who in Jin Shikong told you this? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. This left Wang Dadong somewhat speechless. It seemed no one in Jin Shikong had ever declared it over. I suspect you must have heard this from another dimension. In Jin Shikong, those who understand never believe the good versus evil war has truly ended. It has merely entered a period of calm. Yi Chen articulated the conclusions of those within Jin Shikong. The faces of the 3 turned grim. Had their sacrifices been in vain? By the way, the Black Dragon's abilities have been restored. The trio felt as if they had been continuously stunned since entering this office. Now, even the Black Dragon had resurfaced. But didn't we suffer the same fate as it? Wang Dadong expressed disbelief. How have you recovered? Why can you recover while the Black Dragon cannot? Yichen raised an eyebrow. What's crucial now is that the Jin Shikong version has been updated. The combat power of the evil forces has significantly increased. As members of the ultimate class, tasked with confronting malevolent forces directly, the combat prowess of these students remains unchanged from a decade ago. Such stagnation will surely lead to either death or injury. Those who have already ascended to the KO leaderboard are the most vulnerable, as evidenced by the few among you. Just one Black Dragon can render your combat abilities utterly ineffective, and now evil forces are lining up to emerge, with the Black Dragon being the weakest among them. Thus, I extend my invitation for you to return to the ultimate class. As students, I understand your reluctance. However, the ultimate class is in dire need of instructors. Rex, I am aware of your thoughts. Do not entertain notions of suggesting that Lei Ting withdraws. The gears of the battle between good and evil are already in motion, and the ultimate class can only advance forward, never retreat. Even if you were to withdraw, fate would inevitably draw you back to the ultimate class. Yesterday, a new transfer student, KO1, arrived, and today, 3 more have joined us. KO2, KO3, and KO8. When questioned, they all claim to have come on a whim. The top 10 on the KO leaderboard are nearly complete, and this is not the end. Chapter 11. You, the Black Dragon with prominent brows and eyes. There are still several more to come. The KO leaderboard is becoming overcrowded. As long as you belong to the younger generation, even if you are not in the ultimate class, you will inexplicably transfer here. If you remain skeptical, the warriors from Ba-Mo Island are already in position. Are they not? Initially, there may have been some doubt, but the emergence of this deep-sea bomb from Ba-Mo Island has essentially sealed the fate. The trio has been confirmed, and the battle between good and evil is about to commence. Is this truly the case, class leader? Wang Dadong finds it hard to believe. Substances are now being brazenly sold. Do you question their legitimacy? Have you spent too much time in the Iron Time and been foolishly influenced by the summer? The Golden Time differs from the Iron Time, as its battles between good and evil have been localized and numerous for millennia. In contrast, the Iron Time rarely experiences such conflicts. However, when they do arise, they engulf the entirety of time and space. Therefore, the experiences of the Iron Time are not applicable in the Golden Time. The Golden Time does not involve all factions engaging in battle against evil simultaneously. Instead, they coordinate to engage in a war of attrition against malevolent forces in batches. The current issue is not trivial. The evil forces will continue to appear without granting the ultimate class a moment's respite. This is why we require some high-ranking warriors to enter the fray and provide a buffer, allowing the inexperienced members of the ultimate class some breathing room. Is the situation truly that urgent? The trio struggles to comprehend how the battle between good and evil can ignite so suddenly. Of course, I shall not let you come without compensation. You are aware that Wang Dadong has recalibrated his combat prowess, correct? If he can do it, so can you. You have also encountered counterparts from the Iron Time. What are your thoughts? Rex and Ding Xiaoyu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. A combat prowess of 10 to 20,000 is certainly feasible, but over 40,000 would open up limitless possibilities. Since Teacher Yi requires it, we have no objections. Both professionally and personally, the astute Rex represented the group in their unanimous agreement. Very well, here is your contract. The terms of your compensation are outlined therein. Once signed, you may assume your positions immediately. I have already spoken with Principal Jia regarding this matter. As for whether you wish to recalibrate your combat prowess like Wang Dadong, I recommend waiting until his prowess is fully restored. Otherwise, if you all hastily diminish your combat capabilities and unforeseen circumstances arise, there may not be anyone left to handle the situation. Rex and Ding Xiaoyu found this reasoning sound. In truth, they were not in a rush. Teacher Ye's concern for them was but one factor. The primary issue was that his points were insufficient. Despite the system consistently notifying him since last night that someone had broken through and recalibrated their foundation with 5,000 points of combat prowess, rewarding points, it still fell short of covering expenses. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Ba Lu High School, Principal, how can you permit them to return? Is one Wang Dadong not enough? The director and the instructor wept, feeling as though the sky were falling. I do not wish for this either. You two do not understand the value of resources. Teacher Yi has generously donated 10 million to the school, enabling us to accomplish much more. How could I refuse? Jia Yong now admires the old principal's tactics. As long as the ultimate class exists, a continuous stream of resources will flow into Ba Lu High School. It has been 651 days since I last missed the old principal. Cousin, why have you come to the ultimate class? Lei Ting gazed at Rex, whom she had not seen for some time. What? Rex is your cousin? Jean Baosan looked astonished. Do you not like seeing me, Jean Baosan? Rex adjusted his glasses. No. No, how could I? Jean Baosan replied awkwardly. Why have all these troublemakers returned? Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu will not return as well, will they? How will I, Jean Baosan, manage my life from now on? Jean Baosan pondered. What? The battle between good and evil is about to commence again? My little brother's combat prowess has been restored? The truant Wang Dadong found Duan Chongren. Teacher Ye's words are indeed wise. How did I not think of this sooner? Duan Chongren paced in the welfare office's secret room. I must quickly find my troublesome younger brother. If he encounters your new class leader, he might be in grave danger, as the new class leader shows no mercy. Last time, those few corrupted warriors were swept away like dust into the neighboring river. Duan Chongren knew he could no longer allow the Black Dragon to wreak havoc. Having barely escaped from a mental institution, he could not risk his life again. Very well, you go ahead. I must return to class, as I just skipped out. Wang Dadong felt he had been away for too long. Duan Chongren looked perplexed. Has Wang Dadong changed personnel? Is this what you call reasoning? The new class leader says that if you do not enter university, you will not receive a diploma, which is quite absurd for someone coming back to high school at 28. If I cannot even obtain a diploma, I fear my parents may be driven to despair. Then hurry along. Duan Chongren urged Wang Dadong to attend class. The plight of parents everywhere. Duan Chongren watched Wang Dadong head to class. Grateful that his daughter was not like this, Duan Chongren felt confused. He had lived his life as a bachelor, without a wife. So where would he get a daughter? Alas, should I seek a companion? Being alone leads to endless thoughts. Duan Chongren suddenly conceived an idea, only to swiftly dismiss it, fearing that if his younger brother learned of this blossoming, he would laugh at him for life. Isn't this the infamous Black Dragon from our ultimate class? Surrounded by mere minions? Chen stood atop the building, observing as the Black Dragon was encircled by several figures clad in black. Having delegated the cultural courses to Rex and others, Chen found himself free of classes that morning. On his way home, he stumbled upon this dramatic scene. Oh, do you dare to impede my progress? Do you not recognize who I am, Black Dragon? The Black Dragon, bristling with menace, began to issue threats. Come along quietly, Black Dragon. We do not wish to resort to force. The leading masked figure spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Begone. Have your superiors come to invite me, Black Dragon? I, the Black Dragon, roam the martial world while you play in the mud. Do you dare command me? Unappreciative, still believing you are the Black Dragon of a decade ago. With that, he unleashed his combat prowess directly at the Black Dragon. Your Black Dragon is most fond of counterattacks. Come forth. The Black Dragon swiftly evaded, retaliating with two dark energy orbs that sent the tiles and grass flying. A chaotic melee ensued, with the Black Dragon being the sole target of the assault. It was futile. A plan to escape was necessary, for he could not contend with these inept foes. Once I fully regain my combat prowess, those fools and their backers will face my wrath. With that thought, he unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending several opponents reeling, their faces contorted in fierce determination. Above him, dark clouds swirled ominously as the Black Dragon raised his hands. You have provoked your grandfather, Black Dragon. Allow me to demonstrate the renowned technique that made me infamous in the martial world a decade ago. To perish beneath this move would be an honor for you. Dark demonic fusion. As these words echoed, the surroundings reverberated, as if the Black Dragon had returned to the zenith of martial prowess. Chapter 12. Visitors from another dimension. The oppressive magical energy descended, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters, causing the attackers to retreat in haste. The shadow of a tree looms large. Indeed, he was a top-tier master from the golden era of 10 years past, and it was expected that he would unleash desperate measures. This technique would not last long. The Black Dragon was aging. The assailants relentlessly bombarded the dark mist, creating a tumult of energy. Such intellect, how could they be martial artists? They would fare better as ordinary citizens. Chen observed as the individuals below futilely attacked the formless black fog. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon had already fled the moment the dark mist descended, not glancing back. After a prolonged assault, the attackers sensed something amiss and began to curse, lamenting the Black Dragon's lack of honor in combat. Just as Chen was about to depart after the spectacle, the leader among them produced a device that projected a screen, speaking urgently into it. Chen squinted. With those long ears, you are clearly not human. Pointing skyward, the battle power index coalesced into a golden aura, raining down in a 100-meter radius, swiftly descending upon the group. This was Yi Chun's habitual strategy. He would establish his territory before making a move, denying his adversaries any opportunity for a comeback. Do not question why. It was about stability, ensuring the battle power index remained inexhaustible. The faces of the individuals below turned pale as they realized the grim fate that awaited them. Teacher Yi, the figure on the screen shouted anxiously. The final cascade of light paused just before their noses. They had narrowly escaped death. Contemplating their situation, the group saw the ominous figure lift the pen once more, an act that stirred profound emotions. I recall that there was no one like you in the ultimate class. If you cannot provide an explanation, once these individuals are dealt with, you will be next. Yi Chen appeared at the base, moving gracefully through the cascade of golden rain. I am a student from Chengzi Girls High School. Yi Chen's expression darkened, the light rain around him becoming agitated. The girl, noticing the change in his demeanor, hurriedly amalgamated her words. I will be transferred to the ultimate class at Bala High School immediately. The paperwork is complete. I regret to inform you that the ultimate class does not accept individuals from alternate dimensions. Thus you must still face your end. Yi Chen shook his head, unwilling to engage in further discussion. I possess identification. I am a citizen of the golden era. The individual opposite hastily raised their ID for him to see. Yi Chen dissipated the golden formation. It was clear that these individuals would not survive. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that no students from alternate dimensions had transferred to the ultimate class during this period. Could it be that his role as the class leader had altered the narrative? It was a possibility. He had previously refrained from allowing that girl to transfer to avoid disrupting the timeline. If this precedent were set, soon there could be princesses from this realm and princes from that one, perhaps even a princess from the demon realm joining the fray. Contemplating this, Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration. What was happening at the higher echelons? Drawing in individuals from other dimensions? If they were to bring in others, why provide them with identification? What if complications arose? The group exchanged glances and lay on the ground, unwilling to move. At this moment, the figure of death continued testing their names with the pen, paralyzing them with fear, leaving them utterly unresponsive. Classmates, please report to the ultimate class as soon as possible. Remember to cover your ears. Do not bring me trouble. Yi Chen casually remarked before departing. Just as he was about to withdraw, he felt an ominous presence urging him to cease. What a stroke of bad luck. Officer Kai, please assist me in contacting the Extraordinary Management Bureau. I require their assistance. Do not evade. I know you can reach them. What is it that you wish to communicate? I shall relay your message. Kai Yunhan appeared somewhat troubled. Rest assured, the upper management will not complicate matters. Are you certain you wish to hear about the battle between good and evil? Yi Chen jested. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Please spare me. Do not mention it. The battle from a decade ago traumatized her. The KO leaderboard had been filled with incapacitated fighters. It was terrifying. Hello, Teacher Yi. I am Wang Zhan, the head of the Extraordinary Bureau. Do you require our assistance? The middle-aged man on the other end inquired amiably. There is a refugee from an alternate dimension wishing to transfer to the ultimate class. The ultimate class is not unknown to the others. Do you truly not comprehend its significance? Yi Chen puzzled over their lack of understanding. That, my friend, is a decision made by the higher-ups. The Extraordinary Bureau cannot intervene. Wang Zhan replied with a wry smile. What if I refuse? Yi Chun's expression remained impassive. In this day and age, who in their right mind would want to infiltrate the ultimate class? Did you not notice that Rex, were it not for her cousin's presence, would not even consider coming here? The upper management, under the witness of cosmic consciousness, has taken something from them. Teacher Yi, you must comply. What is this item? Yi Chen squinted, eager to uncover what could incite such risk from the upper management. The clan's treasure. Have you lost your senses? You wish to return to the sea after stepping onto land? How could you dare to take on such a hot potato? And to invoke cosmic consciousness? Yi Chen nearly erupted in outrage. Does it come with a condition that individuals from the water dimension must achieve a battle power index exceeding 50,000 to reclaim it? Teacher Yi, how did you know? Wang Zhan's curiosity was piqued. If the Iron Invincible were in our possession, would you not return it if the ultimate Iron Invincible emerged from the Iron Dimension? You cannot utilize it, yet you refuse to return it. What will others think? Yi Chen questioned with exasperation. The higher-ups imply that if it cannot be used, it need only be held for a period. Eventually, it can be returned. I understand. Yi Chen leaned back in his chair, frowning. The Iron Dimension remains oblivious to our acquisition, I presume? After all, the 5 elements of the Iron Dimension are misaligned with ours. Are there any leads on the other 3 items? Teacher Yi, you are aware of this? Wang Zhan began to suspect an insider leak. Brother, Anyone knowledgeable in the Golden Era would realize the significance of the golden water. What do you think they would deduce? Furthermore, I am waving the flag for the Golden Era in the ultimate class. Will I receive no benefits? Chen intended to negotiate for some advantages. The upper management has already prepared. You will henceforth be the deputy of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, second only to the top. Benefits were presented on the other end. Then I shall govern all martial artists. Chen blurted out. Teacher Yi, surely you jest. Wang Zhan was drenched in sweat. I was merely teasing. I am hanging up now. Chen terminated the call and closed his eyes to rest. It appeared that the higher-ups recognized that should the ultimate Iron Invincible falter, the demon realm would undoubtedly turn its sights on the Golden Era. It is uncertain whether the 5 elements treasures can be located before the demonic army descends upon the realm, leaving the demonic world staring blankly at the Jin Shirko. The bell rings. Hello, is class over? What are we having for lunch? No. Chen, hurry here. Zhong Wanjuan's former high school friend has come over. And a fight has already broken out. A fight? What a coincidence. If you don't help, Zhong Wanjuan, who has just regained his combat strength, might be beaten to death by his old friend. Chen responded somewhat speechlessly, marveling at the timeliness of the situation. But Zhong Wanjuan and Wang Dadong are blocking us from intervening. If they are blocking you, just swarm him. He hasn't recovered his strength yet. As long as you don't cause internal injuries, it will be fine. Chen retorted impatiently, questioning why they were acting so tough when both lacked restored combat power. That's not an option. Lei Ting's cousin is also on their side, and we might not be able to win. Then it's fine. Just watch. Lei Ke still has some sense. Tell Lei Ting and Lei Ka about the injuries Zhong Wanjuan has sustained. His 100-day foundational medicine has been wasted. Now the price to restore is 100,000 per dose. I will bring it this afternoon and ask them if they prefer cash or card. Chapter 13. The Northern Banana Trio. Oh, I will tell them. Qiu nodded. After a while, a voice came from the opposite side. I told them. King said card payment. Teacher Lei Ke, with a darkened expression, went to retrieve Zhong Wanjuan. I think Teacher Lei Ke might regret stopping us now. Certainly. Even if the Lei family is wealthy, they cannot afford to squander like this. Someone is paying. Shall we go out for dinner tonight? It has been a long time since we all went shopping together. Sure, I want to eat barbecue. Came the lively voice of Xiao Qingmei from across. You 3 are new students from the Northern Banana? Chen observed the 3 new faces that had appeared. Your information has been reviewed by the teacher. Welcome to Class Ultimate. Chen applauded, welcoming any student with potential. Here are yesterday's course materials. Guzhan, take these. Chen handed him several A4 sheets. This is the internal cultivation technique for Class Ultimate, priced at 994 yuan. Do the 3 of you prefer cash or card? Chen raised the skill book in his hand. I'll do it. Zhiga volunteered, pulling out a bank card. They had realized during their confrontation with Class Ultimate in the morning that the combat strength indices of other students were significantly more refined than their own. In a one-on-one match, Guzhan would undoubtedly be unable to defeat King. Guzhan had come to Class Ultimate to be the leader. And now he was almost out of the running. This simply could not stand. All right, Zhiga, your combat strength index is too high to use this for now. Come to the office after school to see the teacher. Is it another case of a fierce dragon crossing the river to Class Ultimate? They had nearly been frightened to death this morning when they saw Zhong Wanjuan and thought he had gone mad from training. After Lei Ting explained, they felt relieved. If it weren't for the new class instructor, Zhong Wanjuan wouldn't have known how long he would have to endure in Class Ultimate. Others curiously examined the 3 of them, eager to discern who the fierce dragon was. John, why are all the classmates looking at us? Zhiga felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze. Xiaoga, shouldn't you give me an explanation? What does it mean that the combat strength index is too high? Guzhan felt as though he had been deceived. John, you should read first. I will explain to you after class. Zhiga, somewhat flustered, gestured for him to continue reading as they were indeed in class. Okay, after class, you better give me an explanation. Guzhan ceased his inquiry and slowly opened the skill book to read. As most began to enter a state of cultivation, Chen took out the remote control and pressed a button. The floor suddenly illuminated with circles of light, quite a sight to behold. This is the Gathering Spirit Array. The places where you sit are energy nodes. Only when you and the mat correspond can it be activated. To ensure that you excel in both martial and cultural studies, the concentration of spiritual energy you utilize during cultivation will be determined by your academic performance. There will be a monthly assessment to calculate the average. If you fail, you will use the basic concentration. If you pass the threshold, you will use double concentration. If you achieve a good score, you will use triple concentration. And if you excel, you will use quintuple concentration. Should any student achieve a perfect score, the teacher will grant them tenfold spiritual energy concentration. For those with a combat strength index below 10,000, tenfold concentration is equivalent to consuming a forbidden drug for a day, without side effects and with an incredibly solid foundation. If you can obtain a perfect score in the monthly exam, you can elevate from an ordinary person to a high-level martial artist in just 10 days, completing years of arduous training for ordinary martial artists. As your teacher, I must be responsible for you. I do not wish for my students to become mere martial brutes. While being a martial brute may benefit you, it will undoubtedly endanger your current family and future descendants at some point. Therefore, my insistence on your studies is for your own good. As Chen spoke, his eyes reddened, convincing even himself. He was certainly not motivated by the legendary treasure chest awarded for the highest score on the monthly exam. If it weren't for his discovery of a small spirit stone mine in the lost spirit realm, he would not dare to act so boldly. In the early stages, this was a venture that could lead to significant losses, and he risked everything if it went awry. However, he had no choice. The resources he needed at the outset were only affordable later on. The 5 elements, innate source, and top-tier secret techniques all required exorbitant points. The only way was to exchange money and resources for points. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, legend, myth. Even obtaining a legend would suffice, as a golden reward would still be beneficial. If they could not obtain gold, silver would not be entirely unacceptable. If they could not even acquire silver, Class Ultimate would truly become a lost cause, and Chen would have to contemplate fleeing. The martial artist circle might not affect him, but the education circle could undoubtedly lead to his downfall. The higher one's ability, the greater the potential for disaster. That foolish person from Class Ultimate will demonstrate how much intelligence is needed for advanced cultivation. Is it feasible for a normal person to lead the Iron Time Space Team to battle in the demonic realm? How many generations of Ultimate Iron Warriors has Iron Time Space produced? Is the demon realm so easily resolved? The members of Class Ultimate understood they were not cut out for studying, but were extremely envious of the spiritual energy concentration. Teacher, please, we are not suited for studying. The students of Class Ultimate lamented. Very well, let's set a uniform concentration of double before the monthly assessment and after the assessment. The training room will automatically adjust based on your real scores. Also, the original one-fold concentration for cheating will be revoked. Chen added the final touch. Observing even Jin Baosan diligently cultivating his foundational skills, Chen felt a sense of satisfaction as Class Ultimate gradually aligned with his expectations. Class Ultimate is merely a long-term investment. It must be approached slowly and cannot be rushed, just like his current combat strength index. Although he could break through immediately upon obtaining the next source material, he prefers to take his time. Cultivation cannot be hurried. Each stage must be allowed to settle. While results are important, the scenery along the way is also part of the cultivation journey. Lacking any aspect will lead to tribulations in the future. It seems the journey in the spirit realm must continue, for only in a large spatio-temporal realm like the spirit realm, which can rival the demon realm, can multiple innate source materials be born. As the school bell rang, the members of the ultimate class awakened from their rigorous training. It truly was an exhilarating journey of cultivation, for they had not witnessed such a vivid enhancement in their combat prowess for quite some time. Ever since encountering a bottleneck, each training session had often yielded no progress, leading to a continual waste of time and energy. All right, everyone, head home early. There will be no classes here tomorrow afternoon. Instead, we will have martial arts training to assess your combat abilities. Do not leave the school gate only to find yourself outmatched by someone with a power index thousands lower than yours. The ultimate class cannot afford such embarrassment. No, we wish to continue training. I have a condition that will be fatal if I do not cultivate. Jin Baosan wailed, clinging to Chen's leg. You too. Drag him away. Chen gestured to Jin Baosan's 2 lackeys. Yes, class leader. The 2 lackeys each took hold of one of Jin Baosan's arms and began to pull him away. Let go of me. Are you 2 plotting a rebellion? His shouts faded into the distance as they exited the door. Upon finishing his tasks and arriving at the parking lot, Chen spotted Xiao holding Xiaobai, lost in thought and grinning foolishly. Chapter 14. The source material delivered to your doorstep. Wow. It's so refreshing, Xiao exclaimed, tugging at Chen as she pushed aside the door curtain to enter the shop, her twin ponytails swaying joyfully in rhythm with her mood. Uncle, we're back. She waved at the uncle who was grilling skewers. Ah, it's Xiao. Come, take a seat. The menu is on the table. Order whatever you like. The uncle beamed upon seeing Xiao and Chen. Uncle, if you keep this up, we want to come back next time. Xiao feigned displeasure. We came here for your cooking. Uncle, if your food were unappetizing, we wouldn't return. Haha, feel free to order anything. I'll start grilling for you right away. The uncle's joy was palpable, a feeling of being appreciated. Yi-chun handed him a cola he had just retrieved from the freezer, understanding why the grilling uncle was so happy to see Chiu. The uncle had a daughter in the regular class at Ba Lu High School who had been bullied until Chiu, as the student council president, intervened. She had punished those bullies, ensuring the uncle's daughter was never tormented again. Watching Chiu deftly insert a straw into the bottle and take a hearty sip, she resembled an adorable little hamster. This is delicious. Chen, you must try this. Chiu bit into a skewer, her eyes suddenly sparkling. She then held another skewer up to his mouth, urging him to taste. Really? Let me try. Yi-chun accepted the grilled meat skewer, and as he bit down, the juices burst forth, a delightful mix of savory and cumin flavors exploding in his mouth. He found the taste delightful. The uncle had maintained his skill over the years, a testament to his many returning customers. This one, cheese corn. I specifically had the uncle grill it until it bursts. You must try it. It's super sweet. Chiu's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, her swaying ponytails resembling a mischievous little cat caught stealing. Though it was merely an ordinary scene, untouched by embellishments. Every glance struck deep within his heart, leaving Yi-chun with only thoughts of her. As he gazed at her, Chiu felt her ears flush crimson, her heart swelling with sweetness, sweeter than the cheese corn she held. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, gradually dissipating the scent of barbecue that clung to them. Oh, Uncle's grilling is too delicious. I accidentally ate a bit too much. Now I have to diet. On the way home, Xiao Qingmei pouted, clutching her stomach. Not at all. Chiu, you're not fat at all. You're just right. Yi-chun reassured her while gently stroking her ponytails. Chiu's eyes suddenly brightened. But she still feigned a pout. No way. I have to run to school tomorrow morning. Yi-chun understood the thoughts of girls well. Xiao Qingmei needed a way out. Even if you want to lose weight, a little indulgence won't hurt, especially since you have martial arts class tomorrow afternoon. That will provide ample exercise. Yi-chun provided her with a valid justification. You're right. Chun, I'll listen to you. Xiao Qingmei's worries quickly evaporated, and she returned to her playful self as the charming student council president. Chiu, you head back first. I need to visit Wang Dedong for a home visit. I'll probably be back late. Don't wait up for me. Yi-chun escorted Chiu to the door. All right, I want to wait for you. Just remember to come back early. Chiu nodded, signaling her compliance. At the riverbank, Yi-chun awaited the arrival of those who had been following them. Teacher Yi, what a coincidence to see you here. A girl approached slowly from afar. Is that person you sent to follow us? You don't seem like an ordinary person from Shui Shikong. You don't even know how to behave. Yi-chun inhaled deeply as the river breeze brushed past him. Teacher Yi, I have no intention of disturbing you. We believe you may have some misunderstandings about us, and to avoid any unpleasantness, I am here to deliver this. It is something our elder entrusted me to give to you. She said you would appreciate it. She hopes that, based on this token, you will treat me and the other students equally. Is that so? Come with me to a place. With that, he pulled her away, vanishing by the riverside. Oh, isn't this the little fellow who frequents the spirit realm more than his own home? What do you want? A cheeky voice emanated from a door that appeared in thin air. Can you open the door to the spirit realm? Yi-chun had no intention of wasting words with it. The temporal back door was not as formal as the temporal door. You're looking down on me. Wherever that temporal door can go, I can go too. The temporal back door loathed being doubted. Every visitor questioned its capabilities, and it had had enough. Sooner or later, it would gather enough energy to devour that temporal door and usurp its position. Opening the temporal door is fine, but do you have the items? The temporal back door was almost reaching out its hand to Yi-chun. I don't have people, but how about this? Yi-chun produced 3 high-purity demon energy crystals. Of course, my friend. The tone of the temporal back door shifted to an eager one. These were premium goods from the demon realm. All right. You can randomly select a coordinate in the spirit realm. Yi-chun tossed the crystals toward the door. A distortion of space occurred as the 3 crystals vanished into the door. The little girl from Shui Shikong shivered slightly, regretting her decision to come. Witnessing such a gray transaction made her fear for her safety. Just toss the items in. I'll consider it received. Yi-chun gestured to the now open temporal back door. Huh. Ina didn't quite grasp what was happening. Are you serious? Ina was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation regarding such a valuable item. Just throw it. If you exceed the time limit, the temporal back door will charge extra. Yi-chun urged. This rascal charges exorbitantly. He will be dealt with someday. Oh, teacher. You must keep your promise. Ina worried Yi-chun might backtrack. Rest assured, this is my responsibility. You need not concern yourself. Yi-chun reassured her. With a graceful parabolic arc, it was as if an object had fallen into water, creating a splash of tiny droplets. Welcome esteemed guests for your next visit. The time-space back door has fled, It has sensed that despicable creature is pursuing it. It is no longer your concern. Return home early. And when you wish to report back is entirely up to you. Yi-Chun waved his hand, signaling her to depart. We are prepared on our end. We shall report to the ultimate class tomorrow. Classmate Yaina provided the precise time. Very well. Simply head to the class tomorrow. I will inform the teacher for the lesson. And make sure not to reveal anything, Yi-Chun cautioned. He certainly did not wish to receive a call stating that a classmate had suddenly transformed into a mermaid. You need not worry about this, teacher. The technology of the merfolk is quite advanced. Unless one is on the brink of death, their original form will not be revealed. Yaina made a solemn promise to assure Yi-Chun. After they parted ways, Yi-Chun shifted to another location and summoned the time-space backdoor once more. Oh, is that not the esteemed guest from earlier? As the familiar voice emanated from the portal, it seemed to lack the vigor it had before. What? Were you just chased by the time-space gate? Yi-Chun inquired with interest. The pursuit of the time-space backdoor by the time-space gate had long been a topic of intrigue among high-ranking cultivators. I am executing a strategic retreat. What do you lowly cultivators understand? The time-space backdoor exclaimed, clearly aware that the high-level cultivators had been watching its plight with great amusement. What was the coordinate earlier? Yi-Chun asked directly. I fled rather hastily. The little dwarf failed to take note. The time-space backdoor admitted with some embarrassment. Yi-Chun produced a high-purity spiritual stone from the spirit realm, tossing it in his hand. Ah, it seems the little door has regained some memory. The item fell in this location, but thereafter, the little door does not know. The backdoor gazed at the spiritual stone in Yi-Chun's hand, providing him with a rough location. The eyes on the door followed the stone as it moved, and today was indeed a fruitful day for it. I shall add 2 more. Yi-Chun discerned that it was not being entirely truthful and retrieved 2 more stones from behind. How could I be so bold? Such a top-tier treasure? The little door had indeed taken notice. The item landed in a valley in the spirit realm. The time-space backdoor relayed a specific location to him. It knew that Yi-Chun would undoubtedly seek it out, so it had been paying attention to this matter. As for attempting to steal it, it lacked the audacity. Over the years, the time-space backdoor had encountered countless items, some of which carried such heavy karmic ties that merely gazing upon them was terrifying. Its survival until now was solely due to its ability to restrain its own impulses and attend only to its designated duties. Much like the time-space gate. As long as it refrained from overstepping its boundaries, even the demon lord of the demon realm must comply with the rules. For instance, in the previous incident, the demon realm merely sought to close the time-space gate rather than dismantle it. However, esteemed guest, should you wish to venture forth, you must act swiftly. Such a sudden influx of spiritual items can be perceived from miles around, the time-space backdoor warned. Send me there? Yi-Chun unleashed his combat power index as a protective barrier. As the combat power surged forth, the void behind him trembled. As Yi-Chun stepped out of the void, a blade of energy several meters long struck against his battle attire. The entire valley resembled a hell on earth, littered with corpses. Whenever someone attempted to touch an object radiating a cerulean light at the center of the battlefield, they would be met with concentrated fire. Those with better prowess might leave behind a corpse, while the weaker ones would disintegrate on the spot. Yi-Chun understood that he could not afford to delay. Once top-tier cultivators with combat powers of 40,000 or even 50,000 entered the fray, he feared he might not even be able to protect himself. Merge. Yi-Chun gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. The Da Huangpa divine spear revealed its true form, transforming into a stream of light that entered Yi-Chun's body. As the forbidden aura of the super-grade artifact emerged, silence suddenly enveloped the battlefield. And countless hearts trembled. What had they just witnessed? All knowledgeable individuals breathed rapidly. Their ancestral graves were likely to be smoking. What of the legendary primordial items? No one paid them any heed now. The super-grade artifact had a nickname in the 12 time-space realms, the foundation of myth. To advance from a top-tier spiritual weapon to a super-grade artifact signified having crossed the Dragon Gate. The greatest hurdle had been overcome, and the path to myth was now unobstructed. Many families had passed down methods for advancing super-grade artifacts to the mythical level. In other words, possessing a super-grade artifact was tantamount to acquiring a mythical celestial weapon comparable to the time-space artifacts of the major realms. The cultivators on the battlefield, in unison, launched their attacks against him, each one more ruthless than the last. Such mythical celestial weapons could elevate the existence of a time-space realm. Once they slipped from their grasp, they would be left wide awake for the rest of their lives. Yi-Chun braved the bombardment and various negative energies as he charged toward the center of the battlefield, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. The Da Huangpa divine spear was indeed formidable, yet his combat power index was dissipating under the relentless onslaught of energies. Akin to a floodgate being opened. Get lost. Yi Chun wielded the long spear forged from gung metal chi, which coiled around the aura of annihilation. A mere touch would result in either death or injury. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators on the battlefield were even more fervent, as though their lives were not their own. Yi Chun relentlessly swept aside the encroaching crowd, tearing through the dimensional symbols, intent on fleeing. Young friend, now that you are in the spirit realm, do not be in haste to leave. Allow this old one to extend a gesture of hospitality. A colossal hand, imbued with sealing energy, descended from the heavens. And before Yi Chun could react, it loomed over the valley, pressing down. Rise. The surging gung metal chi shot skyward like rain, striving to buy him a moment more. Yet, this only served to accelerate the descent of the colossal hand, imprinting 5 fingers into the valley, and Yi Chun vanished from sight. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, several curious consciousnesses appeared above the valley. Has the old ghost from Sumi intercepted him? I recall his sealing techniques are quite adept. One curious mind inquired, gazing at the empty space beneath the 5-finger imprint. That lad has escaped. I sensed a spatial fluctuation. A consciousness with some achievements in time and space responded. Huh. The old ghost is being naive. If such a divine artifact were placed before him, he could not contain it. How could he even attempt? He fails to consider that such items are beyond our level to handle. The difficulty of progressing from a spiritual weapon to an artifact is akin to our breakthrough to the divine realm. These man-made and naturally formed artifacts are laden with karmic ties. Each is a deep pit. Those of lower realms cannot perceive them, while those of higher realms cannot touch them. They are designed to ensnare those stuck in between. Unless he can exceed a combat power of 50,000 and break free from the predetermined fate, he shall never attain it in this lifetime. A consciousness emitted joyous vibrations. The old ghost has suffered from a lack of knowledge. I heard he never even graduated from university. He probably wishes he could sever his own hand now. Having gained nothing while attracting trouble, sooner or later, someone will come to eliminate him. Huh. I told you, none of you are as astute as the old ghost. He only becomes more cunning with age. While you remain at the first level, he has already ascended to the second. Originally, this lad's antics in the spirit realm would have incurred karmic debts, but with the old ghost's palm strike, he has escaped that fate. Did you not see that thousands of miles away, the old ghost began calling out, fearing someone would attempt to seize it from him? One cannot predict how the situation may unfold, leading to expressions of gratitude towards the old ghost. Another consciousness, reveling in the chaos, exposed the scene. Are you all indulging in such underhanded tactics? Is it truly possible to engage in this manner? Goodness, you have indeed unraveled the intricacies of cultivation. I pondered why the old ghost had fallen silent. It appears he has returned home to revel in secret. This maneuver has astonished numerous beings, both celestial and terrestrial. Could it be that this wave has allowed the old ghost to ascend to 50,000? It is indeed challenging, as we are not like the 12 dimensions, who disregard causality, engaging in constant strife with the demon world, where the cycle of destruction and rebirth is a mere jest in their hands. Those of the 4th and 5th realms, under the tumult of fortune, sprout like chives, re-emerging every era. The spirit world has been tranquil for far too long, making breakthroughs increasingly difficult. It has been years since a new 4th realm emerged. With every loss, the numbers dwindle. Some dissenters remarked, I have heard that a fierce battle in the iron dimension has given rise to several 4th realm powerhouses. Even the ultimate iron Kashian has made an appearance. Nonsense. The artificial traces of that ultimate iron Kashian in the iron dimension are too apparent. The cosmic will does not acknowledge it. Even the flame messenger has made an appearance. It seems the spatial will of the iron dimension acted quickly, and only the sacrifice of a 5th realm being to the heavens has restored some semblance of balance. What nonsense about the coalescence of deities and demons. The iron dimension is merely deceiving us. Does he not comprehend the affairs of his own dimension? After so many years without incident, how can it suddenly become intolerable? Those privy to the truth disclosed that a rare gathering of idlers had convened for a tea party, sharing their experiences. Is this something I can overhear? A group of individuals, too fearful to voice their thoughts without the approval from above, listened intently, breaking into a cold sweat from the myriad of spatial secrets revealed. Everyone disperse. Chapter 16. Rin Shui Xuanwu. Unmatched benevolence as the conversation spiraled into chaos. A powerful figure could no longer bear it. Very well. Upon witnessing a prominent figure from the divine realm speak, this group scattered like birds returning to their respective territories. Those who had been unmonitored finally exhaled in relief and made their escape. After a grand battle, The only remnants on the battlefield were a handprint, while the corpses had long been reduced to ash, scattering throughout the valley. Their names would echo through the world, remembered for their valiant efforts in a contest over forbidden treasures. Even in their misfortune, they had not traversed this world in vain. Meanwhile, Chen appeared suddenly from the skies, landing amidst a splash of blood-soaked grass. Bark! Bark! A dog, startled by the noise, awoke from its slumber. Huang, what are you doing at this late hour? The master called drowsily, questioning the disturbance in the dead of night. Hush! An elderly man, clutching a golden pin to his chest and wearing spectacles, emerged from the void, signaling for silence to Huang. Huang, with sparkling eyes, prudently closed his mouth, ceasing his barking. Good dog, the old man praised. Little Jean, change his clothes and send him back. We mustn't let my precious granddaughter discover this. The elder instructed the golden pen. This troublesome youth is indeed a handful. It is unfortunate that the old man must venture out at such an hour. Despite his words, he keenly observed every move of Chen, begrudgingly satisfied with this future grandson-in-law. Ensure the task is completed. The golden pen cheered, commencing its writing in the void. Once the writing was finished, Chen instantaneously found himself on his bedroom bed, his injuries nearly healed. Chen, rise and shine. Deep in slumber, Chen jolted awake at the sound of Chio's voice. What happened? His sudden movement startled Chio. It's nothing at all. What is the date today? Chen hastily inquired, glancing around the room. Today is September 4th, and you've already forgotten after just a few days since school started? Why do you look so weak? Chio touched Chen's forehead, checking if he had caught a cold. It's nothing. I might have caught a chill on my way home last night. I'll be fine after a bit of rest. Chen reassured Chio that he was all right. Then you should rest at home today. In the afternoon, let Teacher Rex and the others assist you. With their strength, they can handle the class without issue. Chio suggested, unwilling to let Chen attend class in his weakened state. All right, I'll discuss it with Rex later. Chen nodded. I'll go make porridge. You rest for now. With that, Chio headed to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. Treat my little lady well. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Signed, Little Jean. Chen felt something beneath him and, after a moment of searching, retrieved a note. It appeared that the golden pen had delivered him home. He knew that as long as he returned to the golden dimension, the golden pen would not allow him to perish in the wilderness. Although his own constitution would prevent death, nothing could compare to the swiftness of the golden pen strokes. Rest well at home. I'll head to class now, and I'll return to cook for you at noon. After tidying up the dishes post-lunch, Chio cautioned him with a skeptical look. You won't run off, will you? If I return at noon and you're not home, you'll be in big trouble. Chio threatened, her little face serious. Understood. I'll be waiting for you at home. Chen resignedly agreed, pondering whether all girls possessed such skills in intimidation. Following last night's journey to the spirit world, Chen had achieved his goal. Braving the risk of demise, he had finally located the source of water essential for his next breakthrough within the spirit world. This item was undeniably a product of the spirit world, which he had secured through fierce battles amidst a sea of corpses. Whoever may come could only accept its reality. As for those claiming it was the same as that which was cast from the golden dimension, that was their issue. He had not obtained this from the golden dimension and bore no connection to its fortunes. He had arrived in the spirit world solely by his own merit. Whether it was the same item or not was of no concern to him. From the moment this item appeared before him, Chen recognized that forces were at play behind the scenes, seeking to replicate the operations of the iron dimension. As for the claim of it being the spatial will of the golden dimension, that was impossible. The will of the golden dimension had perished alongside the last ultimate warrior a millennium ago, shattering the spatial artifacts into fragments. The forces behind this could only be remnants from eras like Waguashan, surviving in hidden realms. While they might not be able to make grand moves under the current trends of humanity, they still had the capability for smaller schemes. Chen was well aware of their intentions, and as for the prominent display in the golden dimension, it was precisely this that had led to their current suppression, leaving them without a foothold. System, exchange one portion of the source of water in the package for a portion of the source of water. Chen silently commanded within his mind, utilizing the built-in function of the marketplace. Ding. You have lost one portion of the source of water. Ding. You have gained one portion of the source of water. If the previous actions were aimed at liberating him from the binds of fortune, this time it was a true severance, as he had replaced the item entirely. Only after completing this step did Chen truly breathe a sigh of relief. His mind at ease. The next endeavor would be to select an auspicious day for his breakthrough, bringing him one step closer to boundless horizons. His cultivation of the Great Five Elements Sutra followed the path of the Yang Five Elements. From Gongjin, Baihu, Rinshui, Xianwu, Jiamu, Qinglong, Binghua, Zhuke, to the central Wu Tu, Qilin, step by step, ultimately achieving the pure Yang Wu Ji realm through the cyclical transformation of the five elements. I have returned. The sweet voice of Qiu Qiu resonated at the entrance. Are you feeling better? Much improved. I expect to return to normal classes by tomorrow. Yi Chun had spent the entire morning in meditation, his energy now flowing more smoothly. How is the class performing? It's significantly better than before. At least everyone is present. And the new teachers are capable of maintaining order. So overall, things are looking good. Qiu Qiu remarked while changing into her slippers. Although she still did not understand why Chen insisted on pushing his classmates to study, it was certainly not a bad thing. Their parents must have had the intention of ensuring their children could study well when sending them to school, even if they held little hope. Not to mention, if they wished to achieve anything in martial arts, a solid foundation of knowledge was indispensable. The likelihood of a novice being led astray was far greater than that of an informed individual. While Yi Chun harbored other motives, these two objectives were not mutually exclusive. Yes, Yi teacher, always with the grand principles, please step outside and rest for a moment. Qiu Qiu gently pushed him out of the kitchen, slicing tomatoes that he could munch on while speaking. Leaning against the door frame, Yi Chun watched Qiu Qiu busily working in the kitchen. Her sleeves casually rolled up to reveal a delicate, fair wrist as she meticulously washed the vegetables. The water cascading down the leaves occasionally splashed glistening droplets onto the back of her hand. As he observed, Yi Chun suddenly felt that something was amiss with her wrist. Chapter 17. The Lake of Suspended Heaven, 20,000 Battle Power. Qiu Qiu, I am about to surpass the 20,000 Battle Power Index tonight. On the balcony, Yi Chun gazed at the fading glow of dusk as night was about to fully descend. Should you not take it slow? You have only just regained your vitality. While she was thrilled that Yi Chun could continue to grow stronger, she harbored some concern that he might be rushing it. It's nothing serious. This is simply the natural course of events. Soon, you and Xiao Bai should guard me, just in case any ruffians from the sewers attempt to interfere. Yi Chun instructed Qiu Qiu, just to be safe. As time passed, darkness completely enveloped the realm of Jin, and the stars shimmered faintly in the sky. Yi Chun continually circulated the Zhou Tian, the battle power index flowing within him, as the essence of water transformed into a stream of blue energy, gradually nourishing him. Within Yi Chun, a blue thread entwined with Gung Jin's jade liquid expanded as it circulated through Zhou Tian. Qiu Qiu, holding Xiao Bai, anxiously scanned the surroundings. Although Chen assured her that Xiao Bai would alert them if any hostile presence emerged, she remained tense. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. But the water-blue object in Yi Chen's hand had diminished significantly, and the sounds of waves crashing began to resonate above them. Qiu Qiu looked up. A sparkling small lake appeared in the sky, where a legendary divine beast was swimming, occasionally surfacing and then diving beneath the water. Qiu Qiu's heart raced with excitement. This is the Xian Wu divine beast. Has Chen succeeded? Meanwhile, Xiao Bai wriggled free from her embrace, transforming into a streak of light, appearing above the suspended lake before Qiu Qiu could react. Roar! With a tiger's roar, it revealed its true form and leapt into the lake. Xiao Bai playfully circled around Xian Wu, occasionally curiously touching its tail and shell. The usually tranquil Xian Wu, disturbed by its antics, swatted it away impatiently, sending it plummeting like a shooting star. Whimper, whimper. Returning to Qiu Qiu's embrace, Xiao Bai pointed at the sky, seeking solace. Did it not understand the psychological impact of a great competition on a child? All right, I will have Chen deal with it later, and ensure it goes without dinner. Qiu Qiu promised the little creature, which finally quieted down. Hiss. In the city, perceptive cultivators stood atop rooftops, gazing at the shimmering suspended lake in the sky, inhaling sharply, contributing a small measure to the fight against global warming. A singular thought emerged in everyone's minds, while everyone else was diligently training their battle power indices. Why were some delving into the realms of fantasy and cultivation? The atmosphere felt entirely different. How could everyone continue to enjoy their camaraderie under these circumstances? Meanwhile, the 4 members of the ultimate class gathered on the rooftop of King Arthur's house, also observing the sky. It was highly likely that the class teacher had once again broken through. Rex adjusted his glasses with habitual ease, deducing. It must be the teacher, without a doubt. Ding Xiaoyu observed the scene of the white tiger being swatted away, clearly a playful interaction rather than a battle. What a massive turtle. Wang Dadong did not ponder as deeply. He simply wondered how this turtle was not falling from the sky. I had already heard from Jean Baosan that our teacher had a large tiger. I thought he was just boasting, but today, seeing is believing. King Arthur began taking photographs. Such a spectacle was rare indeed. Do you think we could acquire similar techniques from our teacher? I've always felt our previous combat methods were lacking. Wielding weapons in combat pales in comparison to having a divine beast by our side. The levels are entirely different. Wang Dadong slowly drifted into his daydreams, a silly grin spreading across his face. The other three exchanged glances, accustomed to Wang Dadong's occasional states of reverie. Narcissist. When Wang Dadong returned to reality, he noticed that the other three had vanished. Caw caw caw. 3 crows flew past his head, leaving him behind once again. As Yi Chun concluded his meditation and exhaled, the suspended lake in the sky began to slowly dissipate. Countless cultivators, hoping to glean some insight from it, revealed expressions of disappointment, unsure when they might have such an opportunity again. The divide between ordinary individuals and geniuses became starkly clear in that moment. Even when opportunities presented themselves, they could not seize them. Go on, just don't appear before ordinary people. Yi Chen gently patted Xian Wu's head, encouraging it to find a comfortable waterway. Owl. Xian Wu turned, joyfully rushing toward its preferred river. Watching Xian Wu depart, Yi Chen reflected that this too was a form of cultivation. Cultivation is not merely a solitary endeavor. It is about returning to the essence of nature to reap the rewards. Just like the white tiger, if it were to remain confined, it would merely be a rigid manifestation of cultivation, rather than the sentient sacred beast it is now. As for anyone harboring ill intentions toward Xian Wu, they were likely to meet a tragic fate. The hidden truth within this is that the white tiger that emerged is him, Xian Wu is him, and all the other divine beasts that may appear in the future are manifestations of his spirit on the path. Therefore, during his time in the spirit realm, he dared to risk his life. The worst outcome would simply be to rely on the white tiger's form to resurrect and begin anew. And with the system, he feared nothing about starting over. Whimper, whimper. Xiao Bai lamented to Qiu Qiu. Didn't you say you would help me reclaim my honor? That big turtle has fled. All right, Xiao Bai, did we not just chase it away? You are our most beloved baby. Qiu Qiu instinctively caressed its back, soothing the little white tiger. Yi Chen observed in silence, unsure of what to say. This scene felt rather peculiar to him. Chen, does manifesting your form like this truly have no adverse effects on you? Qiu Qiu looked at the elusive Xuan Wu with a hint of concern and inquired. It's nothing to worry about. It's merely a method of cultivation, which does not affect my combat prowess. They are merely manifestations of the Tao, means of cultivation. My ability to fight does not rely on them. He refrained from revealing the truth to Qiu Qiu, for if she were to encounter any real danger, her first instinct would likely be to protect Xiao Bai rather than herself, thus introducing uncontrollable variables. Upon hearing this, Qiu Qiu let out a sigh of relief, having been anxious just moments before. It's raining. Let's head downstairs. Yi Chen glanced at the sky. Qiu Qiu looked up and indeed saw the delicate drizzle beginning to fall. She extended her hand to catch the raindrops, but a gentle breeze swept by, causing the droplets to evade her palm. Unyielding, Qiu Qiu reached out in another direction, yet still managed to catch not a single drop. In the brief moment, her white shirt began to absorb the rain, while her hands remained inexplicably dry. Realizing this, Qiu Qiu turned and saw Yi Chen leaning against the wall under the eaves, a playful smile gracing his lips as he observed her. She understood that he had teased her using his combat index. Chen, you are such a rascal. Let us go. We should head down, as time is running short. I've prepared hot water for you, so wash up and rest early. We have class tomorrow. Yi Chen gently grasped her fist and led her downstairs. As the two figures vanished from the rooftop, the light drizzle transformed into a gentle patter, rhythmically tapping against the glass windows, lulling one into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 18. The new ultimate class. Upon seeing Like C and his companions seated on their cushions below, Yi Chen found the situation intriguing. Arthur, are you also interested in my class? He remarked. In the martial world, the capable take precedence. I trust you. Teacher Yi, won't you mind having a few more students? Like C adjusted his glasses habitually. Not at all, but let me set the record straight. Your subsequent assessments will be based on your performance in class, averaged across the board. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the students of the ultimate class felt a wave of dread wash over them. This was not merely an assessment for the teacher. It was clearly directed at them. We have no issues with that, Lexi assured, knowing full well that it would be impossible to evaluate them like regular students, given their age. Of course, Wang Dadong, who is yet to graduate from high school, is an exception. Very well, if there are no objections, let us commence our lesson. After several days of study, most of the students present were either at the threshold of Wanzhan or not far from it. Given this, We can begin the next phase of our learning. I have several texts of various attributes. Please circulate them among your peers according to your respective attributes and discuss. If you find something incomprehensible, do not force yourself. Simply pass it to the next classmate. With that, he produced several books and handed them to the students in the front row. Chen observed as the books were quickly flipped through and passed down, his expression darkening. Despite harboring a glimmer of hope, the reality was harsh, a uniform display of ineptitude among the students, devoid of any pleasant surprises. Aside from what was expected, it was merely what was anticipated. Standing on the platform, Chen surveyed the room, discerning who could comprehend the material and who could not. To his astonishment, Wang Dadong, the perennial underachiever, struggled even to recognize the characters, a revelation he had not anticipated. However, recalling that he was the counterpart of the academically weakest student in the Iron Space class, it began to make sense. A wave of concern washed over him for the future of the Leisure Group, as it seemed that Lei Tang's academic performance was also lacking. If these two were to join forces, he wondered if the Leisure Group might crumble under their stewardship. As the books returned to his possession, Chen prepared his words. The scene was disheartening. He was uncertain where to begin. As you might have guessed, these texts are all advanced inner cultivation techniques. Once you surpass Wanzhan and begin practicing these techniques, as long as you complete the conversion of your combat index, the indices of external opponents will be reduced by at least 5,000 in your presence. In essence, if you possess a combat index of 10,000, those with 15,000 will find themselves at a disadvantage against you. Should you possess any special physique, spiritual weapons, or find compatible natural spiritual materials to assist in your cultivation, you may even engage in combat on par with martial artists at the early stages of a combat index of 20,000. However, the prerequisite for all of this is your ability to master these techniques. Currently, the greatest challenge facing you all is that the divine skills laid before you are not comprehensible to most of you, which is somewhat awkward. Certainly, I could resort to special methods as before, but such methods are limited to combat indices below 20,000. Beyond that threshold, the complexity increases exponentially. Understanding is understanding, and ignorance is ignorance. There is no middle ground of knowing how to use it without knowing how it came about. The teacher continued, cautioning that misuse of these special methods could lead to dire consequences, with those who could not master them facing severe repercussions. Thus, the teacher would only provide one book for each student to contemplate. Those who understood would continue to cultivate, while those who could not would find their paths closed within the confines of a combat index below 20,000 or resort to more accessible techniques. I wish to clarify this in advance, so that you are not caught off guard later on. Those wishing to glimpse the vistas beyond a combat index of 20,000 should invest time enriching their knowledge base, lest they find themselves as lost as they are now. Chen had not deceived them. The system operated thus, and he could do little about it. He wished fervently for each student in the ultimate class to achieve a combat index of 50,000. His system was one designed for teaching and nurturing talent, not a mere bestowal of knowledge. If one is presented with the means to achieve greatness yet refuses to strive, Chen felt truly powerless. The students were to receive the techniques and study them directly. Once their combat indices met the criteria, they could transition into practice. As for sharing these techniques with others, it would be wise to dismiss such thoughts. Are you familiar with the concept of the golden pin pointing the dragon? The techniques I offer here are similarly bound by special restrictions. What you say as one may be heard as two. Under such circumstances, 100% likelihood of misalignment could turn one into a failure. Chen admonished his class, concerned that they might misunderstand and create complications. Observing the diligent efforts of the ultimate class students, Chen's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Against the unknown bosses that might emerge, he could shield his students, standing behind them to offer tactical guidance. Why should they need to appear on stage? Were they merely to cheer him on without even purchasing a ticket to witness his prowess? Chen pondered whether Bala High School had become too tranquil. Had the Black Dragon ceased its stirring? Furthermore, he found it peculiar that even the delinquents from other schools had not arrived. Was it not expected that they would recklessly charge into Bala High School as if they were on some sort of drug-fueled rampage? Ding-ling-ling. As the class bell rang, the students began to exit the school in groups. At the Bala High School welfare office, Wang Dadong led Arthur and the others to seek out Duan Changren. "Isn't this little Wang Dadong? Come, help yourself to whatever you'd like." Duan Changren greeted them warmly. Okay, we have a matter to discuss with you. We wish to learn more about the secrets of higher-level cultivation. Wang Dadong and the others had listened to Yi Chen's lecture but noted some discrepancies with what they had previously learned, prompting them to seek clarification. This involves the ultimate Taiku Ren. Asking Xiao would undoubtedly put him in a difficult position, so after much deliberation, they decided it would be better to consult Duan Chongren. After all, although Duan Chongren's combat power index has been rendered useless, he was once a formidable force within the Wu Li Kaiju Suo, and he must possess some insider knowledge. Of course, but we should preferably go to a private chamber, lest we be overheard. Duan Chongren pointed to several suspicious individuals on the surveillance footage. Wang Dedong, upon seeing them, felt a sense of resignation. It's that Jin Bao-san again. However, he truly could not take action against him. At most, he could mutter a few words, but for someone as shameless as Jin Bao-san, that would only serve to flatter him. Let us go to your underground chamber. Wang Dedong sighed. Then you go in first, my young friend. It's after school now, and there aren't many customers, so I'll close the door. Duan Chongren said as he lowered the rolling shutter with the remote control. Don't touch anything. Even Duan Chongren has forgotten what some of these things are for. Wang Dedong had been psychologically scarred by the array of strange items in the room during his last visit. Hearing Wang Dedong's inquiry, Duan Chongren sighed. What your instructor Yi Ban said is indeed correct. This is also a sore point of the Jin Shikong. Born in this transitional period of Jin Shikong, it can only be said that you are simply out of luck. Chapter 19. Secrets of Jin Shikong. When I was young, the martial arts world of Jin Shikong was already in turmoil. Countless martial arts sects were embroiled in mutual hatred and vengeance, with massacres occurring frequently. At that time, the martial arts world was truly a place of tension and fear, where a single word could lead to corpses strewn across the wilderness. This situation persisted until the inexplicable death of the former martial arts leader, teacher Tian Xian's father, which finally brought an end to the chaos. It was against this backdrop of upheaval that the Wu Li Kaiju Suo was able to develop with impunity, as the top experts in the martial arts world were either dead or severely injured at that time. The Wu Li Kaiju Suo truly silenced the cries of children at night. Stop. Uncle, get to the point. Is this a time to reminisce about glorious pasts? Wang Dedong interrupted Duan Chongren's nostalgic musings. Hey, the youth of today truly have no patience. I'm getting to the point. The crux is that with all these deaths and the subsequent actions of the Wu Li Kaiju Suo, what was once common knowledge has now become a secret of the martial arts world. Duan Chongren summarized with a hint of irritation. Oh, after all this time. It turns out you, Duan Chongren, are the one responsible for this mess. No wonder you seem so hesitant. Wang Dedong suddenly realized, as if he had discovered the key point. Young friend Dedong, don't slander me. I could never commit such acts. That happened after my combat power index was rendered useless. Duan Chongren hurriedly distanced himself from the blame, not wanting to carry the burden of a crime as he aged. He sighed again. To be honest, it is indeed related to me. It was all instigated by my younger brother, Hei Long. You all know he created the KO rankings. Such a significant disaster. And Duan Chongren was left wondering if his brother could ever find redemption. Once school is out, you four little friends can come to me for extra lessons. Consider it my way of atoning for my unworthy brother. Wait, are you serious, Duan Chongren? Wang Dedong looked at him with a serious expression. Wang Dedong thought this was utterly ridiculous. At 28 years old, he not only had classes during the day, but also needed to attend extra lessons at night. Just tell me if you're coming or not. Duan Chongren looked at Wang Dedong with annoyance, lamenting how the youth of today truly lacked patience. Observing Wang Dedong's distressed expression, the other three friends patted his shoulder in amusement as they exited the chamber. Although they were also studying, they were doing so in the capacity of teachers, which set them apart from Wang Dedong. Little friend Dedong, remember to come early tomorrow, Duan Chongren called out, delivering a parting shot. Upon hearing this, Wang Dedong dashed away as if being chased by a ghost. The other three shared a knowing smile, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu, as if they had returned to the vibrant days of a decade ago. What are you doing? The cold-faced Ina glared at the group of ruffians blocking her path. Don't worry, little girl, we mean you no harm. I just want to be friends. The chubby leader of the group approached Ina, rubbing his hands together. Stop. Don't come any closer. Ina assumed a defensive stance, attempting to intimidate them. Little beauty, I like it when you act like that. The chubby one's eyes sparkled with desire. Just as the group was about to make a move, a sudden whoosh filled the air as a marble shot through the space, sending several of them flying. Ina looked up and recognized the newcomer. Thank you, Zhong Wanjun. Ina beamed with a sweet smile. Was this what they called a hero saving a damsel in distress? Although she didn't actually need saving, she couldn't resist the charm of the person who had come to her aid. We're all classmates. Try not to wander into such secluded areas in the future. With that, she nimbly jumped off the wall and walked away. Oh, okay. Yinan nodded repeatedly, admiring his dashing figure. She usually wouldn't venture into such deserted alleys. But today she was in a particularly bad mood and decided to go wherever her feet took her. Wait for me, Zhong Wanjun, Yinan called out, chasing after him as he continued walking without looking back. In the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, the secretary knocked before entering the director's office. Director, here is the report from the operations department. The secretary handed a document to the middle-aged man. The operations department is an emergency unit established to address significant events in Jinshikong, where information about all key individuals is compiled for a quicker and better response to temporal crises. Oh, let me see. The middle-aged man perused the document, growing increasingly intrigued. How does a guest from the water Shikong connect with KO1? Why is our Wang Dedong not catching their eye? Director Wang Zhan joked. What did the operations department say? The secretary relayed the department's message. They calculated a 60 probability that a top expert among the guests is behind this development, and a 40 probability that it's merely a chance encounter. That is basically it. Even if it's a coincidence, the guest would still take advantage of the situation. This batch of KO1 is indeed their best choice, the director noted. Other candidates are either too weak for their taste or too entangled in various issues. They worry about drawing unwanted attention. This KO1 cohort has a clean background and potential comparable to that of the KO1 from 10 years ago. They are indeed a worthy investment. So what are we? The secretary awaited the director's decision. This could be a viable option, after all. That child lacks a solid foundation, and advancing in martial arts may prove challenging. Let us just observe for now. As long as the guests are willing to invest heavily in that child, then we'll ignore it. If they are miserly and troublesome, let us just tell them to stop meddling. Although our Jin Shikong is currently down on its luck, we are not so destitute as to endure their nonsense. Now, what about our flagship, the ultimate class? What are they up to? Wang Zhan suddenly recalled another matter. The secretary hesitated, unsure how to respond. Spit it out. Is there something you can't say? Don't tell me he has broken the law. Wang Zhan was confused as to what could be so troublesome. He went shopping, the secretary said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Didn't he just break through last night? What on earth is he shopping for? Wang Zhan felt a twinge of disbelief. By conventional logic, wouldn't a breakthrough necessitate a period of consolidating one's combat power index to prevent a decline? This is the report. Director, you'll understand upon review. The secretary handed over another document. Oh, today is Zhongshan Street. A change of venue, if memory serves. That area near his home had been thoroughly explored by the two of them. Could it be that they had taken on some business from a certain demap? Wang Zhan jested while flipping through the pages. Fine, let them be. We only need a general direction. After all, they are not without their connections. Although Jin Shikong has seen better days, the waters run deep, Wang Zhan humorously remarked. The secretary merely smiled, refraining from engaging further. Topics concerning time and space were permissible for the director to discuss, but as his secretary, he could only listen. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Duel of Shang Si Min. What is this? Yi Chen sensed the fluctuations of combat power emanating from Shang Si Min and found it intriguing. Stepping out from the void, he beheld two factions engaged in a fierce contest of combat indices, tension palpable in the air. Don't mind me. I'm merely here for the spectacle. As long as you don't kill each other, I want to intervene. Please, continue. He observed as both parties turned to regard him. Arthur, you are here too. Do you reminisce about this spirited youth? Yi Chen addressed Arthur and his companions, who were also spectating. Arthur and his comrades exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken bond echoing the days of yore when disputes would escalate into contests of power. Alas, those times were irretrievable. Noticing Yi Chen's disinterest in intervening, the combatants reignited their power indices, causing the air to shimmer with distortion. Step back. Guzhan seeks to challenge me. Lei Ting commanded her classmates from Class 1 to retreat. Xiao Gu, you two step back. I've awaited this day for long. Guzhan summoned his combat power, enveloping his Zhu Go Bu Ru Chong Chong gun with a blazing orange light. Be cautious, Zhigu urged as he followed Li Yan back. With all classmates withdrawn, the combatants' power indices surged upwards, nearing a transformative threshold. 986-79956, 992-39968. As the challenger, I shall not yield. Guzhan's tone carried a hint of provocation, yet underscored a respect for strength. I do not require your concession. I hope you can accept your fate as KO4 and behave in Class 1 henceforth. Lei Ting readied her lightning sphere. No sooner had the words left her lips than Guzhan launched himself forward like a streak of orange light, his weapon aimed directly at Lei Ting's chest. She raised her hand, deflecting the Zhu Go Bu Ru Chong Chong gun, guiding her lightning sphere along the weapon's length. extinguishing the orange and purple energies in a series of shockwaves that radiated from their clash. As Lei Ting's strike descended upon him, Guzhan flicked his weapon upwards, raising his arms to shield his chest, unleashing a burst of explosive energy that sent Lei Ting reeling back. He caught the Changchong gun, flinging it forward. The flames enveloping the weapon swelled, transforming into a fiery wheel that hurtled toward Lei Ting. With a furrowed brow, she traced a circular motion with her hands, the deep purple lightning energy coalescing around the sphere to form an energy shield that met the fiery ring head-on. The impact sent the Zhugobu Ru Changchong gun flying, and Lei Ting herself was jolted backward, leaving faint scuff marks on the ground. "King, you have not disappointed me. This is how a challenge should be," Guzhan called out as he reclaimed his weapon and charged again. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, violet and orange lights colliding with explosive force. Fire and thunder wreaked havoc in the arena, scorching the ground and leaving trails of charred earth and lightning marks. The resonant sounds of their weapons clashing blended with the dissipating energy waves, reverberating against the spectators, who instinctively retreated as the intensity of the battle escalated. With one final, fierce clash of energies, both combatants drew apart, panting heavily. Guzhan wiped the blood from his lips, channeling the surging combat power into his Changchong gun, which began to shift from fiery orange to a vibrant yellow. On the other side, Lei Ting's lightning sphere deepened in hue, hints of black beginning to emerge and spread across its surface. "King, should you withstand this strike, I shall concede and acknowledge you as the leader of Class 1, Guzhan proclaimed, wielding his fully transformed weapon. Likewise, Lei Ting retorted, both convinced they would be the ones to emerge victorious. Boom, boom. The Zhugobu Ru Changchong gun and the lightning sphere were intercepted by two formidable defensive spirit weapons, Xingtian Shield and Longwen Ao, channeling the energy safely underground. They could not allow a collision between the two, otherwise, both might end up in the ICU. A blue energy shield descended from the sky, enveloping all the students of Class 1, as the shockwaves directed underground exploded against the shield, sending debris flying and dust swirling. "This child appears so refined. Who would have thought him so powerful?" Wang Dadong remarked, witnessing Ji Gu effortlessly block Lei Ting's attack without a scratch. As Wang Dadong glanced his way, Ji Gu shyly smiled before rushing to support the faltering Guzhan. "Zhan, are you all right?" Ji Gu inquired urgently. "I'm fine, but Xiao Gu, I did not expect you to be this strong." Guzhan managed to steady himself, patting Ji Ji's shoulder. That day, Ji Ji's combat power had been revealed by Yi Chun, and they had been candid with each other, yet Guzhan was astonished by Ji Ji's strength, even without having returned to his peak. "You're not upset, are you?" Ji Gu asked nervously. "Haha, why would I be? The stronger you are, the happier I am. This way, you won't be bullied outside." Guzhan replied with a cheerful laugh. It seemed that after this battle, Class 1 would soon gain 2 more experts with power indices exceeding 10,000. Yi Chun observed their states and realized that through this battle, he had reached a pinnacle of mastery, and it would not be long before he too surpassed 10,000. The students of Class 1 gasped in awe. "Fighting has this benefit? Had I known, I would have taken King S' place. Perhaps the breakthrough would have been mine." Jin Baosan lamented. "I think it's best not to. If you went, Guzhan would likely defeat you on the spot, leaving bloodshed everywhere. We might have to help collect your remains." Hua Linglong scoffed, piercing Jin Baosan's fantasies with her exquisite Linglong Shuewa dagger. "Indeed, we might even feast on your banquet." Qiu Qiu produced a death certificate from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Jin Baosan. "How unfortunate. Burn it quickly," Jin Baosan exclaimed, hastily opening the certificate. His sidekick scrambled to produce a lighter and ignited the paper. To Yi Chun, who understood the situation, this scene was utterly ludicrous. He hoped that the elder Jin Baik had not witnessed the moment when his granddaughter handed a death certificate to her uncle. Otherwise, he might mistakenly blame it on him, thinking he had led his precious granddaughter astray. Yi Chun glanced at the lurking figure in the shadows, knowing it was Hei Long without needing to look closely. Even knowing it was Hei Long, he could not be bothered. With so many people present, it was unlikely Hei Long would dare to seek his own demise. He was uncertain about how to deal with the Hei Long, considering he was still Qiu Qiu's uncle by blood. It was not so simple to say that he could just eliminate him, as long as the Hei Long had not committed any malevolent acts. Yi Chun chose to ignore him. However, should he discover that the Hei Long's hands were stained with blood, it would be a different matter altogether. As the classmates departed in small groups, Hei Long emerged from the shadows, muttering to himself, "Have I been discovered by the new instructor of the ultimate class?" Glancing around furtively, he stealthily approached the battleground of Lei Ting and Guzhan, making a clicking sound. The youth of today have indeed shown remarkable growth and strength. 10 years ago, They would have made excellent martial corpses. Chapter 21. The one who is madly eating melons. What does it mean that the chubby guy stood like a statue in the aftermath of the battle? I am imposing and majestic. Thank you very much. Jin Bao-san lamented as he gazed at the reports from various prestigious schools about the KO3 Ultimate Showdown, bemoaning how his illustrious name was tarnished in an instant. What illustrious name? The one that extorted elementary students? Hua Linglong, enchanted by the handsome figure in the magic mirror, mused that he truly resembled an elegant gentleman, unparalleled in this world. And what about me? Why am I absent from this so-called strongest high school student list, with not a single photo to my name? Are these people truly blind? Wang Dedong tossed aside one paper after another, lamenting the absence of his own name. His last attempt to find a photogenic angle was in vain, despite his efforts to strike a pose. With King and Gu Zhan engaged in battle, it was likely to incite further chaos at Bala High School. Someone reached out to take the newspaper Wang Dedong had discarded, folding it neatly and placing it on the table. Oh dear, if you're scared, don't worry, Jin Bao-san, am here. I am now powerful enough to frighten even myself. Jin Bao-san stood up, eager for an interview, desiring to feature in the top 8 school publications. Thank you, Jin Bao-san, replied the other person modestly. Although Jin Bao-san's combat strength was even lower, his ambition was commendable. No need for thanks. Who wouldn't want to be friends with Jin Bao-san? Jin Bao-san patted the other person on the shoulder, dreaming of his moment of fame. King, since you have also made a breakthrough, let us schedule another match to determine a victor. Gu Zhan suddenly stood up, reissuing a challenge to Lei Ting. If you want to fight, then let us do it. I have no objections. You set the time. Lei Ting accepted the challenge, her pride forbidding her from declining. Really? You all still want to fight? Wang Dedong found this unnecessary. Why must there be a definitive winner? Indeed, Wang Dedong makes a valid point. Ji Gu also disagreed, recognizing that battles inevitably lead to injuries, which was undesirable. How about this, Gu Dango? I will fight you instead. This should suffice, right? It's rather impolite to keep fixating on a girl, Wang Dedong suggested, putting his arm around Gu Zhan's shoulder, urging him to reconsider. Gu Zhan, let me be your opponent. After all, I am KO1. Zhong Wanjun, who had been preempted by Wang Dedong, also stood up. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a mermaid girl sitting beside him felt a pang of disappointment. Did Zhong Wanjun have feelings for Lei Ting? Oh dear. Hua Linglong teased, winking at Lei Ting. King, 2 mighty lions are preparing to battle for your honor. Hua Linglong, mind your words, or I shall seal your lips. Lei Ting retorted, frustrated with the 2 troublemakers. All right, King. Hua Linglong made a zipping motion across his mouth, indicating he would remain silent. You 2 are making my choice difficult. Why not have a match among yourselves first? Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow, realizing this combat enthusiast was starting to stir the pot. Tomorrow after school, it's on. Lei Ting felt overwhelmed, wishing to conclude this farce swiftly with Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan shrugged at the 2, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Yi Chun in the office did not miss this spectacle, as he had his own little informant in the ultimate class. Chiao had secretly opened a video call for him to enjoy the drama. What are you doing? The other person curiously peeked over Chiao's shoulder, only to spot Yi Chun. Nothing. Chiao hastily attempted to hide his phone, but it was too late. I didn't see anything. You all carry on. The other person quickly retreated, eagerly consuming the gossip. In that moment, the ultimate class felt to him like the bountiful melon fields of a youthful June too. And he was the blissful creature savoring the harvest. Ding ling ling. The trio from Beixiang Jiao exited Bala High School's gates together. John, Yin Yan, shall you join me at my home for a study session? Jigu warmly invited his friends. Not today. I need to practice. I have to battle King tomorrow. Gu Zhan intended to train all night. Li Yanyan also shook her head at Jigu. Since Gu Zhan wasn't going, she wouldn't go either. All right then. Jigu felt a tad disappointed. Just as Gu Zhan was about to comfort his little brother, a girl came running from afar. Zhan. A girl approached quickly. Zhan, I finally found you. Why didn't you tell me about your transfer? Do you know how hard I've been searching for you? The girl bombarded Gu Zhan with a rapid fire of words. Luo Shaoli, what are you doing here? Jigu looked at her in surprise. What about you? What are you doing here? Gu Zhan felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over. I came to find you. Luo Shaoli looked at him with teary eyes. You can leave now, we're going home. Gu Zhan was eager to rid himself of this person he had no interest in, who clung to him like a stubborn piece of gum. John, did you know? I made it onto the KO rankings. I'm now ranked 7th. Luo Shaoli held his hand, excitedly sharing her news, hoping it would keep her by his side. Congratulations, classmate. Keep it up. He promptly shook her hand off. Jean, don't you have anything to say to me? Luo Shaoli was taken aback. standing still for a moment before looking up at Gujan. Nothing at all. It's late. You should head home, Gujan insisted, wanting to be rid of her. Jean, you said that if I made it onto the KO list, I could stay by your side. Luo Shaoli took 2 steps back, as if she had made a realization. Luo classmate, if you heard correctly, Jean might have meant, I only befriend those on the KO list. Jigu interjected, correcting her misunderstanding. At that moment, Luo Shaoli was oblivious to everything else, suddenly turning to Li Yanyan. Is it because of her? Jean. Luo Shaoli felt she had pinpointed the problem. It must be Li Yanyan encroaching upon her territory. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. With that, Gujan walked past Luo Shaoli, followed by the other 2. Jigu kindly looked back and advised, Luo classmate, if you have nothing to do, you should head back early. Baixiang is quite far from here. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. At the fork in the road, the 3 parted ways to head home. Classmate, come out. Li Yanyan, holding a delicate silk umbrella, gazed into the empty space behind her as they reached an isolated area. Indeed, it is because of you, Li Yanyan, that you remain so wary of me. Luo Shaoli emerged from her hiding place. Defeating you will make Jean realize that I am the most suitable girl to stand by his side. Luo Shaoli brandished her weapon, the octopus meteor hammer. Li Yanyan, unwilling to engage in a debate, was acutely aware of who Luo Shaoli was. It was evident that Luo Shaoli had become obsessively entrenched in her views, rendering any attempts at persuasion futile. Oh, is that not Li Yanyan over there? Who was the girl opposite her? In the distance, 3 heads peeked through the bushes, observing with binoculars. Chapter 22 What? Being beaten half to death after taking medicine? After school, Jin Bao-san and his little minion happened to pass by, and, upon seeing the tense standoff between the 2 girls, quickly hid to eavesdrop. Should we call Donggu? That girl looks quite intimidating. What if Li classmate gets hurt? Isn't it just perfect for me, Jin Bao-san? To make a heroic entrance? Such trivial matters should not trouble Donggu. I can handle this myself. Jin Bao-san instructed his minion to put down the phone. Jin Bao-san, could also safeguard the students of the ultimate class. After 10 years, Jin Bao-san rekindled his dream of becoming the leader of the ultimate class. Li Yanyan, do you know? You are the one I detest the most. Despite being a KO-10, you feign weakness daily to garner Jean's sympathy and make him take care of you. Luo Shaoli spat venomously. I do not. He only treats those he acknowledges sincerely. Li Yanyan attempted to clarify her stance to Luo Shaoli. Huh? Li Yanyan, are you implying that I have not earned Jean's recognition? Then today, I shall defeat you, and Jean will undoubtedly recognize me. Luo Shaoli was resolute in her belief that Jean would acknowledge her just as he did Li Yanyan. Classmate Luo, you cannot defeat me, Li Yanyan stated matter-of-factly. Nonsense. I am KO7, you are KO10. How could I possibly lose to you? Luo Shaoli seemed to find the notion utterly ludicrous. They clashed. The 2 minions exclaimed excitedly. You two, keep your voices down. We must not be discovered. Jin Bao-san lamented, frustrated by their loud whispers. In the arena, the Su Cue umbrella in Li Yanyan's grasp was impenetrable, and Luo Shaoli's relentless assaults were rendered futile. With Li Yanyan having completed her probing, the Su Cue umbrella retracted and struck Luo Shaoli squarely in the chest, sending her flying. Is that all? Putting down the binoculars, Jin Bao-san felt disheartened by the anticlimactic outcome. He had anticipated a far more formidable opponent. Bao-san, go look. There's some explosive news. The minion excitedly patted Jin Bao-san's shoulder. What news? Jin Bao-san impatiently lifted the binoculars, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Luo Shaoli pop open a glass vial and gulp its contents. It's forbidden medicine. It must be. Quickly call Donggu. Jin Bao-san urged his minion to hastily summon Wang Dedong. Oh, the minion promptly set down the binoculars to make the call. Classmate Luo, what are you doing? Spit it out. Li Yanyan was equally taken aback by Luo Shaoli's reckless consumption of forbidden drugs. Huh, Li Yanyan, soon you will witness my true power. Luo Shaoli's meteor hammer became even more ferocious, its trajectory morphing into sharp claws that struck at the surface of the Su Cue umbrella. As a weapon that advances with its owner's prowess, it did not tarnish its reputation. No matter how fierce the claws were, the rotating umbrella effortlessly deflected them. This is impossible. Luo Shaoli could not believe her eyes. Her combat power index was evidently higher than Li Yanyan's on the KO leaderboard. So why could she not subdue her even after taking drugs? Could it be that she truly fell short of Li Yanyan? She was unaware that a person's strength is determined not only by combat power index, but also by cultivation methods, divine weapons, and inherent capabilities. I refuse to believe it. Yes, I still have more. With that, she retrieved another glass vial from her pocket. How many did she just consume? Jean Baosen swallowed hard. Were girls today truly this reckless? 4 plus these 4, that's 8, Baosan go. The minion gulped nervously, sensing that a life might be at stake. Steady, steady. If we get her to the hospital quickly, there might still be hope. Wasn't that friend of Zhong Wanjun saved? Jean Baosan could only pray for Dong Gu to arrive swiftly. He had never dealt with such life-and-death matters before. Li Yin. My combat power index has now surpassed 12,000 points. I am the strongest on the KO leaderboard. I will undoubtedly defeat you. And I should be the one standing beside Zhang. The surge of combat power from Luo Xiao Li caused Li Yin to narrow her eyes. The situation had become somewhat complicated. Bang, bang, bang. The octopus meteor hammer struck the umbrella's surface with increasing urgency, producing sounds akin to drums. And even the umbrella's ribs began to creak. Luo Xiao Li's attack frequency was too rapid. Maintaining the umbrella left no opportunity for counterattacks. I cannot continue like this. If the Su Cue umbrella endures any further strikes, it may not withstand. Li Yin unleashed her combat power index, forcing Luo Xiaoli back, and swiftly withdrew the Su Cue umbrella. The energy transformed during the retraction propelled her speed to new heights. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Xiaoli was staggered, the Su Cue umbrella, enveloped in combat power, struck her chest, sending her flying. And then Li Yin swiftly followed up with a strike that crashed Luo Xiaoli against a concrete pillar, causing her to slide down. Jean Baosan. How is the situation? The voice of Wang Dedong echoed from behind the trio. Donggu, you must hurry and take a look. If you delay any longer, that girl may not die from the forbidden drugs, but she will certainly be beaten to death by Li Yin. Jean Baosan was overjoyed to see Wang Dedong approaching. If he had been even a moment later, that girl would have met her end. Li Yin. What happened to her? Upon entering the fray, Wang Dedong found Luo Xiaoli sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. I have it under control, she merely fainted. However, she just ingested 8 forbidden drugs, and if she is not taken to the hospital immediately, she will surely perish. Li Yin gently wiped the blood Luo Xiaoli had spat onto the umbrella's surface with a tissue. All right, you need not concern yourself with the next steps. Classmate Li, I will take her to the hospital, even if it were not for the clues about the forbidden drugs. He could not allow a girl to die before his eyes. Very well. Initially intending to take Luo Xiaoli to the hospital, Li Yin silently departed upon seeing someone else step in. Women truly fight fiercely, Jean Baosan exclaimed, astonished. Their ferocity surpassed even that of King and his crew. Standing atop a distant rooftop, Yi Chun stroked his chin, now possessing a concrete understanding of the students in the ultimate class. It seemed that combat power indices bolstered by drugs posed little significant threat to those of them with a solid foundation from rigorous training. This was Li Yin. Had it been one of the seasoned fighters from the upper ranks of the KO leaderboard, the instability brought by drugs would likely prove more advantageous to those adept at seizing opportunities than if they had not taken the drugs at all. After all, a sudden increase of 7 or 8,000 in combat power is something that most individuals cannot control, in the eyes of Wang Dedong and his peers. Consuming more drugs might actually weaken one's capabilities. If this continues, the ultimate class seems to face little pressure. It cannot be that they are now compelled to confront the boss of the evil forces, can they? It is still too early. Making a move at this stage could easily attract the attention of the demon realm, and I have yet to fully mature. Yi Chun pondered deeply. This is indeed a matter worthy of consideration. Only under pressure can one find motivation. Should he assist those ranked outside the top 10 of the KO list in enhancing their strength? Otherwise, their lack of confidence in challenging others, even with the aid of elixirs, would render the KO list stagnant and devoid of its intended purpose for the students of the ultimate class. Could a disposable elixir lead to the creation of a temporary divine weapon? Chapter 23. Do not sell that inferior restricted drug anymore. Is there a divine weapon? Yin, are you injured? As soon as Ji Gu spotted Li Yin entering the classroom, he stood up with concern. I am fine, but Luo Xiaoli might be in some trouble. Li Yin felt warmth in her heart. It was truly delightful to be cared for. Luo Xiaoli is being unreasonable. Why is she making things difficult for you? Gu Zhan felt a twinge of regret. It was entirely his oversight, and he had not anticipated that Luo Xiaoli would be so reckless. Fortunately, since Yin transferred to the ultimate class, her strength has significantly improved. Otherwise, she would have surely been injured last night. Strange. Why does this edition of the 8 major university school journals seem so peculiar? Hua Linglong observed the newspaper and grew increasingly perplexed, feeling as though she had missed some crucial point. Previously, discussions regarding the KO list battles focused on combat strength, yet this edition seems to inadvertently emphasize divine weapons. It even pointed out that most of the experts on the KO list wield divine weapons, which greatly enhances their actual combat capabilities beyond their combat indices. Specifically, those within the top 10 of the KO list each possess either historically renowned weapons or legendary divine artifacts crafted from exceedingly rare materials. Challenging them with an ordinary combat index would be futile. One might even lose more swiftly due to the instability caused by consuming restricted drugs. They even cited Luo Xiaoli as an example. Despite her combat index soaring to 12,000, after consuming 8 restricted drugs, she was nearly defeated by Li Yinyan, who hadn't even surpassed a combat index of 10,000, proving that the weapon was inferior to Li Yinyan's. The implication is clear. If you aspire to enter the top 10 of the KO list, merely consuming Hell Vision until exhaustion is futile. One must possess a formidable divine weapon. Hua Linglong, that seems to make some sense. Someone approached Hua Linglong, eager to discuss. What sense does it make? If one is incapable, they are incapable. What does divine weaponry have to do with it? Do you think my Linglong Shueyue needle can significantly enhance my combat strength? Hua Linglong replied tersely. He knows that while the needle is indeed a legendary artifact, its actual attack power is not something he is unaware of. Well, outsiders may not know. They surely believe that your needle possesses some unique capabilities, Qiu analyzed. As her unadvanced Shen Yin Miao Miao Claw also appeared in the school journal. Yet, that was in the past. Now it would be disastrous to treat it as just a Miao Miao Claw. Could it be that those forging families bought their rankings? Hua Linglong mused. As such a possibility cannot be dismissed. This shouldn't have much impact on the KO list, right? Divine weapons are either exorbitantly priced or exceedingly rare. Even low-tier divine weapons start at 100,000, while higher-tier ones are practically priceless, unobtainable even with money. They cannot be compared to a few Hell Visions. Hua Linglong speculated, thus concluding that, for the moment, the KO list would remain largely unaffected. Ding ding ding. Look what this is. Jean Baosan swaggered into the ultimate class, holding a long, golden-laid box. Where is Guzhan? I wish to challenge him. From now on, Jean Baosan will stand alongside King as a contender for KO3. Jean Baosan boasted, striking the box with bravado. I say, Jean Baosan, are you itching for a fight again? Hua Linglong shot him a disapproving look, wondering which nerve of his had misfired this time. Jean Baosan instinctively shivered, then realized, I am no longer afraid of him. I possess a secret weapon. Hua Linglong, you must wait in line to challenge me. Let me defeat Guzhan first. Jean Baosan had grown dismissive of Hua Linglong, setting his sights solely on Guzhan. With the divine weapon in hand, he sought to erase the shame of being portrayed as a mere pawn in the school journal. Classmate Jean, what is wrong with you today? Someone observed Jean Baosan's current state of mind with curiosity, as it resembled madness. Come, let me broaden your horizons. This is the high-tier divine weapon I purchased at great expense. Jean Baosan opened the extraordinarily costly box, revealing a dazzling staff. The Filial Sun S staff, disposable version. The Filial Sun S staff, forged during the Jin dynasty, known for governing the world with filial piety, is a common weapon used by nobility to discipline unruly children. When you wield it authoritatively against a weaker opponent, it acts as a means of discipline. However, it may provoke resentment if used against a stronger foe. This is a disposable replica, with energy supporting only one battle. The introduction of the weapon was inscribed on the front of the paper. The inquisitive one flipped the weapon introduction over, revealing the cautionary note on the back. This weapon should be used with caution when the opponent is stronger than you. Due to these two warnings, the shop assumes no responsibility for any issues arising. Is there truly such a bizarre weapon? And why are these 3 sentences written on the back instead of the front? The observer marveled at the weapon description, feeling enlightened. The world is indeed full of wonders. However, classmate Jean, do you intend to duel with this weapon against classmate Guzhan? Shouldn't you reconsider? The observer anticipated the impending scene with a twinge of sympathy. Who wishes to challenge me? Just returning from the school canteen with Xiao Gu, Guzhan heard someone calling for a challenge and felt intrigued. A little appetizer before the duel with King might be quite pleasant. I, Jean Baosan, wish to duel with you. Jean Baosan declared confidently, brandishing the box. Not interested. Upon realizing it was Jean Baosan, Guzhan was greatly disappointed. It turned out to be a waste of expression. Classmate Gu, I now possess a high-tier divine weapon. You are no match for me. Oh. This piqued Guzhan's interest. A warm-up wouldn't hurt. Before long, after school, a tragic scene unfolded at Shangxi Men. Oh ho, oh ho. In the midst of the commotion, Jean Baosan was frantically dodging the blows of Guzhan wielding the Filial Sun S staff. Under the residual effects of the weapon, Guzhan perceived Jean Baosan as a disobedient child, pursuing him with the intent to break the staff. Onlookers could only watch in bewilderment as they observed the weapon introduction that had been flipped over. Surely, Jean Baosan could not have overlooked the back, could he? Chiu cautiously inquired of the observer, watching Jean Baosan being tossed about. Probably. The observer felt somewhat speechless. Had he truly spent a fortune on a weapon meant for discipline? Wang Dadong, go intervene. I do not wish to witness this farce any longer. Lei Ting exclaimed, exasperated, instructing Wang Dadong to separate the two mischief makers. Fine, but this weapon seems to have a significant impact on Guzhan. It must not be simple. Wang Dadong swiftly entered the fray, using his dragon pattern shield to block Guzhan's advances. The shock of an unfamiliar combat index jolted Guzhan back to reality amidst the weapon's effects. Knowing what he had done, Guzhan felt a surge of frustration, his demeanor crumbling under the weight of his thoughts. Classmate Guzhan, why not reschedule your duel with Lei Ting? Wang Dadong suggested, stifling a laugh. With a darkened expression, Guzhan departed from the venue, his spirits dampened. He truly lacked the inclination to face Lei Ting now. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the Hell Vision website in the dark web wore a grim countenance, his gaze fixed intently on the plummeting sales figures, prompting him to review user feedback collected by his subordinates. Stop selling that worthless forbidden drug. Where are the divine weapons? Only divine weapons reign supreme now. Chapter 24. The unyielding class 1 under siege by challenges. Find out who dares to obstruct my financial pursuits. The mastermind inhaled deeply, commanding his subordinates to investigate who had dared to cross him. Boss, they are openly selling on a certain platform, with orders delivered directly to the door. One subordinate displayed the purchasing interface on his phone. The mastermind snatched the device, his eyes aflame with fury. This was a clear declaration of war against him. The platform showcased a brief video, a college student discarding Hell Vision, then retrieving a stunning weapon from a box inscribed with the store's name to challenge the top contenders on the KO leaderboard, achieving 10 victories in a row, ultimately winning the favor of the campus beauty. The concluding remark stated, no side effects, no harm to the body, assisting you in joyfully climbing the KO leaderboard. Boss, this is the source. A certain number of divine weapons are released daily. His subordinate continued. Investigate. I want to know who is opposing me. A dark aura emanated from him. Classmate Hua Linglong, what troubles you? Chiu inquired, observing Hua Linglong slumped at the desk, devoid of energy. Usually at this hour, Hua Linglong would be preening before a mirror. I know. That certain classmate has appeared beside them. Hua Linglong is exasperated by the relentless challengers. Indeed, these individuals have somehow procured divine weapons. A single encounter leaves them drained, akin to burning money. But for what purpose? Chiu empathized, having faced numerous challengers herself, all of whom had been dealt with by Xiaobai. Is it truly so dire? That certain classmate remarked, as Hua Linglong, on the verge of tears, revealed a mirror displaying a fissure. No wonder Hua Linglong had avoided the mirror today. It had been shattered. In the same classroom, Guzhan was cheerfully counting his earnings. Recently, he had faced numerous challengers, yet they were all outside the top 10 of the KO leaderboard. He charged a fee for such trivial pursuits, 200 per person. Fair for all. He was unperturbed by the top 10 contenders, as the first 8 were all in Class 1. The remaining 2 were likely overwhelmed and had no time to join the fray. If only more challengers would appear, it would be another fruitful day. Guzhan mused that this was far more lucrative than any part-time job. All right, class, it's time to commence. Chen clapped his hands to signal silence. This afternoon, they had martial arts class, mandatory for all. Assemble on the playground for a 3,000-meter warm-up run. More running. I despise running. Take him away. Chen motioned for Jean Baosan's 2 companions to escort the wailing Jean Baosan out. Let us go, brother Baosan. The 2 companions hoisted him away, one on each shoulder. I refuse to go. I want to run. Jean Baosan's cries echoed through the hallway. Classmates, who can tell me what constitutes a martial artist's actual combat power? Chen queried, surveying the energized students post-warm-up. Zhong Wanjun, you may respond. It should be the combat power index and weaponry. Zhong Wanjun replied after some thought. Zhong Wanjun has touched upon a critical aspect. This is indeed a true reflection of ordinary martial artists. Generally, in the realm of Jin Shikong, the components of a martial artist's power primarily consist of these 2, the combat power index and weaponry. Before revealing the answer, let us delve into some supplementary knowledge. In the neighboring realm of Tai Shikong, there exists a group akin to ours known as the supernatural walkers. Within this group, apart from the combat power index corresponding to a supernatural index and divine weapons, they have also developed a form of technique called supernatural arts, which efficiently utilizes the supernatural index. those who can employ supernatural arts, and those who cannot represent two distinct categories of individuals. In our Jin Shikong, we also possess techniques derived from internal martial arts that correspond to supernatural arts, which we refer to as martial techniques. This is precisely what I aim to impart to you today. Martial techniques can be understood as a special method for efficiently harnessing the combat power index. They can amplify the lethality of the combat power index by 3-fold, 10-fold, or even 100-fold, functioning similarly to a megaphone for sound. As the attributes of the combat power index vary among students, I cannot teach personalized martial techniques. Rather, I will instruct you in universal techniques. Finding a martial technique that suits you requires your own exploration or comprehension. Today, we will learn a foundational universal martial technique called Sandai Lang. It is not that Yi Chen is reluctant to teach advanced techniques. It is merely premature. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Beginning with high intensity can lead to complications. This is a representative teaching technique, easy to learn and highly adaptable. Once you master it, you may expand it according to your abilities and habits to create a martial technique that suits you. The 3-in Sandai can be interpreted as 3 or many. The hallmark of this technique is that when executed, the combat power index cascades like relentless waves in a river, the preceding wave propelling the subsequent one, culminating in explosive force. The foundational Sandai can unleash combat power index potency 3 times greater than conventional methods. Yet, this is not its limit. Its characteristic allows you to extend it indefinitely, with 3 counts as one wave, continuously stacking without end. It may well be considered an early universal technique that can conquer all. Truth be told, Yi Chen finds the combat methods of these realms to be rather primitive at times, simply outputting the combat power index in waves. One might think they had inherited techniques from the neighboring Ultraman world. Furthermore, in the Ultraman realm, their light waves also constitute a skill, the intricacies of which would be incomprehensible to those lacking sufficient intellect. After elucidating the principles of energy manipulation, Yi Chen allowed them to practice freely. The advantage of this foundational martial technique is that it requires little thought. If you cannot master it, practice more. If you still cannot, continue practicing. Eventually, you will succeed. Observing the dust swirling on the playground from the explosive energy output, Yi Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. At least no one was slacking off. Even Jin Baosen was there, writhing as he attempted to stack his combat power index. Though he was still far from success, he was making a commendable effort. If someone is merely slow-witted, they can still be salvaged. However, if one is lazy, there is truly no hope. Noticing the time was nearly up, Yi Chen released them, deeming it sufficient to learn a martial technique in an afternoon without any further need for bicycles. All right, class, that concludes our session for today. Please practice diligently in your free time. In our next martial arts class, I will assess your martial techniques. Those who demonstrate mastery will receive a suitable martial technique tailored to your attributes as a reward. Really? An eager chorus of eyes lit up in response. Indeed. But when the time comes and you still lack proficiency, you will need to bring your card to the teacher's place to use the POS machine to learn other martial skills. Do not practice on those who challenge your KO ranking. You are still unfamiliar with controlling your strength, which could lead to dire consequences. If Kai Yunhan catches you, do not disclose that it was the teacher who instructed you. On the playground of the ultimate class, there are no surveillance cameras, and the teacher will certainly deny any involvement. Class dismissed. Chapter 25. The Black Dragon reports his own brother Gu Dango. I beg you. Wang Dedong clasped his hands together before Gu Zhan. I won't go? Gu Zhan directly bypassed Wang Dedong, leading Ji Gu and Li Yanyan forward. Zhan, Xiao Gu, you two head back first. I will go take a trip. Li Yanyan halted her steps. Yanyan, why concern yourself with that madwoman? She approached you. This is her own doing. Gu Zhan looked at Li Yanyan, puzzled, as he found nothing appealing about the situation. Regardless, it was I who inflicted the injury. Li Yanyan felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, after all, we were once classmates. We should go see her. Come on, Gu classmate. You should join us too. Wang Dedong seized the moment, placing an arm around Gu Zhan's shoulder, compelling him to follow Li Yanyan. Wang Dedong had no other choice. That classmate was immensely grateful to him. But she insisted on seeing Gu Zhan before she would provide him with the contact information for the drug dealer. For the sake of fulfilling my promise, I would be heartbroken if I don't get compensated for my injured feelings. Wang Dedong was moved by his own plight. Meanwhile, Kai Yunhan was already rushing towards Baleo High School. Having received an anonymous tip-off that the drug dealer involved in selling banned substances was located at the welfare center of the school. What was she doing here? Yi Chen sensed that Kai Yunhan had entered through the gates of Baleo High School, fully armed, and heading towards the welfare center. The welfare center? There can be no mistake. Search it. Kai Yunhan raised her hand and gestured forward, several officers streaming in. Classmates, take what you need. The man known as Duan Chongren, who was busy calculating at the counter, mistook them for students at Balail High School. Duan Chongren, what are you doing here? Upon entering, Kai Yunhan's heart sank. She hoped it wasn't another misunderstanding. She was familiar with Duan Chongren, having had a long-standing acquaintance. How could he be involved in selling banned substances without her knowledge? Hey, what are you doing? Duan Chongren was bewildered, watching several officers rummaging through the place. Duan Chongren, we received an anonymous report that Hell Vision is being sold at the Balail High School Welfare Center, and the owner is the drug dealer. We have no choice but to proceed with this. Kai Yunhan, too, felt powerless. In front of the public, she had to follow the rules. A grave situation was unfolding. Arthur, who was squinting while observing his colleague Chao Jili in the office, was startled when Jin Bao-san rushed in, shouting, "What happened, Jin Bao-san?" Seeing that Jin Bao-san had lost his shoes, Arthur quickly inquired, fearing something had gone awry with that arrogant fellow. It's Duan Chongren. He has been taken by Kai Yunhan and is being forced out of the school, Jin Bao-san hurriedly explained. He and his sidekick had been hiding behind a tree, using binoculars to observe the school's attractive female students. But upon seeing Kai Yunhan leading officers toward the welfare center, he abandoned his observation out of curiosity. Then he saw an officer emerge with Hell Vision drugs in hand, reporting to Kai Yunhan. Realizing that Kai Yunhan intended to take Duan Chongren away, Jin Bao-san rushed to find Arthur, knowing that Wang Dedong was already at the hospital and wouldn't make it in time. Let us go, Arthur. Ding Xiaoyu and Rex exchanged glances and swiftly vanished from the office. The sudden disappearance startled Chao Jili, who thought that the powerful practitioners from Jin Shikong were brazenly using their abilities in front of him, an ordinary person. Oh, it seems no one is stopping them. Then it's not an issue. Chao Jili was unaware that Yi Chun had already sold his information, and Arthur had long known he was a demon slayer. Wait for me. I detest you high-level practitioners who bully me for lacking teleportation. Jin Bao-san lamented, turning to pick up his shoes and chase after them. What is Yunhan doing? Arthur and the others appeared before his sister-in-law in an instant. It's you? Kai Yunhan glared at her brother-in-law with annoyance. If it weren't for her sister Kai Wuxiong, she wouldn't want to see Arthur at all. A large quantity of Hell Vision was found at the welfare center of Balail High School. I am taking Duan Chongren back for questioning. Are you going to stop me? Rex and Ding Xiaoyu exchanged looks, shrugging to indicate that it was Arthur's responsibility to handle it. Duan Chongren, did you really sell Hell Vision? Arthur turned to inquire. Little Arthur, you know me well. Why would I sell such things? This is clearly someone who took advantage of my absence to plant evidence against me at the welfare center. Duan Chongren felt justified yet helpless, not understanding the reason behind this predicament. As long as you haven't sold anything, I will find a way to hire a lawyer to get you released. Arthur assured Duan Chongren, acknowledging that the drugs had indeed been discovered in the welfare center, and as the owner, he bore undeniable responsibility. Kai Yunhan was also adhering to the rules. They could not act against the police in broad daylight, especially when the officer was her sister-in-law. Then I thank you. Little Arthur. With Arthur's assurance, Duan Chongren felt a sense of relief, knowing he wouldn't be unjustly punished. Have you finished talking? If you're done, step aside. Kai Yunhan grew impatient with the prolonged discussion. This truly feels like a tiger being bullied in the plains. This scene served as a warning for Yi Chun. He must never find himself in such a predicament. Over a decade ago, the fearsome Red Dragon had instilled terror in the martial arts world, yet years later, he was framed and left powerless, merely complying with his capture. Without Arthur and his friends, he might have been unjustly condemned. It won't be long now. Yi Chun observed that he had already accumulated half of the points he needed, silently repeating his thoughts. Based on his progress, his combat index would soon reach a point of breakthrough. Once he obtained the wood source from the shop and manifested the Qing Long avatar, he would be half a step onto the path of immortality. At that point, with his profound foundation, even the demon lord from the abyss would have to yield to his brilliance, avoiding him at all costs. The 5-element scripture gifted by the system had been cultivated to such an extent that even its creator would struggle to recognize it. Those who learn from me shall live, while those who emulate me shall perish. To transcend fate, one must exist both within and beyond the path of destiny. Thus, the Great Way is achieved. This is a digression. Yi Chun had spotted Zhong Wanjun using his friend Xiaoyu's phone to block the Black Dragon, who had reported his own brother. Not to mention, the teaching buildings at Balail High School were indeed impressive. Standing atop, one could survey the entire landscape of the school. As long as no major blunders occurred, Yi Chun did not intend to intervene continuously. After all, His involvement would only invite the emergence of various lurking evil forces. In the end, he could not single-handedly confront the entire abyss. Even during the summer of Tai Shi Kong, there were several brothers with an ability index exceeding 40,000 assisting. Zhong Wanjun observed the recently captured Duan Changren, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of another Duan Changren. You are not Duan Changren. Who are you? Chapter 26. The Black Dragon beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Little friend Zhong Wanjun. What are you talking about? Just yesterday, you bought something at the welfare shop. Do you not recognize your uncle? The Black Dragon mimicked the tone and demeanor of Duan Changren. Ding-ling-ling. Zhong Wanjun, holding Xiaoyu's phone, dialed the number of the drug dealer right in front of the Black Dragon. Since you have been discovered by my classmate Zhong Wanjun, are you looking to buy drugs from me, the Black Dragon? The Black Dragon inquired enthusiastically. Absolutely not. Balail High School is under the protection of our ultimate class. Selling illicit drugs at Balail High School violates the regulations of our ultimate class. You must accompany me to the police station. Zhong Wanjun shook his head. Regardless of Xiaoyu or King, he could not stand idly by. Are you out of your mind, classmate? The Black Dragon had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Zhong Wanjun, as he still needed to deliver drugs to clients from other schools. Swish. Zhong Wanjun reappeared in front of him, blocking the Black Dragon's path. The world has truly changed. Even the most insignificant of beings dare to obstruct me, the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon chuckled in anger, recalling that a few days prior, someone tried to take him away, and now here was another, a mere high school student. Truly, the audacity of youth is unmatched. If you are such a nuisance, then stay and become my Black Dragon's puppet. The Black Dragon channeled his dark powers, with thick black mist emanating from his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The Black Dragon evaded the marbles shot by Zhong Wanjun, appearing in front of him and striking down with a hand infused with potent dark energy. Zhong Wanjun raised his left hand to deflect the Black Dragon's attack, while his right fist aimed at the Black Dragon's abdomen. The Black Dragon intercepted Zhong Wanjun's punch with his left hand and countered with a palm strike directly to Zhong Wanjun's chest, sending him staggering back. Kid, you think you can engage in close combat with your grandpa, the Black Dragon? When I dominated the martial arts world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. The Black Dragon grinned wickedly, feeling immensely pleased, his prowess still intact. Zhong Wanjun, are you all right? The transfer student, Ina, who had been trailing Zhong Wanjun, appeared by his side. Oh, water spirit of nature, please heal this heroic soul with your water therapy. Ina softly chanted. A brilliant blue light enveloping the area where Zhong Wanjun had been attacked, healing his injuries. Zhong Wanjun felt his wounds miraculously healing. What kind of magical phenomenon is this? How intriguing. Even magic from the Y-axis dimension has emerged. The well-informed Black Dragon recognized this as magic from another dimension. While it bore some resemblance to the abilities from Tai Shi Kong, the underlying logic was fundamentally different. Little girl from another dimension, do you wish to meddle further? The cautious Black Dragon did not wish to complicate matters. Those from other dimensions undoubtedly had elders accompanying them. Otherwise, they could not have crossed over. I cannot allow you to harm classmate Zhong Wanjun. Ina stood protectively in front of him, resolutely determined to prevent the Black Dragon from succeeding. Then there is nothing left to discuss. The Black Dragon twisted his neck and swung his right hand, unleashing an energy ball filled with dark energy. Step aside. Triple wave strike. Zhong Wanjun, who had been gathering strength behind, pulled Ino aside, and a fist imprint, nearly solidified, struck the Black Dragon's magical attack. Without any stalemate, it shattered the dark energy and suddenly accelerated to strike the Black Dragon's chest. This was a clever trick Zhong Wanjun had devised himself, embedding an additional wave in his triple wave strike to propel himself forward at high speed, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. Little friend Zhong Wanjun is quite interesting, far superior to that dullard Wang Dadong. Had it been anyone else, my Black Dragon would have fallen for it. The Black Dragon felt exhilarated. Zhong Wanjun reminded him of his former proud masterpiece, Tian Hongguang, the son of the former Martial Arts Alliance leader, who, like the young man before him, exhibited astonishing comprehension in martial arts. As a once top-tier powerhouse with a combat power exceeding 30,000, even with his strength diminished, the physical resilience of the Black Dragon was on a different level compared to ordinary martial artists. Taking Zhong Wanjun's strike head-on merely caused a slight surge of blood. Just after receiving a call from King Arthur regarding Duan Changren's capture, he returned only to find someone exhibiting their power at Balail High School, and upon his arrival, he overheard someone cursing him. It's you, Black Dragon? Aren't you supposed to be in a mental hospital? How did you escape? Wang Dadong questioned. Ha ha ha. I, the Black Dragon, can go wherever I please. How could a mere mental hospital contain me? The black dragon laughed heartily. Wang Dadong, my old friend, long time no see. Are you surprised to see me? Did you set up Duanchangren by selling Hell Vision? Wang Dadong frowned, perplexed, as they were supposed to be brothers. Of course. Wang Dadong. Do you know why I escaped from the mental hospital? It's for revenge. The black dragon's anger intensified. It was they who imprisoned him in the mental hospital for 10 years, and framing Duanchangren was just the beginning. Just as he was about to say more, the black dragon noticed a group of people emerging behind Wang Dadong and abruptly halted. Why are these calamities coming together? He should have anticipated that these calamities were inseparable. If Wang Dadong was present, the others would certainly follow. At that moment, the black dragon's foremost thought was to flee. His combat power index had not yet recovered, and he needed to escape quickly. This was not a decade ago. Being ganged up on by these calamities could very well lead to his demise. Why does it seem like the black dragon is unhappy to see us? Just a moment ago, he was in high spirits. Rex adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting with menace. If the black dragon had been in the mental hospital, he would have spared Wang Dadong and Duanchangren for their sake, letting go of his grievance as a puppet. But now that the black dragon had escaped, he was undoubtedly plotting against the high school students on the KO list. And today he could not be allowed to leave. If he escaped, Lei Ting would face potential danger, a situation he could not tolerate. She was the last of his family. This road is closed. Ding Xiaoyu swiftly blocked the black dragon's path. Seeing Ding Xiaoyu, who was poised with the hand of Ares and a glowing golden fist, the black dragon felt an immense sense of dread. Yulong Sun was indeed a formidable opponent. Fine, since you don't wish to let Grandpa Black Dragon go, then let us all suffer together. Observing the encirclement by several individuals, along with a healer radiating a soft blue light on the periphery, the black dragon understood that today, if he did not fight for his life, he would not escape. Devil's disintegration technique. The black dragon raised his hands to summon the demon sky and slammed it onto his chest. After spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood, the black dragon's combat power soared. 15000, 18000, 21,000, 24,000, 27,000. Witnessing the black dragon's combat power index surging past the 20,000 mark with no signs of slowing down, the others rushed to release their own combat power index to interrupt him. Otherwise, if he broke through 30,000, they could very well perish together. Various hues of combat power struck the black dragon, causing him to be expelled from his state, maintaining his combat power index at 28,000 without breaking through 30,000. Come on, come and hit your Grandpa Black Dragon. The black dragon continuously hurled energy balls at the crowd. Observing the few individuals who were persistently defending themselves while occasionally counterattacking, the Hei Long discerned their intention to merely prolong the decline of his combat prowess. The air was thick with demonic energy. With both hands raised to the heavens, the Hei Long unleashed a torrent of dark energy that enveloped everyone in an instant. Chapter 27. The Machinations of Shui Shikong. Oh no, the Hei Long is making a retreat. The seasoned warriors wasted no time, charging directly through the black mist. Truly, the Hei Long was a one-trick pony, feasting upon the world with a singular skill. Observing the Hei Long, who was fleeing while coughing up blood, Chen shook his head and descended from the rooftop. Class 1 had begun to take shape. Their combat modules were now fundamentally established. Yet they were still lacking a secret technique card akin to that of the Hei Long, one that demonstrated the will to fight desperately. One must not underestimate secret techniques, as they often serve as a crucial support for a cultivator's journey towards the end. Not every encounter will present an evenly matched adversary. One could easily find themselves face to face with a demon lord from the demon realm while possessing merely 10 to 20,000 combat power. In such moments, techniques like blood ignition, disintegration skill, or explosive breath could leave one in a state of retreat, much like the Hei Long just did. Without such a card up his sleeve, the Hei Long would have met his demise twice over. Below, as the black mist dissipated, Class 1 arrived belatedly. Hei Long. Upon hearing Wang Dadong mention Jin Bao San, the students nearly leaped in shock, wondering how the Hei Long had appeared. Observing their bewildered expressions, he began to enlighten them about the terror of the Hei Long. Fear not. The Hei Long will not rise again for at least a year and a half. By then, you need not fear him any longer. Arthur's words helped to quell the anxious atmosphere among Class 1. After all, they were still young and inexperienced, and encountering such a formidable demon indeed stirred their thoughts. Chen, did you know? An evil demon lord appeared at Bale High School today. Upon returning home, Chiu mysteriously confided in him the secrets of Class 1. I am aware. I was watching from the rooftop as they fought, and ultimately, the Hei Long fled while spitting blood. Chen recounted the scene of the Heilong's retreat to Qiu. Then why didn't you help capture this demon? He poses a significant danger to Class 1. Qiu was puzzled as to why he merely watched instead of assisting, especially when he could have helped eliminate a hidden threat. The Heilong, how should I put it, is quite a tricky character. I am uncertain how to deal with him. This was a dilemma Chen had been contemplating, how to handle the Heilong. Though he presently embodied a demonic presence, he could potentially transform into a different entity once he became acquainted with Wang Mali and established a family. Moreover, Qiu, the adorable one, had scarcely a few relatives left in the world. If he were to meet his end, how would he face Qiu once the truth was revealed? I have already left the aura of Xuanwu Xiaowu upon him. Should he stain his hands with blood, I will take action against him. As for the Heilong, he may be a demon now, but who can say what the future holds? Chen reassured Qiu, for in her eyes, his strength was unparalleled. The Heilong was merely a trivial matter. She was also aware that Chen must have his own thoughts and reservations. Otherwise, the Heilong would not have survived to this day. After all, she knew Chen had always been merciless towards demons. Your Highness, the High Priestess has summoned you to see her. A maid conveyed the High Priestess's message after taking the backpack. Understood, I shall go now, Ina replied, a hint of tension rising within her. Had her use of magic been discovered by her aunt? Aunt, you called for me? Ina sat down opposite the beautiful woman clad in a silk nightgown, her heart racing with unease. Did you use magic today? The woman continued to peruse the ancient texts without glancing up. Yes, Ina confessed, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Sigh, Ina, do you know why I brought you to the golden space? She sighed as she set the book aside. Aunt, I do not know. Ina shook her head, having inquired before but received no answers. Indeed, the time has come for you to learn. In truth, among the 12 time realms, aside from Jintia, the other 10 realms have all undergone a temporal reset, including our Shui Shikong. The reason being, it is to balance the good and evil across the 12 realms. How can this be? How come I knew nothing of this? Who is he? Ina was utterly astonished. Has Shui Shikong undergone a reset? He is a being, known in the records of the golden space as the balancer of the great cosmic will, referred to as the flame envoy in Jintia. This is knowledge we were not privy to. However, on a previous day, your mother discovered an unexpected guest in Shui Shikong, an observer from another time. She came to ascertain whether Shui Shikong had returned to its rightful course after the reset. Her aunt revealed another shocking secret with an expressionless face. Their time realm was under the control of others, manipulated at will, and there were even observers ensuring their return to the original timeline. If the timeline does not revert to normal, will it necessitate another destruction and reset? The cause of all this, in their view, was the absence of a guardian deity born of their realm, leaving their fates beyond their control. To ensure the fate of the beings in Shui Shikong rests in our hands, the former High Priestess, your mother, sacrificed her life to divine a prophecy that would alter the fate of our realm. My mother has passed away. Ina felt darkness envelop her. This was far from what she had anticipated. Ina, do you wish to continue listening? The High Priestess hesitated, fearing Ina might not be able to bear further revelations. Aunt, please continue. I am fine. Ina took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside her sorrow. What you are about to hear is directly related to you. The eldest of the 5 elements shall unite with the Princess of Water, giving rise to a supreme bloodline of the water world that will lead it out of its plight. Aunt, what does this even mean? Ina was taken aback, wondering if her aunt had confused her with a fairy tale. Observing her aunt's serious demeanor, she was at a loss for words. What is this? The handwriting is dreadful. Ina remarked as she received the note from her aunt. This is a prophecy penned by your mother. The woman took a sip of water and spoke slowly. Ina gazed at her aunt with a forlorn expression. Why didn't you say so earlier? The essence of the prophecy indicated that the current bloodlines capable of being born in the water world fell short of the highest standards, failing to meet the natural requirements for a guardian deity of Shui Shikong. Thus, a powerful alliance with another time realm was essential to elevate the bloodline of Shui Shikong. For the future of Shui Shikong, I must impose this upon you, Ina. The High Priestess observed Ina's expression, anxious about her potential resistance. No, Aunt. Why not you? If I recall correctly, you are also a princess of water, are you not? Ina blinked, realizing a discrepancy. Ina, what nonsense are you speaking? I am already 300 years old. The fated child of this generation from the golden space is roughly around 18. Do you truly believe that is possible? The High Priestess raised an eyebrow. Chapter 28. Chosen by the wealthy woman well. After some contemplation, Yaina found the notion implausible, although a hint of shyness washed over her. The weight of the fate of the Shui Shikong loomed heavily, rendering her breathless. But, Aunt, Wasn't it said that different timelines cannot merge, as it would disrupt the order of time and space? Yaina pondered the crux of the matter. I apologize, but currently, we hold citizenship in the Jin Shikong. Therefore, your concerns are unfounded. It is a trivial matter. As long as the broader trends of time allow for a change in citizenship, it is merely a minor issue, manageable only by those with sufficient influence to sway time's decisions. We, however, are different. The will of the Shui Shikong has already sworn allegiance to the humanitarian momentum of the Jin Shikong. This is merely part of the covenant. Yaina found herself at a loss for words. Was the path already laid out, merely awaiting her to bear a child and return to Shui Shikong? Would that lead her to the so-called firstborn of Jin Shikong? It couldn't possibly be Teacher Yi, could it? Yaina felt a stiffness in her neck. She was well aware of Teacher Yi's circumstances and feared for her safety. What a fanciful dream. Do you think you, Yaina, could be chosen as the granddaughter-in-law of a supreme being? Yaina exhaled in relief. The thought of being harmed was indeed a comfort. He is not suitable. Choose someone you truly admire. The high priestess indicated that they still possessed some degree of freedom in this matter. Really? Yaina's surprise was palpable. She had assumed someone had already been chosen. If she could select someone herself, she would have no objections. By the looks of you, do you have someone in mind? Observing Yaina's bashful demeanor, the high priestess recalled the child Yaina had mentioned several times. Could it be Zhong Wanjun? The high priestess's interest was piqued. Yaina blushed and nodded, tacitly affirming her feelings. If it is him, then there is no issue. The high priestess considered for a moment. His fortune and potential are commendable, and his character appears sound. Are you certain it is him? It's him. Yaina replied resolutely, having regained her composure. She felt a sense of duty towards Shui Shikong. As for any inappropriate thoughts regarding Zhong Wanjun's physique, she, Yaina, was a paragon of virtue. How could she entertain such notions? Then it is settled. I will find a suitable time to communicate with the Jin Shikong, and the plan can commence. The high priestess stretched, her alluring form subtly revealed beneath her silk nightgown. Communicate? Yaina was somewhat perplexed. Of course. This is Jin Shikong, the realm dominated by humanitarian momentum. Any significant actions must be conveyed. Humanitarian momentum? Isn't the will of time and space supposed to govern all? Yaina felt a rush of genuine knowledge infiltrating her mind. This was no longer a secret. It was common knowledge among the 12 timelines. The will of Jin Shikong had perished alongside a group of its most powerful beings a millennium ago. When the flame messenger descended upon Jin Shikong, the contemporary ultimate warriors had already prepared a meticulously balanced force of good and evil, awaiting his arrival. The flame messenger found himself at a stalemate. The realm was not plunged into chaos. Those who deserved demise had met their end. If you demand a balance of good and evil, they delivered. Since then, regardless of how allegiances shifted across the other 11 timelines, Jin Shikong maintained an impeccable equilibrium, with battles between good and evil resulting in mutual destruction for over a millennium. Even more astonishing were the extreme measures taken by other timelines. If righteousness was insufficient, the forces of evil would relent. If malevolence was lacking, goodness would descend into darkness. Since Jin Shikong's audacious maneuvers, other timelines' wills have guarded against their strongest beings like thieves, fearing they might emulate Jin Shikong's rebels. The demon realm, too, found itself at a loss against Jin Shikong for an extended period. Without the will of time and space, the demonic path could not replicate the strategies of other realms, winning a battle only to snowball into dominance over the consciousness of time and space. In Jin Shikong, it was common for the demonic path to appear on the verge of victory, only for a strong demon to suddenly renounce their evil ways, leaving the demon realm's elaborate schemes in vain. Eventually, the demon realm realized they were being played by Jin Shikong and ceased their pursuits, resulting in a gradual decrease in the intensity of the battles between good and evil. For instance, in the last conflict, the highest combat power index of the evil forces barely exceeded 30,000. This maneuver left countless powerful beings astounded. Was this even a valid count? Did they not know if Jin Shikong was concealing its might? Other timelines and the demon realm were aware that Jin Shikong was deceiving them. Yet even the flame messenger could not penetrate their defenses. What could they do? Yaina felt as if she were listening to a captivating tale. Could it truly be played this way? And, if that is the case, was our journey in vain? After all, you mentioned that Jin Shikong has consistently maintained a low-intensity battle between good and evil. How could the destined child possibly grow under such conditions? Yaina discerned the inherent contradiction. Suddenly, her eyes widened, about to speak, when a chill rippled through her, as if a great calamity were imminent. Silence. The beautiful woman hastily silenced Yaina. You clever girl. You've deduced it, but speaking it aloud could lead to dire consequences. Yaina blinked her sparkling eyes, indicating her understanding. This restriction will accompany you until it can be unraveled, to prevent you from inadvertently divulging it. Otherwise, some truths, once spoken, may invoke a curse from the humanitarian momentum, leading to your immediate demise. Yes, that sensation was utterly terrifying. Yaina quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be so. I shall arrange everything in the coming days. You need not concern yourself. Simply go with the flow. Yaina nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Zhong Wanjun. Do you feel guilt? The beautiful woman could easily discern Yaina's thoughts. Yaina nodded, acknowledging that their actions felt somewhat unethical. You are still too young. When you reach my age, you will understand that clinging to your ideals often leads to greater losses. The classmate you have chosen is an orphan, possessing little beyond the potential we discussed. In this world, who lacks potential? What matters more is the foundation and background. Without these, how can one transform potential into reality? Now, the humanitarian momentum of Jin Shikong is gaining traction. The combat power indices of those named on the KO list of Jin Shikong are rising steadily. We are merely the support that Jin Shikong has found for Zhong Wanjun. Do you understand? If he fails to appreciate this, the humanitarian momentum of Jin Shikong will abandon him. He is merely the current KO1. In Jin Shikong, three-legged frogs are rare, but two-legged KO1s abound. He is not irreplaceable. Yet Zhong Wanjun seems to have feelings for Lei Ting. Yaina expressed her disappointment. That girl named Lei Ting? Her future has long been intertwined with your classmate Wang Dadong. They are fated not to be together, having never had a chance to begin with. At our level, some truths are as clear as the patterns on the palm of one's hand. Moreover, we possess a reason he cannot refuse. The high priestess winked at her. What reason? Yaina asked, curiosity piqued. I can help him resurrect his sister. Aunt, do not bring me into this. This is a violation of the heavenly laws. In a hurry, Yaina distanced herself by half a meter, fearing that her aunt might be struck by lightning and inadvertently involve her. You may be foolish, but what I mean is to summon souls from the underworld and then reincarnate them into the Shui Shikong. Chapter 29, Old Wang. Did you know there's a thief in the house? Yaina, are you alright? Upon entering the classroom, Chiyo was startled by Yaina's ghostly appearance. With deep, almost bottomless dark circles under her eyes and a pale complexion devoid of vitality, she could easily pass for a ghost without any makeup. I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well last night. In truth, Yaina hadn't slept at all. Her mind was consumed with restless thoughts throughout the night, leaving her unable to find any semblance of sleep. The notions of Zhong Wanjun, Shui Shikong, the fates of individuals, and time itself perpetually haunted her thoughts. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she resolved to disregard everything and take a nap. At that moment, dawn broke. To avoid her aunt's notice, she didn't eat breakfast at home, heading straight to the classroom with the intent of catching up on sleep. Why not return home for some rest? No worries. I will help you ask the teacher for leave. Chiyo disagreed, as Yaina appeared as if she might collapse at any moment. Establishing such a precedent for the ultimate class was unacceptable. Most importantly, Yi Chun was currently the class instructor, and she could not allow any potential danger to lurk within the classroom. Ultimately, Chiyo relented, insisting that if Yaina felt unwell, she should call her or another classmate. Yi Chun found it perplexing. How had things deteriorated to this extent? He looked at the document in his hand, which had evidently been blank for half an hour at the Education Bureau, as if they had no intention of even pretending. This, principal? Yi Chun gazed at Jia Yong, pondering whether it could be a forgery. He distinctly remembered that this was the period when Kai Yuhan had come to Balalo High School. So what was this new teacher doing? Could it be another consequence of his time-space deviation? He was not particularly concerned about the potential chaos of such a deviation, as the Jin Shikong lacked any temporal will. Whatever occurred would adhere to the temporal order. After all, in one version of the ultimate class, the Jin Shikong had nearly exterminated its warriors, yet it had not caused temporal chaos. If the future of other time spaces had already been outlined, then the future of the Jin Shikong was entirely improvised. Thus, if the Jin Shikong existed in the present without any suppressors of temporal order being born, its timeline was traversable. This was also why the demon realm found the Jin Shikong troublesome. It often played tricks with them to prevent a significant deviation in the future. The Jin Shikong even required human intervention to maintain order and guide time towards a logical trajectory. The Jin by Dian Long emerged against this grand backdrop. Yi Bandao. I am powerless in this situation. Early this morning, while I was still in bed, the director of the Education Bureau personally called to inform me that a teacher wanted to come to our Balala High School to teach, and asked me to prepare. Jia Yong, with a helpless expression, munched on a soup dumpling. Have you eaten breakfast, teacher Yi? Would you like a bite? He gestured towards the breakfast he had instructed the officer to buy, indicating Yi Chun should not be polite. I have already eaten, principal. If there is nothing else, I will prepare. When the new teacher arrives, just bring her to me, and I will handle it. Yi Chun politely declined Jia Yong's breakfast invitation, as he did not have the habit of sharing breakfast with men. Go on, Yi teacher, you should prepare. When she arrives, I will take her directly to you. Jia Yong urged Yi Chun to return and ensure everything was in order, hoping for no mishaps. Maya? That name certainly doesn't sound like a local. Yi Chun perused the brief introduction of the new teacher. And her appearance, my goodness. An absolute charm for innocent high school boys. Yi Chun could already foresee a horde of young boys falling at the feet of this new teacher. Arthur, are you at school? Yes, why? Yi Chun's sudden inquiry about his presence at school made Arthur wonder if he suspected him, King Arthur, of breaking a promise, which felt rather insulting. It's nothing significant. Please inform Ding Xiaoyu to have the chemistry and biology schedules ready, as there is a new teacher coming to the ultimate class. A new teacher? Is she reliable, or could she be another agent of evil? Upon hearing this news, Arthur's first thought was of suspicion. The ultimate class held a notorious reputation within the educational sphere. Any teacher with a sane mind would be reluctant to teach there. Did they think the educational field was filled with Tian Xin? Initially, the teachers for the ultimate class were forcibly assigned by the Education Bureau, and among teachers, this was informally referred to as exile. Those chosen were clearly being punished, and other educators avoided anyone who had taught in the ultimate class like the plague, fearing they might be implicated. Eventually, the Education Bureau faced complaints from teachers who had taught in the ultimate class, leading to a shift from forced assignments to a lottery system, which quelled the situation. When the three of them went to have their files processed at the Education Bureau, the staff regarded them as if they were three fools. You mean someone wants to teach in the ultimate class? Well, let us wait and see. If they can alleviate your burden, that is a positive outcome. Yi Chun felt uncertain, preferring to meet the individual first. Teacher Yi, come here, let me introduce you. This is the new teacher, Maya. Just as Yi Chun pondered the tardiness of the new teacher, Jia Yong entered his office with someone in tow. Upon seeing her, Yi Chun's first instinct was to scold the Supervision Bureau. What are they doing? Didn't they realize a thief had entered the house? As she appeared before him, the Dahuang Pashunji frantically alerted him. At his current level of power, only a celestial-level powerhouse with a battle index above 40,000 could evoke such a response from the Dahuang Pashunji. Hello, Teacher Maya. Welcome to the ultimate class family. Yi Chun stood up sincerely to shake her hand, unable to suppress his sincerity. Although he had an escape route even in the presence of such strength, no one enjoyed putting themselves in a position of constant distress. Principal, you can go about your business. I will take care of Teacher Maya. Yi Chun discreetly dismissed Jia Yong, the ordinary man. Please, make yourself comfortable. Don't be shy. Yi Chun rose to pour her some tea. Teacher Maya, you are aware of the reputation of the ultimate class, and teaching here could adversely affect your future career in education. Personally, I wonder if I should speak to the principal to arrange for you to teach in a regular class instead. After all, teaching is teaching, and a regular class is far less troublesome than the ultimate class. Yi Chun's intention was clear, to find a way to send her away. Anywhere but the ultimate class, please. He never imagined he would be the class instructor for the ultimate class, requiring such a drastic shift in the timeline. Let it be the ultimate class. Maya replied candidly. I want to hide it from you. I'm coming to teach here primarily because my niece is transferring to the ultimate class, and I'm a bit concerned, so I decided to teach here. Moreover, I have always dreamed of being a teacher, and this way, I can look after her as well. I hope you can understand. Of course I understand. It's only natural. Chapter 30. Pure and good. Once she had said that, Yi Chun could no longer feign ignorance without appearing ungrateful. Having just finished his handover with King Arthur and the others, Yi Chun dialed the Supervision Bureau. Lao Wang, I can no longer bear this burden. I must flee. Those who wish to shoulder it may do so. What troubles you, Teacher Yi? If you are facing difficulties, please express them. The organization can assist you. Lao Wang remarked with a smile, having anticipated that Yi Chun would call. In truth, he was quite startled when he learned of the news that morning. It was enough to rattle anyone. Did you not receive any updates about the intruder in my home? A stranger with a battle power index exceeding 40,000 stood brazenly in my office, which was utterly terrifying. Yi Chun complained to Wang Zhan. Ah, Teacher Yi, you are referring to that individual. Fear not. She is not our adversary. She has come to oversee the transfer student from Shui Shikong in your class. According to the treaty with Shui Shikong, she is prohibited from harming the teachers or students of class ultimate. Violating this would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, you may regard her as an ordinary teacher. Wang Zhan feigned busyness, unable to convey this earlier. Is it truly that simple? Chen was skeptical, thinking this a farce. Very well, I must clarify. Shui Shikong has already chosen a candidate and intends to intervene. Her presence in Class Ultimate is likely to ensure the smooth execution of their plans. Teacher Yi, you should also pay attention to maintain a balance in the battle power index of Class Ultimate, ensuring there are no significant disparities, lest complications arise. Wang Zhan urged Chen to be vigilant, so that the battle power of Shui Shikong's chosen one does not diverge drastically from that of the other students in Class Ultimate, particularly those in the top 5 of the KO rankings. Otherwise, a siphoning effect might develop, concentrating the fortunes of Class Ultimate on a single individual. This is something Shui Shikong would be pleased to see, yet it does not align with the strategic layout of Jin Shikong. Understood. Chen had not anticipated Shui Shikong's intervention to occur so soon. It defied common sense. The top 5 on the KO rankings? It appears there are considerable ambitions at play. Zhong Wanjun, Ji Gu, Lei Ting, Gu Zhan, and Hua Linglong. Chen twirled a pen while contemplating the implications of the names inscribed on the paper. Zhong Wanjun, Ji Gu, and Lei Ting held their positions with a degree of certainty. As the contemporary KO1, Zhong Wanjun's presence was inescapable as long as he remained unscathed. Ji Gu, embodying purity and goodness, even surpassing the innocence of Xia Tian from Tai Shikong, was precisely the type to achieve the status of an ultimate warrior. With Xia Tian's precedent, there was no possibility of abandoning him. As for Lei Ting, her association with Wang Yading and the Lei Quartet, combined with her own substantial background, made her an unshakable character. However, Gu Zhan and Hua Linglong each bore their own shortcomings, leading to their current precarious positions. One lacked potential, while the other struggled with insufficient background, making them susceptible to being supplanted by 2 outsiders who had yet to make the rankings. After all, while these 2 may currently lack fortune's favor, who can predict what the future holds? They both possess potential and background, with only the element of timing standing in their way. It is difficult to ascertain whether they possess significant connections or insider information that might allow them to infiltrate Class Ultimate. While a complete plan is unattainable, the initial steps towards liberation are not particularly challenging for large, prestigious families. Though this matter bears little relation to Chen, as anyone who enters the fray only stands to be exploited. The scene inexplicably reminded Chen of the 5 great nations of his past life. The upper 3 and lower 2, how remarkably similar. Although the decision-making power now rests in his hands, navigating this situation is somewhat complex, yet not insurmountable. As the class leader of Class Ultimate, he must consider the welfare of his students. Those who do not join Class Ultimate cannot be deemed his pupils. There is no need to delay opportunities for those yet to enter the arena, robbing his current students of their chances. He has not descended into such madness. Hello. I am the class leader of Class Ultimate. May I speak with the family of Hua Linglong? Upon reaching the Hua household, Chen stated, I would like to visit after school to discuss some matters concerning Hua Linglong. Might you be available? After arranging a time with Hua's older sister, Chen ended the call. Next, he would have to address the unfortunate Gu Zhan. A home visit was not feasible, as it would be inappropriate to discuss matters with Gu Jing, a frail woman. As for Du Gu Lang, he was preoccupied with dreams of dominating the realms, leaving Gu Zhan's worth in his eyes rather dubious. Thus, the only option was to converse directly with Gu Zhan, for the young man was now of age and should take charge of his own future. The bell for the 4th period rang in Class Ultimate. Arthur had already informed them that a new teacher would be taking over, piquing the students' curiosity. Hello, everyone. I am your new chemistry teacher. As soon as she entered, Ina was taken aback. Her aunt was absent, yet a melodramatic soap opera had somehow infiltrated Class Ultimate. At that moment, Maya, having just finished writing her name on the blackboard and turning toward the students, was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Regaining her composure before the class noticed, she continued with her self-introduction. By the end of the class, the majority of students in Class Ultimate had attended with an unprecedented level of attentiveness since the beginning of the semester. All right, class, we shall conclude here for today. See you in the next session. Hearing the bell, Maya smiled at the students, gathered her materials, and exited the classroom. Upon witnessing the new teacher leave, Jean Baosen eagerly turned to his 2 companions and exclaimed, This is the first time I have encountered such a stunning female teacher. She surpasses teacher Tian Xen. She is, without a doubt, my ideal goddess. Meanwhile, Ina felt an unsettling sensation. Throughout the entire class, her aunt had not once acknowledged her, instead casting glances toward the trio of Beixiang. What was so captivating about them? Ina scrutinized the trio. The girl, Li Yan, barely glanced at Gu Zhan, finding nothing remarkable. She overlooked Ji Gu, who had previously captured her attention solely due to Zhong Wanjun, now realizing Zhigu was indeed an anomaly in class ultimate. He appeared refined, polite, and exuded the demeanor of a family that upheld traditional values. Such a charming young man would undoubtedly appeal to the affections of older women like her aunt. Ina felt as though she had uncovered a previously overlooked detail. Meanwhile, Maya in the corridor wore a troubled expression. How could this be? How could class ultimate harbor such an extraordinarily pure and virtuous student? The intelligence they had gathered bore no indication of this. Moreover, she had scrutinized the top 5 on the KO rankings, yet during her last observation, she had failed to notice. Was it a matter of distance? Was it her oversight? Or had Jin Shikong deliberately concealed this? Her scalp prickled at the thought of having made an erroneous choice so soon after entering the fray. Chapter 31. Hello, Andy. I am Wang Zhan. Who is this? Wang Zhan picked up the microphone on the table, fully aware of who was on the other end. Director Wang. We have encountered a slight flaw in our plan and may need to change our candidate. The voice of Maya resonated from the other end of the line. Is there a problem? If you are facing difficulties, Ms. Maya, please share them. We will do our utmost to assist you. Wang Zhan's fervent demeanor brought a sigh of relief to Maya. It seemed there was still a glimmer of hope. However, his next words rendered her expression as cold as ice. I regret to inform you that changing personnel is indeed out of the question. Following your match, all our accompanying plans have already commenced and cannot be halted. I am truly sorry. Wang Zhan's tone was filled with regret. Yet it also conveyed the difficult position he found himself in. Once an arrow is loosed, it cannot be retrieved. Are you trying to deceive us at Jin Shikong? Maya nearly shouted. Although a formidable individual could help them achieve their objectives, the addition of pure benevolence could further purify their lineage, leading to an unprecedented transformation. An immeasurable elevation for Shui Shikong. Above Ba Lu High School, the sky crackled with electricity. One moment, it was clear blue. The next, it was as if frames had dropped, shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Is this how you, old Wang, reassure me? It's only been a morning. Yi Chen thought as he watched the sky above Ba Lu High School shift dramatically, feeling increasingly frustrated with old Wang, who had not spoken a single truth. Lady Maya, please temper your fury. Such sentiments could adversely affect the relationship between our two parties. The information regarding KO2 was indeed orchestrated by us, but it was merely a precautionary measure to protect him. You are surely aware of his significance and that it was not intended as an affront to your side. Moreover, as long as you handle KO1 appropriately, it can also fulfill your requirements. To my knowledge, your princess is quite satisfied, is she not? Wang Zhan remarked cheerfully while gazing at the distant sky where dark clouds loomed. Indeed, they concealed parts of KO2's information regarding the cessation of hostilities. It was impossible for someone of Maya's caliber to discern his characteristics while standing in front of him. Furthermore, Shui Shikong's choice of KO1 was not subtly guided by them. Who could they blame for Shui Shikong's haste to proceed? Jin Shikong bore no obligation to pay for Shui Shikong's errors, and even if a swap were possible, they would not accommodate Shui Shikong's demands. Frustrated by her inability to achieve her goals through Wang Zhan, Maya ended the call, recognizing that further discussion would be futile. At this juncture, she could only contemplate alternative solutions. Jin Shikong's refusal to amend the terms of their covenant meant they had to adhere to its stipulations. Moreover, Jin Shikong was correct. The child Zhong Wanjun could indeed help them achieve their objectives, and Ina herself was fond of him. Yet they had merely envisioned more than that. As Maya gazed at the curtain of rain, she fell into contemplation until she heard someone calling her. Teacher Maya, did you forget your umbrella? Turning, she saw 3 students from Class Ultimate 1 behind her. Indeed, it's unfortunate that the parking lot is quite a distance from here. Maya sighed slightly as she regarded the young boy before her. Little Gu, please accompany the teacher to the parking lot. Yin Yin and I will wait for you here. Gu Zhan handed the umbrella to Zhigu, instructing him to escort Maya. All right, then you all wait for me a moment. Zhigu accepted the umbrella and opened it, finding it quite manageable to accommodate 2 individuals close together. Thank you, Zhigu. Maya smiled sweetly as she stepped under the umbrella, watching the 2 retreat into the rain. Gu Zhan couldn't help but smile with delight. Little Gu, Li Yin Yin began, but was interrupted by Gu Zhan. Yin Yin, just keep it to yourself. Let us pretend we are unaware. Not long after, the 2 spotted a foolish boy running back through the rain. Gu Zhan and Li Yin Yin exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. I feared the teacher might arrive home without an umbrella, so I left it with her. Zhan, it seems you'll need to share an umbrella with me now, Zhigu explained, shaking the rain off his clothes. Fine, I understand. I'll take you home to change clothes. But you're covering the taxi fare. Though Gu Zhan shot a glare at his younger companion. He was already accustomed to it. No problem. Yin Yin can come along too. It's perfect timing for a meal at my house, and afterward, we can have the driver take us back to school. Jigu warmly invited his friends over for lunch. Great. This was not their first visit to Ji Ji's home. However, they were always greeted by Ji Ji's mother, and it was often the case that Ji Ji's father was at work during their visits. Ji Ji's mother particularly adored Gu Zhan and Li Yin Yin, her son's treasured companions, and she welcomed them with such enthusiasm that it sometimes overwhelmed them. In her eyes, it was quite a feat for her somewhat slow-witted son to make two friends, and thus she endeavored to treat them exceptionally well. Auntie. Ina waved her hand in front of Maya. What is it? Maya snapped back to reality, brushing aside Ina's hand. I was going to ask you what was wrong. The moment I returned, I found you lost in thought, staring at an umbrella. Ina gazed at her aunt with a hint of annoyance. Are you in a daze? Nothing to worry about. Let us eat first. Auntie has already prepared the meal, and I'll have her bring it out. Maya skillfully diverted the conversation. Ina, what is the name of that gentle classmate in your class? She casually inquired while eating. Gentle? Are you referring to Jigu? Ina pondered. Indeed. The only one who fit that description in Class Ultimate 1 was Jigu. Yes, he really seems out of place in that environment. Maya subtly guided her niece to divulge more. It's likely because he gets along well with Gu Zhan. Since Gu Zhan is transferring schools, he must be following him to Class Ultimate 1, Ina speculated after a moment's thought. I'm finished. Once you're done, please call Annie to clean up. Maya set down her utensils after a few bites. All right. Ina was no longer surprised. She understood that her aunt, at this point, didn't really need to eat. She could survive on the air alone. Her aunt's dining was merely an act of companionship to ensure she was not alone at the table. Auntie, what are you watching? I want to see too. Ina peeked out from under the covers. The Legend of the White Snake? Where are you in the story? Ina inquired with great interest, having seen it before but eager to enjoy it again with her aunt. Yet, as she continued watching, something felt amiss. The plot seemed increasingly peculiar. Rain? An umbrella? Scholars? Demons? Ina's mind raced as she connected the dots. Looking at her aunt, she felt at a loss for words, her emotions tangled. What is it? Maya noticed her niece gazing at her instead of the screen. It's nothing, Auntie. I just remembered that I have class tomorrow. I'll head to bed now. You should sleep early too. Chapter 32. Is there truly someone at Jin Shikong unafraid of death? Pardon my intrusion. Yi Chan turned to leave the Hua residence, having fulfilled his obligations. Since the decision-makers at Hua did not wish for Hua Linglong to participate, it was indeed a regrettable circumstance. Yi Chun was indifferent to their reasons. Abandoning the opportunity was simply that, abandonment. Li classmate, what brings you here? Just as he exited the Hua family gate, he spotted Li Yin standing across the road. Teacher Yi, this is my younger brother, and my family wishes to meet you. Li Yin looked down as she spoke. Then let us go, Li classmate. For the sake of a student, I wouldn't mind making a trip. It is merely the pride of a student. As for the underlying matters concerning the Li family, Yi Chen pays them no heed whatsoever. The notion that the Li family might pose a threat to him is laughable if they dare to act tonight. He will have the means to bring down the entire Li family by tomorrow. As he opened the car door, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged from behind him. Li classmate, the teacher has matters to attend to today. Let us postpone for another day. Yi Chen calmly informed Li Yin after taking a deep breath. Moments ago, an audacious individual had attempted to kidnap Chiu with firearms, but fortunately, Bai Hu was there to provide protection. All right, Teacher Yi. As soon as she uttered this, she witnessed Yi Chen vanish before her eyes. At that moment, outside Yi Chen's residence, a cadre of individuals clad in black was assaulting a faint golden energy barrier, causing ripples of energy to surge around it. Within the barrier, Bai Hu had shrunk down and lay on the ground, serving as a cushion for Chiu. You seek death. Before he even arrived, a voice as cold as the winter's chill swept through, obliterating every living creature present, save for Chiu. With a wave of sword energy. Oh no, the mission has failed. The yellow-haired masked man observing the battlefield from afar recognized the chaotic sword energy and knew it was time to retreat. Did I permit you to leave? Yi Chen's icy voice resonated in her ears, followed by a piercing sonic boom as a sword energy pierced through 3 walls, pinning her against one. As the masked figure attempted to struggle, she was horrified to see 2 additional sword energies penetrate the walls, pinning her hands to either side. Is Chiu all right? Was she frightened? Yi Chun inquired with concern, checking for any injuries. No. Little Bai protected me with a formation. Chiu replied, bewildered by Yi Chen's frantic inspection. She had indeed been nearly struck by a tranquilizer dart, but it had been deflected by the force field before it could reach her. Subsequently, Bai Hu had appeared, and they had been waiting on the ground for Yi Chen to return. Good, as long as you're fine. Please return home with Baihu. I will deal with the culprits and return shortly. Chen instructed her to head home. Will you be safe going alone, Chen? Perhaps I should accompany you for safety with Baihu. Qiao expressed her concern, uncertain of the power they were facing. No worries. Lao Wang will bring people along. Chen assured her, invoking Wang Zhan to bolster the security of his mission. All right then, I will wait for you at home. Upon hearing that Wang Zhan would also be present, Qiao felt reassured that Chen would face minimal danger. After all, if they encountered trouble, the army would soon intervene. As Qiao entered the house, a surge of murderous intent surged within Chen. He was determined to uncover the identity of the audacious force from the Jin Shikong that dared to target Qiao. Judging by the situation, it appeared they intended to abduct her as leverage against him. Glancing at the scattered gun parts on the ground, he could rule out any involvement from the demon realm, as they had begun to embrace technology, but their minions were evidently more cost-effective. Just then, he noticed a half-unconscious masked man who was clearly part of the operation. With a smirk, he removed the unconscious man's mask and was met with a familiar visage. The descendant of the formidable Blue King from a millennium ago, the Lan family. This behavior aligned perfectly with the current actions of the Lan family. He recalled their involvement in threatening King Arthur with the life of his wife, Kai Wuxiong, in an attempt to seize Excalibur. If memory served him right, this woman was none other than Lan Xichen, the adopted daughter of the current head of the Lan family, Lan Tian. To claim that Lan Xichen acted independently would be absurd. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Lan Tian. However, none of this would matter to Chen. Whether they were descendants of the Blue King or the Green King, they would all face their doom today. He intended to make an example of the Lan family for daring to target Qiao. After throwing Lan Xichen into the courtyard of the Lan residence, Chen began to summon the Xuanwu anomaly. Though he could not summon the full power of the Xuanwu, requiring at least a battle power index of 30,000, even a fraction of it would suffice to bring about the Lan family's downfall. Who goes there? Sensing the energy fluctuations above, the members of the Lan family rushed outside to investigate. Upon exiting the door, they were met with the sight of the unconscious Lan Xichen and Chen, who was harnessing his battle power to summon the anomaly. Gazing at the tumultuous lake forming in the sky above, Lan Tian quickly spoke. We are unaware of how we have offended you, esteemed one. Please, allow us to discuss this matter calmly. Whatever your conditions may be, the Lan family will comply. There's no need for that. I only desire the annihilation of the Lan family, Chen coldly declared, condemning them to death. The Lan family's capitulation was not born from a recognition of their wrongs, but from their realization that their end was near. Xuanwu, arise. With Chen's command, a voice reminiscent of ancient times echoed, accompanied by a divine beast with a turtle-like body and a serpent-like tail emerging in the city's skyline. Increase your speed. At this moment, we must disregard any consequences. Wang Zhan, en route to the Lan residence, comprehended the gravity of the situation upon observing the Xuanwu's emergence. This young man, who often boasted of being a martial artist, displayed powers that defied belief. Anyone unaware might assume he possessed a battle power index of 40,000. The Xuanwu's primordial heavy water, while not as mythical as described in legends, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The lake above began to condense into droplets of black water, ready to descend at Chen's command. Although he could not execute such a supernatural feat himself, he could channel it through the Xuanwu. Below, the Lan family, unable to escape their own confines, resigned themselves to their fate. Meanwhile, Lan Tian's son, Lan Luo, held on to hope, attempting to communicate with the Blade Demon for a sliver of survival. Do you possess a battle power index exceeding 30,000? The Blade Demon inquired, unimpressed. No, Lan Luo admitted. Then why do you persist in struggling, like your father, when you should simply await your demise? Although he was baffled by the creature's ability to manifest such power at over 20,000 battle power, Lan Luo understood that he could not resist the pressure of the divine power with his mere 10,000. He was trapped within this deadly range and had no choice but to await his fate. The ominous black droplets loomed overhead, ready to fall. Lan family, descend and convey my regards to the Blue King. As he prepared to utter the command for the droplets to fall, a government vehicle sped out from below, racing at nearly 200 miles per hour. Chen, spare them. Chen feigned ignorance, continuing to gesture downward. As he observed Chen's unwavering resolve, Wang Zhan understood that he was merely pretending not to hear, knowing that once he descended, he would likely blame the wind for his inability to catch the plea. At this point, Wang Zhan has indeed exerted all his efforts, providing explanations both externally and internally. Although Yi Chen's intention to eliminate the Lan family might be deemed excessive, his reasoning is not without merit. The assault on the family members of public officials is an absolute taboo in the humanitarian landscape of the Jin Shikong era. As the second-in-command of the Super Management Bureau, Yi Chen falls within the realm of high-ranking public officials, making the Lan family's actions tantamount to courting death. Wang Zhan's presence is primarily due to the higher-ups considering the contributions made by the Lan Wang a millennium ago to the Jin Shikong, thereby granting the Lan family a sliver of hope, albeit this leniency is only afforded this once. Just as Wang Zhan was about to disregard the voice of authority, the voice of an elder echoed in his ear. "Xiao Chen, let it go this time. Grant the Lan family a chance to survive." While Wang Zhan could feign ignorance, he found himself powerless against the words of this elder, who happened to be Qiu Qiu's grandfather, Jin Baike. It seems my influence still holds considerable weight. Observing the sudden dissipating Xuanwu phenomenon in the sky, Wang Zhan realized that the Lan family would not face death today. Yi Chen's voice resonated from above. "Since you, old Wang, wish to spare them, then I shall grant you this favor. However, while their capital offenses may be absolved, their lesser crimes cannot escape punishment." Yi Chen continued. "I will now announce the judgment of the Super Management Bureau regarding the martial arts faction of the Lan family. Director Wang, do you have any objections?" "None." Wang Zhan concurred. Yi Chen indeed possessed this authority, and the Super Management Bureau held the prerogative to impose leniency in cases involving martial arts families that had transgressed within the Jin Shikong. However, unless the circumstances were dire, the Bureau would not lightly invoke immediate adjudication powers. Meanwhile, Lan Si Luo, having just sighed in relief, was now bewildered. Had the Lan family concealed a failed rebellion from him? Otherwise, why would both the head and deputy of the Super Management Bureau be present, denying them even the opportunity to stand trial and opting for immediate judgment instead? He glanced at Lan Si Chen, who had just regained consciousness, and realization dawned upon him. The Lan family must have hidden something from him that led to their current predicament. Just as he pondered what misdeeds Lan Si Chen had concealed from him, Yi Chen was already revealing the truth from above. "I will now read the immediate judgment of the Extraordinary Realm Management Bureau against the martial arts faction of the Lan family. On the evening of XX month, XX day, and XXXX year, Lan Tian, the head of the Lan family, in collusion with his adopted daughter, Lan Si Chen, commanded subordinates armed with various firearms to assault the relatives of high-ranking public officials from the Extraordinary Realm Management Bureau. Their intention was to coerce these officials into fulfilling nefarious objectives, thereby violating the law with severe consequences and creating a profoundly negative societal impact. The Extraordinary Realm Management Bureau has resolved to sentence Lan Tian, the head of the Lan family, to life imprisonment without the possibility of commutation, revoking his citizenship and rights within the Jin Shikong, effective immediately. Additionally, Lan Si Chen, his adopted daughter, is also sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of commutation, with her citizenship and rights in the Jin Shikong revoked, effective immediately, due to the criminal records of Lan Tian and Lan Si Chen. Their immediate family members for 3 generations are barred from public office examinations, and the Jin Shikong fortune list shall not be accessible to their direct descendants. This judgment is hereby announced by Deputy Director Yi Chen of the Extraordinary Realm Management Bureau and takes effect immediately. Director Wang, I will send the case files to the Extraordinary Realm Management Bureau shortly. Please take your people back. If anyone obstructs the enforcement of the law, eliminate them on the spot to avoid complications. I shall take my leave." Yi Chen glanced at the time. It was getting late, and he still needed to prepare the case files. The news of the Super Management Bureau's sudden immediate judgment against the martial arts faction of the Lan family spread throughout the martial arts community of the Jin Shikong overnight. Ever since the establishment of the Super Management Bureau, this power had nearly been forgotten, as it had never been utilized before. Upon learning the specifics, many believed the Lan family had brought this fate upon themselves. It is vital to recognize that many high-ranking individuals in the Jin Shikong are ordinary citizens. What the Lan family did led to unfavorable perceptions among them. In their eyes, the Lan family was akin to a chicken, while they were the monkeys. At that moment, within the Gu family of martial arts, a young man, yawning, entered the living room. "Dad, did you call for me?" It had been years since his father had summoned him in the middle of the night. "Jier, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you will transfer directly to Class Ultimate at Balaga High School to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. I will handle matters with the school." The sudden turmoil within the Lan family felt like divine favor upon the Gu family. The head of the Gu family grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Initially, he believed there was little chance for the Gu family, but upon hearing that someone had relinquished their spot, and that competitors were suddenly self-sabotaging. It felt like fate was smiling upon them. Among the younger generation of martial artists, only Lan Si Luo and his son Jier were qualified. And with Lan Si Luo disqualified, the path was clear for the Gu family. No, I am quite content at Xiaoping. Why must I transfer? Gu Ji was perplexed. Being awakened in the dead of night just to be told to transfer was bewildering. Do you know about the KO list? His father explained the reasoning. Of course I know. Isn't that just a ranking list for those school delinquents? Gu Ji was aware but held it in disdain, believing he could easily surpass the KO one. The KO list is not so simple. The owner of the KO list disappeared a decade ago, yet it has persisted, and over the years, it has become increasingly accurate. If we had thought of this earlier, we could have avoided being so passive for so long. Gu Ji's father sighed. Enough of the roundabout explanations. Let me be direct. The KO list is a fortune list selected by the upper echelons of the Jin Shikong. Being on the list grants one the support of Jin Shikong's fortune. Currently, 8 of the top 10 on the KO list are in Class Ultimate at Balaga High School. Do you find that normal? Class Ultimate has absorbed 4 transfer students at the start of the semester, all of whom are ranked among the top 10 on the KO list. It seems they are favored by fortune. Wait, are you suggesting that my transfer is because I am not favored by fortune? Gu Ji grasped his father's implication. Perhaps that could be said, but it's not the worst outcome. The worst has already lost their qualification due to family ties. Based on his father's intel, the top 5 on the KO list were the most crucial, and it seemed 4 positions were already secured, leaving 1 spot open for the fortunate few outside the list. The head of the Gu family divulged the entirety of the information and awaited Gu Ji's digestion of it. Dad, are you suggesting I go after that position? Gu Ji understood his father's meaning. Not exactly to snatch it, but primarily because after the Lan family's upheaval, unless a hidden young master emerges, that position should rightfully be yours. However, to seize the opportunity, you need to integrate into Class Ultimate swiftly. The head of the Gu family cautioned him, sensing that Class Ultimate was not simple. All right, I will take Lu Chun and Tai Yang directly to Class Ultimate tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I shall retire for the night. Gu Ji required ample sleep due to his unique physique. Chapter 34. The storm approaches. What's the matter, Rex? You've seemed burdened with thoughts since daytime. Arthur extended a glass of wine to Rex, who was gazing at the moon from the balcony. Since they began teaching together, the group often gathered at Arthur's home. Is it that obvious? Rex took a sip of the wine. Perhaps he truly could not conceal his feelings. Undoubtedly. Both Xiao Yu and I have noticed you are different today. Only that arrogant fool remains oblivious. If there are any issues, feel free to express them. We are brothers. And I firmly believe that the 4 of us, united in purpose, can overcome any challenge. Rex raised his glass and clinked it with Arthur's, downing the drink in one go. Today, Chen approached me and shared something concerning Lei Ting, advising me to prepare accordingly. Rex exhaled deeply and recounted what Chen had disclosed earlier today. What about Lei Ting? Is there a problem? Isn't she doing well in the ultimate class? Moreover, with an arrogant one among them, nothing untoward should occur there. Arthur pondered, struggling to fathom what issues Lei Ting could possibly face. This requires a bit of context. Do you remember the KO leaderboard? Rex inquired. Of course. Back then, we dominated the top 5 with Tian Hongwang. Arthur reminisced, a nostalgic expression crossing his face as he recalled their glory days in the intercollegiate scene. Indeed, that's why we participated in the good versus evil battle. Rex sighed, lamenting the existence of that cursed leaderboard, which wasted his time. Had it not been for that, he would have already surpassed a combat strength of 30,000. Rex interrupted Arthur's musings, leaving Arthur with a nauseating feeling akin to swallowing a fly. In their youthful arrogance, they had no idea that the KO leaderboard was a deceitful trap set by the Black Dragon to ensnare high school students. The Black Dragon, devoid of morality, deserved to spend 10 years in a mental institution. Are you suggesting that Lei Ting is following in our footsteps? But the Jin Shikong has been quite tranquil recently, without any malevolent forces like the martial law authority emerging. The Black Dragon has been severely weakened by us and is likely hiding away to recuperate, Arthur argued, reassured by Lei Ting's status as the current KO3. With so many iterations of the KO leaderboard, the Jin Shikong has remained peaceful, devoid of evil forces targeting the KO as they once did, he continued. Indeed, nothing has happened in all these years. Rex sighed, acknowledging that his cousin had indeed fallen victim to misfortune. Why did trouble arise just as she made the leaderboard? Today, Chen informed me that there will be minor changes within the Jin Shikong and significant upheavals on the KO leaderboard, suggesting that the Jin Shikong intends to leverage the leaderboard for some schemes. This implies that the KO leaderboard is no longer the chaotic free-for-all it once was. It is now under the control of the official forces of Jin Shikong. There is certainly risk involved, but when compared to the opportunities presented, this risk is almost negligible. He advised me to elevate Lei Ting's strength to over 15,000 to secure her position within the top 5, and achieving 20,000 would provide even greater assurance. Arthur inhaled sharply, shocked. What is the official intent? The Jin Shikong does not face the demon realm like the Tai Shikong does. Why the sudden demand for such high strength from the younger generation? Should we inform the arrogant one to inquire with the Tai Shikong for any insider information? Arthur suspected that there was more to this than merely enhancing strength to maintain rankings. This matter must not reach Dedong. It could lead to disastrous consequences. Arthur cautioned, emphasizing the need to keep Dedong from aligning too closely with the Tai Shikong, lest the officials of Jin Shikong perceive his actions unfavorably. Rex shook his head. The current Jin Shikong is far from the murky waters of their past, where only minor figures occupied the public stage. They once viewed the Black Dragon as a formidable threat, but upon experiencing the wider world, they realized that in the grand scheme of the 12 realms, the Black Dragon was merely a nuisance. This matter must remain concealed from Dedong, as it involves sensitive information pertaining to the Jin Shikong, and anyone leaking such secrets faces severe consequences. Dedong is currently assisting the Tai Shikong in investigating banned substances within the Jin Shikong and has already ventured into precarious territory. The so-called banned substances might have only persisted under the tacit approval of the Jin Shikong, allowing them to remain active for so long. Furthermore, the Hell Vision is not something that poses immediate danger. One must consume 8 within a day to face lethal consequences, indicating that its risks are not as severe as perceived. It is a contentious issue, and they have chosen to turn a blind eye in light of their unified front against the demon realm. The Tai Shikong would not be obstructed in their attempts to intervene. After all, the demon realm is currently the common enemy of the 12 realms, and they welcome any efforts to combat it. This is no longer an era where camaraderie dictates actions. The iceberg beneath the surface of the Jin Shikong has begun to surface, and all matters are now governed by law. If Dedong were to learn of this and speak indiscreetly, we could find ourselves visiting prisons annually, or worse, attending funerals. Arthur was visibly distressed by the implications. Such information must remain hidden from that arrogant fool, who is hardly literate in legal matters. All right, Lei Ting has already surpassed a combat strength of 10,000. Enhancing her strength should not pose any significant challenge for your Lei family. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. While I may lack in other areas, I can provide some training resources. Arthur patted Rex's shoulder, signaling him not to be modest. My concern lies elsewhere. After all, the vast Lei family should find it relatively easy to assist Lei Ting in enhancing her combat index. What are the upper echelons and elite forces of Jin Shikong truly aiming to achieve with the KO leaderboard? The arrival of those 4 new transfer students this semester raises suspicions of underlying motives. The appearances of KO1, KO2, KO3, and even KO10, who transferred immediately upon the start of the semester, have led to growing doubts. It seems that everything is beginning to reveal itself. The sudden clustering of the top 10 KO participants within the ultimate class raises the suspicion that the remaining top contenders may soon follow suit. This is precisely what I have been contemplating. After all, we are now all part of the ultimate class, unable to remain aloof. As Rex continued to express his concerns, he wondered how the situation had shifted so rapidly. All right, enough worrying, let us drink. Arthur interjected. Our era has passed. Even if the sky falls upon the Jin Shikong, it shall not affect us. Let the tall one bear the burden. We shall remain by their side, providing support. Come, I shall take you to sample my prized whiskey. If not for your visit, Wuxiong would not have allowed me to drink tonight. Arthur guided Rex inside. While Rex acknowledged that the current Jin Shikong was not something they need to fret over, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was Arthur truly eager to host gatherings at his home for this reason? Chapter 35. The late-night arrival of Little Apple, the Gu family, the Tai family, and the Lu family? Yi-chan observed the 3 students who had transferred overnight and felt that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Class advisor. My father sends his regards on behalf of the Gu family and invites you to visit us at your convenience. Guji bowed respectfully, extending an invitation from his father to Yi-chan. The head of the Gu family is quite gracious, but a visit is unnecessary. Since you, Gu, have transferred here, consider me your class advisor. There is no need to regard me in any other capacity. I hope you can quickly acclimate to the ultimate class. As for the KO leaderboard, you will have to manage that yourselves. The students in the ultimate class possess considerable strength. I hope you are mentally prepared. Yi-chan cautioned him to be ready, lest he end up being overshadowed by Hua Linglong instead of stepping into his role. Faintly, he overheard the Tai family's young princess, Tai Yang, and the other two expressing their admiration in the corridor. Our new class advisor is so handsome. If only we could have his lessons in our new class. At least the classes wouldn't be boring. Yi Chen shook his head, bewildered by the incessant thoughts of contemporary high school students. Shouldn't their energy be devoted to their studies at such a formative age, rather than seeking praise? He would prefer that the young son Xiao be able to excel in all academic subjects, as that would yield tangible benefits. Admittedly, receiving compliments did bring him a subtle sense of satisfaction. They had now essentially entered the preparatory phase, waiting for everyone to exert their efforts. Zhong Wanjun, Ji Gu, Lei Ting, Gu Ji, and others were stepping in for Hua Linglong. Yi Chen felt a tinge of regret when he thought of Hua Linglong. Despite the Hua family's somewhat meager foundation, it was still adequate. However, when Hua Linglong obediently retreated to his room at the behest of his sisters during their conversation, Yi Chen sensed that this endeavor might have been futile. As expected, when Yi Chen suggested putting the entire Hua family on the line, Hua Linglong's 6 sisters immediately objected. In their view, such an idea was utterly reckless. They would not consent to jeopardize the family's well-being for Hua Linglong. They were already averse to the notion of Hua Linglong possessing a combat power index, let alone risking the entire family for him. Given this, Yi Chen had no further arguments. It was simply a matter of fate for Hua Linglong. This world operates on a principle where if you do not act, others will. Having managed to communicate with the Hua family to gain their support for Hua Linglong was the extent of Yi Chen's capabilities. He could not afford to stake everything on a desperate push. After all, he was merely Hua Linglong's teacher, not his father. Thus, the moment Yi Chen departed from the Hua family, Hua Linglong's standing was effectively lost, merely awaiting someone to challenge and replace him. Reckless, you truly guessed correctly. Are all the participants present? Arthur was speechless upon receiving Yi Chen's message. What participants? Rex adjusted his glasses and continued watching the drama, as they were quite idle. To be frank, the ultimate class had received 3 new transfer students, arriving overnight. Arthur scrolled through the student information Yi Chen had sent him, noting that all 3 possessed formidable combat abilities and came from well-established families. I have forwarded the information to you. Please review it first. I have to attend class now, Arthur said, glancing at the time before exiting the office. What were they discussing? Hadn't 4 new students already arrived in the ultimate class? Nearby, Xiao Jili sensed an unusual development, pondering if it was related to the task assigned to him by the Jiu Wu Alliance leader. Hey, Zhong Wanjun. It seems you are the only one who transferred alone. Everyone else came in groups of 3. Don't you have 2 friends who haven't arrived yet? When will you bring them? Wang Dadong whispered to Zhong Wanjun, convinced it was entirely plausible. Not classmates. Is your focus a bit peculiar? Zhong Wanjun looked at Wang Dadong in confusion, questioning the normalcy of such an inquiry. Isn't it? Look, the new students today are also a trio. Bei Xiangjiao and the others are a trio as well. Why not invite 2 more close friends to form your own trio? Wang Dadong attempted to persuade Zhong Wanjun to recruit more people. Lei Ting was exasperated, initially suspecting that Wang Dadong was scheming something behind her back. These 2 had a history, and she had to be cautious. The more she listened, the more she felt something was amiss. What on earth was Wang Dadong always thinking about? Wang Dadong, please do not disrupt the class, or I will have to inform the teacher, Lei Ting interjected, seeking to rescue Zhong Wanjun from Wang Dadong's whimsical ideas. All right, Wang Dadong retorted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The teacher at the podium was Arthur, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. Meanwhile, the trio known as the Little Apples was deliberating on how to fulfill the task assigned to Gu Ji by his father. They had not been given any time to acclimate. They had just awakened to find out they were already transferred and would soon be seeking a new homeroom teacher. Although Lu Chun and the son were initially reluctant, they changed their minds when informed that the other 2 would be going as well. Ultimately, as long as the 3 of them attended school together, the specific institution mattered little. Why devise a plan when they could directly challenge the most formidable figures on the KO leaderboard? The fiery son urged Gu Ji to confront Zhong Wanjun. As the KO leaderboard faced continuous challenges from external forces, the identities of Zhong Wanjun and Ji Gu had already been unveiled. Son, we did not come here to seek a confrontation. Having Gu Ji challenge Zhong Wanjun right away may provoke resentment among other students. Moreover, Zhong Wanjun's strength is not to be underestimated. Should Gu Ji fail to defeat him in one go, we would become the laughingstock of the academic world, cautioned Lu Chun. Therefore, I suggest we start from KO 10 and work our way up, systematically dismantling the KO leaderboard. This approach is less likely to incite discontent among our peers. as they operate under the rules and can only blame themselves if they lose. Chen assessed the situation, concluding that directly challenging Zhong Wanjun did not align with their objectives. After all, they were not there to become the leaders of the ultimate class. Fulfilling the task assigned to Guji by his father was their priority. Have you forgotten that we are currently ranked KO9 and KO10? Sun reminded Chen. Thus, Guji should start from KO8. No, as far as I know, KO8 and KO7 are occupied by 2 female students, Li Yin and Xiao. Therefore, it would be best for Guji to skip over these 2 and begin from KO6, ensuring he completes the task set by his uncle with minimal engagements. If Guji starts by contending with the girls for ranking, it would tarnish his reputation. Chen's reasoning resonated, and others agreed that beginning at KO6 would save time and avoid unnecessary complications. Guji acknowledged Chen's astuteness, appreciating how he unraveled the situation with clarity. Let us take action by noon then. Chapter 36. Times have changed. Young man, hello, classmate. The individual furiously typing on a laptop, attempting to earn hacker rewards, Hu Yitzi, currently ranked 6th on the KO leaderboard, felt a tap on their shoulder, causing them to mistakenly hit a wrong letter and trigger the firewall. Just as they were about to express their frustration, they noticed a girl with red hair and quickly suppressed their ire. My apologies, is this an inconvenient time? Observing the incessant red alert notifications, it became evident that they had indeed blundered. Chen, nearby, felt that their approach had been poorly executed, but restoring goodwill was paramount. I sincerely apologize, it was our oversight. We will compensate you for any damages. The timing was indeed inappropriate on our part. Chen earnestly offered an apology and proposed recompense for the incident. Given the sincerity of the apology, the new transfer student was not inclined to hold a grudge. After all, it was merely a minor task undertaken during lunch. No need, I haven't really suffered any loss. We are all classmates. Let's just forget it. The new transfer student, unfamiliar with the school, felt it unnecessary to accept compensation, as it would tarnish the reputation of the ultimate class. Actually, we were hoping to discuss something with Hu Yitzi, and it would be inappropriate to proceed without compensating you. Chen carefully considered his words, aiming to provide an exit for both parties without escalating the situation. Very well, here you go. A certain individual retrieved a QR code from his pocket, gesturing for the other party to scan it. When someone insisted on offering without accepting, it seemed disrespectful. Upon hearing the delightful notification of funds received, this individual grew curious about why he was sought after. 3 classmates, what brings you to me? He inquired. It was mentioned that Hu Tongxue ranked 6th on the KO leaderboard. As I transferred to the ultimate class, I carry the responsibility bestowed by my family to challenge the KO leaderboard. I hope Hu Tongxue will engage me in a duel. Guji spoke earnestly. There was no need for subterfuge here. Classmate, if you wish to challenge the KO, you should directly approach Guzhan or Zhong Wanjun. What do you want with me? The individual felt somewhat speechless, perplexed by the obsession with the KO leaderboard. Must I challenge them one by one? KO9 and KO10 are my 2 friends. KO8 and KO7 are both girls, so I must begin with you. Hu Tongxue. Guji could not comply, as Chen had analyzed that such behavior would come off as arrogant and hinder integration into the class. Is that so? The individual pondered, realizing that skipping over Li Yin and Xiao indicated that the other party possessed gentlemanly etiquette. However, he truly did not wish to engage in combat, primarily because he was not fond of fighting. His ranking on the KO leaderboard was derived from previous encounters with students from other universities who had caused disturbances in the ultimate class. Not just him, but Xiao and Hua Linglong were also passively on the KO leaderboard. How about this? We pay Hu Tongxue to battle Guji, 30,000 for the match. And if Hu Tongxue wins, we add another 30,000. We are all classmates, so we can call it a day when we reach an agreement. Chen proposed, recognizing that the individual had no inclination for combat, and it was now a matter of enticing the other party. Can it be done this way? The individual's eyes brightened. He had heard that Guzhan charged for challenges. Was it his turn today? He contemplated, finding the arrangement agreeable, especially since he had no losses. Coincidentally, his beloved sister desired a new phone, which was also why he occasionally took on hacker tasks. He had always felt indebted to her and wished to make amends. Was it a stroke of luck that an opportunity presented itself? Shall we proceed now? The individual's expression grew earnest, as he had always approached battles with utmost dedication. Now is perfect. We have just enough time for a match. Guji glanced at the clock, noting that there was ample time before class. Follow me, classmates. I will lead the way to the Shengxi gate. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving others to match his speed for the impending duel. This classmate is intriguing. Guji and his companions soon arrived at the Shengxi gate. Do you need a moment to rest, Gu Tongxue? No need, let us begin. Gu Ji produced a stack of cards, indicating the other could start, having previously been informed of Hu Tongshue's weaknesses by Lu Chen. Be cautious, Gu Tongxue. With that, he accelerated, vanishing from Gu Ji's sight. How is this possible? Outside the arena, the sun was taken aback by the extraordinary speed. She could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. This is troublesome. Hu Tongshue's speed is overwhelming, and Gu Ji's cards cannot even graze him. Regardless of his knowledge of weaknesses, the martial artist's speed was indeed a formidable challenge for Gu Ji, who had anticipated such a scenario but did not expect it to unfold so swiftly. The opponent effortlessly evaded Gu Ji's cards and capitalized on his moment of vulnerability to strike at his blind spots, making Gu Ji feel as though he were being treated like a game boss in a video game. The trajectory of his cards required time to travel, which allowed Hu Tongsxue ample opportunity to predict their landing points and evade them. The first target had proven to be quite a challenge. He could not afford to prolong the engagement, as such tactics were detrimental to him. Upon hearing the temperature gauge on his wrist alarm, Gu Ji decisively resolved to unleash his ultimate move. His continuous card throws had now amassed a combat power index of 13,000, sufficient to regain control of the situation. This is not good. Gu Ji's body temperature is rising. The sun was anxious, fearing that Gu Ji would need to visit the infirmary again. Gu Ji's unique physiology meant that exceeding normal body temperature would render him uncomfortable, and further elevation could lead to fainting. Hamigua. Anticipating the approximate position of his opponent, Gu Ji unleashed his ultimate attack. An orange-yellow shockwave enveloped a 150-degree area in front of him, propelling the swiftly moving Hu Tongsxue through the air. Gu Ji, enduring discomfort, flashed over to hold down the newly grounded Hu Tongsxue. Classmate, I concede. Very well, you have won. Hu Tongsxue admitted promptly, acknowledging his defeat. Though he possessed speed, his attack power was relatively weak, categorizing him as high sensitivity but low offense. Had he possessed Gu Zhan's high attack power, he would have defeated Gu Ji easily. Gu Tongsxue, should you visit the infirmary? Observing Gu Ji's face turning as red as fire and him appearing somewhat disoriented, Hu Tongsxue felt a wave of panic. Was this merely a spar, or had he inadvertently caused harm? Chapter 37. A heroic rescue, leading to the infirmary? Are you alright? The ultimate class rushed to the scene, alerted by Gu Ji's combat power index. I'm fine. I was merely sparring with the new classmate Gu Ji, and after winning, I headed to the infirmary. The individual, whose bank balance had just reached 30,000, scratched his head. He was indeed fine, but Gu Ji's condition appeared concerning. The recently arrived members of the ultimate class were equally baffled. The victor proceeded to the infirmary, while the defeated seemed unscathed. As long as you are well, let us return to class. Unable to comprehend the situation, Lei Ting led her classmates back to their studies, intending to discuss matters further upon the return of the others. You mean to say that this classmate came to the ultimate class to challenge the KO leaderboard, and I am next? Hua Linglong expressed disbelief, wondering why so many were drawn to the KO leaderboard, especially when it seemed no financial rewards were in sight. Hua Linglong had initially believed that the ultimate class had finally attracted some gentlemen and ladies, only to discover that it was merely another trio of reckless individuals. He glanced at the eclectic mix of characters in the ultimate class and shook his head, feeling a sense of despair. They arrive only to fight, putting themselves in the infirmary. Perhaps I will help them recognize their own limitations. Hua Linglong lowered his head, continuing to admire his reflection in the mirror, oblivious to his surroundings. The individual shook his head. Hua Linglong's obsession had grown worse. Once a brief glance, now it consumed an entire class period. Is this truly all there is? Yi Chen observed that it was quite challenging for Gu Ji to achieve even the most basic accomplishments. He mused that perhaps it would have been better to have Hua Linglong handle the situation, as at least Hua Linglong could endure longer and would not falter so swiftly. It seems that the individual in question has been enhanced by him, so that alleviates some concern. Now, Yi Chen found himself confronted with a dilemma. Such an unsightly display of sparring could make even him hesitate, let alone those in higher positions who might question whether to replace personnel. Initially, he had assumed that the Gu family would resolve the issue of physical conditioning before sending someone, but it appeared they intended to send someone unprepared to exploit him or the hierarchy above. Never mind. He would inquire with Gu Ji later to discern the truth, or check with Lao Wang to see if there was any contingency plan in place. Yi Chen decided to bide his time, as there was no urgency to act immediately. As for being compelled to extract something from Gu Ji akin to what he had done for Wang Dadong's physical conditioning, that idea was far-fetched. The points necessary to heal Gu Ji could easily be traded for a portion of the origin of heaven and earth. Wang Dadong's situation arose because the items were of no use to either Yi Chun or Qiu Qiu, and he had a fondness for that character from his past life, which led him to part with them partially as a gift. Ding ling ling. Hello, Ina. What is the matter? Teacher Yi, it's terrible. Classmate Zhong Wanjun was injured while trying to save me and is now in the hospital. He is in critical condition, and the hospital has issued a critical illness notice. On the other end of the line, Ina was crying, her voice trembling. All right, I understand. I will head over immediately. Yi Chen hung up, his expression turning grim. The actions of those from the water time space were excessive. Were they taking advantage of the fact that the golden time space currently lacked top-tier powerhouses? If Zhong Wanjun had been severely injured by someone from the water time space, Yi Chen would have consumed his phone on the spot. Lao Wang. Do the people from the water time space have no regard for the golden time space? Yi Chen complained as he dialed Wang Zhan's office. Well, I didn't expect them to be so bold, Wang Zhan replied with a rueful smile. Does the golden time space truly lack individuals with a combat power index above 40,000? Yi Chen inhaled deeply and asked directly. Yes, there are some, but even if they exist, they wouldn't offend another powerhouse over such a trivial matter. Moreover, it is not the right time for them to intervene. In the vast golden time space, there were indeed top-tier fighters. Wang Zhan disclosed some non-confidential information, and even if he hadn't, Yi Chen could have guessed. It's not a good time to intervene. Should we expect them to bear the brunt of the demon realm? It was evident why the entire golden time space needed to retain a combat power index of 40,000. The reasons were self-evident. The younger generation was viewed as expendable in their eyes, just as the KO rankings had been 10 years prior. And the current cohort faced the same fate. This was not limited to just the KO rankings. Yi Chen wore a smile, yet beneath it lay an abyss of despair. It was not the opportune moment for intervention. What use were they? Yi Chen continued to engage Wang Zhan in inconsequential conversation. What nonsense are you spouting? Young man, is there something amiss with your thinking? Primarily, we are currently in a period of alliance with the water time space, aren't we? To put it plainly, we are allies, and it wouldn't be wise to engage in a significant conflict over such a minor issue. After all, battles involving celestial-level powerhouses are catastrophic. Your perspective is rather misguided. What do you think we should do? Wang Zhan chuckled as he explained, though whether Yi Chen believed him was beyond his concern. He had provided his explanation. Maya just called me. They will spare no effort to ensure that Zhong Wanjun's combat power index reaches the critical threshold of 19,000 before his discharge from the hospital. Furthermore, there will be no hidden dangers or side effects. How else can I respond? I have already warned her that the golden time space does not wish to witness such an occurrence a second time, and she has agreed. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. If only he had a combat power index above 30,000. Maya would be entering the hospital alongside Zhong Wanjun at that very moment. The reality was that he did not. And this matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Then let this matter conclude here. I will visit the hospital. After ending the call, he promptly made his way to the hospital, heading straight for the emergency room. Ina, what did the doctor say? Yi Chen inquired, noticing her eyes were swollen from crying, confirming that this was indeed true love. The doctor said that Zhong Wanjun's condition has stabilized, and his vitality is unusually robust. At this rate, he should be able to transfer to a regular ward by tomorrow. Ina lowered her head, staring blankly at Zhong Wanjun's medical record, lost in thought. Very well. You stay here for now. Since this incident stemmed from you, could you ask your family to deposit 1 million into the treatment card? Would that be a problem? Yi Chen observed her with a profound gaze. Not at all, teacher. Ina nodded affirmatively. Yi Chen stood at the entrance of the emergency building when Lei Ting rushed over. The dull gray sky allowed Yi Chen to perceive the world anew. Teacher, what happened to Zhong Wanjun? Lei Ting grasped Yi Chen's clothing in a state of anxiety. Zhong Wanjun is no longer in danger. As a martial artist, his recovery ability is strong. He'll be back to class after a week or so in the hospital. Someone is watching over him now, so you can go and see him. Yi Chen reassured her, urging her not to worry. Zhong Wanjun was currently safe. That is a relief. Lei Ting exhaled, genuinely fearful that her childhood friend would leave her side. All right, teacher, goodbye. Without missing a beat, she dashed into the emergency building. Teacher, what is going on? Zhong Wanjun's combat power index has surpassed 10,000. How could he sustain such severe injuries? Accompanying Lei Ting, Wang Dadong was puzzled. Unable to comprehend who could render the KO one individual, Zhong Wanjun, incapable of escaping. At this point, discussing it is futile. Wang Dadong, do you harbor feelings for Lei Ting? Yi Chen sidestepped the topic and posed another inquiry. Ah well. Wang Dadong faltered, bewildered by Yi Chen's sudden question. I'm not asking whether you like her. I'm asking whether you wish to protect her. If so, ensure your family does not hide away their resources and strive to enhance your combat power index. Your innate battle physique has been restored. Even if you cannot reach Xia Tian's level, you should at least attain the caliber of Xia Yu. Don't wait until one of you ends up in a hospital bed before regretting it. By then, it will be too late. After delivering this admonition, Chen pointed towards the emergency building and turned to leave. Ding ling ling. Chapter 38. Cautious Development. Don't waste opportunities, Chiao. What's the matter? Chen pulled out his phone, noticing a call from Chiao. Chen, do you know what is happening? King just received a call and dashed out without attending class. Wang Dadong followed suit. Chiao sounded anxious, sensing that something significant had transpired. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Zhong Wanjun has been injured and hospitalized. But it's not a grave issue. He'll be back in class in a few days. Please inform your classmates as well, so they need not be overly concerned. Yichun endeavored to soothe the little green plum's worries, as she and Lei Ting were close friends, and it was natural for her to be anxious. All right. With King and Wang Dadong absent, and with me, the moonlit queen of Class 1, and the student council president of Balagwo High School present, there shouldn't be any trouble. Recalling the nickname Little Green Plum, Yichun couldn't help but smile slightly. He recalled the last time he teased her with that title at night. Her adorable face blushing crimson to the point of near embarrassment, igniting a fervor within him that almost transformed him into a beast of desire. Yichun, inhaling the gentle breeze wafting from the river, endeavored to cast aside these distracting thoughts, allowing his mind to regain its composure. It now appeared that the best way to acquire a source item capable of surpassing a battle power index of 30,000 was to seek it in the real world, while utilizing the remaining points to exchange for a secret technique from the 9 secrets in the shop. This would ensure that the possibility of truly ascending to dominion over the golden timespace after his breakthrough would reach a steadfast 100. A barehanded breakthrough, he mused, would not provide sufficient stability. His primary concern was that upon surpassing the 30,000 battle power index, he would be besieged by a plethora of ancient relics boasting 40,000 battle power indices, a phenomenon that would be utterly overwhelming. In Yichun's estimation, the likelihood of such an occurrence was not only present but significant. Having lived 2 lives, he never underestimated the treachery of human nature. To him, the golden timespace had yet to experience its tempestuous upheaval, primarily due to the looming threat of 1 or even 2 battles between good and evil, akin to the sword of Morix, hanging ominously above it. Even if he were to annihilate the entire lineage of these individuals, they would merely endure in silence, too fearful to reveal themselves. In such times, who would dare to step forward, knowing full well they would be cast into the chasm of the good and evil war, with no chance of escape? Let alone the top-tier powerhouses of a time-space realm. Even a drug-enhanced Yi He Na La Si Tung, with a direct battle power index of 100,000, alongside the formidable Du Gu Lang wielding the North Sea divine skill, would cause even the ultimate Iron Man Xia Tian to tread carefully. No matter how inflated the battle power index, dispatching a few ignorant foes with a mere 40,000 battle power index would be a simple task. Thus, as long as Yichun refrained from recklessly challenging the 2 dungeons, the golden timespace would remain tranquil. However, Yichun speculated that if, after the departure of these 2, someone foolishly believed the war between good and evil had concluded and dared to emerge, they would be met with dire consequences. The ensuing appearance of the Mad Dragon's extraterrestrial power would impart a stark lesson to those still fixated on battle power indices about the changing tides of time. He was aware that even a portion of the abilities inherited by Chiao could render a martial artist with a 35,000 battle power index as easily manageable as a mere dog, let alone the Mad Dragon, the boss. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive the Mad Dragon's trial, they would soon face an even graver threat, the demon realm's emissary of demonic flames, whose origins remained a mystery. They could scoff at him as merely a flame emissary. Yet without a paramount being like the ultimate Iron Man to shoulder the burden, even that would prove ineffective. Regardless of the quality of the flame emissary, they were still a flame emissary. Under these circumstances, not only would a 40,000 battle power index seem trivial, but even the ultimate Iron Man Xia Tian would hesitate to test his luck. Should any part of the plan falter, there would be no need to contend with the demon realm SD Abaluo, as they would succumb prematurely within the golden timespace. In light of these considerations, Yichun felt the depths of the golden timespace were indeed profound. He returned to school from the riverbank and promptly called Wang Zhan to inquire about the situation regarding a certain young man from the Gu family. What situation? Old Wang began to sound somewhat foolish. Shouldn't we replace him? Bringing someone with physical deficiencies into the fray is reckless. What if he perishes midway? Chen crossed his legs defiantly and laid down the ultimatum to Wang Zhan. They either needed to replace the individual promptly or resolve the issue. For attempting to exploit him would yield no results. Chen suggested that Wang Zhan might find a way to address the matter. You know that no capable young individuals remain in the golden time space. We cannot possibly approach the Gu family and beg them, can we? Wang Zhan was equally exasperated. The golden time space had been in decline for an extended period. How could he devise a solution for such a condition? Conditions of this nature were not easily remedied. If everyone is at a loss, I will instruct according to protocol. Do not blame me if he dies en route. Chen, resolute, would not allow any exploitation. My deputy director, think of a solution. If required, I will persuade the Gu family to part with their wealth. Wang Zhan's words sealed the fate of the Gu family. Are you certain? Chen raised an eyebrow, for this was precisely the affirmation he sought. I, Wang Zhan, will ensure that as long as you can resolve Gu Ji's issue and facilitate the smooth progress of the plan, it is acceptable to incorporate the entire Gu family into the equation. Wang Zhan showed no concern for the Gu family's sentiments. With your assurance, I now have confidence. In my estimation, curing Gu Ji with a portion of the wood elemental essence will suffice. Chen articulated his strategy. The individual on the other end, Wang Zhan, was left astonished. My deputy director, are you truly so audacious? Do I appear to be a wood elemental essence? Very well, let him wait in vain. If I possessed such a treasure, would it not be more delightful to cultivate a wood elemental essence being? Wang Zhan promptly rejected the idea, deeming Chen's aspirations for the wood elemental essence as excessive. Perhaps you should consider selling Gu Ji by weight and see if he is worth a portion of the wood elemental essence. Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, leaving it to their discretion. After concluding the call, Wang Zhan's fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, his mind replaying Chen's words. What did the department have to say? Wang Zhan looked up at the ceiling, as if seeking answers from above. Chen is nearing a breakthrough of 30,000 battle power indices. This was the exact wording from the department. Has the cause of Chen's anomalies been uncovered? This was the information Wang Zhan had longed to ascertain. And it was also what the golden time space sought to understand. Given Chen's rapid ascension, his progress was nearly rivaling that of the iron time space leader, Jiu Wu. Jiu Wu's current accomplishments at this age were attributed not only to the supreme physique of the iron time space, but also to the guidance of the Grandmaster Shinhuaker from that realm. Both elements were indispensable. Not yet, but the department has formulated a hypothesis. The secretary continued to relay the department's conclusions. Pray tell. Wang Zhan's interest was piqued. After so long, the department had finally unearthed some valuable information. Chen is suspected of having acquired a legacy that transcends the local golden time space and even the 12 time space cultivation systems. What is the likelihood of this hypothesis? Wang Zhan pondered similarly. 80%. That is essentially a certainty. His battle power index and actual strength are fundamentally unrelated. The department had also reached this conclusion, estimating that Chen's true strength was approximately 10,000 points above the exhibited battle power index. The Chen with a 30,000 battle power index could contend with a typical warrior boasting a 40,000 battle power index, making it difficult to predict the outcome. Hence, his breakthrough past 30,000 battle power indices could yield unforeseen complications. The secretary once again presented the department's astonishing conclusion. Wang Zhan felt a surge of frustration towards the department for their seemingly irrational conclusions, yet recalling how Chen had intimidated the Lan family, he fell silent. After a long pause, he returned to the matter at hand, reflecting on Chen's request. Chen now desires the wood elemental essence. Should we grant it or not? The department's stance is in favor, but only after the young generation on the KO list surpasses a battle power index of 20,000. To avoid disturbing the balance of good and evil, the secretary recited the document, careful not to infuse any emotional bias. So the department believes that, for the greater good, we should cure Gu Ji, but who will provide this resource? Wang Zhan furrowed his brow, leaning towards replacing the individual. There is someone. Understood, you may leave. Wang Zhan waved his hand, signaling the secretary to exit, as he sought solitude to contemplate. The balance of good and evil, huh? Wang Zhan silently mocked, wondering if these old relics, who clung to their fates in the blessed land, did not fear the heaven's wrath when they spoke of such a balance. Do you have business? Glancing at the masked figure blocking his path, Chen felt an urge to commit homicide. Teacher Yi, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to propose a transaction. The masked man spoke in a resonant voice. I apologize, but I never engage in transactions with unknown individuals. You may step aside. Who knows whether you are human or ghost? What transaction could we possibly have? Teacher, you would be quite interested. Upon uttering this, he produced a device that projected an image of the wood element's essence into the air. I fear I must disappoint you. I am not interested. Please move aside. Chen cast a glance and lost interest, pushing the obstruction away to continue forward. What? The masked man, taken aback when he attempted to negotiate, was directly shoved aside by Chen. Buzz, just as he intended to pursue, a solid sword energy, forged from metal, grazed his face and embedded itself before him. Take another step, and not only will your face be lost, but your life as well. The chilling voice of Chen wafted through the wind. The masked man, recognizing the threat, halted his advance. Following through would be a futile death. Dingling. The masked man retrieved his phone and answered the call. Did you succeed? Came a raspy voice from the other end. No. Chen merely glanced and walked away. Did we misinterpret the information? Chen does not seem to require this item. The masked man pondered, perplexed as this outcome diverged from expectations. It cannot be wrong. According to the cycle of the 5 elements, this is precisely what he requires next, the voice on the other end stated decisively. Return for now, and we shall deliberate further. As for Chen, he had not taken this matter to heart. He was in no rush to break through. So what need did he have for this item? They believed he sought the wood element's essence, but that was merely a smokescreen he had released. In truth, Chen cared little for which elemental essence it was. The system shop allowed for a one-to-one exchange, so why should he be anxious? As for their intentions, they likely sought him out due to the significant losses incurred from erroneous practice in Ultimate Class 1. It had long been warned that practicing indiscriminately would lead to disaster. Yet there would always be skeptics. What could Chen do about it? In fact, he had been contemplating abandoning small group instruction to disseminate the technique more widely, thus accelerating the accumulation of points. However, he discovered that the system's rules prohibited this approach, citing that it would fail to cater to each student adequately and could mislead them. Therefore, he was left to tend to the Ultimate Class 1 like a field of chives, eagerly awaiting growth, wishing to nurture them daily. Observing yet another wave of injured students heading to the infirmary, Chen silently expressed his apologies. Had he not reinforced the students of Ultimate Class 1, he would not have had to toil as he did now. Each victory resulted in a trip to the infirmary, rendering the wins and losses nearly indistinguishable, leaving the students of Ultimate Class 1 in stunned disbelief. Honestly, they had witnessed countless duels and sparring sessions and thought themselves seasoned. Yet this spectacle was unlike any they had encountered before. Chen could only hope that this young man would know when to concede and not pursue further challenges. Even if Lu Chun discerned the weaknesses of Gu Zhan and the others, it would be of little use. Absolute strength could compensate for any flaw. Gu Zhan, how are things progressing with Li Yanyan's family? Chen inquired, curiosity piqued upon encountering the Bei Xiang Jiao trio. Oh well. Gu Zhan hesitated, unsure how to articulate the matter, primarily because he was the passive party. Meanwhile, Li Yanyan's cheeks flushed a rare shade of crimson, fully aware of Chen's inquiry. Ji Gu stood nearby, utterly perplexed, wondering what riddle they were trying to solve. So, has this matter been settled? Though Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but admire the audacity of the Li family. Yes. Gu Zhan and Li Yanyan exchanged glances, quickly averting their gazes. Even if this matter comes to fruition, you two must remain cautious. You are still high school students. Your current focus should be on your studies, with no room for romance or other distractions, understood? Chen, still somewhat uneasy, feared that these two might inadvertently create trouble for him. The innocent Ji Gu remained utterly bewildered. What were these three discussing in his presence? All right, as long as you understand, the teacher has matters to attend to. With that, he intended to return to his office. Yet, just a few steps away, he heard Ji Ji's startled exclamation, followed by Gu Zhan's muffled attempt to silence him. All of this stemmed from his earlier conversation with Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan, this is the situation. The primary difference between you and Lei Ting is that you lack the same background she possesses, which may lead to your KO ranking being supplanted. I understand, teacher. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan felt a twinge of disappointment, but the class advisor spoke only the truth. His family was simply an ordinary household. Relying solely on him and his mother, they could hardly compete with Lei Ting's wealth and resources to elevate their combat index. Well, what is meant to be will be. What is lost is but fate. Just as Gu Zhan was about to resign himself to this reality, Li Yanyan stepped forward, taking his hand. I am the foundation of your strength. At that moment, Chen couldn't help but marvel at the girl's boldness. It was truly impressive. With such a display, what young boy could withstand it? Chapter 40. Ji Gu, fierce as a god of war. Ji Gu. Yin Yin, have you two truly reached that point? Ji Gu was genuinely curious about the sudden complexity of his two friends' relationship, persistently probing for more details. All right, Xiao Gu, it's not as complicated as you think. Yin Yan's family believes I have potential and wishes to invest in me. It's as simple as that. Gu Zhan attempted to simplify matters, fearing that Ji Ji's inquisitive nature might lead to odd questions. Oh, I see. Then you shouldn't be so secretive with the teacher. I thought you were planning to get married. Ji Ji's realization dawned. It was all so straightforward. What on earth are you thinking? Gu Zhan lightly tapped Ji Gu on the head, amused by his little brother's occasional flashes of brilliance. This was indeed part of his contract with the Li family. Upon reaching a legal age, he and Li Yin Yin would be wed. With this thought, he found himself glancing slyly at Li Yin Yin, who smiled sweetly at him. Tilting her head. For her, this was perhaps the most beautiful moment of her life. The person she cherished most, along with her closest friend, engaged in playful banter while she lovingly observed them. Suddenly, who? A silken umbrella concealed by Su Xinu clattered to the ground. A tranquilizer dart dropping with a soft thud. Swish, swish. Gu Zhan and Ji Gu brandished their makeshift weapons to shield Li Yin Yin. Gu Zhan looked upon the emerging figures, masked and cloaked in black, their combat indices starting at 15,000, with the leader exceeding 18,000. This was not a benign encounter. An orange aura emanated from their weapons, the air around them crackling with energy. A phantom of a mythical beast gradually manifested behind both individuals. After a brief leap in the void, it became apparent that it could not descend, transforming instead into a radiant light that entered the bodies of Gu Zhan and Ji Gu. Their combat power surged dramatically, akin to a roaring flame, as the orange-red and ethereal green auras erupted around them, casting them as youthful deities of war. A masked figure felt a twinge of apprehension. Today's endeavor appeared more formidable than anticipated. 123, let us encircle the one with the highest combat index. 45, you two handle the one with the stick. Number 6, confront the girl with the umbrella. Swiftly now, having assigned roles, the leader surged forward towards Ji Gu. Xiao Gu, hold them off. I will come to support you shortly with Yin Yin. Gu Zhan instructed Ji Gu, quickly discerning that the primary concern lay in whether Ji Gu could withstand the onslaught. Ji Gu raised the Xingtian shield, establishing a barrier of combat power that deflected the trio's assault. The shield erupted with energy, sending the two weaker masked adversaries hurtling away. What just happened? The two, taken aback, had expected their coordinated attack from 3 directions to overwhelm him. Instead, the shield formed a 360-degree defensive perimeter, rendering their assault as ineffective as striking a wall, and the boy remained unfazed as they were repelled by the explosive force. How could they proceed? All he needed to do was target one of them and relentlessly strike the shield, while their leader, already severely injured, began to bleed from the corners of his mouth. His combat power neared 18,000, a full 3,000 higher than Ji Gu's. Nevertheless, Ji Gu remained steadfast against the leader, while keeping an eye on the other two to prevent them from flanking Yin Yin. As long as no adversary present boasted a combat index of 20,000, they could not breach his defenses. After he conjured the Earth-type beast Phantom, the instructor had specifically commented on his defensive limits. If he could withstand attacks exceeding his own combat index of 8,000 with the Xingtian shield, the enhancement from the beast Phantom rendered him invulnerable from all angles. His defensive peak now surpassed his own limits, making it nearly impossible for anyone with less than 20,000 combat power to breach his guard. Ultimately, his enhanced foundation amplified the Xingtian shield's potency. Typically, spiritual artifacts only unleash their true might when their wielder surpassed a combat index of 30,000, rendering their use among these youths a sheer waste. Even the formidable Lanling Wang from Taishijiking felt a sense of dread upon encountering the dragon pattern AO, as the current summer had begun to tap into the true potential of spiritual artifacts. Brother Jean, are you still dialing for help? Jean Baosan, bewildered by the sudden clash involving his classmates from the ultimate class, posed the question. What help? It seems we need an ambulance. If this continues, a Wu might actually kill someone. Jean Baosan retorted. Initially, they had intended to call Dong Gu to assist the besieged group, but it had already been attempted. One of his companions, observing the call was connected, revealed the screen displaying Wang Dadong's face. Jean Baosan, what is going on? Why the sudden call? Wang Dadong, enjoying a leisurely moment with Lei Ting, promptly answered. If it were Jean Baosan himself calling, it likely wouldn't be serious, but if his junior were the one dialing, It surely indicated an urgent matter. Sorry, Donggu. There was indeed an urgent matter, but it seems to be resolved now. Jin Baosan hastily took the phone from his junior. What do you mean resolved? What is going on? Wang Dadong was left bewildered but relaxed nonetheless. A few masked figures were attacking a Wu and his companions. I thought they were in danger, so I had my junior call you for help. But just as I finished speaking, a Wu transformed into a battle god, turning the tables and overwhelming the three attackers single-handedly. Now, whenever he calls upon Xingtian, those with a combat index of 15,000 tremble in fear. The leader, boasting an index of 18,000, now lies defeated like a beaten dog on the ground. Should I call for an ambulance? I fear for his life. Jin Baosan observed the scene, where Gu Zhan and Li Yinyan spectated as a Wu, with hair standing on end like a super scion, continued to thrive against three foes. I should go check it out. You call Sister Jingang to clean up. Wang Dadong decided to investigate, as every word spoken by Jin Baosan felt like a fantastical tale, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Chapter 41. The incident occurred. Xingtian Zhigu roared as he slammed the shield into the ground, unleashing a seismic shockwave that sent the three clustered together flying like rag dolls. All right, battle. With the Xingtian shield retracted, Zhigu reverted to his usual studious demeanor, his hair settling down. Let us go. Gu Zhan nodded in approval at his companion's recent transformation into a scion. Now that is more like it. How could a delicate demeanor attract girls? A boy must be both scholarly and martial, with both intellect and martial prowess, combined with handsome features, which single girl could resist. Uncertain when it began, Gu Zhan found himself envisioning a future for both himself and Zhigu, perhaps from the moment he stepped out of the Li family. Shortly after their departure, Wang Dadong, Lei Ting, and Kai Yunhan arrived at the scene. Jin Baosan, Wang Dadong called out to the eyewitness, who claimed to have recorded the encounter. The trio gathered around Jin Baosan's phone as he began to play the video. Wow, are these really high school students? KO2 is that powerful. What about KO1? Kai Yunhan gasped, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Dadong. The other two were unsure how to respond, as KO1 currently lay inexplicably in a hospital bed. Hey, Sister Jingang, what is with that look? Wang Dadong noticed Kai Yunhan's expression, feeling a pang of discrimination. Nothing, I just glanced at a delinquent, Kai Yunhan replied candidly, leaving Wang Dadong disheartened. Zhi Ji's classmates were almost an anomaly in the KO rankings. His shield perfectly complemented the martial arts he practiced, producing an astonishing effectiveness of 112, explaining his formidable combat prowess. Indeed, he surpasses me by a significant margin, Lei Ting commented. Yes, but he is still slightly weaker than me, Wang Dadong mused, stroking his chin, contemplating that Zhi Gu lacked a unique physique like his own. Otherwise, he would be even more extraordinary. He wondered if he should seek a sparring match to test his own combat power, as he remained unaware of the disparity between his combat index and actual fighting ability. Much like Zhi Gu, just like this time with Zhiga, from the enemy's perspective, leading a team of 18,000 should have made the task effortlessly achievable. Who would have anticipated that a few high school students could reduce them to mere shadows of themselves? At this moment, the Supernatural Bureau was taken aback by a video transmitted from the front lines. Despite their extensive experience, they had never witnessed such a scene in the entire Jin Shikong. Apart from Yi Chun, who defied conventional reasoning, there was now a second instance. The regular combat power index of 12,000 could actually suppress the 18,000 index by over 6,000 points with such ease. Has Jin Shikong truly begun to decline to this extent? Alas, it seems I am indeed growing old. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? Wang Zhan set down the report and chuckled with delight. He had never feared the younger generation of Jin Shikong becoming too powerful. Rather, he hoped for their strength to multiply. Were they still intent on studying Yi Chen? Wang Zhan sighed, pondering the reckless persistence of the Lan family. Since they dared not confront him directly, their futile attempts to provoke him only displayed their ignorance. Did they truly believe Yi Chen was an easy target? Having interacted with Yi Chen the most, Wang Zhan understood his true nature better than anyone. Oh, they aspire to replicate a second Yi Chen. The secretary nodded, revealing their intentions. How amusing. Do they plan to kidnap that girl again? Wang Zhan laughed in exasperation. How could he not know that the people of Jin Shikong were so obstinate, as if they had no fear of death? They would not dare. As that girl harbored great terror, perhaps they were considering other methods. The secretary shook her head, stating that the girl was beyond reach. Those below 40,000 might struggle against Yi Chun without incurring a major vendetta, while those above 40,000 could only harm themselves by even contemplating it. Understood. Inform them that the Supernatural Bureau will not interfere in this matter. They may handle it as they please. Wang Zhan instructed the secretary to respond to them. Incredulous that they dared to entertain such thoughts, questioning why they did not attempt to replicate a flame messenger instead. He suspected they were blinded by the so-called calamity. Focusing solely on the terrifying girl, unable to recognize that Yi Chun was the true menace. The battle between good and evil in Jin Shikong was trivial. What truly instilled fear was the great calamity of time and space. In the face of such a calamity, notions of good and evil were mere illusions. These individuals could not see through this, and thus, they deserved to become fodder for the impending catastrophe. So, have you relayed everything to Zhong Wanjun? Maya had just arrived at the hospital when she heard her troublesome niece mention this. Maya stared at her niece, speechless. Aunt, you can scold or hit me. But this is making me a bit scared, Ina admitted, feeling overwhelmed. She had prepared herself thoroughly when she revealed everything to Zhong Wanjun. I truly didn't expect that this little girl had such acumen. So, you've taken on all the good, and I, your aunt, will bear the role of the villain? Maya poked Ina's forehead with her finger. Seeing her niece's expression, she said, My dear princess, what can I possibly do to you? I shall help you clean up this mess. With that, she walked into the ward, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Zhong Wanjun, long time no see, Maya exclaimed cheerfully as she entered. You are teacher Maya? Zhong Wanjun, lying on the hospital bed, was momentarily taken aback. I believe Ina has told you everything? Maya cut straight to the chase. I understand, but isn't your approach a bit excessive? As a victim, I cannot accept such methods. The circumstances were beyond him. Zhong Wanjun could only attempt to reason with them. What else could he do? Explode his combat power index only to face another beating? Zhong Wanjun, you need not resist so much. Much of what Ina has said is correct. However, the core is wrong. She is not the prophesied princess, and you are not the one from the prophecy either. So you need not worry about us forcing you into anything in the future. I chose you simply because Ina genuinely likes you, and it is as simple as that. The water-time space is vast and affluent. They do not lack the capability to nurture another individual. Also, I know you have feelings for Lei Ting, but it is impossible for you two to be together. She likes Wang Dadong. You are merely a childhood friend to her, nothing more. You don't have to respond right now. Take your time to consider. It's perfectly fine to refuse. After all, you are not the one from the prophecy. So we do not incur any loss. Maya's words were sharp and incisive. Chapter 42. To be a villain, first consider your qualifications. To be honest, if it weren't for Ina liking you, you would not have crossed paths at all. The disparity in status is too vast. She is the princess of the water-time space, above countless beings, while you are just an ordinary person from Jin Shikong. Furthermore, take a look at this video. It is of Zhiga's combat performance. It seems he possesses a remarkable background as well, and by tomorrow, you might just be KO too. Since Zhong Wanjun's health has improved, I want to leave Ina here to care for you. Maya handed over a bank card. This is 1 million. A small compensation for the trouble I've caused you, Zhong classmate. Farewell for now. With that, she took Ina by the hand and prepared to leave. Wait, did I do something wrong? Ina, dazed, was dragged away by Maya. Aunt, did I make a mistake? Ina gazed blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though her first love had abruptly ended. Well, how should I put it? You did nothing wrong, as this was all part of the plan. Maya continued to watch the video without looking up. What? Ina shot upright, confused. Let me ask you, if Zhong Wanjun learns everything as you originally intended, even if he does not hate you, he will still resent you. The later he finds out, the stronger he becomes, leading to unpredictable consequences. Therefore, you must explain to him, and the sooner the better. Although he may still harbor some feelings of resentment, this is not insurmountable. What can I do? Ina was excited at the prospect of a solution. You must be there for him when he is in life-threatening danger, whether you save him or sacrifice yourself for him. Ideally, die in his arms. Once you accomplish this, everything will fall into place. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by dying once. If there is, it simply means the method of dying was incorrect. As for what follows, you will gradually come to understand. While my method may seem unorthodox and veer towards the dark side, it is effective. Maya reassured Ina. You can't handle a mere high school student? Fine, Ina thought. She would have to take this desperate gamble. After all, it was just dying once. If it could win back Zhong Wanjun's heart, she would gladly embrace death. Moreover, she would be resurrected by her aunt using the clan's artifact, alleviating her concerns. Aunt, what are you watching? She noticed her aunt had been fixated on a video since returning, without changing screens. Oh, it's just a combat video of your classmate Zhiga on the martial artist forum. It's quite popular. Maya continued typing away at the keyboard without looking back. Yana cast a peculiar glance at her aunt, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, she cautiously remarked, "Aunt, did you know that classmate Giga is only 18 years old?" "Of course I know, why do you ask?" Maya continued her vigorous online battle, the intensity of which was palpable. "Well, just as long as you know." Yana found herself at a loss for words. After all, her aunt hadn't done anything wrong. Perhaps it was merely her own misunderstanding? Once Yana retreated to her room and shut the door, Maya closed her laptop with a deep sigh. How could she not understand Yana's implications? Yet, for the sake of maintaining the flow of time, did she have a choice? Standing before the mirror, time seemed to rewind rapidly, revealing a sharp aura behind her that resonated with a jubilant clang. "Xiao Gu, it seems you've gained quite a reputation in 8 universities." Gu Zhan, with a sense of pride, flipped through various university publications, noting that his younger brother's achievements were his own. "I have no desire for fame, thank you," Giga replied lethargically, resting his head on the table. "Did you stay up all night because you were too excited?" Gu Zhan inquired, noticing Giga's fatigued demeanor. Perhaps, Giga admitted, he had indeed slept. But it felt as if he hadn't tea at all. He had dreamt of a girl, someone he did not recognize, yet felt a strange familiarity with, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Xiao Gu, would you like to take a look?" Li Yanyan returned from the welfare office, her arms laden with an array of pink envelopes. "No, Yanyan. You should give them to Zhan. He knows how to handle it." Giga did not even raise his head. "Here, take them." Gu Zhan produced a shredder. "It's been already half full." Li Yanyan was at a loss for words. "What do you expect Xiao Gu to do? Do you think he is Hualing Long? He'll have to return each one. He'll have nothing left to do today. Who knows, maybe Luo Xiaoli will pop up again. He won't even read a single letter. It wouldn't be fair to anyone. Heavens, how can classmate Giga do this? A girl's feelings are the most beautiful things in the world." Behind them, Hualing Long lamented dramatically, attempting to prevent Gu Zhan from inserting another envelope. "Hualing Long, I wish it were different, but as you suggested, I simply cannot manage it. I am here to study. I cannot neglect my classes just to respond to letters." Giga felt utterly exhausted. Being a KO was a hassle. Meanwhile, in the office, Yi Chun felt equally drained, pondering which faction had attacked Giga and his companions. The malevolent forces concealed within the golden time space were simply too numerous. Yi Siting, Dugu Lang, Feng Long, the demonic realm spies, and even the Black Dragon, which had been resurrected with the backing of unidentified forces, could all emerge at any moment. Compared to the golden time space, the iron time space was much clearer. It was either Yi Heelan or the demonic realm. Others lacked the qualifications to make an appearance. The Black Dragon likely wouldn't act so soon. The demonic realm should also be watching their flame envoy, leaving Dugu Lang and Feng Long as potential threats. Yi Chun meticulously analyzed the possible malevolent forces that might surface. Ding Ling Ling. "Hello, Principal, what is going on? Teacher Maya has resigned?" "All right, I understand. I will inform the other teachers." Yi Chun hung up the phone, perplexed. What had gotten into that woman? She had barely been here a few days before leaving. However, he mused that perhaps it was for the best, as long as she wasn't around to cause trouble for him. He could care less about whom she chose to afflict. Wait, how could he have forgotten to inquire whether there had been any unusual occurrences reported by the Extraordinary Realm Administration? "Hello. Could you check if there have been any recent reports of missing martial artists?" The number shouldn't be large. Setting down his phone, Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had confirmed the suspect to be Gu Zhan, that troublesome Dugu Lang. It seemed Dugu Lang had begun researching or intended to seize combat power indices. To be frank, Dugu Lang's methods were suitable for creating cannon fodder. But to think he could rely on such means to forge high-level powers was utterly ludicrous. The combat power index is intrinsically linked to physical strength. Without sufficient physical fortitude, a high combat power index could lead to catastrophic failure, much like Dugu Lang's eventual fate. Now, the pressing question arose. Why not pursue the path of a true martial artist or an elite Tikran with the physical strength he already possessed? Dugu Lang's ambition to dominate the golden time space was naive, indicating a fundamental misunderstanding of the current landscape. His perspective was still stuck in the era governed by brute force and might. He failed to comprehend how much the world had evolved since then. In today's golden time space, to seek dominance or destruction would require queuing for one's turn, a realization he seemed woefully unprepared for. Chapter 43. The confrontation between golden time space and iron time space. You've arrived. A voice imbued with combat power echoed among the abandoned buildings, reverberating through the structure as dust and peeling paint cascaded down the walls. The newcomer stood behind him, 3 crows cawing overhead. Had this child lost his mind? "No. Dedong, did you summon me in the dead of night merely to gaze at the moon from the rooftop?" Hu Yanju Luo Xiu remarked, vexed. What sort of nonsense was this? He had thought Wang Dedong had an urgent matter to discuss, coming out in his pajamas without even a moment to change. Oh, Xiao, why are you in your pajamas? Wang Dedong turned, surprised to see Xiao clad in bear-patterned sleepwear. Let us not dwell on that. Didn't you say you had something important to discuss? Xiao, now too preoccupied with the matter at hand to care about his attire, was resolute. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to spar with you to verify my current strength. Wang Dedong sheepishly scratched his head, surprised by Xiao's eagerness to meet him in such casual attire. Xiao was bewildered. Is that all? But you said it was urgent. He felt overwhelmed. After all, he had just jumped out of bed. What if Xiang woke up and thought he was out philandering? He had been acting rather mysteriously lately, and with this mission, he couldn't confide in Xiang. Recently, her glances had been somewhat off, and now, with this late-night rendezvous, it could lead to misunderstandings. It is urgent. If I don't verify my strength tonight, I may not sleep well. You know, as one ages, a poor night's sleep can adversely affect one's complexion. Wang Dedong continued rambling. Xiao took a deep breath. He genuinely wanted to give this fool a thrashing before heading back to explain things to Xiang. Let us go then. As Wang Dedong continued to analyze his obscure theories, he suddenly noticed a whirlwind beginning to swirl around Xiao, shooting skyward. All right, Xiao, be careful. I don't even know how strong I am right now, so don't hold back. I'm afraid of injuring you. Wang Dedong retrieved a dragon-patterned weapon radiating a crimson glow, warning Hu Yin Ju Luo Xiao to proceed with caution, as his combat power index flared like flames, causing the air around him to shimmer with distortion. Xiao dismissed Wang Dedong's words entirely. After all, prior to the start of school, Wang Dedong's combat power index was merely 15,000. How could it possibly surge to over 20,000 in just half a month? Typically, aside from special circumstances, the growth of an extraordinary being's ability index was exceedingly gradual. Put down that dragon-patterned weapon. Xiao spat 6 large characters that appeared between the two, quickly hurling them towards Wang Dedong. Wang Dedong swung the dragon-patterned shovel, directly shattering the mind control technique that was approaching him, proving that Xiao's mind control had no effect on him. Dedong, why is the mind control ineffective against you? Xiao furrowed his brows, as this defied logic. Even if he had crossed through time and space with an ability index of 30,000, how could he not control Wang Dedong, whose ability index was only 15,000? This is the reason I called you here. It seems the measurement method for combat power index has failed for me. Wang Dedong also felt helpless. There had been too many events lately that he could not explain in a short time. Let us discuss it later. I must be serious. Be careful. Xiao's gaze turned serious, and golden light began to emanate from his hands. Wang Dedong swiftly dashed forward, creating a sound of breaking air, closing the distance, and swinging the dragon-patterned shovel down towards Xiao. In the realm of Iron Time, ability users must engage in close combat, or they risk being overwhelmed by the myriad of extraordinary abilities. Shield. Xiao raised his left hand, summoning an energy shield to withstand the blow from the dragon-patterned shovel. The clash of crimson and golden energies between the shovel and the energy shield resulted in a series of shockwaves radiating outward from the two. Ultimately, Xiao's energy shield could not withstand the material weapon's force and shattered, sending fragments of energy scattering around, carving deep grooves into the ground. Xiao used the explosive energy wave to create distance from Wang Dedong, raising his hand to summon his instrument, the little bumblebee. He placed the pick on the guitar strings and drew it across, unleashing a rapid string sound that transformed into a divine wind blade, repelling Wang Dedong, who was closing in. Steadying himself amidst the dust, Wang Dedong shouted, "Party time." He then pointed the dragon-patterned shovel towards the sky, proclaiming, "Come forth, my divine beast." As his voice fell, a swirling crimson cloud appeared above his head, within which a figure of considerable length continuously roamed, occasionally revealing its red body. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, a red dragon burst forth, coiling above Wang Dedong's head. Xiao, who was about to continue strumming, was momentarily stunned. "Not Big Brother. Why has your style changed mid-battle?" As the captain of the chief combat team in Iron Time, he prided himself on his extensive experience. Yet he had never encountered such a scene. Wang Dedong was overjoyed to see the red dragon above him, having long envied Ye Chen's white tiger to the point of drooling. Today, he could finally summon his divine beast to show off, rather than merely conjuring an ephemeral shadow like his classmates. This was all thanks to Ye Chen's transformation fruit. Without it, he could only dream. The combination of the transformation fruit, his extraordinary physique, and the dragon-patterned shovel imbued with dragon energy allowed him to be the first to summon a battle divine beast, far ahead of his peers. Although it paled in comparison to Ye Chen's towering white tiger, it was still a significant achievement, was it not? Xiao, you must be cautious. Red Dragon, let us go. The Red Dragon responded to Wang Dadong with a mighty roar. Together, man and dragon charged forward, causing Xiao's pick to nearly spark from the friction. He had to defend against Wang Dadong's dragon-patterned shovel while also being wary of the dragon's breath from above. A moment of carelessness had singed his hair with the dragon's breath descending from above. Thankfully, he did not lose his hair, or he would have had to shave Wang Dadong's head afterward. The scene was indeed fierce, with the figure wielding a guitar moving so swiftly that his actions became mere shadows, while his opponent, in perfect harmony with the dragon, accelerated their assault. Wang Dadong, realizing he had yet to breach Xiao's defense, felt reassured. With one man and one dragon retreating, the red dragon soared high and, with a loud roar, dove straight down towards Wang Dadong's head. The combat power index fluctuated violently on Wang Dadong, oscillating around 20,000 before finally stabilizing just above that threshold. Dadong, you must stop. Your body cannot withstand this, Xiao urged, fearing Wang Dadong had resorted to some desperate forbidden technique. They were merely sparring, not fighting for their lives. Don't worry, Xiao. I'll be fine. The red dragon and I are one. It has merely manifested outwardly. The after effects of our fusion might leave me a bit fatigued, but with the dragon-patterned shovel protecting me, I can mitigate that. Wang Dadong reassured Xiao, sensing his concern. Wow, is that even possible? You're exploiting a bug here. Xiao was astonished. Could one play like this? He had witnessed instances of ability indices skyrocketing, sometimes by over 10,000. But those were typically due to dark arts or sinister methods, often resulting in severe repercussions. The legitimate training methods of ability users were slow and steady, rarely resulting in sudden surges of power. Wang Dadong's dramatic increase in strength was as if he had taken a performance-enhancing drug, which was exceedingly rare. Even if someone possessed such a trump card, it usually came with significant side effects, making it impractical to use unless in dire situations. However, he had never seen anyone like Wang Dadong, whose after effects were so minimal that they were almost negligible. A little fatigue hardly counted as a side effect. Every ability user experienced fatigue after intense battles. Even the leaders were no exception. Today, Xiao felt he had expanded his horizons. Wang Dadong's combination of techniques, physique, and weaponry had formed a perfect loop, transforming his ultimate move into a constant state of combat efficiency. Where could one even begin to rationalize this? Xiao, you must be careful. I'm going in. Wang Dadong casually swung the dragon-patterned shovel, unleashing a dragon-shaped energy that pierced through the wall of an abandoned skyscraper, sending a cloud of dust billowing from the breach. Wang Dadong ceased his chatter and, in an instant, transformed into a crimson shadow, colliding with Xiao's golden shadow atop the building, creating a sound of metal clashing that reverberated throughout the derelict community. The ensuing waves of energy drew the attention of numerous warriors from the golden time dimension. Was there a high-level expert engaged in battle? The golden and red streaks continued to clash in their eyes, giving rise to a magnetic field of combat power, with swathes of crimson flames and golden lightning swirling around the protective shield of the field. As the crimson and golden energies flared and collided once more, the final clash erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering the combat power defense field into a cascade of golden-red fragments that filled the air. The building itself crumbled under the resonance of their continuous attacks, raising a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Compared to Wang Dadong's satisfaction with his current combat power, he was content to hold his ground against Xiao, despite being suppressed to 70 of his power due to time and space constraints. Meanwhile, Huyan Juelyuo Xiao furrowed his brow. This situation seemed inconsistent with the logic of the 12 time dimensions. Wang Dadong's surge from 15,000 to 20,000 was understandable, as it at least followed a process. However, how could he, with nearly 30,000 ability index remaining after crossing through time and space, fail to subdue Wang Dadong, whose power barely exceeded 20,000? Theoretically, this was impossible, yet such a fantastical occurrence had indeed transpired. While it was true that his preference for collective combat had placed him at a disadvantage regarding weaponry, such disparities should have been negligible against the vast difference in ability indices. Theoretically, the strength of his supernatural ability index should surpass that of Wang Dadong, who temporarily amplifies his combat power through secret techniques. However, during actual combat, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage despite the superiority of his index. Thus, could it be that Dadong's secret arts provide a greater enhancement than what is merely reflected on paper? Huyan Juelyuo Xiao's mind was in turmoil. How could this be possible? Dadong, Could you elucidate this matter? If it is inconvenient, then never mind. Xiao was somewhat curious about the significant changes that had occurred in Wang Dadong in less than half a month. Yet, despite his curiosity, he would not pressure his brother to reveal anything he deemed inappropriate. There is nothing to hide. You are aware of my hidden injuries, right? Now, my hidden injuries have healed. Wang Dadong flexed his biceps, the muscles twitching in demonstration. Indeed, that is truly remarkable. Xiao patted Wang Dadong on the shoulder, offering his congratulations. No wonder Dadong's combat power has surged so dramatically. His supernatural physique is practically designed for battle. I have yet to share everything. This is merely a part of it. This year, a new class instructor has joined the ultimate class. Wang Dadong began to recount the recent changes in the ultimate class to Xiao. So, you are implying that you have an entire class of such individuals? Xiao found it hard to believe. Can this truly be mass-produced? Not at all. I am the strongest among them. Wang Dadong replied somewhat irritably, truly daring to think that way. Setting aside your classmates, the newly arrived instructor's strength is likely unfathomable. Even at my peak, it would be hard to ascertain if I could match him. Xiao's expression grew serious. Such a significant transformation in Jin Shikong in such a short time must be reported to the alliance leader. Dadong, I may need to inform the alliance leader about this. Xiao preemptively warned Wang Dadong to avoid any unpleasantness later. Go ahead. After all, this is no secret among the various powers in Jin Shikong. So it does not matter if a few more people learn of it. Wang Dadong was indifferent. Having crossed a dimension, what difference would it make if Jiawu knew? All right, I must return now. Also, please refrain from calling me at such late hours next time. Look at the time. I still need to explain to Xiang why I was out at such an hour. It's quite troublesome, you know. Returning from his visit, Xiao cautioned Wang Dadong to behave, as continually seeking him out in the middle of the night was not conducive to his state of mind. Understood. Wang Dadong waved goodbye to him, enjoying the river breeze. As the video concluded, the playback paused on a scene of Wang Dadong and Huyan Juluo Xiao's combat power radiating in a dazzling display. Why are these young people not resting at such an hour, causing a ruckus? Can't they consider someone of my age? Wang Zhan sighed after watching the video. If not for these two, he wouldn't have been awakened by his secretary to work overtime. Was the other one Huyan Juluo Xiao from Taishikong? Wang Zhan still found it hard to believe. Even with the suppression of the supernatural ability index across dimensions, Wang Dadong could actually hold his own against him, which seemed far-fetched to him. The disparity in their combat power index was nearly 10,000. Are you certain that Wang Dadong's abilities are known throughout the ultimate class? The secretary, knowing Wang Zhan referred to the summoning of combat beasts, replied, based on the situation of Ji Gu and others. Such techniques can only be employed with a combat power index exceeding 10,000, so Deputy Director Yi Chen likely does not possess such secret arts. However, many noble families may wish to enroll their children in the ultimate class. If individuals from the West come to join, should we permit them? The secretary expressed her concerns and thoughts. As long as they do not resort to underhanded means, their admission to the ultimate class is a testament to their abilities. As for the West, the current Jin Shikong treats all equally. Wang Zhan was indifferent to the East and West. If one could enter, it was their merit. Hindering another's path is akin to harming one's parents. Yet Wang Zhan could not concern himself with those seeking an early rebirth. He did not worry about Yi Chen encountering any trouble. Yi Chen's strength was more profound than they could imagine. After all, no one in Jin Shikong had yet seen Yi Chen's weapon, and no one would believe he was without one. Chapter 45. Holographic Combat Simulation System. What is this? A group of curious individuals arrived at the gymnasium for martial arts class, discovering numerous objects resembling dormant pods scattered throughout. These are holographic simulation pods capable of recreating the most authentic combat environments. These are teaching tools you will need as you gradually surpass a combat power index of 10,000, specifically designed to enhance your practical combat abilities. After all, pitting you against familiar classmates would not allow for a true test of your skills, as you would not dare to go all out. However, playing pretend does little to elevate your practical combat capabilities, and given your current strength, actual battle is not feasible. So the teacher has procured a batch of these holographic simulation pods. Yi Chen explained to the students of the ultimate class. Primarily, these teaching tools are deemed necessary within the system, and their point cost is quite modest. Yi Chen was more than willing to generously allocate a batch to the ultimate class, as otherwise, with the increasing combat power indices of these students, a single practical lesson could turn the playground into a rice paddy, ready for sowing. At that point, he would be at a loss on how to face Principal Jia. It was unrealistic to repair the playground after every class. Is it truly that miraculous? The students of the ultimate class began to feel eager. Was this not akin to the holographic simulation gaming pods from novels? They never expected such advanced technology to come into existence. All right, I shall demonstrate it for you all. Lei Ting and Wang Dadong, please maintain order. The crowd then witnessed Yi Chun lying down in the combat simulation pod, the transparent cover closing above him, and a translucent spherical defensive field illuminating around him. As the audience watched in astonishment, the gymnasium's large display screen began to show Yi Chen's image. Students, this display screen will forcibly display all your actions within the combat simulation environment, so please refrain from any mischief. A dozen pairs of eyes are watching. Now, observe my operations. Yi Chen commanded, and a battle interface materialized before him. Upon entering, you will operate just as I do. The battle interface can be toggled to display or not, as some information may be personal. Aside from the personal information module, the two most crucial components are the PvP and PvE modules, with many submodules contained within these two. The PvP module allows for student confrontations with selectable battlefield environments. The PvE module involves students engaging with simulated characters and battlefield environments. Currently, I cannot demonstrate PvP alone. You will be able to choose classmates for duels, which is far safer than a life and death duel. Let us first demonstrate PvE. Under PvE, there are single-player combat challenges and battlefield holographic simulations. We will begin with single-player combat. No sooner had he spoken than he found himself on a stage, and according to his settings, a Ji Gu appeared opposite him. The single-player challenge consists of 8 levels, ranging from a combat power index of 10,000 to 45,000. In the realm of Jin In Tai, the 3 great figures of time and space. Each level exhibits a power index fluctuating around 5,000. The simulated character for the first level is the current KO1 from the Jin time period, shifting with the KO rankings. For instance, if the current KO1 is Ji Gu, then you shall face a formidable opponent with just over 10,000 in power. Each level conquered brings bountiful rewards. For example, the reward for the first level is a low-tier celestial oddity. These rewards are directly bestowed by the system, and from the 1st to the 8th level, they all reside in his backpack, tempting him with their allure. However, he cannot touch any of them, as they are all sealed, and only upon clearing a level can he unseal one. Celestial oddities? Many students appear bewildered, except for a select few. Those who surpass 10,000 in power will discover that they can coalesce a divine beast of power, albeit only in ethereal form. The celestial oddities allow for the materialization of the divine beast, akin to the manifestation of the teachers by who. Yi Chen's explanation ignited a fervor in the eyes of the students watching the display. They too could seize an opportunity to exhibit their prowess. However, a sense of dread loomed as they realized they could not defeat Ji Gu. Someone pointed out the glaring flaw in their reasoning. If they could best Ji Gu, they would already hold the title of KO1. Indeed, the teacher was jesting with them. Who could truly attain such rewards? Jin Baosan chimed in, questioning the wisdom of sending him to battle Ji Gu, fearing he would be overwhelmed by the simulated Ji Gu. Fear not. The condition to clear the level is merely to withstand Ji Ji's attacks for 10 minutes. This is the minimum requirement. Of course, should you manage to defeat Ji Gu, a grand prize awaits, a high-tier celestial spirit object. The students of the ultimate class rolled their eyes, for they witnessed a Wu charging in a reckless frenzy. Headfirst into the fray, many students felt a sense of resignation, realizing their capabilities and hoping merely to secure a baseline achievement. Now, having concluded the first level, let us proceed to the second. The second level simulates the KO1 to KO5 from 10 years prior, with a power index around 15,000. There is little more to elaborate on. You shall witness it for yourselves. Our focus now shifts to the holographic simulation battlefield, which I recommend you approach in teams. As inhabitants of the Jin time period, our enemies are currently singular, the demon realm. Thus, your simulated battlefield experiences will all involve confrontations with the demon realm. This is also the ultimate purpose of my martial arts class, where monthly assessments will be conducted in the holographic simulation battlefield. Some students may express that they are merely ordinary students, and this does not pertain to them. However, they might find the reality disheartening. According to the laws of the Jin time period, every high school student is a reserve for the military. If a cross-temporal war arises, all present students must take to the battlefield, without exception. It can be said that those seated here possess the finest educational conditions within the entire Jin time period. I hope you all value this opportunity. Currently, the factions of the Jin time period are striving to place their young masters and young princesses into the ultimate class. Do you know why? It is because the ultimate class possesses a unique cultivation method unparalleled throughout the Jin time period. Provided you do not falter along the way, Each one of you could become a pillar of strength for the future of the Jin time period. Speaking of which, Yi Chun felt a surge of frustration. Why did they not arrive sooner? At the beginning of the term, he wished to expand the ultimate class to 300 students. If the entire class were to break through a stage, that would equate to tens of thousands of points. Yet, despite his efforts, he struggled to recruit students, as they all seemed to shy away from the ultimate class. But how long has it been since the school year commenced? Now, a week into the term. If someone attempts to join the ultimate class, the system will no longer recognize them. Are they planning to stab him in the back? It is worth noting that the system at the start of the term, akin to the launch of a new game server, offers new semester benefits, with many items heavily discounted. But once that period concludes, the items revert to their original prices. Ask anyone familiar with gaming. How many would wait until the benefits expire to join a server? Even if Wang Zhan's son wished to enter the ultimate class, Yi Chen would tell him to take a hike. What benefit would he gain from such self-sacrifice? Students, let us return to the main topic. The monthly assessment for the martial arts class differs from that of the cultural subjects. It evaluates your average score from the holographic simulation battlefield. The concentration of spiritual energy you cultivate each month will be derived from the average of your martial arts and cultural course scores. I urge you to strive for excellence in both areas, becoming individuals of value to the Jin time period. Recently, there has been a significant improvement in the performance of the students in the ultimate class, which fills Yi Chun with great anticipation for this cohort. Should they collectively surpass 10,000 in power, the fragments of his mythical secret technique will be within reach. Teacher, I have a question. As Yi Chun emerged from the simulation chamber, a student raised a query. Is there a power limit for individual challenges? Guzhan inquired, contemplating whether he could delay until he broke through 20,000 in power to tackle the first level, thus guaranteeing a high-tier reward. Indeed, there is. Students should aim to clear the first level before reaching 15,000. Otherwise, if your power index exceeds the limit, the first level will vanish, and the second level will effectively become your first, resulting in you losing out on a reward compared to others. Yi Chen shattered some students' illusions, including Jin Bao-san. Although he found it puzzling why the system was designed this way, it was an initial setting beyond his control. What? I was hoping to wait until I reached 20,000 power to clear it. After all, I am a veteran high school student. What's a few more years? Jin Bao-san expressed disappointment, feeling singled out as the oldest high school student. Jin Bao-san, perhaps you should consider sparing Balu High School. Since your arrival, their enrollment has steadily declined. If it continues, Principal Jia Yong might be driven to despair. Hua Linglong remarked, adjusting her disheveled hair in a small mirror. John, I will go test the waters first. You may wish to wait for the next batch. Jigu proposed, eager to assist his two companions engaging the difficulty of the individual challenge. All right, I await your good news. Guzhan responded, determined not to disappoint his little brother, who was sure to secure a high-tier reward. As one student after another entered the holographic simulation chamber, the large display screen divided into smaller windows, with nearly everyone opting to try the individual challenge first. What do these novices think they are doing? They can't even break through a Wu's defenses. Teacher, please enlarge a Wu's battle interface. Only by watching a Wu's combat footage can we glean some strategies for clearing the levels. Jin Baosan declared, his tone brimming with confidence despite the dire circumstances. Yi Chen shook his head, marveling at the fact that Jin Bao-san had survived all these years without being silenced. Very well, since the students wish to see Ji Ji's battle footage, I shall switch to that. With that, he used the remote to cancel the small windows of the other students. Jigu, however, observed the battle footage with a furrowed brow, concerned. Unlike Jigu, who exhibited restraint, his simulated counterpart displayed an unrelenting intent to kill. As things stand, although Xiao Gu may not face immediate defeat over time, it is certain that his opponent will exploit his vulnerabilities. Li Yanyan astutely articulated Ji Ji's current predicament, emphasizing that a prolonged stalemate will inevitably lead to loss. In contrast to Ji Ji's cautious approach, which is characterized by restraint to avoid causing fatal harm, the simulated Jigu relentlessly targets the vital areas of the human body, compelling Jigu to adopt a defensive stance. Since this encounter is merely a trial run, Jigu has temporarily refrained from merging with the combat beast. Otherwise, it would devolve into a futile exercise of time, offering no benefit to Guzhan. For reasons unknown, the simulated entity also chose not to merge with its combat beast, resulting in a direct confrontation between the two. Perhaps it feared that upon merging, the opponent would do the same, rendering it powerless to counter. This hesitation can be attributed to Xiao Ji's inherent kindness. He is unwilling to adopt the same ruthless tactics as his adversary, striking mercilessly from the outset. Patience is key. After all, there will be ample opportunity for training in the future. Guzhan remains unconcerned, for time is on their side. Meanwhile, Zhigu has thoroughly tested his opponent's capabilities, and with a sudden fusion with a divine beast, the battlefield transforms into a spectacle that even a dog would find disconcerting. Two warriors encased in 360-degree turtle shells engage in a shielded clash, attempting to deplete their opponent's combat power index. In stark contrast to the grim expressions of other students outside the arena, Chen can only think to himself that they might as well enjoy the spectacle. Zhiji's high defense is notable, yet his offensive power pales in comparison to competitors like Wang Dedong, who wield offensive spirit artifacts. As long as one can outrun him or maintain a combat power index several thousand points higher, stalling for time is feasible. To truly defeat him, one would need at least an offensive spirit artifact along with a combat power index significantly exceeding his. It is inconceivable that an offensive spirit artifact user would allow the match to drag on for an additional 10 minutes. The ultimate class KO-10 is likely to face complete annihilation, rendering them unable to even secure the basic rewards, let alone the advanced ones. Take for instance Zhong Wanjun. If he were to be equipped with an offensive spirit artifact like the Hand of Ares, the situation would be utterly dire. Furthermore, if Zhong Wanjun wishes to return to KO-1, possessing an offensive spirit artifact is indispensable. Should that day come, Chen can only hope to negotiate with Zhong Wanjun about granting other students a fighting chance. As for the battlefield's holographic simulation, many individuals who ventured in solo to test their mettle have already met their demise in short order. The demonic battlefield is truly a place where cannon fodder abounds. Without the requisite skills, one would be swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the cannon fodder army. In the meantime, Zhigu continues to engage in a mutual test of endurance with the simulated entity, alternating attacks in a manner reminiscent of a turn-based game. Observing this scenario, Chen can only imagine the profound anguish that those aspiring for high-tier rewards will endure. Zhiji's Xingtian shield is already at maximum defense, further fortified by the support of an Earth-type divine beast, rendering even the toughest turtle shell feeble in comparison. Opponents of equal rank can only scratch at his shield, as the time spent in this battle is exhilarating to contemplate. Chen does not expect them all to achieve greatness in the holographic simulation battlefield, but he hopes that through this experience, they will acquire some life-preserving skills and evolve into seasoned veterans capable of securing passing grades. Those unable to even attain passing scores in the simulation will undoubtedly become fodder on the true battlefield. Entering the demonic battlefield is akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean, where one cannot even surface for air. In Chen's view, they will inevitably traverse the various demonic battlefields. Otherwise, how can they expect to acquire the resources necessary for growth? Remaining secluded in the golden time space with the hope of becoming ultimate warriors is a futile dream. Even if one were to sell their position in the golden time space, they would scarcely manage to secure a few spots. Even the grand iron time space can barely produce a singular ultimate iron Kitsuen. Wouldn't they desire to generate another? It is worth noting that Lanling Wang, a significant candidate, is merely one last surge of primordial energy away from ascension, yet the iron time space stubbornly prevents his breakthrough. Is it reluctance or fear? In the later stages, to support the front lines, the iron time space nearly exhausted its resources, producing only a defective product. Were Lanling Wang to ascend to a powerhouse with a combat power of 50,000, who knows what chaos might ensue? Zhong Wanjun, please accompany me to the office. Chen instructed the others to leave first, retaining Zhong Wanjun for a private discussion. Have a seat. What would you like to drink? Anything will do. Then let it be plain water. Chen does not indulge this group of pretentious individuals. If anything goes, it shall be plain water. How do you perceive the current situation in the golden time space, Zhong Wanjun? Chen is eager to hear if Zhong Wanjun has any unique insights. None. The young man is quite honest. Then I shall begin with the most pressing matter in the golden time space, the battle between good and evil. Chen does not wish for these youths to be unwittingly used as pawns in a larger game. Wang Dedong, are you aware? He and his brothers were the protagonists of the battle between good and evil a decade ago. Following a series of inexplicable maneuvers, they left both themselves and the forces of evil severely weakened, reducing KO-1 through KO-5 to mere shells of their former selves. Were it not for his bond with a brother from the Iron Time space, who assisted him in finding a counterpart to pass on his legacy, he would still be incapacitated. Now, the battle between good and evil is reigniting, and the current KO-1 through KO-5 are essentially being sacrificed to fill the void left by this conflict. The ultimate outcome is already foreseeable. You will not fare better than Wang Dedong, and due to the escalating intensity of the battle, some may even lose their lives. You, Zhigu, Lei Ting, Gu Zhan, and the new transfer student, given your current strength, it is evident that your fates will not be particularly favorable. Even if you manage to escape with your lives, it is highly likely that you will be used as fodder in the battle between good and evil. After all, your current strength is alarmingly inferior to that of the forces of evil, and you will merely replicate the cycle of mutual destruction. May I inquire if you have any friends from other timelines akin to Wang Dedong, with whom you share a deep bond? Chen leaned back in his ergonomic chair, arms folded behind his head, curiously probing. None. Zhong Wanjun contemplated and confirmed he did not possess such friends. Young man, think again. Are you truly certain? Chen urged him to reflect further. Chapter 47. Those who achieve greatness must not be timid. Chen cradled his teacup, blowing gently upon the water, though it was not scalding. This has seemingly become a habit for the inhabitants of the Golden Time space. Lifting the teacup often entails blowing at non-existent, floating debris. He is indifferent as to whether Zhong Wanjun is aware of this or not. It holds little significance. What matters is that he now has leverage over Lei Ting, and that suffices. Whether his feelings for Lei Ting are romantic or if he cherishes her as a valued companion is inconsequential. He is not Wang Dedong. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Once a person possesses a weakness, many things become considerably easier to navigate. Zhong Wanjun, when you discovered the reason for your hospitalization, did you feel anger? Chen gazed at Zhong Wanjun, who remained silent and with his head bowed, and began guiding him. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he observed Zhong Wanjun's fists clenched tightly, the veins standing out on his knuckles. How could Zhong Wanjun not feel anger? Had his adversaries taken even a moment to consider his feelings or thoughts, they would not have sent him to the hospital. Did Zhong Wanjun ever consider that today, if a certain faction can act against you in such a manner, might another faction employ underhanded tactics to manipulate Lei Ting tomorrow? Chen's words were not a deception. They reflected the harsh reality. Although he could not recall the specific faction responsible, it was a fact that Lei Ting had indeed been assaulted by malevolent forces. At that moment, Zhong Wanjun's expression was quite grim. The possibility of what Chen had mentioned loomed large. Would he, too, be rendered powerless like this when the time came? Class advisor. I understand. Zhong Wanjun nodded, perhaps realizing what course of action he should take. No, Zhong Wanjun, you still do not comprehend. Chen shook his head, sensing that the young man had grasped little. Let me ask you, if you were to devise a means to acquire a spiritual weapon right now, would you be able to voice such a request? Chen straightforwardly inquired, well aware of the student's mindset. Zhong Wanjun found himself at a loss for words. Was this not a bit too much to ask? So when you claim to understand, what exactly do you comprehend? You wish to retain your dignity while also safeguarding the most vital aspects of your inner self. Do you believe such a duality is feasible? Chen stripped away the hypocritical facade of reality, compelling Zhong Wanjun to confront the stark truth. Desiring to consume one's meal while standing is understandable. However, Zhong Wanjun evidently wished to maintain his cool demeanor, standing idly by, expecting nourishment to be presented to him. This behavior left Chen somewhat breathless. As the malevolent forces appeared in succession, it became apparent that if Zhong Wanjun continued to wait, he would miss the opportunity for growth entirely. How could those from the Water Shikong realm possibly fathom the depths of the Water Jinshikong realm? Even if, according to the original timeline, the demonic flame envoy was the last to emerge, who could guarantee that more terrifying evil forces were not lurking beneath the surface? He could not vividly illustrate to Zhong Wanjun the forthcoming tribulations of the Jinshikong realm. Instead, he had to cleverly guide him towards swift growth. If these individuals retained the same combat capabilities as in the original narrative, would that not imply that Chen would have to bear the brunt of the greatest calamities each time? A few encounters might be manageable, but frequent nocturnal excursions would inevitably lead to an encounter with ghosts. What if one day he unwittingly fell into a deep pit, leaving him without recourse? Let me be frank with you. According to the intelligence gathered by the Extraordinary Realm Regulatory Bureau, the battle between good and evil in the Jinshikong realm will not possess the same intensity as it did a decade ago. The malevolent forces will not resemble the Black Dragon of yesteryear, with a combat index of merely around 35,000. Henceforth, the evil forces in the Jinshikong realm will start at a combat index exceeding 40,000. How will you navigate this calamity with your current strength? Even if you manage to survive the first wave of the battle between good and evil with external assistance, what about the subsequent wave? I must clarify that the evil forces present in the Jinshikong realm are far more diverse than merely one or two types. The KO ranking is manipulated by certain individuals who shoulder the burdens for them during the battles. And attempting to escape the influence of the old masters in those fabled lands is futile without a combat index of at least 30,000. Therefore, regardless of what comes next, the initial waves of evil forces are guaranteed to be borne by the KO ranking. Escape is impossible. The malevolent forces will obsessively bypass others to engage in a fierce confrontation with Class 1 and the KO ranking, while those who attempt to act independently will be swiftly seized by the evil forces. Chen decisively cut off Zhong Wanjuan's thoughts of fleeing with Lei Ting, for the consequences of retreating would be far graver. Thus, Zhong Wanjun, you actually have no way out. If the speed at which your combat index increases does not keep pace with the emergence of the evil forces, you will gradually be enveloped by darkness, ultimately being consumed. The KO ranking and Class 1 will cyclically welcome a new batch of sacrificial offerings. The purpose of the teacher's words is not to compel you to act for the KO ranking, Class 1, or the Jinshikong realm. Such notions are far too unrealistic. The teacher merely hopes that you may survive, living freely and unburdened. It's as simple as that. With tears welling in his eyes, he approached Zhong Wanjun and patted his shoulder. Chen felt that this performance deserved at least an 82 in his own assessment. To him, each student in Class 1 was a crop in a field. Losing one meant diminishing his future prospects. Anyone attempting to disrupt Class 1 was akin to tampering with his own foundation. Therefore, Chen began to coax them into nurturing their own growth and fortifying themselves against adversities. In the teacher's view, there were still some shortcomings in Zhong Wanjuan's previous actions, such as how he could be discharged from the hospital so swiftly. Chen intended to guide this earnest youth in the art of navigating life as challenges. Zhong Wanjun, who had just felt a flicker of emotion, was now somewhat bewildered as the atmosphere shifted unexpectedly. Zhong Wanjun found himself confused. If he was well, why remain in the hospital? Forget it. Since you have been discharged, I will help you think of another solution. Chen resolved to put Zhong Wanjun back on the right path. Hey, Qiao, I will be returning home a bit later tonight. You need not wait for me to have dinner. Chen called Qiao while Zhong Wanjun looked on in surprise. No need. You don't have to wait for me. I am taking Zhong Wanjun to learn some life skills tonight. He is all alone without any practical skills, and that will pose a problem for him in the future. All right, understood. I will return home early. Do not worry about me. Xuanwu Xiaowu is with me. After sorting out his family matters, Chen donned his coat and signaled for Zhong Wanjun to accompany him. Class advisor, what is this? Zhong Wanjun gazed at the sign before him, his expression shifting unpredictably. Was this truly the place he was meant to be? The XX Club glimmered brightly under the neon lights. Manager, I am the one who made the reservation earlier. I have brought the individual. Please teach him well. As long as the instruction is satisfactory, money will not be an issue. The manager, who rushed over, was taken aback by the 8-digit balance displayed on Chen's POS machine, his breath quickening. Rest assured, our male models possess skills unmatched in the entire province. We guarantee this young man will learn the finest techniques. You can trust us. The manager confidently assured, determined to secure that income. Very well. But why is this student still standing idly at the entrance? Chapter 48. Strategist, have you ever been in love? Is it done? Chen observed Zhong Wanjun descending the stairs, stretching his limbs as if fatigued from gaming. This young man possesses remarkable aptitude. We estimate he will master the skills within a week. The manager informed Chen of Zhong Wanjun's progress. Excellent. I am quite satisfied. However, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, it will become exceedingly difficult for us. The manager glanced at the work card Chen offered and promptly returned it. Rest assured, this will remain between us. It is our honor to contribute to the nation. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing they had a formidable individual in their midst. All right, Zhong Wanjun. You shall come here every evening from now on. I expect to see your results in a week. Can you manage that, young man? Chen nodded in approval at Zhong Wanjun, who was on the verge of debuting as an idol thanks to the club's training. Today's young ladies are drawn to such qualities. Otherwise, how would idol companies rake in profits? Good. Zhong Wanjun nodded, having absorbed a wealth of new knowledge that night, particularly in his area of focus. The teacher could assist him no further. The path ahead was one he must traverse alone. Whether he could leap over the dragon gate like a carp depended solely on his own fortune. After giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, the teacher vanished from Zhong Wanjun's sight, leaving him alone beneath the streetlight. Chen understood that it would take some time for him to recover. But this was a trial he must endure. Stepping out from the void, Chen gazed at the warm light spilling from the window, realizing that the foolish girl had once again disregarded his words. I am back, Chen announced as he stood at the entrance, dialing Qiuqiu's number. "I will open the door for you right away. Just wait a moment," came her cheerful voice from the other end. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Yi-chun affectionately ruffled her twin ponytails, a gesture that had become second nature to him. "I was about to sleep, but you returned just in time." Qiuqiu feigned innocence, insisting that she had not been waiting specifically for him. "Have you eaten yet? If not, I can heat something up for you," she offered, taking his coat and hanging it on the rack before handing him his slippers. Observing the small green plum dozing off on the sofa after dinner, Yi-chun placed his hands around her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Feeling her arms instinctively wrap around his neck, Qiuqiu's cheeks began to flush. Yi-chun chose not to expose her embarrassment. The girl's modesty spoke volumes, and he was no spoilsport. Gently laying her on the bed, he tucked her in and pressed a tender kiss on her forehead. "Good night," he whispered softly before retreating from the room. As she heard the door close, Qiuqiu's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her shy eyes, suddenly recalling that Yi-chun had just kissed her. "Xiaobai, did Chen just kiss me?" She sought confirmation from the small white tiger, now fast asleep beside her. The small white tiger, startled awake, looked at her with innocent eyes. "Do you think I know?" Qiuqiu, noticing the small white tiger's bemusement, decided not to press it further. All right, I understand you don't know. Time for bed, good night," she said, hugging Xiaobai tightly as she closed her eyes and gradually slipped into a deep sleep. The small white tiger yawned and found a cozy spot to rest its eyes. "Time to rise," Qiuqiu exclaimed as she dashed into his room, calling for him to wake up before blushing and running out, having glimpsed something quite frightening. This little girl truly was something. Yi-chun pondered whether he should remove the key from the door. Otherwise, such occurrences would inevitably lead to chaos. After washing up, he found breakfast already laid out on the table. "Chun, we might not be able to go out today. King just called me this morning with something urgent," Qiuqiu said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone, as they had previously planned to go out together. Could it be that our class's leading lady had fallen in love? Yi-chun mused, considering that it might indeed be that time. "How did you know?" Qiuqiu asked in surprise, realizing that this was a piece of insider information from Hua Ling Long, which should not have spread so quickly. Lei Ting's expression practically gives it away. "I'm not blind during class," he replied, though he had no desire to notice. Their daily banter was so conspicuous that it was as if the entire class was aware. "So, Lei Ting asked you to help her?" Yi-chun remarked, somewhat perplexed by Qiuqiu's sudden rise to strategist. "Have you ever been in a relationship? Do you dare to offer advice?" "Of course, with me, Qiuqiu. It comes effortlessly," she declared confidently, and Yi-chun chose not to burst her bubble. What if her confidence faltered and the whole plan fell apart? "Very well, go ahead. I will take this opportunity to visit a few classmates at their homes." With some time on his hands, he decided to check on the situations of other classmates. In his mind, he weighed the circumstances. Compared to the still unaffected Daofeng, it seemed more pressing to look into the situation at Guzhan's home. He recalled that Guzhan's mother had been diagnosed with cancer and was not expected to live much longer. Knowing this, Yi-chun felt compelled to see if he could offer assistance. Upon arriving at Guzhan's home, he was greeted by Li Yanyan. Yi-chun was taken aback by how quickly this classmate had adapted to her role as the head of the household. "Hello, teacher," Li Yanyan exclaimed upon noticing Yi-chun's arrival. "Hello, Li, is Aunt Gu home?" Yi-chun inquired, choosing to get straight to the point. "Please wait a moment. I will go call her. She is upstairs doing chores," Li Yanyan responded before dashing off. Before long, Guzhan's mother, Gu Jing, came down. "Hello, Teacher Yi. I am Guzhan's mother, Gu Jing. Thank you for taking care of Zhan at school," she greeted warmly, much like many parents do when a teacher visits. "I haven't particularly cared for Guzhan. He is simply very sensible," Yi-chun replied modestly, as he had merely fulfilled his responsibilities. "What about Guzhan?" he asked, genuinely curious. "He is practicing at home. To put him at ease, I am helping Aunt Gu with some chores," Li Yanyan quickly explained. Eager to ensure Yi-chun did not form a negative impression of Guzhan, Yi-chun found this amusing. The one who constantly clamored for battles with strong opponents was being taken care of by a girl. He couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate Guzhan was to have encountered Li Yanyan. "All right, since Guzhan is not at home, can you truly take charge of the Gu household, Li?" Yi-chun asked. Looking at Gu Jing, who was busy in the kitchen, Yi-chun turned to Li Yanyan. "Is there something urgent you need to discuss?" Li Yanyan felt a bit anxious at Yi-chun's question. "Yes, based on my observations, Aunt Gu's complexion seems quite concerning. She appears to be suffering from a serious illness. Perhaps you should call your family doctor for a checkup," Yi-chun suggested. Knowing that many in Guzhan's mother's situation would be reluctant to seek medical advice, fearing it might burden their children. "All right, I will call my family doctor immediately," Li Yanyan decided, recognizing that regardless of the truth in Yi-chun's words, it was a good opportunity to have Aunt Gu examined, considering how hard she had worked for Gu Zhan over the years. Very well, I won't intrude any longer. Please tell Aunt Gu that I won't stay for lunch. I need to visit other classmates. With his purpose fulfilled, Chen felt no need to linger, as he still had to visit Wang Dedong's home. Sensing the faint magical energy in the church, Chen couldn't help but lament that Wang Dedong truly was a troublesome child. If only his father Dao Feng had not sacrificed his essence to save him from jumping off a building. With Dao Feng's over 30,000 combat power and family background, Yi Na La Si Tian would have had no means to contend with Dao Feng at all. Chen also found it peculiar. How many people had Dao Feng killed in his youth that he had become so compassionate in his later years? However, he may have mistaken the person. For Yi Sitting is the direct descendant of the most formidable magic family in Taishikong, with a demonic essence deeply rooted in her soul. How could someone of his age and condition possibly influence her? Hello, sir, do you know where Pastor Wang is? Chen inquired knowingly of Dao Feng Wang Tianyang, who had just exited after the service. Technically, Chen was unfamiliar with Wang Tianyang, as they had never met before. Yi Laosher, I am Wang Tianyang, he replied, already well informed about Chen through his subordinates' investigations. Pleased to meet you, Wang Papa. Chen offered a courteous greeting, marking their acquaintance in public despite their prior knowledge of one another. I am the homeroom teacher of Wang Dadong, and I have come to visit your home to discuss his situation. I hope it is convenient for you, Chen stated, revealing a part of his purpose for the visit. Of course, it is convenient. Dadong would be grateful for your care, Yi Laosher. Let us first go to the house for some water, and we can discuss Dadong's matters at our leisure. Wang Tianyang warmly invited Chen into his home to extend his hospitality. Well then, I shall not impose, Chen replied, eager to see if Wang's family would align with his memories of it, as this was a sentiment from his past life, and he felt an inexplicable anticipation to witness it firsthand. After sipping the water offered by Wang's mother, he observed the couple sitting upright across from him, realizing that a teacher's visit was a serious matter for parents. Wang Dadong has performed admirably at school. We all know he attends merely to fulfill a formality. He aims to complete his studies and reconcile with his past self, making this journey worthwhile. Wang's mother nodded in agreement, content as long as her precious son was happy, even if it meant returning to high school at the age of 28, something other parents might find incomprehensible. Now, I must address the crux of the matter, so please pay close attention. Chen briefly mentioned other matters before unveiling the main reason for his visit. Before discussing further, allow me to introduce myself. I am a teacher at the ultimate class and also hold a part-time position at the Supernatural Bureau of Jin Shikong. After presenting his credentials to the couple, they exchanged bewildered looks upon reading the information, wondering if this accomplished young teacher was being a bit too ostentatious. If this was considered a part-time job, did that not make them mere individual business operators? After receiving back their returned credentials, Chen continued, you are aware of the KO rankings, I presume? This year's third place is a girl whose combat power index is comparable to that of Wang Dadong 10 years ago. Are you suggesting, Yi Laosher? The couple exchanged knowing glances, smiles beginning to emerge on their faces. Indeed, your thoughts align with mine. Barring unforeseen circumstances, once that girl reaches the legal age, she shall become your daughter-in-law. Chen confirmed their suspicions, adding the caveat of unforeseen circumstances. In their eyes, this implied potential issues in their relationship. But they could not possibly let such a daughter-in-law slip away. If necessary, they would assist their son, knowing he was already 28. Missing out on this girl could mean a lifetime of solitude for him. Yet, Chen's interpretation diverged sharply from theirs. His notion of unforeseen circumstances did not include the possibility of the couple perishing in battles of good versus evil or conflicts across time and space. The timeline ahead showed Lei Ting willing to traverse dimensions for Wang Dadong, a testament to her unwavering loyalty. However, it appeared to culminate in tragedy, as both seemed to vanish without a trace. As seasoned veterans of Jin Shikong, you likely understand that the KO rankings are not to be taken lightly. Wang Dadong's disappearance from the rankings a decade ago is a prime example. Chen's words instilled a sense of urgency in the couple. As the dangers of a decade prior remained vivid in their memories, they had even been captured by the Black Dragon then. Are you suggesting we assist that girl? Wang's mother speculated, likely interpreting Chen's intent. No, that girl may not require your assistance. She is the heir of the Lei Corporation. Your primary concern should be Wang Dadong. The mention of the Lei Corporation surprised them. They had not realized their son possessed such connections. However, the subsequent mention of Wang Dadong tugged at their hearts, their emotions oscillating like a roller coaster in just a short span. You are aware of Wang Dadong's avatar in Taishikong, correct? Chen inquired, feeling a twinge of frustration at the fact that his avatar happened to be the naive Xia Tian. We are aware of Xia Tian from the Xiaolan Xingde family in Taishikong. The couple acknowledged, as they had business dealings in other timelines. Given your knowledge, you must also know that Taishikong is currently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the demon realm. As the protector of Taishikong, the ultimate T-Ku Rin Xia Tian must confront the formidable demon Lord D. Abulu head-on. Should the demon realm seek to invade Taishikong, the ultimate T-Ku Run will inevitably face this challenge. Consider this. If you were D. Abulu and lacked confidence in defeating the ultimate T-Ku Run on the battlefield, how would you prevent him from recovering rapidly from his injuries? After pondering Yi Chen's question, the couple's faces paled. They had never considered such a possibility, or else they would not have allowed Wang Dadong to roam freely in other timelines. Observing their ashen faces, Yi Chen recognized they had grasped the crux of the matter. As you surmised, the demon realm, should they not be foolish, would undoubtedly assassinate all of the ultimate T-Ku Rin Xia Tian's avatars across the 11 other timelines before Taishikong could react, severing his support. This would eliminate the possibility of the ultimate T-Ku Rin rapidly recovering from grievous injuries. I understand your desire for Wang Dadong to live a peaceful life, but reality is unyielding. Even if he remains in Jin Shikong, with the supernatural bureau present, the demon realm cannot easily infiltrate. But if they were to target the ultimate T-Ku Rin, and the Xiaolan Xingde family sought Wang Dadong's aid, would he respond? After delivering his thoughts, Yi Chen took a sip of water, feeling parched after his lengthy discourse. Alas, Dao Feng sighed deeply, fully aware of his son's character. Xia Tian and the others had done favors for Dadong. He could never stand by and do nothing. Even in the face of peril, risking his life, he would undoubtedly rush to assist in Taishikong. Thus, my esteemed predecessors, it is imperative that you expedite the enhancement of Wang Dadong's combat power index. Only when it reaches a certain threshold can we not only hope for victory over adversaries, but also increase his chances of escaping danger when it arises. The couple exchanged glances, both recognizing the soundness of Yi Chen's reasoning. The potential dangers have been laid bare. Could they truly turn a blind eye to their beloved son's future safety? Teacher Yi, I appreciate your reminder. My spouse and I will ensure that Dadong's combat prowess is enhanced moving forward. Dao Feng expresses gratitude to Yi Chen for his guidance today. Otherwise, on that fateful day, it would have been a case of a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. It is my duty, after all. As the more experts there are in Jin Shikong, the more the demon realm will be deterred from making reckless moves. Yi Chen shook his head. He must devise a way to rapidly elevate the combat capabilities of the younger generation in Jin Shikong, or he would truly be unable to stand alone. Even if there are no formidable beings above level 5, a group of level 4 warriors would suffice. Otherwise, the grand technique of Jin Shikong, akin to the Tia Shikong's Hunyuan Wuji, would have no place to be employed. Dadong's father, having concluded our discussion about Wang Dadong, let us turn our attention to you. Why has the matter of the corrupted ability practitioners not been addressed or reported to the supernatural administration for us to handle? Yi Chen inquired routinely of Wang Tianyang. Keeping corrupted ability practitioners hidden could lead to severe consequences if it were anyone else in his position. Director Yi has discovered it? Dao Feng realized that Yi Chen's direct question indicated he was aware of the corrupted ability practitioner hidden in the church. Yes, I noticed it as soon as I arrived at the church. And have you not realized that you are somewhat tainted as well? Wang's mother suggested bringing out the exorcism artifact from their home for a trial, as the current level of corruption might still allow for purification. Yi Chen gestured for Wang Dadong's mother to try the artifact, as seeing is believing. Although Wang's mother doubted her beloved husband's involvement in such perilous matters, she still retrieved the exorcism artifact and aimed it at Wang Tianyang. Under the radiant light of the exorcism artifact, Dao Feng, who had been emitting dark mist from his head, suddenly experienced a splitting headache, rolling on the sofa while clutching his head. Honey, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me. Wang's mother rushed to embrace her husband, who was in distress, her eyes wide with concern. This is not a moment for frivolity, Yi Chen remarked, bewildered by the spectacle before him, choking on the metaphorical dog food being served. After a while, Dao Feng calmed down and sat on the sofa, drenched in sweat. How could this happen? Dao Feng never anticipated that he had been stealthily eroded by a demon. Do not worry, the corruption has occurred recently, and the demonic influence has not yet taken root. Simply find an exorcist and listen to some music. Yi Chen reassured Wang's tearful mother, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. All right, I will promptly seek an exorcist. Wang's mother picked up her phone, eager to contact friends to find someone suited for the task. There is no need to search far. I know where to find an exorcist who specializes in this area. Yi Chen assured them, emphasizing the reliability of familiarity. Should a half-hearted individual arrive, it could lead to a chaotic situation. Please call Wang Dedong and tell him to return. He should not be distracted by romantic pursuits. Have him summon his friends from Tieshirkong. We need them for this matter. Considering the time, the necessary tasks had been completed, and calling them now would not disturb anyone. Okay, I will call Dedong back at once. With a sense of urgency regarding her son's friends, Wang's mother quickly dialed his number. Hello, Mom. As soon as Wang Dedong answered, he sensed his mother's choked voice. Dedong, please come back quickly. Something has happened to your father. All right, Mom, take care of Dad. I will return immediately. Upon receiving this distressing news, Wang Dedong hurried home, attempting to soothe his mother while racing against time. Mom, what happened to Dad? Without removing his motorcycle helmet, Wang Dedong burst into the house. Teacher, why are you here as well? He was surprised to see Yi Chen sitting with his parents, enjoying tea, wondering why he had not been informed of the visit. Wang Dedong has pressing matters today. How could I disturb him? Yi Chen joked, observing Lei Ting following closely behind. Teacher, what is wrong with my father? Noticing Wang Tianyang's noticeably altered demeanor, Wang Dedong anxiously inquired, having worried about this during his journey. It is a minor issue. He has merely been invaded by a demon, Yi Chen casually stated, as if it were an insignificant matter. What? Wang Dedong was taken aback. How could his father, a pastor, be invaded by a demon? After all, what demon would dare to disturb someone like him? Which demon is so idle? Yi Chen quipped, realizing that Wang Dedong's confusion was justified. You must ask your good brother from Tieshirkong about that. Yi Chen, although somewhat at a loss, could not clearly recall whether Huyen Zhu Luo Xiu had accidentally let Yi Si Tian escape or had intentionally spared his father-in-law. Tieshirkong, are you referring to Xiu? Wang Dedong immediately associated Huyen Zhu Luo Xiu with his brother from Tieshirkong. Indeed, you are correct. The corrupted ability practitioner is your brother's father-in-law. Inquire whether he will handle it himself or if we from Jin Shirkong will take care of it. Just to be clear, if we handle it, his father-in-law is certain to perish in Jin Shirkong. Should they come, they should bring their equipment and assist in purging the demonic influence. They are professionals in this regard. Yi Chen issued a precaution, aware that if they were to handle it, they would not be inclined to leave anyone alive, as Huyen Zhu Luo Xiu's influence was not yet substantial enough. Unless it is the ultimate Tai Ku Ren's father-in-law, in which case, they would need to consider the ties between the two realms. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning his father and Xiu, Wang Dedong promptly contacted him. After contemplation, Yi Chen worried that Huyen Zhu Luo Xiu might not be able to restrain the situation and let someone escape, given the latter's history. He deemed it necessary for Wang Dedong to reach out to the other side, requesting someone to stabilize the situation. You should have the contact information for the Xia Lan Xiongde family. Please reach out to the Xia brothers and inform them that Yi Si Ren's brother, Yi Si Tian, their uncle, is currently in Jin Shirkong. If they wish to protect him, they should send someone over. If no one comes, they will be deemed to have forfeited their claim, and they should not blame Jin Shirkong for being too ruthless later. Chapter 51. The ultimate scene of the son-in-law confronting the father-in-law Old Wang. I have discovered the leader of the evil forces. We require tactical support from the Bureau. Please deploy the tactical satellites. Once Wang Dedong had made the necessary contacts, Yi Chen retreated to a secluded area to rally support. What is the current situation? Have we ascertained who it is? Wang Zhan inquired solemnly, sensing the gravity of the situation warranted such drastic measures. We have identified it as Yi Hina La Si Tian from In Shirkong, who has escaped. He is currently recuperating. This is the ideal opportunity to apprehend him. We cannot allow him to slip away this time, or else once he recovers and re-establishes contact with the demon realm, it will be too late. Yi Chen analyzed the current dynamics for Wang Zhan, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Why would he, if not heading to the demon realm or returning to Tieshirkong, run to Jin Shirkong? Wang Zhan's expression grew grave, realizing the complexity of the situation. Unlike other demons who relied on their own efforts to rise, Yi Hina La Si Tian not only harbored a complicated background, but had also entangled himself with the demon realm. To summarize, dealing with him is exceedingly troublesome. For someone with such unyielding ambition, Jin Shirkong ostensibly represents the best choice. In the realm of magic, there exists a demon sovereign within the iron time-space. The ultimate iron warrior reigns. However, in the golden time-space, there seemingly lack formidable beings to present, and it does not possess a time-space protective magnetic field akin to that of the iron time-space. Is it not in unideal destination? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. contemplating that the golden time-space has likely become a refuge for a multitude of undocumented individuals from various other time-spaces. Those he was aware of were merely the tip of the iceberg. There could be countless other hidden entities lurking beneath the surface. Wang Zhan, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged that the golden time-space indeed harbored its own peculiar circumstances, making it difficult for him to elaborate to Yi Chen. Has there been any communication with the iron time-space? According to intelligence gathered by the Bureau, this villain is deeply entangled with the righteous factions of the iron time-space. Not only is he the father-in-law of the commander of the Eastern City Guard, the premier battle group of the iron time-space, but he is also the uncle by marriage to the two brothers of the Xia family. Any actions regarding Yi Xitong must be communicated to that side. I plan to grant time-space authorization for the iron time-space to handle this matter. After all, this is not a native demon of the golden time-space. We have no need to undertake such a thankless task. As for whether they will kill him or bring him back, that is not a concern for the golden time-space. The documents have been sent to you. If there are no issues, please sign them and allow the greater authority from the golden time-space to grant them passage. Yi Chen expressed his thoughts, wishing to prevent the ultimate class from becoming embroiled in the flames of a righteous and evil war prematurely. To truly initiate the battle of good versus evil, one must ensure that KO-10 reaches a combat power of 20,000, while he himself must surpass 30,000 in combat power. Only then will he feel sufficiently prepared to confront the unending conflicts between good and evil that lie ahead. Even if he cannot reach that point, achieving a combat power of 20,000 among the top 5 in the KO rankings would suffice as a strategic goal. Otherwise, he would be unable to bear the burdens of the ultimate class, which in the original timeline faced the humiliating scenarios of one being kidnapped today and another succumbing to demonic influences tomorrow. So it is settled. Do you know which member of the Xia family is coming? With Yi Chen having grasped the situation, Wang Zhan felt relieved and now had the leisure to engage in casual conversation with Yi Chen. You are aware that the ultimate Iron Warrior does not easily venture outside the Iron time-space. It is most likely that the eldest son of the Xia family, Xia Yu, is bringing along the family heirloom weapon. Yi Chen was certain that it would indeed be Xia Yu, as he needed to suppress the situation in the Iron time-space. No more talking. I am about to activate the enforcement device. You can watch the live broadcast. The personnel from the Iron time-space have arrived. And it is indeed Xia Yu. Yi Chen hung up the phone, activated the enforcement device, and walked over. Upon approaching, he glanced at the leader and could not help but note the striking resemblance to Rex, his half-brother. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Golden Time-Space. I am Yi Chen, the Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Realm Administration of the Golden Time-Space. The time-space suppression has been lifted for you. Feel free to test your abilities. Yi Chen gestured for them to try. Indeed, it was true. The Golden Time-Space was renowned for its uniqueness among the 12 time-spaces. Is this perhaps the distinctive trait of the Golden Time-Space? Xia Yu extended his left hand to test, and the sensation of time-space suppression indeed vanished. Hey, Dedong. Why didn't you tell me it could be like this before? Last time, were you intentionally trying to take advantage of me? Xiao whispered to Wang Dedong, who felt wronged as he recalled how frustrating the last encounter had been. Not only was his superpower index suppressed by the Golden Time-Space, but he also refrained from using his combat power too liberally for fear of causing time-space anomalies. I didn't know either. Who would have thought such a thing was possible? Wang Dedong felt a sense of injustice, suddenly realizing that the depths of the Golden Time-Space seemed to be considerably profound. It is an honor to meet you. I am a member of the Council of Elders of the Iron Time-Space. This time, I must trouble Director Yi. Although this is an informal meeting, out of respect. Xia Yu introduced his position. The situation is urgent. Let us begin. Wang Dedong's father is already prepared. Seeing that the Iron Time-Space was ready, Yi Chen signaled to Wang Dedong's father that Dao Feng could awaken Yi Xitong. Suddenly unsealed by Dao Feng, Yi Xitong felt a surge of unease. The atmosphere within the church seemed excessively tense. Ignoring the others, Yi Xitong's gaze fixated fiercely on Huyen Zhu Luo Xiao, as if enemies meeting would inevitably spark a fierce confrontation. You again, Huyen Zhu Luo Xiao. Is it not enough that you took away my Xiang? Do you have to continue pursuing your father-in-law? Yi Xitong shouted at Huyen Zhu Luo Xiao. Have you forgotten how you treated Xiang in the silver time-space? What kind of father acts like this? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Let us see the true skills beneath our hands. Huyen Zhu Luo Xiao growled, summoning the little hornet and preparing to draw its string from above. Very well, I shall see just how much progress you have made after all this time. Yi Hina La Xitong raised her hands and began to chant incantations, unleashing her dark demonic powers. Soul-burning melody. Heart captivation art. Hu Yanju Luo Xiao shouted, and fiery musical notes manifested above Yi Si Tong, relentlessly bombarding her. Hu Yanju Luo Xiao indeed displayed considerable prowess, as he seamlessly integrated the supernatural abilities of the iron time-space with the martial arts of the silver time-space, proving worthy of the title Master Xiao. Yi Chan observed the soul-burning melody, which was distinctly different from his own abilities, pondering how this differed from enchantment. As he watched the tense standoff between the son-in-law and father-in-law, Xiaoyu adjusted his glasses, sensing an awkward atmosphere. He began to suspect that Yi Chun had intentionally invited Xiao and their brothers to observe the spectacle. A son-in-law battling his father-in-law, a nephew clashing with his uncle. If this battle were to reach the iron time-space, he and Xiao might find themselves the subjects of whispered conversations. Xiaoyu, it is your turn to take the stage. Otherwise, I fear Yi Si Tong may have some tricks up her sleeve that Hu Yanju Luo Xiao cannot withstand. Yi Chun urged Xiaoyu not to remain idle, but to engage quickly so they could conclude this matter. Chapter 52. The nephew assaults his uncle Kirin Gauntlet No. 1. All-you-can-eat set. Xiaoyu shouted in a low voice, and an orange-red light emanated from the glove on his right hand, directly illuminating the space between the two combatants. The orange-red radiance cut through like a hot knife through butter, forcing their supernatural abilities back. This was Xiaoyu's response to observing Yi Si Tong's sudden surge of power after consuming an unknown potion, prompting him to intervene with the Kirin Gauntlet to separate the two factions. Crafty Xiaoyu then tore off the sealing talisman from his neck, summoning the battle spirit, Gui Feng. This was his agreement with Gui Feng. By tearing off the sealing talisman, the ensuing time would be free for Gui Feng. In the sight of all present, a flash of red light occurred, and Xiaoyu dramatically transformed into an ancient garb before everyone. Gui Feng twisted her neck, glancing at the demonic energy emanating from Yi Si Tong and at the Eastern City Guard, who was starting to sweat, and proceeded to mock. Is this little Xiao supposed to handle this? How pathetic. Have you two young lovers been reckless, draining your strength? After speaking, she exchanged mischievous glances with Xiao, leaving him blushing furiously. You go. This is not the time for jokes. It is your stage now, and the Eastern City Guard will provide support. Xiao felt the probing gazes of the Eastern City Guard members behind him. Captain, you cannot possibly have been drained by Sister Xiang, can you? Hey, you little brat over there. Do you not know that interrupting others during a battle is quite impolite? Yi Si Tong glared with fiery eyes, incensed that these two youngsters had the audacity to chat idly while he was engaged in combat. Where do these old-timers come from? Venturing out to engage in youthful exploits at such an age, without fear of losing their frail lives? Gui Feng casually scratched his ear, not even casting a glance at Yi Sighting, whom he regarded as no more than a mere balloon, pliable to his whims. You little demons are being overly presumptuous. With a sense of indignation, Yi Sighting concentrated his magic energy into two spheres, gradually merging them before hurling the combined force towards Xiaoyu. Is that all you've got? Despite having braced himself mentally, Gui Feng felt a tinge of disappointment at Yi Sighting's feeble assault. He mused, how could someone with a combat power index of 95,000 be reduced to trading blows with the Dongchengwei? It turned out he was merely a hollow shell of that number. Indeed, those who relied on potions for power were deceived. They could not even breach the boundaries of a true fourth-tier warrior. Yet, he understood that genuine consumption of potions could indeed bolster one's combat prowess. The demon lords of the magic realm had switched hands countless times. It was a wonder that Diaboluo had remained atop his pedestal. In the ultimate world, blind faith in combat power indices was the quickest route to demise, as they often proved highly misleading. In the current scenario, had it been Xia Tian instead of Xiaoyu facing Yi Sighting, the latter would have confidently believed that with a power index of 100,000 against 50,000, victory was assured. Yet the reality was that Yi Sighting found himself overwhelmed by Xia Tian, with the iron Keikawuji proving a fatal flaw for him. Come on, are you starving? Put in a bit more effort, Gui Feng. Time and again, Gui Feng rendered Yi Sighting's attacks futile while mercilessly mocking him. Meanwhile, Dongchengwei continued to play the scorching soul melody, steadily diminishing Yi Sighting's combat index. Observing from the sidelines, Yi Chun felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Battling Gui Feng was sheer torment. Not only did it inflict physical harm, but it also took a toll on his psyche. This is impossible. My combat index is higher than yours. How can I be at a disadvantage? As he endured relentless attacks and taunts, Yi Sighting began to descend into madness. He had harbored high hopes for the hell fantasy essence he procured from the wormhole, believing that given time, even Diaboluo would be insignificant before him, and he could ascend to the throne of the magic realm. Yet reality struck him starkly. The power index bestowed by the essence seemed a mere jest in the eyes of top-tier extraordinary beings, a truth he found unbearable. His aspirations and ambitions now appeared as laughable as the index itself. No, it must be that I haven't consumed enough. Once I surpass the threshold of 100,000, my strength will soar. The fear of death was wholly supplanted by his frenzy, as the onlookers watched Yi Sighting tremblingly retrieve another vial from his pocket, intent on downing it without hesitation. Is this truly Guifeng's doing? Chen recalled that in the original timeline, Yi Sighting had hesitated before consuming his third vial. Now, he was ready to guzzle it down immediately. Whoosh! A stone flew by, striking the vial just as it reached Yi Sighting's lips, sending it flying. This was no scripted drama, and Chen could not idly watch as Yi Sighting attempted to drink. It was best to avoid complications. If the demon lord were to appear due to unforeseen circumstances, it would spell disaster. No. Yi Sighting felt as though what had been struck away was not merely the vial, but his very ambition. Something felt amiss. How could he be so inept? Yi Chen observed the chaos, witnessing Huyan Ju Luo Xiao and Xia Yu's spirit, Guifeng, relentlessly battering Yi Sighting, who was granted no chance to retaliate. He had anticipated a prolonged clash of extraordinary indices, yet Xia Yu was no match for Yi Sighting. Just then, Xia Tian arrived, providing timely support, and with a sudden surge of energy, Dong Chengwei and Xia Yu managed to secure a narrow victory. As Chen noted, the plot might have warranted several more episodes in a drama. Otherwise, it was apparent that the potions had rendered Yi Sighting incapable of controlling his own combat index. No matter how high it soared, it bore no significance. Guifeng stood with his foot on Yi Sighting, flamboyantly brushing back the hair that obscured his eyes. Director Yi, if there's nothing further, we shall escort him back to the Iron Time Space. Until we meet again. Huyan Ju Luo Xiao and his companions, having quelled the madness, clasped their fists in respect. As for the scene where Guifeng had trampled his father-in-law, Xiao chose to feign ignorance. After all, Yi Sighting was also Xia Yu's uncle. He could only insist that Dong Chengwei members keep silent, lest rumors of this event reach Iron Time Space. All right, Wang Dadong, please see these esteemed guests to the time-space portal. Yi Chen understood the urgency of their return and refrained from extending any hospitality. Leave it to me, Wang Dadong replied before departing the church alongside Xiao and the others, heading towards the time-space portal. I had underestimated the combat capabilities of fourth-tier warriors. Yi Chen pondered at the church entrance, watching Guifeng's retreating figure. Fourth-tier strength was indeed formidable. This was not favorable news for him or the new generation of Gene Time Space. Chapter 53. The Disappearance of the Black Dragon's Pension. The Black Dragon. I know you are hiding in the welfare room of Balagwo High School. If you can collect money, then stop hiding. The Black Dragon, return my hard-earned money. Black Dragon scammer, return my life-saving funds. The entrance of Balagwo High School was crowded with a myriad of individuals, brandishing banners and shouting through loudspeakers. Opposite them stood the ultimate class, summoned by Principal Jia Yong to serve as the school's guardians. Old Principal, I misjudged you. The ultimate class can indeed be quite useful. Observing the ultimate class in action, Principal Jia Yong began to reconsider his previous perception of them as a tumor within Balagwo High School. The old principal was indeed astute. Having foreseen this very scenario, it seemed there was still much for him to learn. Jia Yong had initially believed that the old principal kept the ultimate class around to prevent incidents like this from occurring. I am the principal of Balagwo High School. Please disperse. The black dragon you seek is not here. Kindly leave. With a sense of security from the ultimate class behind him, Jia Yong addressed the crowd with a loudspeaker. We don't believe you. The Black Dragon is clearly running a welfare shop here at Balagwo High. We have confirmed it with photographs from other students. A spokesperson from the crowd shouted back through the loudspeaker. Jia Yong chose to ignore the latter part of the statement. As principal, he could not allow such dubious individuals into the sanctity of the school. Whether the Black Dragon was indeed present was a different matter. Even if he were, Jia Yong could always find a reason to deny it. However, allowing a group of unsavory characters into the school would be the end of his tenure as principal. Tomorrow, those strange school publications and wild pamphlets would surely nail him to the pillar of shame, potentially affecting the next admission cycle for Balagwo High School, a consequence he could not tolerate. You have the wrong person. The one in the school merely resembles the Black Dragon. The owner is named Duan Changren, not the Black Dragon. Please disperse. You are indeed at the wrong place. In truth, the crowd blocking the school entrance was not a solution either. If they had demands, they could always call the police and let them resolve the matter. Jia Yong tirelessly explained to them that if they truly wished to enter the school, they could summon the police, which would provide him with a justification. Are you attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? Do you expect me to believe that you resemble each other as if you were cast from the same mold? The others felt that Jia Yong was treating them as if they were not normal individuals. Although they had not received extensive education, it did not imply that they lacked intelligence. If Principal Jia did not either hand over the individuals or allow them entry, they would be compelled to force their way in. The leader, seeing that Jia Yong was impervious to reason, began to issue threats. As for Jia Yong's suggestion of calling the police, that was utterly impossible. They were merely intermediaries in the trade of the banned drug Hell Vision. To report to the police would be tantamount to offering the officers a bounty, a considerable one at that. Should that happen, it was likely that the entire precinct would be elevated in rank, with officers earning promotions en masse. Business had been flourishing, and there was mutual cooperation and trust in their dealings with Hei Long, the elder brother in the underworld. Who could have imagined that during their last transaction, that wretched Hei Long would vanish into thin air, absconding with their money? Initially, he thought that perhaps Hei Long was merely delayed for some reason, but soon after, he was contacted by someone asking if he had received the goods. Panic set in. Could Hei Long have run off with their money? Subsequently, various rumors began to circulate in the martial arts community, with unverified insider information claiming that the headquarters of the company selling Hell Vision had been raided. At this point, they finally comprehended that Hei Long, that scoundrel, must have learned of the impending trouble in advance and deliberately withheld the information from them, seeking to profit from their misfortune. I reiterate, today, regardless of who crosses the line, the consequences will be dire. The academically accomplished Zhong Wanjun exuded an air of superiority, flanked by his ultimate class, radiating waves of formidable energy as they stood at the school gate, guarding the line drawn by the Gungjin sword aura, preventing anyone from crossing. In fact, they were not called by Jia Yong at all. Rather, their class instructor had suddenly transmitted a message instructing them to report to the gate due to a disturbance. Zhong Wanjun is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. Ina, her heart racing and feeling parched, felt as though her legs might give way under the allure of his charm. Well, classmate, that's a bit excessive. Observing Ina's infatuation, Chiu found her demeanor reminiscent of those starry-eyed fans willing to do anything for their idols, which was somewhat unsettling. What on earth did that rascal Chen do with Zhong Wanjun that night? Chiu gazed at Zhong Wanjun, who looked as though he was on the verge of debuting, and felt certain that it was all due to Yi Chen's influence. Meanwhile, the other classmates appeared somewhat distracted, primarily because Zhong Wanjun had become exceedingly popular, with nearly every passing girl fixated on him. Initially, Guzhan felt indifferent, but when he noticed Li Yin also casting curious glances at Zhong Wanjun, he inexplicably felt a sense of unease. No, I must take Xiao Gu to the salon later to get a trendy hairstyle, perhaps with a title like manager or something. Guzhan resolved internally, determined not to be outshone by Zhong Wanjun in terms of appearance. At that moment, Guzhan seemed to realize that among boys, competition was not solely about strength. Looks mattered too. As the conflict at the school gate was on the verge of erupting, inside the campus welfare office, the anxious Duan Changren paced back and forth in front of Wang Dadong and his companions. Duan Changren, please stop pacing. It's making me dizzy. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Dadong urged Duan Changren to sit down. Is it true that this was orchestrated by Hei Long? He is currently so weak. Does he not fear being caught and beaten to death? Ding Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Does Hei Long truly have no fear of death? Alas, my dear Ding Xiaoyu, this is indeed something that my brother Hei Long is capable of. It is likely that, with the headquarters of the Hell Vision drug operation being raided by the Supernatural Bureau, my brother's funds were confiscated as ill-gotten gains, leaving the small-time drug dealers with nothing. Wang Dadong had already informed him that the company selling Hell Vision had been thoroughly dismantled, making the situation quite apparent. Could one expect Hei Long to shoulder the entire loss? If I were Hei Long, I would certainly report anonymously to the police, allowing them to arrest those individuals at the gate and secure a sentence for them, thus ensuring my own peace of mind. Chapter 54. Planning to debut as an idol? Rex's words left the group exchanging glances, and the room fell silent. They all turned to Duan Changren, who suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, my brother Hei Long is quite capable. Duan Changren attempted to defend Hei Long, but ultimately gave up. Everyone present was well aware of the type of person Hei Long was. Ding ding ding. Wang Dadong recognized it was a call from Lei Ting and surmised that there might be news regarding the situation at the school gate. Yes, all right, I understand, goodbye. Wang Dadong hung up, his expression somewhat peculiar. Lei Ting informed me that Sister Jingang had led a group of police officers to take everyone at the gate into custody without exception. Kai Yunhan stated that they received a tip-off from concerned citizens and had even sent them incriminating evidence, ensuring these individuals would face trial upon their return. Duanchang Run was at a loss for words. Should he commend his brother He Long for finally maturing and understanding the law? What now? What was it this time? Yawning and bleary-eyed, Huyen Jueluo Xiao asked Wang Dadong, feeling exasperated with this thick-skinned brother of his. The brothers he had taken on were his own burden to bear. Here's the situation. Wang Dadong relayed the details using a compressed transmission technique. So, you're feeling anxious because the person you like's former companion has suddenly become handsome? Huyen Jueluo Xiao found it somewhat absurd. Is that it? Are you worried she might develop feelings for someone else? Huyen Jueluo Xiao seemed to recall the time he was teaching that foolish Xia Tian, who had aspired to become an ultimate hero solely to impress girls. Not at all. I, Wang Dadong, am quite the handsome fellow myself. Wang Dadong retorted, albeit somewhat bashfully, primarily because if I were to be outshone, it would trouble me. Thus, I came to seek your advice on a suitable style for myself, one that is both handsome and profound. Wang Dadong began to express his wishes to Xiao. No, big brother, I'm not a stylist. How could I possibly help? Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. Why did this kid approach him for everything? He wanted to refuse. But knowing this was about his brother's happiness, he couldn't bring himself to do so, especially since this brother was already 28 and still single. Out of both friendship and obligation, he felt compelled to assist. Just a moment, let me check with the Xiang to see if she is skilled in this area. Huyen Jueluo Xiao returned to the iron time space to seek help. Xiao, what is it? Wang Dadong was pleasantly surprised to see Xiao, but upon noticing the girl beside him, he was unsure of what to say. Wang Dadong, please refrain from seeking Xiao out late at night in the future. Can't we discuss things during the day? The girl initially intended to continue her statement, but upon seeing someone who resembled her older brother so closely, she found herself at a loss for words. She has consistently avoided encountering her cousin Xia Launching de Tian in the iron time space, fearing that seeing him would evoke memories of her late elder brother, Yihina La Yusu. Nevertheless, it is time to attend to serious matters. Yihina La Yuxiang directly interrupted Wang Dadong, who was about to speak. First, how old is the girl? A Xiang intended to determine the styling based on the age of the girl across from her. Often, age and personality dictate the type of boy she might be fond of. 18. A Xiang gazed at Wang Dadong in astonishment. With your capabilities, why bother with styling? However, since she had already come, a Xiang resolved not to leave empty-handed. All right, take a look for yourself. If you are not satisfied, then I truly cannot assist you. After much effort, Yihina La Yuxiang observed Wang Dadong, who increasingly resembled her elder brother, and could not help but feel melancholic. If my brother had not passed away early, he and Chiao would probably be surrounded by children and grandchildren by now. Absolutely perfect. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, displaying a blend of dominance, composure, and depth, she felt utterly satisfied. Wang Dadong would undoubtedly become the most handsome boy at Ba Lu High School by tomorrow. The next day at Ba Lu High School. Wow, sister. He is so handsome. He has captured my heart. A girl exclaimed as she clutched her chest, realizing just how many handsome boys were present in Class Ultimate. The girls in Class Ultimate were indeed selfish. How could they possibly overlook so many attractive boys? Upon entering the school, the Beixiang Jiao trio was taken aback by the scene, with girls from various classes lining both sides of the path to Class Ultimate. They had never experienced such a spectacle in their years of existence. Let us go, don't show any fear. Guzhan led the way, believing that this display was well worth the investment he made for the new style at Teacher Tony S., despite feeling a pinch at the cost. Although he felt somewhat robbed by Teacher Tony, the expenditure was proving worthwhile now. Jigu, I feel a bit out of place. Jigu expressed discomfort amidst the throngs of girls who seemed ready to devour them. He still preferred his previous appearance, which kept him under the radar. Xiaogu, you must adapt. Beauty is innate, so why hide it? Guzhan sought to shift his little brother's mindset. Did he wish to remain single until 28 like Wang Dadong? Li Yan observed the two boys, the center of attention, alongside the envious and almost resentful expressions of the surrounding girls, and calmly followed suit. Hurry, let us see who the new transfer students from Beixiang are. A group of girls eagerly awaited the trio's arrival at the Class Ultimate building, quickly referencing the roster to see who else had yet to arrive. Oh, Jin Bao-san and his entourage, along with transfer students from the prestigious Xiao Pinghua School. Under the sisters' urging, they hurriedly checked the list. Upon mentioning Jin Bao-san, the girls displayed disdain, as they had witnessed him and his minions lurking with binoculars to spy on girls, grinning wickedly, which was utterly off-putting. Here they come. First are the transfer students from Xiao Pinghua, a sharp-eyed girl exclaimed, thrilled that it wasn't Jin Bao-san. However, as the trio from Xiao Pinghua approached, the girls sensed something amiss. It wasn't that the two boys lacked charm or the girls were unattractive. It was just that they paled in comparison to the idol-level handsomeness observed earlier. Although still handsome, how could the ordinary compare to the exquisite? Gu Ji and Lu Chen exchanged glances, noticing the evident disappointment in the girl's eyes, a feeling that outweighed any expectations. What else with these girls? Sun Tai quietly inquired of Lu Chen. We'll likely understand once we reach the classroom. Lu Chen was confident that the issue lay not with them, but with Class Ultimate. The three boys were unaware of the events that transpired at the school gate yesterday due to Gu Ji's family matters. Although they are handsome, they still feel slightly lacking. If only they were like the boys from before, this morning would have been perfect. Enough chatter, let us go? Jin Bao-san is on his way. This statement acted as a powerful deterrent, clearing the area. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Jin Bao-san, who intended to make a grand entrance, gazed at the desolate teaching building, feeling utterly dejected. Chapter 55. Zhongwan Jun. Do you wish to transform into a dragon? Lu Chen. I believe I've grasped the situation. Sun Tai, having gleaned the entire story through subtle inquiries from the girls, returned to his seat with a mysterious expression. Clutching a publication from the 8 major universities. Do tell, Lu Chen inquired, intrigued as to how the atmosphere in Class Ultimate had shifted so dramatically overnight. Previously, they compared combat prowess. Now, they seem to be measuring beauty instead? Could it be that the three of us have somehow crossed into a parallel realm of Jin Shikong, where beauty reigns supreme over power? Beauty index, 3 tiers? Unbeknownst to the other two, Lu Chen's mind was already crafting a richly detailed narrative, just waiting for the pen to hit the paper. Behold, WeVe made it into the publication of the 8 major universities. Sun Tai revealed the magazine, swiftly summarizing yesterday's events in a few sentences. The two boys took the publication and were immediately captivated by a large, vibrant photograph that occupied half a page. Zhongwan Jun, clad in a perfectly tailored casual outfit, showcased his golden ratio physique with youthful vitality. Golden particles, shimmering like smoke, danced around him, accentuated by the sun's rays, making him appear exceptionally radiant. His hairstyle, clearly crafted by a master, along with his refined makeup, positioned him at the forefront of Class Ultimate. Those in the know understood he was merely preventing outsiders from entering the school. Those unaware might mistake him for a popular idol performing at Ba Lu High School's entrance. The bold, enlarged black text boldly proclaimed, the most handsome high school student in KO rankings. The first thought that crossed their minds was, could Zhongwan Jun have bribed the 8 major universities for this ranking? However, upon reflection, they dismissed the notion. For despite their brief acquaintance with him, they knew his character well enough to believe he would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Could it be true? The two boys fell into silence, uncertain of their next steps. With Class Ultimate now taking such a turn, should they follow along or not? Though they were handsome, they did not share the same motivation as their classmates, who had been inspired by Zhongwan Jun. However, if they do not join in, it seems as though they are out of place among the other students of Zhongji Ban, giving off an air of being a solitary crane among chickens. How about I bring my makeup artist to meet you tomorrow morning? The eager son is also curious to see how its 2 little companions will look after being meticulously adorned. While it may not guarantee standing out in the entire class, it certainly won't fall short either. No need for that. We can discuss it later. The two boys promptly declined, fearing that the makeup artist's assistance might lead to unforeseen results, making it uncertain whether they would even be able to step outside. Presently, the happiest individual in Zhongji Ban is none other than Hua Linglong. This group of students has finally awakened, shedding their previous uncouth appearances. His eyes are now free from the bizarre pollution they once endured. Conversely, the one who finds it most unbearable is Lei Ting, as Wang Dadong arrived early, flaunting himself like a peacock. Although she often drifts away in moments of distraction, every time she regains her focus, she finds Qiu and Li Yinyan whispering and giggling at her expense. When she turns away from Wang Dadong, those two appear to be chatting casually as if nothing were amiss. But as soon as she looks back at Wang Dadong, she catches them gazing at her with ambiguous expressions. It is all this wretched fellow's fault for making her a subject of ridicule in front of Qiu. Lei Ting is internally cursing Wang Dadong, blaming him for her embarrassment. Why does it feel so strange? Wang Dadong senses that Lei Ting is fond of his current look, yet he cannot shake off the chill that occasionally sweeps over him. Meanwhile, Li Yinyan, who has now switched seats to sit behind Qiu, is engaged in a discussion about girls' private matters. More often than not, it is Qiu doing the talking while Li Yinyan listens, although she occasionally glances at Gujan, interjecting with a few remarks. Ever since she transferred to Zhongji Ban, Lei Ting and Qiu have become quite close, and they take special care of her personality. It seems that Zhongwan Juan's strategic plan is nearing success. Chen observes the surveillance footage from the Super Administration Bureau, which features a sneaky girl. The video reveals that yesterday, a girl concealed her face while seeking out all the school publication heads, secretly orchestrating the events. Upon seeing the girl in the video raise her eyebrows, even with a mask on, he recognizes her instantly. It is none other than our time-traveling student, Ina. This morning, he had wondered why Zhongwan Juan was flooding the screen. Such biased news, unlike the KO rankings, cannot afford to show blatant favoritism, as they rely on the long-term viability of the KO rankings. Unless the combat scenarios refresh the combat power index, they would not consider issuing a special edition to attract attention. Watching Ina laboring over her schemes in the footage, Chen feels compelled to say, "Dear student, you need not go to such lengths. Simply present yourself, as the teacher has already facilitated everything." Should he offer a hint to this young lady? Observing the students who are evidently straying into the realm of fandom, Chen contemplates whether to provide her with some guidance. After pondering for a while, he decides against it. Whether pursuing a girl or a boy, only through effort can one truly appreciate the rewards, for things obtained too easily lack the weight of experience. While the girls may be a lost cause, under Chen's macromanagement, the boys still present an opportunity. The fish are in the pot. Sensing a notification on his phone, Zhongwan Juan retrieves it and finds a message from Chen. This was the signal they had agreed upon, indicating that the fish has willingly swum into the pot, and he may proceed with the plan. Zhongwan Juan glances at Lei Ting, who has already formed a bond with Wang Dadong, and sighs. It is time for him to let go of those thoughts. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Zhongwan Juan gazes complexly at the girl who is destined to intertwine with his life and perhaps share a future together. While he may have some disdain for her family, he holds no animosity toward her. After all, what wrong is there in someone simply liking him? He recalls the words of their class instructor. Heroes are as common as fish in the river, flowing endlessly. Consider what gives you the right to leap over the Dragon Gate. Is it merely your KO1 status? The KO rankings have persisted through numerous iterations. Three-legged toads are rare, but two-legged KO1s abound. Should you forfeit this opportunity, a multitude waits in line to take your place. Zhongwan Juan reflects. Do you wish to become a koi leaping over the Dragon Gate? Chapter 56. If you have the skill, come to the Time River for a duel. Ding ling ling. Chen donned his headphones and answered the call. Lao Wang, are you calling me for another surprise attack? Chen rubbed his forehead, guessing Lao Wang's intention. Haha. Still as perceptive as ever, Xiaoya. Wang Zhan chuckled awkwardly, having been caught. Spill it. What is this about? The higher-ups can exert pressure, but Chen finds himself at a loss regarding this troublesome fellow. To get to the point, their SA transfer student from the West who has passed the application process and just landed today. If all goes well, they will report to you tomorrow morning. Listening to Wang Zhan's notification, Chen feels puzzled. Wasn't it stated that no one was allowed from there? Why has the application suddenly been approved? Lao Wang, are you hiding something from me? Chen pressed, determined to uncover the truth. He would never consent to anyone entering Zhongji Ban without understanding the circumstances. Chen feels secure, while he may lack authority in other matters as the deputy director. In terms of Zhongji Ban, no one can bypass him in the golden time space. He is acutely aware of how he obtained his position. The higher-ups provided a plate of dumplings for a dish of aged vinegar. Until he has mastered everything within Zhongji Ban, as long as the requests are not excessive, the higher-ups will comply with his demands. Thus, he never fears anyone attempting to undermine his role as the class instructor. His position is a prevailing trend in the golden time space, and anyone daring to act against it would only find themselves crushed by the weight of that trend. When it comes to the strongest, every word and deed can unpredictably impact the river of time, unless it is confirmed that his actions jeopardize the golden time space. No one would seek unnecessary trouble. If you don't disclose this, then do not let that student exit the airport to avoid complications. Turn around and send them back. Chen offers no room for excuses or opportunities to Wang Zhan. Some matters are beyond the deputy director's purview, but as the class instructor of Zhongji Ban, there is nothing he cannot know regarding it. All right, you ensure that this stays confidential. Although Wang Zhan is uncertain why the higher-ups suddenly granted Chen access to this information, having more people aware increases the risk of leaks. He genuinely does not wish for this matter to be disclosed through him. Are you certain? The battle between good and evil has yet to commence. Chen reflects on the decoded information, feeling a mix of absurdity and unease. Now he understands why the demon realm has been unable to contend with the golden time space. The golden time space has been operating under a script for the good and evil battle, and the demon realm's victory is implausible. Just now, Wang Zhan informed him. The strongest have already anchored the future of the golden time-space. Its future is predetermined. In other words, the battle between good and evil has yet to begin, but the golden pen has already written the conclusion. It may not be the golden pen, but rather a means akin to it. This implies that the golden time-space has the strongest among them who have observed its future. They have acquired the script of what is yet to come. As long as the Jin Shirkong does not face interference from other formidable beings, its future is firmly established. Let her report tomorrow. Yi Chun concluded the call and leaned back in his chair, gazing vacantly at the patterns on the ceiling. He had previously compared the ultimate ironclad warrior, Xia Tian, of the Ties Shirkong with those above the 5th tier of power. Although he occasionally sensed something amiss, the overwhelming might and authority of Xia Tian's Iron Kawuji seemed to validate his thoughts. Only now did he truly ascertain that the ultimate ironclad warrior born of the will of time and space is certainly not the complete embodiment of ultimate power. Could Xia Tian observe the future of time and space like those above the 5th tier in the Jin Shirkong? It was not that Yi Chen doubted his capability, but rather that his actions did not reflect the foresight expected of someone who knows the future. Of course, whether he could or could not was something Yi Chen would have to verify when he later inquired with the Ties Shirkong. There are indeed countless futures and possibilities within time and space, a statement that holds true. However, once a formidable being observes, the entirety of time and space collapses from a superposition of infinite possibilities into a single, determined future, akin to Schrödinger's cat. To clarify, the future of time and space resembles a sealed box, the contents of which remain unknown. Yet, when a formidable being opens the box to take a glance, the unknown transforms into the known. If one were to ask if this situation could be altered, Yi Chen would affirm, it is indeed possible. The condition for change lies in the emergence of a second formidable being, stronger than the first, who opens the box and glimpses an alternate timeline, thereby replacing the previous one. Otherwise, one might find themselves like the Black Dragon from a decade ago, inexplicably defeated even after glimpsing the future. Even if the gene bee draws a fried egg in the end, the outcome will race toward the realization of that fried egg future. In other words, the gene bee dares to unleash the gene bee Dianlong without fear of being misunderstood. Such matters are not daunting when they are incomprehensible. Rather, it is the understanding that breeds fear. The incomprehensible merely elicits disgust, while the comprehensible brings one closer to despair as the predetermined future approaches. Once the future has been determined, can it still be regarded as the future? The fact that he received this information from Wang Zhan suggests that he is unafraid of it being known. After all, would a professional soldier like Wang Zhan, transitioning to the position of director at the Super Administration Bureau, divulge anything inappropriate? Moreover, his relationship with Wang Zhan does not extend to the point where Wang Zhan would risk his life and career for him. To inform him in advance is trivial. Perhaps it is an attempt to assess the strength of the so-called inheritance he has obtained. Yi Chen murmured to himself, aware that his acquisition of an unknown inheritance is not a significant secret within the Super Administration Bureau, which he also understands to be a speculation. Can he defy fate and alter his destiny? The answer is affirmative. The prerequisite is that his points in the marketplace are sufficient. He can open the time-space box and take another look. He had previously contemplated whether the myriad chaotic forces in the Jin Shirkong would permit him to break through to the 4th tier. He may have been uncertain before, but now he understands. Certain individuals in the Jin Shirkong would never allow him to ascend to the 4th tier, fearing he might disrupt the existing balance. They have no need for disruptors. A 3rd-tier individual cannot possibly overturn a 5th-tier powerhouse, yet at the 4th tier, the potential for a transformation toward ultimate power begins to manifest. Given certain conditions, it becomes feasible to overturn 5th-tier powerhouses. Thus, those individuals are not apprehensive of his ability to alter the grand scheme of things, so knowing does not concern them. Perhaps, in their eyes, he is no different from the Black Dragon of a decade past. How formidable the Black Dragon was 10 years ago, flourishing for those who followed him, while those who opposed him perished. The martial arts tribunal could quell the cries of children at midnight. Any child who wailed would cease immediately at the mention of the Black Dragon's arrival. Yet, what was the outcome? He was ultimately defeated by a group of younger opponents, all around the power level of 10,000. This truly illustrates that while storytelling requires logic, reality does not. Sometimes, reality is even more absurd than fiction. Yi Chen is certain that the Black Dragon still ponders how he lost to a group of youngsters, all due to a single bear pearl. It is worth noting that his power index at the time was a staggering 35,000, built solely on his own rigorous cultivation without a hint of dilution. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Chen opened the marketplace panel and smiled at the 9 supreme secret arts of the world. You can observe and anchor time and space. Then I shall descend from the infinite future. How will you resolve this? Chapter 57. A tuition fee of 150 million. Excuse me. Isn't this tuition fee a bit exorbitant? What? This is just for 1 semester? The transfer student, Leah, contemplated fleeing at the sight of such a daunting institution. She had encountered dark schools before, but never one as sinister as this. Do the students lack funds? Then feel free to leave. Chen gestured toward the office door. If you wish to join Class Ultimate, there are many matters to consider. Come if you desire, but do not waste my time if you do not. Chen's gesture effectively blocked Leah from exiting the office. She realized she could not simply walk out. Although she had come for Class Ultimate, she did not want to be treated like a lamb to the slaughter. Mr. Yi, may I inquire if the young lady in Class Ultimate is subject to the same fee? The female steward calmed the anxious young lady and gestured for her to approach. That one. She is far more affluent than you. I did not collect cash from them, but they did arrive at the school with a top-tier essence of the 5 elements. So, ladies, do you still believe I have overcharged you for tuition? Chen did not even look up. It was better for them to leave. They had not come at the start of the term and now wished to benefit without cost. Hiss. Even the well-versed duo found themselves at a loss for words. Compared to that contribution, the fee truly seemed minimal. Please wait. We would like to make a call to inquire with our family. For this 150 million is indeed not a trivial sum. The steward expressed some regret, acknowledging that they had not brought such a large amount of money upon their arrival. Go ahead. Chen waved his hand, hoping they would not return. Yes, I understand. I will take care of myself. Leah hung up the phone, feeling somewhat speechless. Has my father lost his mind? Why would he give them anything? What did the family head say? The steward inquired about Leah's family's perspective to determine the next steps. The old man declared that given the circumstances, discussing money seemed too mundane. They could not afford to lose face in front of the water shirkong. Whatever the water shirkong offers, we shall match. This extravagant old man. She would eventually return and usurp his position as the family head. The steward stifled laughter at the young lady's complaints. It had become routine for her to express discontent with the family head. Even if the family head were to learn of it, he would likely just laugh it off. Wow. Chen felt an exhilarating sense of prosperity today. He never imagined these time-space immigrants would be so affluent. Would it still be possible to let Wang Zhan allow them entry? Chen thought it prudent to call Wang Zhan, as he would gladly accept as many distinguished guests as could come. So, 2 individuals are enrolling this time? Upon hearing that one had turned into 2, Chen curiously regarded the female steward, who appeared to be of similar age to Leah, and began to speculate. Could this be Leah's half-sister? After all, while he had never experienced such familial matters firsthand, he had seen enough to recognize the signs. It was quite fascinating to witness such a drama unfold in real life, akin to a primetime television series. Indeed, the 2 wooden source entities will be delivered to my home tomorrow. I kindly asked the teacher to wait for a moment. The housekeeper, Tanya, confirmed that the enrollment has been completed for both of them. Very well, that is not an issue. Are the 2 of them boarders or day students? Chen continuously scrutinized the 2 students, noting that they did not quite resemble typical candidates. Teacher, we are both day students and have already arranged our accommodations. It was inconceivable for Tanya and the others to be boarders. As far as she knew, none of the students in the ultimate class lived on campus, rendering it unnecessary for them. All right then, I shall take the 2 of you to class. Even considering the favor of those 2 source spiritual entities, Chen felt compelled to show some acknowledgement. He was experienced in handling such matters, having dealt with them many times before. As for Mu Shirkong's sudden intervention, Chen chose to disregard it. That was a matter for Wang Zhan to contemplate. Teacher Yi, what brings you here? Arthur, who was in the midst of lecturing, noticed Chen entering with 2 students and deduced the situation. My apologies, Arthur. These are 2 newly transferred students. I brought them for you to arrange. Chen ushered the 2 students into the classroom to greet their instructor. Hello, teacher. Celia and her companion bowed politely to Arthur. He nodded in acknowledgement, sensing that these newcomers were not mere slackers. You 2 wait here. Dedong and Lei Ting will assist you in fetching 2 desks from the storage room. Arthur instructed the 2 who were exchanging glances to step outside for a moment, needing a breather. Their antics during class had become increasingly outrageous. Yet he could only turn a blind eye, for after all, his old comrade was not having an easy time. Not only he, but all the instructors, including Chen, feigned ignorance of the duo's antics, which only emboldened their mischief further. Hey, old Wang, do you have any of those immigration cards from other timelines? As soon as Chen descended from the teaching building, he could not resist calling Wang Zhan, hoping for a pleasant surprise. Are you serious? With your mindset, don't you think it's risky? Wang Zhan could not help but interject. He had just concluded a call with the other side and had learned of Yi Chen's dubious dealings. Huh, do you think I fear the heat? Have you ever been out at sea to fish, old Wang? Do you know why some brave the high winds to fish? Because the rougher the waves, the more valuable the catch. Yi Chen's somewhat audacious words echoed in Wang Zhan's ears, rendering him momentarily dazed. No way. How could all the other timelines converge in the golden timeline? Wang Zhan replied, exasperated at Yi Chen's audacity. All right then, I'll hang up. Yi Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing he was not destined for great wealth and fortune. After hanging up, Wang Zhan fell into contemplation and pressed a button on his desk. Shortly, his secretary knocked and then entered. Director, you summoned me? The secretary hastened over upon being called by Wang Zhan. Yes. Please contact the operations department and have them enlist experts to assess the current mental state of Deputy Director Yi Chen. Wang Zhan's intuition was remarkably sharp. Even the slightest changes did not escape his notice. During their recent conversation, his instincts suggested something was amiss with Yi Chen. This might not have been so apparent on other occasions, but after sharing certain information with Yi Chen yesterday, he was more observant today. At times, being overly clever could be a disadvantage. Intelligent individuals tend to overthink, leading them into traps of their own making. Was Yi Chen an intelligent person? Yes. I will attend to this immediately. The secretary nodded, sensing the urgency in Wang Zhan's tone, and turned to leave and make the calls. Go. I require the most accurate results. Wang Zhan added. Understood. I will ensure they provide the most precise report. The secretary replied, comprehending the implication that the director was awaiting their findings. Chapter 58. A Dream of Golden Millet. A Dream of Golden Millet. After hanging up, Yi Chen gazed at the Xiao Wu, who was equally observing him from the desk, and suddenly understood. In Xiao Wu's blink, a conspicuous bloodshot was evident in her clear, expressive Cazellan eyes. This was not a result of Xuan Wu having a sleepless night. Rather, it indicated that Yi Chen's cultivation had encountered some issues. As a manifestation of Yi Chen's spiritual path, any changes in his journey would be reflected in his Dharma form. In the golden timeline, there is a term for this phenomenon, going astray, which can lead to a deepening entrapment that may eventually evolve into inner demons. He began to suspect whether his esteemed father-in-law had succumbed to this fate, creating the mad dragon as a second persona. Of course, this was merely conjecture. There might be other reasons. Could it be that the news he received from Wang Zhan yesterday triggered this? The timing was too coincidental for Yi Chen to dismiss. He understood why this situation had arisen. His life experience was still too shallow. Neither his past nor present life had reached the age of 30, resulting in an unstable mindset. His cultivation method differed from that of the 12 timelines, making such a trial inevitable. To overcome this, one must traverse the mundane world. With enough experience and wisdom, the resolution would come naturally. However, this approach was not feasible for Yi Chen, as his adversaries would not grant him that time, nor would his future allow for it. System, exchange Taoist secret technique, a dream of golden millet. A dream of golden millet, a commonly used method by Taoist masters to guide others. In a dream, a lifetime can unfold. Xiao Wu, keep watch. If anything unusual occurs, rouse me. I am about to begin. As the evening approached, Yi Chen prepared to lie down, and a fragrant aroma of golden millet rice began to fill the room, drawing him into a surreal world. Chen, are you hungry? Sleepily, Qiu wandered into Yi Chen's room, awakened by the enticing scent of rice. Upon entering and observing Yi Chen in slumber amidst the ethereal aroma, she quickly gathered her senses and approached the bed to check on him. As she leaned closer, she inexplicably lost consciousness and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to the dreamscape as well. Xiao Wu blinked at Xiao Bai, seemingly inquiring, does this qualify as a special circumstance? Dingling. Awakened by the alarm, Yi Chen stretched and shook his head, attempting to dispel the remnants of slumber. Truly, thoughts of the day manifest in dreams at night. It seems I should read fewer novels in the future. He recalled a novel he had read the previous night featuring a protagonist sharing his name, which had piqued his curiosity and captivated him further. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi Chen reflected on that dream from the previous night, feeling as though the current reality was but an illusion. Tentatively extending his hand to grasp at the void, he envisioned something rising like flames. Alas, it was indeed a dream. Nothing materialized. And Yi Chen sighed as he rose from the bed and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. So handsome. As he brushed his teeth and gazed at his reflection, Yi Chen felt a surge of vanity. It was worth noting that during his university days, he turned heads while strolling across campus, often causing fellow students to walk into trees in distraction. There was even a caring older sister who hinted at her affection for his type of college student, inviting him to work for her with the promise of a salary. Rejected by the ambitious Yi Chen at that time, he resolved to alter his fate through knowledge. Disdainful of taking shortcuts. Even now, he sometimes laments the foolishness of his pride, regretting the rejection of an easy opportunity, only to struggle in the harshness of society. A graduate from an insignificant university, he attempted to match the achievements of others built over generations with a mere decade of toil. He now finds humor in his own naivety. Is Yi Chen here? His colleagues greeted him as was customary, and he reciprocated each salutation. This ritual of re-establishing connections was commonplace, especially after a night's separation. Lu Meng, you're engaged now. Didn't you say you liked Yi Chen? Two female colleagues whispered among themselves, taking advantage of their supervisor's absence. Even if I liked him, my parents would never approve of me being with an orphan who has no house or car. After all, I have a younger brother, and they won't be bringing a son-in-law home. One colleague sighed as she glanced at Yi Chen. Does liking someone even matter in this society? Indeed, any parent would oppose it. The other colleague echoed, their hushed voices resonating in Yi Chen's ears like an amplifier. Excuse me, is this seat taken? A lively voice interrupted his thoughts, and Yi Chen recognized it belonged to an adorable girl. Qiao. Turning around, he saw a familiar figure. Are you mistaken? Is this seat taken? The girl, with her sparkling eyes, seemed to question if she knew him. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can approach me without courtesy. Though her nickname was indeed Qiao, she had just arrived, and this colleague could not possibly be aware of that. There's no one here. Please, take a seat. Yi Chen gestured for her to sit by pulling out a chair. Recently, there had been someone in that spot, a girl he had a decent rapport with. But since her engagement, she had likely moved to avoid any awkwardness. Thank you. I'm the new intern, Wang Qiao. I look forward to your guidance. The girl extended her hand for a formal introduction. Yi Chen. He shook her hand politely before releasing it, sensing that this girl was easygoing and unpretentious. Finally, the workday is over. Yi Chen stretched, feeling stiff from sitting all afternoon to meet deadlines. It's time to go. Let's move, he reminded the new intern, who was still busy with her tasks. Does this company not require overtime? Wang Qiao expressed her surprise. Are there still companies that don't? What overtime? It's currently the off-peak season for the company, so there isn't much to do. But when the busy season comes, you'll see. Yi Chen clarified, explaining that it wasn't a matter of not working late, but simply the timing. Curious, Yi Chen noticed they boarded the same subway and disembarked at the same bus stop. Oh, you live here too? Yes, I just rented a place nearby in Yangwang Xiaoziu, Wang Qiao replied, intrigued that her senior also got off here. Really? I live in Yangwang Xiaoziu as well. Yi Chen found this coincidence striking, yet he reminded himself that reality often defies logic, and such coincidences are quite normal. As the two stood in silence at the entrance of the same building, Yi Chen broke the quiet. What floor do you live on? 403. Wang Qiao blinked her bright eyes. Ah, we're not on the same floor then. I'm on 303. Yi Chen sighed with relief, grateful they weren't neighbors. See you tomorrow. As he reached the third floor, he bid farewell to his new colleague, who bore a striking resemblance to a dream girl. Chapter 59. Even across time and space, I will still love you. Weeks turned into months, and months into years. As the two entered each other's lives in a distinctive manner, becoming accustomed to the presence of one another. Click. Habitually, Wang Qiao unlocked the door to Yi Chen's room, expertly swapped her shoes, and placed breakfast on the dining table. Observing the glowing computer screen and the slumbering Yi Chen, a wave of tenderness and affection washed over her. Since they became a couple, he had been taking on online jobs after work, striving to save money. She sat quietly, watching him sleep, like gazing at her Prince Charming. After a while, the boy slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing her, he pulled her into his embrace as she gasped in surprise. Did you forget to close the curtains? She murmured shyly against his chest. I'm not doing anything. Just let me hold you for a moment, Yi Chen replied, cradling her soft form, relishing the rare tranquility of a weekend morning. In that moment, even time seemed to stand still, with only their hearts beating fervently. Qiao, let us go look at houses later, Yi Chen said gently, gazing at the angel in his arms. Okay, the girl nodded, seemingly excited about the prospect of a new home. How about this place? The real estate agent enthusiastically opened another property, detailing its advantages to the young couple. Thus, the two kindred spirits eagerly explored various homes during their time off, playfully teasing one real estate agent after another. What do you think of this one? The newly hired intern asked Yi Chen and his girlfriend, though she held little hope for the outcome. According to colleagues, this pair had gained a bit of a reputation within the local agency circles, with many seasoned agents failing to impress them. All right, let us go with this one. After a brief discussion, both Yi Chen and his girlfriend expressed their satisfaction with the property. Great, let us head back to the office for details. The intern beamed internally, surprised that this famed couple had chosen her. As the weekend concluded and they settled into their new home, the couple shared a toast, clinking their wine glasses while gazing out at the bustling world outside. With the rich red liquid as their backdrop, they slowly leaned closer, droplets of wine cascading down, leaving marks on the floor. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, a delicate thread connecting them as they gazed into each other's eyes, breathing softly. The girl tilted her head slightly back, her heart racing as the invisible thread lingered, reminiscent of a spider's silk or the sweet stretch of caramel. They remained still, silently observing one another, their breaths quieting until laughter erupted between them. The girl playfully severed the thread and, with a beaming smile, rose on her toes to kiss him once more, craving more of their shared connection. Under the intoxicating influence of youthful passion, the couple lost themselves in the mingling of their breaths, fervently seeking each other. At this very moment, the two individuals embraced each other tightly, wishing to meld into one another completely. Time seemed to stand still, and just as the girl felt she was on the verge of suffocation, the boy finally released her. Under the illumination of fireworks outside, their intertwined shadows danced upon the floor, and they believed that they would remain together like this until they grew old and gray. Thus, they awoke together each morning, commuted to work side by side, shared lunch, finished work hand in hand, strolled through the streets, and returned home together, perpetually repeating this cycle day after day. They were like each other's shadows, inseparable. After a while, the company finally noticed the unusual behavior of the couple. While offering their congratulations, they still adhered to company policy and terminated their employment. This was anticipated and planned by them. With the opening of a new shop, "You will be the boss from now on." Amidst the crackling sound of firecrackers, their little store commenced operations. "Yes, we will surely grow and expand, then open branches, and ultimately become billionaires," the girl proclaimed grandly, envisioning their bright future. 2 years passed, and their small shop thrived, with a steady stream of customers each day. The young couple leaned on each other, and their journey of entrepreneurial struggle inspired countless young people online, exclaiming, "This is love. What's wrong, Chen?" Chen, having closed the shop, noticed his wife sitting dejectedly on the edge of the bed. He approached and embraced her as he usually did, soothing her restless heart. "We have been married for several years. Why don't we have children yet?" The girl looked up at him, yearning for a child of their own. "Well, that depends on luck," Chen reassured her, attempting to alleviate the girl's spiraling thoughts. However, sensing that she wanted to say more, Chen hastily interjected, "Let us go to the hospital tomorrow. We will surely have our own child." "We will." He held his increasingly despondent wife tightly. "Doctor, could there be a mistake? My wife is perfectly fine. How could she possibly be diagnosed with acute leukemia?" Chen grasped the doctor holding the examination report tightly, questioning in disbelief. They had come to the hospital early that morning for a comprehensive checkup, and who would have expected this shocking news? It is theoretically unlikely to be erroneous. However, I recommend a thorough examination, as there is a possibility of error. Moreover, with the advancements in medical technology, there are ways to treat your wife's condition, such as bone marrow transplantation. The doctor understood the family member's reaction. Anyone would find such news hard to accept. Indeed, the doctor's words made sense. With today's advanced medical conditions, there must be a solution. The doctor's reassurance acted as a balm for Chen's troubled heart. As long as there was a way to heal, it will be all right. "Chen, didn't the doctor say there's a way to cure it?" The girl, suppressing her fear of the future, comforted her slightly flustered husband. "Everything will be fine. The doctor said that as long as we find a compatible bone marrow donor, you will recover completely." Chen embraced his wife, who was trying to muster her spirits. Thus, while stabilizing her condition at the hospital, they awaited the emergence of a suitable bone marrow match. Chen had already undergone tests, confirming that his bone marrow was not a match for Qiu. "Qiu, good news. The hospital has found a compatible bone marrow donor for you. We can proceed with the surgery soon." One morning, Chen entered the ward with a face full of excitement. Hope had finally arrived. "Really?" The girl forced a smile. She did not fear death, but she was terrified of leaving him behind. Chapter 60, Our Promise. How did the surgery go? Upon seeing the lights of the operating room change, Chen hurriedly approached to inquire. The surgery was a success. The middle-aged female doctor, accustomed to waiting family members outside the operating room, understood their anxiety. "Thank you, doctor. You've worked hard." Chen expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. "It is what we are meant to do. The patient will be out shortly. Please wait here for the nurse." The doctor waved him off. Qiu, watching his wife, who remained unable to open her eyes, Chen felt a surge of anxiety. "Please don't worry. The patient is awakening from anesthesia. This is a normal occurrence," the nurse explained to Yi Chun, assuring him that the girl would wake up soon. Thank you, nurse. They brought Wang Qiuqiu back to the ward, and Yi Chun hurriedly expressed his thanks. Now it all depends on whether the patient experiences any rejection. As long as there are no rejection symptoms, it will be a significant success. The nurse made notes on the infusion chart. All right. Yi Chun gazed expectantly at his wife on the hospital bed, wishing for her swift recovery. However, as days passed, he noticed that Qiuqiu's condition was deteriorating, as if the vitality was gradually slipping away. It cannot be. It cannot be. Isn't it common for there to be initial complications? As long as we get through this, she will improve. Yi Chun could hardly believe the doctor's words. This could not be real. Mr. Yi, I regret to inform you that your wife's rejection symptoms are becoming increasingly severe. In my years of practice, I have never encountered such a situation. For now, we can only administer medication and monitor her condition. The doctor, having no other options, explained that such adverse outcomes were exceedingly rare after a bone marrow transplant. Who would have thought that the girl would be affected so gravely? Leaving the doctor's office like a ghost, Yi Chun felt a tumult of emotions. Fear and confusion flooding his heart. The girl's condition continued to decline, and despite the hospital's best efforts, they could not halt her diminishing vitality. Chen, do you love me? The girl beckoned Yi Chun closer, reaching out to caress his face, mustering her last ounce of strength to ask. Regardless of this life or the next, I will always love you. For eternity, never to part. Yi Chun seemed to grasp something profound, nodding vigorously with tears streaming down his face. Thank you. The girl smiled faintly, her pupils gradually losing their color. Her hand that had been caressing Yi Chun's face fell heavily to the bed. Devastated, Yi Chun trembled as he touched her pale, lifeless face. Recalling the myriad moments they had shared together. Do you know how cruel it is for you to leave me like this? After arranging for his wife's final affairs, Yi Chun returned to their little home once more. The sensor light at the door still illuminated as it always did when they returned together, clicking on at the sound of the door opening. Yet now, the light remained, and he was the only one who returned. As he prepared to change his shoes, Yi Chun's hand froze in midair. She had mentioned that upon returning from the hospital, she would replace his old slippers, which had been worn for so long. The white shirt he had washed that morning hung on the clothesline on the balcony, and as he opened the door, a gust of wind blew through, causing it to sway gently, as if she had returned. He walked to their favorite window, gazing out at the night scene as he always did. Yet now the view appeared muted, as if seen through frosted glass, devoid of color. He stood silently, watching the little road below, as if in the next moment she might stroll towards him from afar, just as she always did, her bright eyes sparkling as she winked at him from the window. He knew that no matter how long he stood there, no silhouette would quietly come up from behind to embrace him and softly say, "Dinner is ready, let us eat." At this moment, despite illuminating every light in his home, he still felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and chill. Yi Chun's last memory, as he awoke from the abyss, was frozen in the biting cold of the river, where he was slowly sinking. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Qiuqiu, who was propped up, gazing down at him. Her delicate face adorned with tears reminiscent of blooming pear blossoms, droplets cascading onto his face like bursts of flower petals. Yi Chun held her tightly, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. A slight headache plagued Yi Chun. Qiuqiu, though only 18, bore memories of life beyond 20 in her dreams, a phenomenon that could easily lead to a disarray of recollections. Fortunately, these were merely memories. Had they been intertwined with other elements, it might have resulted in a second personality emerging, akin to her father. Once she calmed down, Yi Chun recounted the entire sequence of events. So, it was because of your magical arts that I reincarnated alongside you in a dream? Qiuqiu, her tear-streaked eyes wide with astonishment, stared at him. Indeed. Yi Chun nodded helplessly. Did we get married? Qiuqiu continued to interrogate, seemingly with ulterior motives. Wait, that was just in the dream, Yi Chun hastily corrected, reminding her that although she had recently celebrated her 18th birthday, she was not yet of legal marrying age. You said you would love me. The girl's tears, previously halted, began to well up again, as if ready to spill over. Stop. I swear, in 2 years, once we reach the appropriate age, I will marry you. All right, she exclaimed, breaking into a smile and leaping into his arms. Yi Chun caught her, fearing she might fall. However, we must establish 3 rules. Certain matters can only be addressed after our wedding. He quickly added a caveat, aware that continuing this way could lead to dire consequences. Absolutely. Qiuqiu agreed eagerly, her large eyes twinkling with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, she grew anxious. Chun, I want to end up with leukemia like in the dream, will I? Her heart raced with apprehension, fearing the re-emergence of tragedy. You did have it, but I secretly cured you. I didn't tell you to avoid worrying you. How about you get checked at the hospital tomorrow? Chen revealed the truth. Upon activating the system, he had exchanged for a miraculous medicine that guaranteed her recovery. Perhaps I should indeed visit the hospital tomorrow, Chen thought, seeking reassurance. All right, I'll accompany you. Chen nodded, noting that school would be closed the following day. No need. I can have King take me. She quickly declined, intending to undergo further tests that she preferred Chen not to know about. All right, time to rise. Dawn is approaching. As Chen returned to her room, Chen felt a mix of concern and determination. Everything he did was to stabilize her, ensuring her memories would not clash. Once things settled, he turned his attention to checking on Xian Wu's situation. Didn't I tell you to intercept? Chen questioned Xian Wu, whose eyes had lost their bloodshot hue. Xian Wu shrugged his fins. Little Bai Wu and let me. He successfully shifted the blame onto Bai Hu. Next time, let us set up a barrier. A dream that ends in tragedy is a poor reflection. If this continues, Qiu will inevitably face mental turmoil, becoming another mad dragon. My trust in my two subordinates has waned. Chapter 61. Lei Ting contemplating reporting King. Over here. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lei Ting spotted Qiu waving at her from a distance. Lao Sun, you may return. I'll manage my own transportation home. Lei Ting instructed the chauffeur, wanting him to leave early. That is not acceptable. Miss, send me a message when you're done. So I can be here waiting for you, Lao Sun insisted, concerned about any mishaps during her journey. Fine, I will call you ahead of time, Lei Ting relented. Although she wished not to burden him further. Qiu, why have you changed your hairstyle? Lei Ting approached, noting that the beloved member of Ultimate Class had transitioned from twin ponytails to a single ponytail today. Oh, I just wanted to try a different style? Qiu offered a vague excuse, having unconsciously tied her hair in a single ponytail that morning. Even while grooming in the bathroom, she had not noticed anything amiss. As if she had always appeared this way. Had Lei Ting not pointed it out, she might have remained oblivious to the change. Has she truly vanished? Am I still Qiu or Wang Qiu? The thought of visiting the hospital lingered in her mind. Was it truly her desire or hers? As Qiu touched her ponytail, she felt momentarily lost. The situation seemed more complex than she had anticipated. Qiu, Lei Ting, walking ahead, noticed Qiu standing still, lost in thought. Ah, King? Startled back to reality, Qiu hurried to catch up. What is the matter? You seem absent-minded today. Are you troubled? Lei Ting observed the unusual demeanor of her friend, as though she had transformed into someone else entirely. Usually, Qiu was cheerful, her smile ever present. I'm fine, let us head inside. King, Qiu replied, evading the inquiry as she pulled Lei Ting into the hospital. Qiu, what is this? Lei Ting regarded her quizzically, wondering if it was too early for such examinations. This is a complimentary package from the doctor. Why not take advantage of it? Qiu continued weaving her tale, though she herself had little faith in her words. Oh, Lei Ting did not press further, allowing her friend to indulge in her whims. Planning to interrogate her once they left the hospital. After completing the tests, it was nearly noon. Exiting the hospital, Qiu sighed in relief. The doctor had confirmed her excellent health, with no issues detected. Let us head to my house for lunch. I've already informed Lao Sun. He's waiting for us outside, Lei Ting declared, gripping Qiu's hand tightly, fearful that the girl might concoct an excuse to escape. Hey, Qiu found herself pulled into the back seat, with Lei Ting joining her, determined to keep a close watch on this potential runaway. Lao Sun smiled at Qiu's arrival, recognizing many of her classmates. He felt gratified that the child he had watched grow up had forged meaningful friendships, fulfilling the legacy of the Lei family. Watching them from a nearby rooftop, Chen sighed, feeling conflicted about intervening. With others, he could simply erase their memories. But with Qiu, the stakes were higher. He feared that failing to contain her memories might lead to the emergence of a second personality, a situation fraught with peril. Unlike him, who possessed the subjective awareness of a practitioner, Qiu lacked the mental preparation for such dreamlike experiences, resulting in consequences akin to a disorienting journey through time. At the tender age of maturity and lacking substantial experience, the two segments of memory she possessed held nearly equal standing, which subtly influenced her behavioral patterns. The only viable solution now is to embrace that memory rather than reject it. The more one resists, the more autonomy that memory gains, increasing the likelihood of evolving into a new persona. After dinner, Lei Ting pulled Qiu into the bedroom, closed the door, and began to inquire about what had transpired. Are you implying that scoundrel, due to his lack of skill, has bestowed upon you an additional memory in which you are wed to him? As Lei Ting pieced together the cause and effect, she began rummaging through items on the bed. King, what are you searching for? Qiu queried, observing Lei Ting's sudden search. I am looking for my phone. I am going to report that scoundrel. Lei Ting snarled. Her teeth clenched as she reached for her phone to dial. Hey, don't. Qiu quickly pressed down on Lei Ting's hand, preventing her from making the call. Qiu, let go. As Lei Ting pried away Qiu's right hand, it was promptly pressed down again. Fine, I can't argue with you. Softening. Lei Ting recognized the foolish girl's intentions, reminiscent of someone who had been sold, yet continued to count the money for the seller. So, what do you plan to do now? Since sending that scoundrel to jail was no longer an option, Lei Ting had to settle for a lesser alternative. I suppose I will gradually come to fully accept that memory, for it is akin to our future. It was as if she and Chen had truly been together for many years. Their relationship would no longer be fraught with anxiety or fear of one another's sudden departure. Everything would flow naturally, and was that not a good thing? As she lay on the bed, teasing the little white creature, Qiu expressed her thoughts. Flowing naturally? Upon hearing this phrase, Lei Ting's mind was awash with thoughts. Could that scoundrel have? Did you go to the hospital today? Have you too? Lei Ting's mind began to unravel. No, I still want to send that scoundrel to jail. Where are you thinking? Chen hasn't done anything to me. I am merely afraid of repeating the past from my dreams. This is just precautionary, to give myself some peace of mind, Qiu hurriedly clarified. Seeing Lei Ting's finger poised to press the dial key. Repeating the past? Lei Ting rolled her eyes internally, opting not to expose the naive thoughts of the beloved one. All right, Qiu, you are an adult now, so I shall refrain from further commentary. I also believe that scoundrel will not act recklessly, for his character is somewhat trustworthy. Having clarified the sequence of events, Lei Ting breathed a sigh of relief. She had been deeply worried about Qiu's state all morning. Thank you for your trouble. Lei Ting. The sound of that scoundrel's voice reached Lei Ting's ears, bringing a sense of calm to her expression. It seemed he had been attentive to Qiu's situation, which was commendable. However, that did not mean she would treat him kindly in the future. Indeed, no young man could be wholly trusted, including Wang Dedong. That unromantic scoundrel. Wang Dedong. What have I done now? Chapter 62. Go, break through them. Observing the few individuals before him, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Wang Dedong, Zhongwan Jun, Ji Gu, Gu Zhan, and Gu Ji. Do you know why your teacher summoned you on this day of rest? Yi Chen asked loudly, holding a pointer before the lineup of young people. Teacher. We do not know, they replied in unison. Unlike the other KO rankings, or even the students from Ultimate Class, I shall refrain from speaking of the platitudes surrounding the fate of Jin Shikong, as they are too distant for you, and not yet your concern. You are all about to shoulder the responsibilities of adulthood, and will no longer be alone in a few years. In a future where evil forces stir and the demon realm is poised to strike, no one can afford to stand alone. If you wish to protect those you cherish, you must become strong enough to instill fear in your enemies' hearts at the mere mention of your name. Only then can you safeguard them. Those who feel apprehensive may step forward. I shall replace them. A three-legged frog is hard to find, yet the two-legged children of fate, Jin Shikong, are already commonplace. The five stood in silence, exchanging glances without a word. As time ticked by, half an hour passed. Noticing that no one had stepped forward, Yi Chen began his final address. Very well. You have all surpassed a combat power index of 15,000, and have coalesced the heads of combat spirit beasts as seeds. You may commence preliminary combat training. Shortly, I will guide you into a small fissure space tainted by demonic energy. Your sole task is to survive with all your might. Once inside, stay close to me. Do not fall behind. With that, he was the first to step into the radiant light of the time-space portal. Excellent. No one has fallen behind. Do you see those zombies over there? Yi Chen pointed toward the throngs of undead approaching in waves. Survive amidst their assault, and you shall earn a rank of private. Break through them, and you will be promoted to a junior officer. Annihilate them, and you shall ascend 7 ranks to the position of second lieutenant. Yi Chen gestured toward them. Go, let your teacher witness your talents. With that, he summoned Xian Wu, floating above them to observe their performance. The five gazed at the seemingly endless horde of zombies, feeling a shiver run down their spines. There were far too many. Let us proceed. Even if we do not achieve an excellent evaluation, we must at least secure a passing grade. We cannot merely linger under the onslaught of these wretched creatures. Zhongwan Jun exclaimed as he drew forth his new weapon, 12 C Stabilizing Pearls. C Stabilizing Pearls, a set of spiritual orbs naturally birthed by the water time-space. Legend has it that the complete set contains 36 pearls. When gathered, they can unleash the full might of a transcendent artifact, summoning the phantoms of the water time-space to suppress enemies, and only the strongest can wield them. Gujan also brandished his new spiritual tool, the Wishful Rod. Wishful Rod, crafted 1,000 years ago by a legendary blacksmith using extraordinary stones, replicating the weapon of the fighting Buddha from myth. Though this rod does not possess the miraculous size-altering properties of the Wishful Iron Needle, it can be made light or heavy at the owner's whim. Hence the name, Wishful Rod. When Yi Chen turned his gaze to Ji Ji's weapon, he was astonished. "This student, your style seems a bit off. Are you ahead of all the ultimate class students, venturing into gemstone embedding?" The center of the Xingtian shield gleamed with a top-tier water spirit stone, radiating a cerulean glow. At this moment, Yi Chen could confidently assert that even the black dragon from a decade ago would be left dumbfounded by this turtle shell. Unless you deplete the spirit energy of that water spirit stone, you will be utterly powerless against it. Well, it seems Zhongwan Jun may soon refer to Ji Gu as Annie. What a tangled lineage. Yi Chen found himself speechless. Was this not a cacophony of confusion? Yet upon reflection, he recalled a television series from his previous life where Director Qi was related to his teacher by marriage. With this thought, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Yi Chen had not anticipated that these individuals would suddenly become affluent. Otherwise, he would not have assigned them such a low difficulty level to ensure their easy passage. Given their current strength, they could easily traverse the ranks of the demon realm's standard cannon fodder. Yi Chen observed as a group of individuals surged through the horde of zombies like ferocious tigers among sheep, with the undead being utterly powerless against them. Upon entering their battle forms, they resembled celestial beings descending from the heavens. As long as their combat power index remained, they could traverse the zombie throng with ease. Since their combat power index had been transformed into a liquid state, it was several times greater than that of their peers. Yi Chen felt no regret in this strategy. After all, the primary objective was to familiarize them with the battlefield environment, to experience the visceral reality of combat. This would prevent them from being rendered helpless in the face of an enemy in the future, as it would be unacceptable for one's demise to endanger others. He pondered about how the heavy armored synthesis team, led by Wang Zhan, was faring, curious about their progress. The alliance of martial artists and technology was bound to yield unexpected surprises. Watching several individuals band together to charge out of the zombie crowd, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. He did not expect them to annihilate the horde. Such aspirations were unrealistic. With their combat power index still under 20,000 and lacking widespread destructive techniques. Charging headfirst into battle? Well done, dear classmates. Now please return and slay them once more. After all, the portal to the time-space gate is on the opposite side, and I shall await your return there. With that, Yi Chen vanished in a flash, leaving behind 5 bewildered individuals. He knew they were undoubtedly hurling the most scathing insults at him, and he chuckled at the thought. Congratulations to the 5 of you. You have secured a public service position before even graduating. Keep up the good work. Moreover, as national public servants, please be mindful of your conduct in public. Do not create trouble for your teachers. That will be all. Do not be late for class tomorrow. The 5 emerged from the time-space gate, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as though their instructor had never regarded them as human beings. Yi Chen instructed the personnel guarding the time-space gate to escort them to the base for a shower and a change of clothes before heading home, as he did not want them to frighten passers-by with their blood-soaked attire. Colleagues, please follow me. The guards warmly guided them, recognizing their promising futures and hoping to become familiar faces, perhaps even superiors in the future. Wang Dadong curiously surveyed the military base's meticulous defenses, noting that he had never encountered such stringent measures in other dimensions. Please sign a confidentiality agreement. Whatever you observe here must not be disclosed, understood? Just as the 5 finished changing, a military officer from the base approached them with a stack of documents. Son, what is going on? Ji Gu had barely arrived home when he saw his father, Ji Shui, anxiously holding an envelope. The postman had just delivered a letter, congratulating him. Upon opening it, Ji Gu was nearly taken aback, as their family had been living quite well, yet his son had enlisted. Well, Dad, I was summoned by the Time-Space Authority. Ji Gu scratched his head, still adjusting to the situation. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui stood frozen, unable to process the news. He had taken every precaution to steer his son away from the conflicts of the martial world, yet this unforeseen turn of events had evaded his vigilance. Is it possible for us to refuse? Ji Shui was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. The perils of martial disputes paled in comparison to the dangers of military service. A young martial artist like his son would be dispatched on missions against evil forces or battling demonic realms. Both scenarios were perilous. Dad, that might not be feasible. Refusing conscription is illegal in the golden time space. Zhiga shrugged, indicating that it was not an option. Wait, let me think. There must be a solution. Ji Shui paced the living room, making Ji Gu a bit dizzy. Just as Ji Gu was about to speak, Ji Shui exclaimed, I've got an idea. Ji Gu was left in a state of confusion. I heard that those with disabilities are exempt from military service. How about we get you a limb surgery to avoid it for now? Ji Shui grasped Ji Gu's hand excitedly. Dad, what are you saying? If you keep this up, I'll be upset. Hearing his father's absurd suggestion, Ji Gu wondered if his father had lost his mind. Observing his son's frustration, Ji Shui felt a mix of pain and pride. It seemed his son had matured. After a while, he slumped onto the sofa. Son, please go back to your room for now. I need a moment to myself. Ji Shui waved his hand, signaling Ji Gu to rest. Gazing at the crystal chandelier, Ji Shui realized that he truly seemed to have no way out. Once that letter arrived, everything had become irrevocable. Unless he and his son defected from the golden time space, there was no alternative. But where could they escape to? Ji Shui sighed in resignation, beginning to accept this unwelcome reality. Mom, please come home. We have a bit of a situation. Helpless, Ji Shui took out his phone to contact Ji Mama. Mom, you're now aware of Xiao Gu's predicament. I need to withdraw 1 billion in cash from the group to locate that object. Ji Shui explained the situation to his wife, revealing his intentions. Withdrawing such a sum would likely trouble the board of directors. Ji Mama agreed, but expressed some concern. Don't worry about them. I will ensure they have no objections. I will spare no expense to retrieve that artifact from the golden time space. If 1 billion isn't enough, then I will go for 10 billion. Worst case, I'll invest the entire Ji Buzhu group. Ji Mama quickly embraced Ji Shui, realizing that her husband was not in his right state of mind. She gently rested his head on her shoulder, softly humming a familiar tune to soothe his emotions. Mary, you've arrived. Ji Mama noticed her cousin had come. Still tending to a now sleeping Ji Shui. Has something happened to Xiao Gu? Upon seeing her brother-in-law in such distress, Mary quickly surmised that it must involve Ji Gu. Only when it concerned Ji Gu would Ji Shui exhibit such behavior. Alas, Xiao Gu has been summoned by the Supernatural Bureau. And your brother-in-law is determined to leverage the power of the group to locate that lost weapon for Xiao Gu's future safety. Ji Mama explained her predicament to her cousin, feeling utterly powerless with both the elder and younger generations. And now, Mary inquired about her cousin's thoughts. We will find it, at any cost. Anyone in the group who objects will be dealt with accordingly until we secure that artifact. On this matter, her stance aligned with Ji Shui's. It was time for the Ji Buzhu group to shine. Goodness, Mary thought to herself, realizing she had wasted her breath. Both were devoted to their son, and the group paled in comparison to Ji Gu's importance. Son, today I shall bestow upon you the family heirloom, the Jiyu. Ji Shui solemnly presented a scroll, eager to arm Ji Gu to the teeth. Oh dear, Dad, isn't this a bit inappropriate? This scroll is filled with techniques for courting girls. What is there to learn? Ji Gu replied, perplexed, recalling that his father had said the same thing previously. When he returned to his room to examine it, he found it riddled with absurdities requiring a thick skin to be effective. That last one was merely a joke. This time it's genuine. Trust your father. Zhu Sui smiled awkwardly, recalling that the previous incident had indeed been intentional on his part. After all, his son was no longer a child. It was surprising that he had not experienced a romantic relationship in over a decade. Leaving his father anxious enough to turn his hair gray. Seizing the opportunity, he hoped to impart some wisdom to his son, yearning for him to embark on a passionate youthful romance. I'll trust you one more time. With a sincere gaze, Zhiga could only grant his father this one last chance. All right, take this family heirloom, Ji Chao, back with you. It contains our family's unique techniques. And when combined with your Xingtian shield, it will yield astonishing results. If anything confuses you, feel free to ask your old man. As Zhiga stepped out of the house, he heard his father calling after him. Got it. Without looking back, Zhiga exited. Once his son had left, Ji Shui stealthily followed behind. You should head back now. Let us call it a day for practice. The girl wielding the long weapon gradually concealed it behind her back, feeling somewhat uneasy with the onlookers nearby. All right. See you tomorrow. Zhiga wiped the sweat from his brow as he bid farewell to his new friend. When the girl noticed Zhiga had disappeared from view, she felt compelled to flee, not wanting to confront the person she had been hiding from. Little did she know, he was quicker, suddenly appearing before her and kneeling down, rendering her momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Get up. The girl hurriedly assisted the man who would one day be her father-in-law. She understood that her future father-in-law could be eccentric at times, but she never imagined such a scene would unfold. Thank you for teaching my son martial arts, esteemed senior. I am truly grateful. He nearly bowed down in gratitude. He had long suspected that a youthful mentor had been secretly instructing Zhiga in martial arts and enhancing his combat prowess. Initially, he thought it was merely a young person's admiration for his son, taking time to spar and exchange techniques. However, upon seeing the exquisite water spirit stone embedded in Zhiga's Xingtian shield, he realized the situation was far more complex. Those possessing such precious spirit stones were not ordinary individuals, and the ability to enhance spiritual weapons was even rarer. This person appeared youthful, but was undoubtedly a hidden master from the Golden Era. Previously, he may have chosen to ignore this, but the circumstances had changed dramatically. Now, he was determined to ensure this esteemed mentor would impart all his knowledge to Zhiga, enhancing his combat abilities and skills. At that moment, Ji Shui was completely oblivious to the fact that the individual was a woman with ulterior motives seeking to win his son's affection. Maya quickly used her magic to prevent Ji Shui from bowing down. If he were to do so, she could not bear to imagine how she would face Zhiga afterward. The girl was Maya, having discovered Zhiga's pure and virtuous nature, utilizing water-time magic to reverse time on herself. Her current dilemma was how to escape. Chapter 64. The infatuation of youth burns like an unquenchable fire after a prolonged struggle. Ji Shui was finally helped up by Maya. Are you truly willing to entrust Zhiga's future to me? Maya inquired, her words deliberate and measured. Yes, I entrust Zhiga to your care. Ji Shui nodded without hesitation, knowing he could not hinder his son at this crucial moment. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for Zhiga in the future. Upon hearing this, Maya feigned calmness, earnestly promising Ji Shui, then I shall rely on you, esteemed senior. This child is exceptionally clever. He will not disappoint you. Ji Shui continuously praised his beloved son before Maya, advocating for him. Thus, an exchange of mutual interest unfolded beneath the moonlight. It's raining. As Zhiga stepped outside, he instinctively turned to retrieve an umbrella when he halted. His umbrella had already been lent out on that rainy day. He wondered where it was now. Perhaps it was merely gathering dust in a storage room, for it was just an ordinary umbrella. Hey, son, why are you standing there in the rain? Take this umbrella. Ji Shui, seeing Zhiga extend his hand to catch the light drizzle, hurriedly approached with the umbrella. Oh, thank you, Dad. Coming to his senses, Zhiga accepted the umbrella and stepped out, his silhouette bearing a hint of melancholy and sorrow. Observing his son's unusually peculiar demeanor early in the morning, Ji Shui felt elated. His precious son had finally awakened. As someone who had experienced love, he understood all too well. His son was clearly smitten with an unresolvable infatuation. Ji Shui feared not the pains of love, but rather that his son might remain oblivious to its existence. This was an inevitable path of youth's growth, the most exhilarating shortcut to maturity. Aunt Yaina watched as her aunt clutched an umbrella, gazing blankly at the rain beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. You go to class first. I need a moment to myself. Maya, turning her back to Yaina, spoke softly, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Yaina felt a twinge of discomfort. Television dramas could be quite misleading. Do you truly consider yourself like Baisujin? Though both of you are beautiful, the circumstances are entirely different, aren't they? After a moment of contemplation, she acknowledged there was indeed a slight resemblance. She began to grasp the allure Zhiga's pure and virtuous nature held for women like her aunt, who had long since shut their hearts away. Akin to a cat drawn to catnip. Should I tell Zhiga to come and fetch the umbrella? Yaina tentatively suggested, considering playing matchmaker. Maya chuckled lightly. I know my limits. There's no need for you to worry. Just take care of yourself. That boy has already begun employing tactics. Maya's warning hinted at a darker force orchestrating these events. Yaina smiled serenely. If he desires something from me, isn't that even better? If he seeks neither my wealth nor my beauty, why would he be drawn to me? Given his nature, the more he desires, the deeper he becomes entangled, ultimately losing himself. Yaina, you have changed. Maya sighed, realizing her niece had only recently entered this whirlwind of experiences in the ultimate class. Thank you for the compliment, aunt, but growth is essential, isn't it? Yaina replied nonchalantly, acknowledging her need to mature. You can take that book, How to Preserve Your Love, from the table. Maya's shoulders trembled slightly as she suppressed a laugh, struggling to contain her amusement at Yaina's unexpected boldness. Ah, aunt, why did you open my package? Yaina flustered, hurriedly hiding the book behind her, her earlier composure shattering. Next time, please write your name. I was bewildered as to when I ordered a book. Maya felt exasperated. She had not intended to reveal anything. Yet this girl had put on an act before her. Here, Zhong Wanjun handed breakfast to Yaina from his backpack. Thank you, Zhong. Yaina's heart raced as she steadied her trembling hands to accept the breakfast, taking small bites. She had chatted with Zhong late into the night. and he had promised to bring her breakfast the following morning. She had rushed to school without eating, eagerly anticipating his gesture of affection. "Don't choke," Yana mumbled, her words barely intelligible as she accepted the yogurt with a straw from Zhong Wanjun. Zhong Wanjun leaned against the table, propping his head up with one hand. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he quietly observed the young girl before him, who was delicately savoring her breakfast. "Oh my goodness, this is unbearable," Ina lamented inwardly, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth. Under Zhong Wanjun's tender gaze, Ina's demeanor became increasingly refined. She dared not take even a sip of water. Sensing that something was amiss, Wang Dadong was about to speak when a book suddenly flew over, interrupting him. Turning around, he saw Leiting gesturing for him to be silent. "What are you doing making a fuss?" Seeing this blockhead, Leiting felt a surge of frustration. Even Zhong Wanjun knew to bring breakfast for a girl, while this oaf had never brought her a heartfelt meal. Fine, I want to be angry. It's pointless to be upset with the person I foolishly admire. That would only mean being angry with myself." Leiting was actually pleased to see Zhong Wanjun getting closer to other girls. Ever since Zhong Wanjun's sister had encountered misfortune, her former companion had been all alone, and she sometimes feared he would become despondent enough to climb to the rooftop. The appearance of other girls around him had alleviated some of her long-held anxiety. "What is wrong with Jiga?" Gujan observed him sitting at his desk, staring blankly at the endless curtain of rain outside. "What is happening?" Li Yinyan glanced at Jiga's new umbrella and leaned closer to Gujan to whisper. "Is there any way to help?" Gujan scratched his head. He could handle a fight, but dealing with such intricate emotional matters was beyond him. Why don't you try to guide him? After all, Maya Laosher has long since left her position. How is Jiga any different from Wang Dadong? Gujan offered a suggestion that was not truly a suggestion. Wang Dadong interjected, "Gujan, do you even know how to speak like a human?" Li Yinyan shook her head. "It's futile. Matters like this require Jiga to come to his own understanding." Perhaps at first, Jiga merely had a vague notion. But the sudden disappearance of Maya Laosher had deepened his thoughts, as this was Jiga's first experience of love. Whether he sought Maya Laosher amidst the vast sea of people or gradually buried everything in his heart over time was something we should not interfere with. "I see." Gujan seemed to grasp something. "So, which path do you think Jiga will choose?" Gujan curiously inquired of Li Yinyan, eager to hear her perspective. Li Yinyan was about to speak when Jiga suddenly sprang up and dashed out of the classroom. Chapter 65. Interfering with Celestial Phenomena. Creating heavenly prodigies. Gujan and Li Yinyan hurriedly followed, fearing that the boy might do something reckless. "Teacher, do you know where Maya Laosher has gone?" Upon their arrival, they heard Jigo inquiring of Chen in the office. "Why are you suddenly looking for Maya Laosher? After leaving the school, she has had no contact with it. Therefore, I'm sorry, but I also do not know where she is working now. I truly apologize, Jiga." Chen shrugged, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, he was internally gossiping. "Wow, this woman is quite something. Look at how she has captivated our little Jiga." "I see. Thank you, teacher." The flickering hope in Jiga's heart extinguished once more, and he turned to leave the office. "Jiga?" Just as he was about to step out, he heard Chen call after him. Could there be a twist of fate? Jiga's heart reignited with hope. Does the teacher have a way? No. But I do know that Maya Laosher will definitely return to the school at the end of the term. Her file is still on record here. Chen pulled out a folder from a drawer and tossed it onto the desk. "I understand. Thank you, teacher." With newfound optimism, Jiga felt elated. He would still have the chance to see Maya Laosher. "Go on, class is about to start." Chen gestured for him to return to class. Throughout the entire encounter, aside from the two at the door who found it slightly strange, Jiga did not notice anything amiss. As he exited the office, the clouds above him shifted from overcast to clear, prompting Chen to smile. That woman must currently be disguised in a different identity, remaining close to Jiga. Otherwise, he would not be incessantly searching for Maya. He could already envision the expression on that woman's face when she realizes that, no matter what means she employs, Jiga's heart will only ever hold Maya. That scene is truly something to anticipate. She could never fathom the position of a white moonlight in the heart of a young boy, especially when compounded by the factors of first love and the inability to find her. It becomes utterly unsolvable. Now I should be able to do this, right? Chen gazed out at the relentless downpour, a desire to experiment stirring within him. "Let us go, Xiaowu, we shall give it a try." With that, he summoned the dormant Xuanwu from his desk, who appeared floating in midair. Shielded by the combat power index, the two were impervious to the storm. Xiaowu reverted to his original form, gliding effortlessly in the sky at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Raindrops splashed against his shell, creating a cascade of tiny droplets. "Enough playing around, let us begin." Chen tapped its head, reminding it not to forget the task at hand. Xuanwu raised its head to the sky, instinctively channeling the power of water laws. Roar. The profound sound waves, accompanied by the combat power index, surged toward the black clouds above. The azure sound waves penetrated the clouds, igniting flashes of lightning that danced within. Once the cloud settled, Chen realized he could indeed manipulate the cloud layer above. Xuanwu's law power had influenced and permeated the water energy in this area. With a combat power index of 26,000, it was still a bit of a stretch. Having dispersed the clouds, Chen was illuminated by the golden light of the Tyndall effect, appearing almost angelic or divine, leaving all the members of the ultimate class below in awe. Inadvertently, he had staged an impressive display. Chen appeared before them, instructing them to return to class. Students, this afternoon we will not be practicing. I wish to discuss some important issues regarding martial arts with you. Chen believed it was time to broaden the horizons of these students and stimulate their thinking. They were at an age ripe for creativity, unbound by convention. Within the martial world of the golden time space, there has always existed a pressing issue. One that you must confront. How can 10 years of hard study contend with 3 generations of accumulated knowledge? This leads to 2 further questions. 1. How can individual martial artists stand against martial clans? 2. How can young martial artists face off against seasoned veterans? Students, take a moment to ponder. If it were you, how would you respond? Chen encouraged them to think and discuss among themselves. Hey, teacher, are you joking? What is there to discuss? Setting aside the first question, consider the second. How can young martial artists combat seasoned monsters? Run away, of course. They've lived longer than you. Their combat power index must be higher. If you don't run, you'll just die. Jin Baosan stood up, pointing directly at the core of the issue. Chen glanced at this future nephew of his. While one could call him brash, one could not deny his cleverness. And what about you? Chen surveyed the rest of the class. Indeed, there isn't much one can do. Wang Dadong shared his thoughts. If the gap in combat power is too great, fleeing would be the only option. Just like 10 years ago, if you were to face a black dragon with a combat power index of 35,000 alone. If the black dragon were to engage in a genuine confrontation without restraint, it might find itself unable to escape. Indeed, this is a common predicament you all face. Yet the circumstances are entirely different in the presence of the teacher. Chen shook his finger at them, dissenting with their perspective. Classmate Wang Dadong has a friend named Xiao in the Iron Time space, whose ability index exceeds 30,000. His mastery of supernatural arts has reached a grandmaster level, making him an elite figure within the Iron Time space. However, even with the teacher's combat power index of 26,000, he still finds it difficult to gain an advantage. Do you know why? Wang Dadong holds some belief in Chen's words, for he has yet to fathom the depths of Chen's strength. The majority of the other students shook their heads, uncertain of the answer. The teacher will clarify this for you. It is because the teacher's cultivation technique is more profound, his physique more formidable, his secret arts more esoteric, and his weapons more formidable. These elements enable me, despite possessing only a combat power of over 20,000, to transcend realms and reap victory against those with 30,000 combat power, treating ordinary warriors as mere chicks to be dispatched. Your ability to surpass several thousand in combat power and contend against ordinary warriors is also due to your superior cultivation techniques and weaponry. Do you understand? The students below appeared to grasp the concept, finding Chen's words seemingly reasonable. I am not afraid that you have lived a decade longer than I. Once I am armed to the teeth, I can just as easily overturn you, who has lived those extra years. At this moment, Wang Dadong seemed to finally comprehend why the Black Dragon had been defeated under a single bare orb a decade prior. This was indeed the reason. Observing that most of the classmates understood, I shall delve a little deeper. If the ancient monsters have cultivated longer than you, that represents breadth, while what I just described pertains to depth. As Chen spoke, he sketched a Cartesian coordinate system on the blackboard, with the x-axis representing breadth and the y-axis representing depth, and a diagonal line extending from a 45-degree angle towards the sky beyond the classroom door. Chapter 66. On Cross-Realm Combat. From this coordinate system, it becomes evident the caliber of talent forged by such foundations can determine how much combat power they can traverse to face which stage of ordinary warriors. Although this is merely theoretical, the ultimate measure lies in individual combat experience and practical skills. Considering the current circumstances of the class, most students should have no trouble surpassing 5,000 in combat power. If unable, it merely indicates you may not be suited for direct combat and should consider a supportive role instead. The top 10 on the KO rankings must pay special attention to expanding both their depth and breadth, which translates to combat power index and various foundational skills. After all, your encounters with evil forces are more frequent than those of other classmates. The forces of evil will not engage you in fair duels. That is unrealistic. Many of the situations you face involve being besieged by a multitude of minions or confronting leaders with combat power indices exceeding yours by tens of thousands, along with various sinister entities. Without the ability to transcend realms in combat, your fate is likely sealed. Let us take classmate Wang Dadong as an example. Clarifying that the teacher does not intend to belabor the issue. Privately, it is a different matter, but publicly, you four are the only applicable examples. Chen gave Wang Dadong a heads up to prevent any misunderstandings. Wang Dadong expressed indifference, considering it all past, and besides, they did not truly lose, did they? If the top 5 on the KO rankings from 10 years ago possessed the combat power indices and foundations of today, as long as you were not callous enough to ignore a crisis, the Black Dragon would have had no means to contend with you. Once you surpass a combat power index of 20,000 and embody that characteristic, the Black Dragon would merely be left watching helplessly. As for the specifics of what special entails, you will soon discover once someone breaks through first. It is undoubtedly a surprise capable of altering the tide of battle. If the 5 of you can come together to comprehend some cooperative ultimate technique, and if the Black Dragon lacks other means, it could very well fall victim to your collective assault. As far as I know, the ancient Ji family in the Golden Time space, specifically Ji's family, possesses such an inherited ultimate technique. The more participants, the greater the damage. Whether it has been lost to history, I cannot say. Zhigo was taken aback. How did the teacher know he had just learned the family technique? Xiaogu, is your family really that impressive? Have you mastered it? Guzhan quietly inquired. I'll explain after class. I can't clarify everything now, Zhigo interjected, realizing this wasn't the moment for such discussions. All right, students. I leave you with an assignment to ponder. Within a combat power index not exceeding 15,000, what foundational skills must one possess to defeat a warrior with an index exceeding 20,000? The top 10 on the KO rankings have a different task. You must consider how to develop the capability to face warriors with combat power indices above 30,000 at an index of 20,000. I must clarify here that any harmful substances ingested to enhance combat power indices do not count. In the future, if any of you are found consuming prohibited substances to boost your combat power index without reason, I will expel you without discussion. Class dismissed. Chen warned them, knowing that every student was irreplaceable, and an expulsion was not a trivial matter. After Chen left, the students of Class Ultimate began to reflect deeply as they packed their belongings to head home. Meanwhile, the 2 new transfer students, girls, were utterly astonished throughout the lesson. When did the atmosphere of the Golden Time space become like this? Were they to modularize cross-realm combat, with everyone becoming a prodigy capable of transcending realms? Outside, even if one were aware, they would feel powerless, but in this class, they were truly encouraged to assemble themselves gradually. Did the super administration of the Golden Time space not intervene? Tanya, is this normal? Celia quietly asked her little steward, Tanya. Miss, this is not unusual at all. However, I believe we should leave. If we do not, we will appear abnormal ourselves, Tanya observed, glancing at the entirety of Class Ultimate, which had already departed. This class feels quite peculiar. It seems to be out of sync with the rest of the school, Celia remarked, watching the other students from different classes furtively glance at them from a distance. Is this class bullying the entire school, or is the entire school isolating this class? Miss, instead of pondering this, we should focus on how to find our elven tribe's sacred relics, Tanya reminded her, as they had expended considerable resources to undertake this important task. However, since their arrival, they had yet to detect any fluctuations in the relic's aura. How could they navigate this unfamiliar environment? Celia tugged at her hair, contemplating the vast school. She couldn't possibly bring a bulldozer to search through it. They had traveled from the Wood Time space to the Golden Time space to reclaim the sacred relics of the elven tribe. Having detected slight fluctuations in this location's coordinates recently, it's all right. Has the head of the family given us a time limit? Let us take our time. Clues will eventually surface, Tanya consoled her mistress. But it pains me. That unscrupulous teacher truly dares to demand so much. Does he not fear being overwhelmed? Celia lamented, feeling a pinch of distress as this was akin to having items extracted from her grasp. Miss, feeling distressed will not change anything. He is certainly not going to return what he has taken from you, Tanya replied candidly, causing Celia to feel even more heartbroken. At this moment, Chen, enjoying some leisure time, pondered the question, what could possibly compel the Elven clan to pay such a high price to come to Balab High School? Surely, they could not also have a prophecy regarding a child of the wood to retrieve. It seemed implausible. The elven clan possessed the supreme elven mother tree, which, although somewhat limited compared to ordinary supreme beings, was not something a mere fourth tier could contend with. Were they here to stir up trouble? That did not seem likely either. Two young girls could hardly create a significant uproar. Even if they were to carry explosives and blow up Balab High School, it would be a trivial matter, not worthy of the cost incurred. Thus, what could be so imperative that they were willing to go to such lengths to achieve or discover? After deliberating for a considerable time without any clarity, Chen decided to set the matter aside. As long as Class Ultimate remained undisturbed, he could relax and wait. Qiu, when do you plan to break through the 20,000 combat power index? Are you still considering holding back? Chen casually conversed with the little chef at the dining table. Me? I feel that now is not the right time. The secret techniques you taught me are still not fully comprehended. There is no rush, Qiu replied, believing that a hasty breakthrough was not necessarily advantageous, as mere combat power without skill was akin to being an empty vessel. Very well, whenever you decide to break through, just let me know, and I will assist you in safeguarding your progress. Chen acquiesced, following her lead, for there were no pressing matters at hand. The entire golden time space revolved around him, rather than Class Ultimate. I'll go take a shower now. You can watch some television, he announced before retreating to the bathroom with his clothes. Upon emerging, towel in hand, he found the sofa devoid of any presence. Surmising that Qiu had returned to her bedroom for sleep, as Chen entered the room and noticed the outline of a figure beneath the covers. He sighed and pulled her out. Hey, let go. What are you doing, Chen? Get up. The sun is nearly at its zenith. Chen chided, observing the alluring curve beneath the light blanket, playfully giving it a pat, which elicited a charmingly indignant gasp from Qiu. By the time Qiu emerged from the room with her small pets in tow, Chen had already set breakfast on the table. Having surpassed the 20,000 combat power index, he intended to focus on solidifying that strength in the near future. To break through at the last moment is a bit too superficial for the combat power index, he gently advised, noticing how Qiu, seated across from him, dared not lift her gaze. In Chen's estimation, Qiu could continue refining her combat power index, but a breakthrough would require some time. Little did he know. Last night, this novice had mustered courage and attempted to style her hair, reminiscent of memories past. With a mere nudge from Chen, she became invigorated, inadvertently triggering her combat power index to surge. The blush on Qiu's cheeks deepened at this revelation. She had not anticipated such an outcome. While she believed she could withstand it in memory, her body in reality proved unyielding to her control. Moreover, now that you have attained this level of strength, I will train you as I do with the other classmates. Prepare yourself mentally. Chen's tone grew serious. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. He did not wish to raise Qiu merely as a gilded cage bird, nor did he expect her to fight like Wang Dadong on the battlefield. Instead, he hoped she could possess the capability for self-defense in certain circumstances, wishing fervently that she would not repeat the tragic fate of Lei Ting in the later stages of the original plot, a scene that would cause any ultimate fan from his past life to curse. Though he would not allow such a fate to befall Qiu, it was prudent to have additional safeguards in place. Regardless of his motivations for leading Class Ultimate, he undeniably elevated their overall strength, a fact that could not be dismissed. Engaging in passionate battles against peers of the same age was indeed invigorating and youthful. However, the reality of facing ancient, formidable foes decades older was equally true. At that moment, should one proclaim, "This is unfair, wait 20 years, and I will slay you like a dog," the expression on the adversary's face would undoubtedly be one of incredulity. Chen desired for the students of Class Ultimate to experience the fervor of youth against their contemporaries, while simultaneously possessing the strength to overpower evil forces without hesitation. In his view, the essence of youthful zeal and invincibility was not at odds. This was his conviction, and he had consistently acted upon it. As for Qiu's original path of absorbing negative energy, he wished to shield her from such influences. If all else failed, he would have to seek advanced experience from Qiu after enduring a few encounters with the father-in-law. He believed that after several confrontations, Qiu would have amassed considerable practical knowledge. At times, he found himself lamenting the eccentricities of the mad dragon, wondering why he could not refrain from indulging in such dark themes. Why not explore the elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, and thunder, which would surely delight everyone? He speculated whether the mad dragon had once danced foolishly with 5 wayward souls, leading to the current grim trajectory, with a certain Diabula demon lord guarding the path, leaving no room for others. If only he could switch tracks, perhaps he would become the guardian of the golden time space, a truly glorious thought. He could then open as many dance halls as he pleased, and who would dare not attend to honor the ultimate dancer? Your weapon, the divine hidden Meow Meow Claw, seems a bit out of sync with your combat power index. Would you consider changing it? Yi Chun inquired, observing Qiuqiu's delicate hands, veins visible against her fair skin. He felt that the Meow Meow Claw did not quite complement Qiuqiu's tying true scriptures, failing to fully harness the technique's potential. No need to change. I am accustomed to it. Qiuqiu shook her head, content with its current functionality, reluctant to draw excessive attention from Yi Chun. All right, you may continue using it for now, as you will also need to practice the Sun True Scriptures later. I will eventually prepare the divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Essence Wheel, for your use. Yi Chun lamented his own financial constraints, recognizing the struggles of a young man trying to provide for his family. He could only endure a bit longer for the sake of his beloved disciples in Class Ultimate, for his heart was filled with the aspirations of the golden time space and an overwhelming sense of compassion. Okay, I will follow your lead, Qiuqiu replied obediently, knowing that Yi Chun would take care of everything for her. Tomorrow's special training, and indeed every session thereafter, you must participate, Qiuqiu. Be prepared. I will not grant you any exceptions due to special circumstances. Not an issue. I am also a member of Class Ultimate and do not require special treatment. Qiuqiu replied nonchalantly, for she was the queen beneath the moon in Class Ultimate and the president of the student council at Balab High School. Taking advantage of the rare holiday, the two nestled together on the sofa to watch television, with Yi Chun habitually stroking her silky ponytail, no longer concerned about neglecting anyone. However, was it truly necessary? After all, this was a rare short break that only came once every 6 months. Qiuqiu wondered if such behavior might seem unreasonable, primarily fearing that her classmates might harbor resentment towards Yi Chun in the future. You do not understand. In the Class Ultimate I oversee, aside from a few transfer students, every remaining student is a favored child of the Golden Time Space. The top 5 on the KO leaderboard bear the weight of the future of the Golden Time Space, embodying a destiny intertwined with the grand designs of all 12 time spaces. When this scheme surfaced, it became exceedingly difficult to discern whether Taishikong was an ally or an adversary. Do you still find it illogical? Yi Chun explained to her that as long as this matter did not reach Lu Air, it would suffice. Is this the reason you have withheld my entry into the top 5 of the KO list? Are you afraid I might encounter peril? Qiuqiu leaned against his shoulder, gazing up at Yi Chun with eyes brimming with curiosity. Yi Chun nodded, confirming that indeed, this was the rationale. Since one benefits from time and space, one is inevitably also bound by them. The ultimate Tai Kurun serves as a cautionary tale. Moreover, as long as he was present, Qiuqiu need not vie for that breakthrough opportunity. If all else fails, they could employ a special method to link their fortunes together, forcefully ensuring Qiuqiu's ascension. Thank you, Chen. Qiuqiu wrapped her arms around Yi Chun's neck, her bright eyes gradually inching closer. An unusual atmosphere began to permeate the entire living room, stirring the hearts of those present. The newly formed protective spirit beast, the little jade rabbit, perched on the dining table, curiously observing the two on the sofa who were about to entwine. The little white tiger leapt onto the table, whisking the little rabbit away. Such scenes were not suitable for children. In order to ensure Qiuqiu could absorb that memory without issue, as long as she did not cross the red line, he would allow her to act with abandon. Chapter 68. The entire ultimate class is present. King, is everyone here? Yi Chun circled around, glancing at Lei Ting, who stood in the front row. Teacher, there are supposed to be 30 members in ultimate class, and there are indeed 33 present. Lei Ting replied loudly. 3 students. You do not belong to the combat hierarchy of the golden time and space, and there is no progression rank for participating in the combat plan. You belong to the mercenary sequence. Do you confirm your participation? Yi Chun had initially called them over merely to observe, yet they had stepped forward on their own. Teacher, am I not included? Ina raised her hand to report. Yi Chun regarded the young girl, unsure of how to respond. You water time and space are indeed a bit excessive. Why must you take both food and goods? I regret to inform you, Ina. That is not the case. Yi Chun expressed his disappointment. Teacher, since they are not observing, can I take their place? Jin Bao raised his hand timidly, whispering his inquiry. Certainly, but once you step out, you may find yourself in prison for a year and a half. Do you still wish to proceed? Yi Chun confirmed it was indeed possible, while also outlining the consequences of evading military service. Sorry, teacher, just pretend I was joking. Jin Bao immediately recoiled, retracting his outstretched hand. If he were to enter, the news might reach his grandmother and cause her distress. However, students could rest assured that if some truly lacked combat talent, they could transition to the logistics sequence. But concurrently, Endeavors such as bringing glory to one's family and the family tree would require rapid advancement, which would be less relevant to logistics in the short term. Previously, did I not inquire how you would contend with martial arts families? Now I tell you, it is by becoming a high-ranking officer in the sequence. To illustrate, I use myself as an example. Throughout the golden time and space, regardless of which family head or clan leader sees me, they must bow respectfully and address me as Director Yi. Do you think they revere me? No, they revere the Bureau of Extraordinary Realms, the sacred temporal laws, and the overwhelming humanitarian momentum of the golden time and space. Without those elements, I would merely be seen as a young novice in their eyes. Those prodigies of combat who surpass levels, unless they are anomalies like teachers, will eventually meet their demise at the hands of martial arts families. Guji, do you agree with the teacher's assertions? Yi Chen turned to Guji, who was maintaining a stoic demeanor. Teacher, you are correct. Guji nodded, acknowledging the might of Yi Chen's influence. Whatever he said was indeed the truth. Regardless, what Yi Chen stated had little bearing on the Gu family, which staunchly supported the nation and the humanitarian cause without wavering. Without such awareness, one would not stand here. His father had imparted all the knowledge he possessed. For instance, the golden time and space had suddenly opened a unique progression sequence for ultimate class, descending to private and ascending to general or even martial. Who could gaze upon this without feeling bewildered? Had his father not been too old, he might have urged him, Jier, this realm is too deep. I fear you may not grasp it. Let me handle it. I can swim through it. While it was certainly feasible for his father to become a general, would it not be even more liberating to achieve that status himself? Observing the students below, brimming with fervor and eager to face 10 opponents, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his persuasive abilities were indeed formidable and that he could inspire hearts. Watching the students follow Wang Dadong into the time-space portal, Yi Chen regarded Rex, Ding Xiaoyu, and Arthur, who had come merely for entertainment, and fell into contemplation. Rex and Ding Xiaoyu posed no issues, and Arthur, being the doppelganger of the Iron Time and Space S Lanling Wang, was also manageable. Yet, he felt conflicted about the presence of the two Long gang behind him. While the matter was not insubstantial, it was not trivial either. After all, it involved gray industries, which could prove challenging. Although the higher-ups turned a blind eye, one must at least maintain an appearance of propriety, correct? Arthur, I genuinely wish to incorporate you into the sequence. Rex and Xiaoyu are no issue, but I am aware of the nature of your two Long gang, which complicates matters. Yi Chen could only speak candidly, allowing Arthur to make his choice. This is not a problem. I will immediately transition to a security company. Arthur, understanding Yi Chen's concerns, promptly assured him he would handle it well. Very well. Let us proceed. After all, you would not want to see Wang Dadong address you as sir in the future, would you? Yi Chen jested with the three. The trio recalled the potential scenario of Wang Dadong flaunting his status before them, a spectacle too splendid to contemplate. This was one aspect. On the other hand, their doppelgangers in the Iron Time and Space indeed instilled a certain pressure in them. Their 4 doppelgangers stood at the pinnacle of the entire time-space continuum, a realm where few dared to tread. All were doppelgangers of one another. How is it that you had prospered first? Wang Dadong, oblivious to such nuances, might not sense anything amiss, but the 3 of them were normal individuals with ordinary thoughts. Do not reveal your breakthrough. Act it out. Upon reaching the time-space rift, Yi Chen noticed the students of ultimate class awaiting their arrival and swiftly transmitted a message to Qiu Qiu. Okay. Xiao Qingmei signaled with an okay gesture, indicating her understanding. Observing the horde of zombies below, your task today is to survive amidst their onslaught until the designated time. The mission for the top 10 on the KO list is to break through to the other side. Those who survive within the zombie horde will be awarded the rank of private. Those who manage to penetrate the horde in return will be granted the rank of corporal. And when you each eradicate an entire horde of zombies, you will receive the rank of second lieutenant. Let us set forth. With that, he hurled an energy sphere directly into the teeming mass of zombies, drawing them closer. Upon completion, I appeared on the cliff platform behind, leaving a group of pale-faced novices below, looking around in confusion. I was well aware that nothing in this world comes without a cost, not breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Jean Baosan glanced nervously at the approaching zombies, his legs trembling, almost ready to flee. Baosan, steady your legs. It's affecting morale. Someone remarked. That individual swallowed hard, realizing that his task was to traverse through a horde of zombies. Did the teacher perceive him as so formidable? With a resolute heart, he chose to trust the teacher's judgment, believing he must possess strength unbeknownst to himself. In the next moment, they witnessed 3 teachers along with Wang Dadong and several others from the top 5 on the KO leaderboard leap into the air, crashing into the zombie swarm like shooting stars. After unleashing a rain of zombies, they swiftly vanished from sight. That individual gulped, pondering the vast disparity between people. "Why don't we form a team of 5? Suggested Tai Yang, believing that teaming up could be beneficial, knowing the teachers would not let them perish among the zombies. "I need to take my leave now," Chiu said sheepishly, smiling at the 4 before stepping out, a charming little jade rabbit fluttering around her. A wave of chilling air indiscriminately struck all beings within a 10-meter radius, freezing the zombies into motionless white statues before she too disappeared from view. That individual and Tai Yang turned abruptly to look at Lu Chun and Hua Ling Long, their expressions conveying an unspoken discomfort. As if questioning, "You two haven't been hiding your strengths, have you? Are you planning to betray our camaraderie?" Chapter 69. Train until you can't train anymore. Though Tai Yang and that individual were aware of Lu Chun and Hua Ling Long's combat prowess, Chiu had previously displayed similar power levels. With Chiu as a cautionary tale, they began to harbor doubts about the other two. "Tai Yang, you know my combat index is merely what it appears to be," Lu Chun explained helplessly, though he longed to leap away alongside Guji. His current strength simply did not allow for it. "Hey, am I the kind of person who hides my abilities?" Hua Ling Long retorted, meeting the skeptical gaze of that individual. If he wanted to conceal his strength, he would need to possess it first. Why has Chiu suddenly become so powerful? Tai Yang pondered, utterly perplexed. They had all been struggling together at the bottom of the KO leaderboard. How had she suddenly ascended? That individual discreetly glanced at Yi Chen above, hesitant to respond to Tai Yang's inquiry. Some things are understood as one's own ability, but to vocalize them is to appear foolish. Understanding this principle, that individual had never spoken excessively in the ultimate class. After reaching a consensus, the 4 said little more and charged into the horde of zombies. "Why are all of you running too?" Jin Bao San lamented as he watched the 4 plunge into the fray, feeling utterly despondent. None of them exhibited the camaraderie he had hoped for, leaving him to flounder in dire straits without assistance. "Bring me along. I want to be a soldier too," he shouted. "Bao San, hurry and help. We can't hold on much longer." His 2 followers called out, exasperated at their leader's insistence on camaraderie amidst chaos. Uncertain of their own survival without aid, they felt the urgency of their situation. "Help is on the way," Jin Bao San exclaimed, rushing to assist, while also calling out to the frightened classmates. "Hey, all of you living ancestors. Even if you're too scared to fight, at least transmit your power to others. It's important to feel involved, all right?" A few classmates, coming to their senses, quickly began channeling their combat indices to those at the front who were in peril. This sudden influx overwhelmed some. As a surge of power coursed through them, if they did not vomit blood, it could be deemed a testament to their resilience. "Take it easy. Don't be so intense. We nearly died from your influx rather than the zombies," cried one overwhelmed student, urging those behind to adjust their strength and intensity. "Oh, all right," came the hurried response, as those behind moderated their output, transforming into steady sources of energy. Observing the novices below, who transitioned from chaos to a semblance of order, Yi Chen refrained from expressing any opinions. Training is not a one-time affair. If one fails the first time, they shall try again. With experience, proficiency will naturally follow. Life is a perpetual learning journey, with some grasping lessons swiftly while others take their time. Yi Chen would provide ample opportunities for this group of novices to showcase their talents, akin to sifting through sand to reveal hidden gold. As for those who remain undiscovered despite daily efforts, it simply indicates a lack of fortune. Yi Chen believed this venue was an excellent training ground, fostering teamwork in battle while gradually desensitizing them to the horror of the valley effect. For humans, sometimes the truly bizarre creatures are far less frightening than those of their own kind. Once they could effortlessly mow down the zombies here, a larger spatial fragment would be introduced. After all, such small spatial fragments abound around various timelines, and their origins remain a mystery. Some speculate it is the handiwork of the demon realm, while others believe them to be remnants of timelines discarded by the greater cosmic consciousness after time resets. Regardless, each theory has its proponents, and none can sway the other. At this moment in the Jin Kong, the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. "Director, we have the latest intel." Deputy Director Yi reported that the entire ultimate class had been taken to the spatial fragment for training. The secretary relayed the recent movements of the ultimate class to Wang Zhan. "Let them go. It was bound to happen sooner or later," Wang Zhan remarked nonchalantly. "As this was anticipated, has the advisory department failed to calculate when our Director Yi intends to break through to the 3rd tier?" Wang Zhan was more concerned about another matter. Based on Yi Chen's training pace, he should not be lingering at the 2nd tier for this long. The conclusion from the advisory department was that Deputy Director Yi was being deliberate, knowing the director was attentive to this matter, prompting the secretary to inquire each time he visited the advisory department. Wang Zhan found the advisory department's musings trivial. It was obvious that a lack of intent was not the issue. The advisory department believed that Deputy Director Yi was currently preparing to gather the foundation necessary to combat the fourth tier, intending to break through only when ready. The secretary continued relaying their conclusions. Our Director Yi is indeed quite composed. Wang Zhan's cheerful laughter echoed throughout the room. Do you think he could defeat a fourth-tier being after his breakthrough? Wang Zhan inquired with keen interest. That should be no problem. As Deputy Director, Ye's weapon has never been seen in Jin Shikong. If he were to wield a temporal artifact or a legendary celestial weapon, even a fourth tier would find it hard to last against him. The secretary replied with utmost seriousness, while Wang Zhan found it almost laughable. The temporal artifacts of Jin Shikong had long been reduced to dust. The current Jin Shikong would never allow their resurgence. It was a taboo, and even the mightiest fifth-tier beings would not be exempt. As for the legendary celestial weapons, they could only be wielded by those of extraordinary strength. And even if bestowed upon Yi Chen, he would be unable to utilize them. It is not that Wang Zhan is eager to know when Yi Chen will break through, but rather that the ancient tome is in dire need of stabilization. When the book was first released, it was relatively calm, but in recent days it has behaved erratically, with each opening revealing discrepancies in the passages concerning Yi Chen. After turning to the next page, upon returning to the previous one, the content appears altered once again. The situation becomes even more absurd when recording the events following Yi Chen's ascension to the third tier. The narrative oscillates between disappearance and reappearance, leading to chapters that not only lack coherence, but also seem to have had numerous frames omitted. Consequently, they are often compelled to engage their imaginations to decipher the events that transpired during this tumultuous period. The sole piece of good news is that the future of Jin Shikong remains largely unchanged. Otherwise, it would surely drive many to madness. Their investigations into Yi Chen during this time frame yielded no noteworthy discoveries. The only certainty is that during Yi Chen's breakthrough to the third tier, the shadows of beings surpassing the fifth tier appeared, directly influencing the associated short-term past and future. Wang Zhan now muses that the ancient tome is less reliable than the golden pen that dots the dragon. At least the latter, despite its incomprehensibility, remains a steadfast text that does not incessantly torment its readers. Even if the future were to change, one could simply discard the entire book. In contrast, the ancient chronicle, while accessible to all, leaves everyone with the lingering question, what exactly have I just read? Chapter 70, Why Do Birds Fly? Now that you have returned, take care of those fledgling novices. The teacher has matters to attend to. Observing the gradual return of several individuals, Yi Chen entrusted the task of overseeing the novices to those who arrived first. With a surge of combat power behind him, a pair of golden wings materialized on Yi Chen's back. The onlookers were nearly swept off the platform by the gust of wind and swirling dust that followed the flap of his wings. Once the wind settled and the dust cleared, Yi Chen had vanished from their sight, replaced only by a golden silhouette visible to those who focused their combat power index. Goodness, is he that impressive? Wang Dadong was nearly drooling, realizing for the first time that surpassing a combat power index of 20,000 granted the ability of flight. The others looked at him as if he were foolish, questioning the basis of his conclusion. This must be Yi Chen's unique skill. A normal combat power index of 20,000 certainly wouldn't allow for such an ability, Ding Xiaoyu surmised. While he was unsure about the capabilities at 30,000 or 40,000, he firmly believed that those with a combat power index of 20,000 should remain grounded and engage in passionate brawls instead. Theoretically, a combat power index of 30,000 would enable hovering, as Xiao had once demonstrated when attempting to assist them in regaining their combat power index. However, to achieve a consistent ability to hover would likely require a combat power index of 40,000, and by that point, the ability to fly may not even be of significance. King Arthur reminisced about their transformation into powerless beings. Xiao had indeed summoned lightning in the air. I am not concerned about that. I merely wish to know if Yi Ban Dao will teach us. He suddenly felt that his beloved motorcycle was no longer his only affection, as other charming entities began to occupy his heart. Dadong, do you possess a combat power index of 20,000? Rex pointedly addressed the core issue, clearly indicating that their current combat power levels could hardly sustain such consumption. As the group conversed below, Yi Chen began to gradually decelerate, with the thin barrier of space now in close proximity. This is the place. This area is essentially the most nebulous zone of temporal and spatial rules, perfectly suited for him to unleash his full potential. Yi Chun commenced the incantation of his newly acquired second secret technique, the first of the Taoist 9 grand secrets, Linzi Secret. Linzi Secret, a powerful technique from the ancient 9 secrets, capable of summoning the past and future Tao fruits of the practitioner to empower themselves. The greater the practitioner's strength, the more complete the Tao fruits they can harness. Note, although this technique can be combined with the 9th secret to form a forbidden technique, it poses a significant risk of lifespan depletion. Later practitioners should use it with caution. For Yi Chun, who had already opened this path, such a taboo could be navigated. After all, one must possess a certain level of technical skill to age naturally in the fantastical world. Under Yi Chun's full exertion, a magnificent spatial gate emerged from the long silent shards of time and space. Simultaneously, Yi Chun continued to execute another secret technique, Xingzi Secret. A mysterious river materialized from the void, slowly flowing through the spatial gate. Its origin and destination remain unknown. If the Linzi secret represents the property of space, then the 9th secret represents the property of time. At the intersection of time and space, the forbidden power of transgressing temporal boundaries lies in wait within the spatial gate. As Yi Chun maintained the existence of the spatial gate, his hair began to turn from black to white, gradually spreading from the tips toward the roots. Though he sacrificed a considerable portion of his lifespan, Yi Chun smiled with joy. From this moment forward, he would be the greatest taboo in Jin Shikong. All the so-called flame envoys must step aside. With a mere thought, Yi Chun dispelled the secret techniques, causing the spatial gate and the river of time to shrink, leaving behind a faint imprint on his forearm. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, his actions had caused a great upheaval in a certain location within Jin Shikong. Are the students all right? Feeling relieved, Yi Chun descended, observing that those who had traversed the horde of zombies had mostly returned. The group shook their heads. With them around, how could anything go awry? They had already extracted the students who could no longer continue, and the remaining ones could not hold out for much longer. You all go and disperse the zombie horde. This practical training shall conclude here. Seeing that the novices below had reached their limits, Yi Chun decided to let them off the hook. Teacher, I think I accidentally got bitten by a zombie. I won't become infected, will I? Some students began to feel a bit anxious after lining up, sensing the gravity of the situation. No, zombies can only infect ordinary people without combat power indices. Did you not notice that all the zombies were weaklings lacking combat power? There is no need for you to worry. You will be thoroughly examined and disinfected by the base before you are allowed to return. Moreover, even if you were to bring back a problem, it is not a major concern. We fear not your infection of humans, but rather the potential for you to infect small animals. The zombie virus has long been conquered by Jin Shikong, and all ordinary citizens have already been vaccinated. Hearing Yi Chun's words, the other students breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, you should have said so earlier. If you had, we would have been more daring. Yi Chun had refrained from informing them initially out of concern that their initial fearlessness would become a habit, as the myriad peculiarities of the demon realm are not to be recklessly confronted. Maintaining vigilance against unknown enemies is a fundamental aspect of survival. After all, one only possesses one life. While there do exist some universal solutions to the demon realm's invasion across the 12 time and space realms, those are not means that can be casually employed. For instance, the 3-part demon suppression series developed by Yi Na La cannot be easily utilized by the iron time and space without specific relationships and channels. As for the seemingly ridiculous topic of the most powerful demonized ability family making extraordinary contributions to the anti-demon efforts of iron time and space, that is a matter best left aside for now. One might argue that their actions were driven by a desire to liberate themselves from the clutches of the demon realm, motivated by personal gain. However, as the sage once remarked, we assess actions, not intentions. In matters of the heart, perfection is unattainable. For instance, the Zhen Mo trilogy has indeed found its way into the hands of the Xiaolan Xing'a family within the iron time space, a veritable truth that cannot be disputed. Regardless of how it came to be with the Xiaolan Xing'a family, the Zhen Mo trilogy is undeniably now under the control of the righteous faction in the iron time space. Even if the Yehanala family claims it as the dowry of their eldest son, the Xiaolan Xing'a family, in deference to the forces of righteousness, has no choice but to acquiesce, as they have more debts than they can count. From the perspective of the golden time space, it is indeed difficult to ascertain whether the righteous and evil battle in the iron time space has been genuinely won, or if it merely follows a narrative typical of the golden time space's own conflicts. While one may assert that a victory has been achieved, it inevitably raises eyebrows. Why do all the top-tier powers, save for the Iron Time Space's leader, seem entangled with the demonically influenced practitioners? The ultimate Iron Man of the Yehanala direct lineage, the Elder Council's third-ranking elder with a purely demonic constitution, and the second-ranking elder who defected from the demonic faction. These figures have all interwoven their destinies with the leader of the righteous combat group, who is of Yehanala blood. It leaves one to ponder the intentions of the Iron Time Space's righteous faction. As the Golden Time Space looks upon this illustrious assembly with a sense of skepticism, has the younger brother of the Iron Time Space truly become so ostentatious? The unfolding drama between the Golden and Iron Time Spaces, in the eyes of Yi Chen, renders the downfall of other time spaces entirely justifiable. When confronting the formidable adversary of the demon realm, lacking the means to comprehend its intricate machinations renders one susceptible to inevitable defeat. The outcomes of the righteous and evil confrontations in both the Golden and Iron Time Spaces serve as a clear demonstration on the grand stage of righteousness and malevolence. If your maneuvers lack finesse, you have no place here. Chapter 71. The new proprietress of the welfare store. I must inform you that there has been a change of management at the welfare store, and the new proprietor is exceptionally striking. Jin Bao-san, just back from the welfare store, eagerly shared his observations with his two attendants, his greasy hands gesturing in an exaggerated S-shape. Boss, did you get infected by zombie poison yesterday? The two attendants gazed at Jin Bao-san in horror, convinced that even the store's old man found the new proprietor appealing, thus concluding that he must have succumbed to the zombie toxin. What shall we do now? The two attendants began to panic, knowing full well that their leader operated on an entirely different level of combat prowess. Perhaps he had been unable to fend off the zombies' attacks yesterday. You too. Hope for the best for me, will you? Jin Bao-san pulled out a pair of fuzzy slippers from his back pocket and unleashed a flurry of blows upon his disobedient subordinates. Hey, stop hitting. Boss, your mental state is clearly not normal. One of the attendants dodged while the other nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Oh, you two fools. Can't you see that the welfare store has a new owner? Jin Bao-san exclaimed in exasperation, feeling indignant that his subordinates dared to label him a pervert. His preferences were perfectly normal, having consistently favored women with luscious ways for the past decade. What did you say? Upon entering the classroom, Wang Dedong, feeling a twinge of drowsiness, was suddenly alert. Wasn't the welfare store's owner a person known for their heartbreak? Oh, you scared me, Donggo. Jin Bao-san was startled by the sudden voice and quickly patted his racing heart. Speak quickly. Wang Dedong furrowed his brow, for he had no time to indulge Jin Bao-san's antics. I came to school without breakfast and wanted to buy something from the welfare store, only to find a stunningly beautiful woman opening the door. Upon inquiry, I learned that the former owner had stepped down temporarily, and she has just taken over. Seeing the unusual expression on Wang Dedong's face, Jin Bao-san hurriedly recounted the entire situation. Just as he finished, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Wang Dedong had vanished from sight. Hey, I can teleport now. Jin Bao-san muttered as he spat out the dust that had blown into his mouth. This lady before Wang Dedong could finish. He was interrupted by the alluring cashier. Isn't it quite rude for students of the ultimate class to behave this way? What do you mean by lady? Do I appear that old? Wang Dedong grew wary. How did she know he was from the ultimate class? This woman obviously had done her homework and did not come with good intentions. Sister, do you know where the former owner of the welfare store has gone? Wang Dedong asked, forcing a smile. I have no idea. The welfare store has been rented from the school authorities through proper channels. If the former owner has business to attend to, do not involve me. Classmate, what would you like to purchase? If you are not buying anything, please step aside and do not block the other students. Thank you for your cooperation. The alluring cashier casually swept her hair behind her shoulder and began ushering people away. Xiaogu, what do you want to drink? Today it's on me, Guzhan said, wrapping his arm around Ji Gu as they approached the welfare store, with Li Yin quietly trailing behind. Wang Dedong. Ji Gu called out upon spotting Wang Dedong exiting the welfare store. Want something to drink? It's on me. The enthusiastic invite from the self-proclaimed benefactor elicited a response from his idol. No, thank you, Guzhan. Wang Dedong politely declined the invitation from the starstruck admirer. Hey, Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Just a few steps later, Ji Gu exclaimed in surprise. What, are you unhappy to see your aunt? Wang Dedong turned back to see the alluring cashier brightly smiling as she pinched Ji Ji's cheek. No. Ji Gu swatted away his aunt's playful hand, feeling embarrassed with his classmate present. Aunt. Guzhan looked puzzled, wondering how Ji Ji's aunt ended up managing the welfare store at Ba Lu High School. Oh, good child. With you calling me aunt, consider the welfare store your home. Feel free to take whatever you desire. The alluring cashier turned to pinch her new nephew's tender cheek. But Guzhan deftly evaded her grasp. Ji Ji's family members were all so exuberantly generous that it was overwhelming. Facing Ji Ji's aunt reminded him of the warm hospitality he had experienced during his visit to Ji Ji's home, where his mother bore a striking resemblance to Ji Ji's aunt. Aunt, you still haven't answered my question. Jigu prompted the alluring cashier to stay on topic. Feel free to come by any time. Don't you welcome your aunt? The cashier feigned a pitiful expression, lamenting that her little nephew did not wish to see her. Not at all. Jigu hastily clarified, assuring that he had no such intention. That's good. Remember to invite your aunt to lunch whenever you're free. And come help me out at the store. The alluring cashier's demeanor shifted instantly, winking at Jigu. This is Ji Ji's aunt, Wang Dedong interjected, attempting to further probe into the mystery surrounding the previous owner. This classmate, I genuinely have no idea where the former owner has gone. The alluring cashier sighed in exasperation, bemused by Wang Dedong's persistence. If you want to know where the owner is, go ask the principal. Why are you fixating on her? Would it be possible for me to check the secret room for any clues left behind? Wang Dedong's true intention lay in exploring the secret chamber of the welfare store, suspecting that the former owner might have left some traces there. Xiao Gu, is this your classmate? The alluring cashier inquired, looking at Ji Gu. Yes, this is Wang Dedong from our class. Jiga nodded, seemingly indicating that Wang Tongxue was searching for someone. Very well, I have yet to enter the secret room. Please go and see if you can get in. Jiga's aunt waved her hand, urging him to go alone. Thank you, Aunt Jiga. Wang Dadong hurriedly expressed his gratitude, relieved to have this connection as a classmate. Otherwise, he would have returned empty-handed today. Wang Dadong turned the doorknob and stepped into the secret room of the welfare agency. What greeted his eyes was a row of empty shelves. The peculiar items that once adorned them now all vanished. Tentatively, he explored the walls of the secret room, finding no hidden compartments, and subsequently exited with a dejected expression. Ding ling ling. Hello, Mom. Did you say someone named Duan Changren sent a letter to our home? All right. I will return now. After hanging up, Wang Dadong felt even more disheartened, as it seemed all his efforts that morning had been in vain. Then, it struck him that he had indeed walked into a dead end from the very beginning. Since the welfare agency had changed personnel, Duan Changren could not possibly leave any clues behind. After all, the place belonged to someone else now. Who could say if he would ever see the clues left here? Naturally, sending them to his home was the safer option. Wang Dadong, please come to the teacher's office. Suddenly, someone summoned him telepathically while he was on his way back to the classroom. Class advisor, you were looking for me? Wang Dadong pushed open the door and entered Yi Chen's office. Look at your and Lei Ting's scores. Yi Chen handed him the report cards, which left Wang Dadong feeling quite embarrassed. He braced himself as he accepted the two report cards, too afraid to glance at the dismal scores displayed. The leader of the ultimate class a decade ago and the current leader now found themselves at the bottom of the class rankings, with Jin Baosan's scores surpassing theirs. Yi Chen rubbed his temples, questioning whether the two had been too preoccupied with their romance to dedicate any time to their studies. Times have changed. In the past, poor grades did not impact you much. But now it is different. You have been incorporated into the official combat sequence of the Jin Shikong. If your grades continue to falter, no matter how many merits you accumulate, I cannot openly promote you. Even if I were to advocate for you, it would likely be rejected from above. I hope you understand. Yi Chen expressed the difficulties he faced, emphasizing that the atmosphere in Jin Shikong could not be like that of Tai Shikong. I understand, class advisor. Wang Dadong wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He was not afraid of hard criticism. What he dreaded most was the soft approach of Yi Chen, reminiscent of the humiliation he felt from Tian Xin a decade ago. Let us not talk about you. But among the five, Zhong Wanjun, Lei Ting, Guzhan, Jiga, and Gu Ji, Lei Ting has the lowest scores. Is there a curse on the position of the ultimate class leader? Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. I will call Uncle Wang and Rex later to seek solutions for both of you. Even if it is not for promotion. You must consider, if you two end up together in the future, how can you manage such a large lay corporation when neither of you can even pass university entrance exams? Are you planning to spend years abroad to gain experience? Rex is currently managing the corporation, but would you want him to work for you both for a lifetime? Remember, the heir of Lei Corporation is Lei Ting, not Rex. Yi Chen continued to apply pressure on Wang Dadong. Wang Dadong, parents had spoiled him too much. Arthur had long taken over the Tulong gang independently from his father. Do not think that the teachers are deliberately making things difficult for you. Everyone faces the same challenges. You are just the first. I will also be calling the families of others with failing grades one by one. If you do not meet the standards, you will not graduate. You will be stuck at the rank of a private for life. If you do not put in the effort, do not blame others for taking your ranks. That is all. You may return to class. Yi-Chen waved him off, allowing him to leave. After Wang Dadong exited, Yi-Chen quickly rubbed his face to relax, realizing he had gotten too into character during their conversation. Leaning back in his chair for a moment, he then began to reach out to students one by one using the parent contact list. Goodbye. Wang Dadong watched as Lei Ting opened the car door and got in. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Old Sun staring at him with an odd expression. Young Master Wang. Young Master Rex instructed me to ensure that you and our young lady leave school together from now on. Old Sun extended his hand, inviting Wang Dadong into the car. Old Sun, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can go home by myself. Wang Dadong declined Old Sun's invitation, not wanting Lei Ting to take a detour because of him. You misunderstand, young master. I am not taking you home, but rather escorting you and our young lady to tutoring classes. Old Sun clarified to Wang Dadong and Lei Ting. Old Sun, what tutoring classes? I had no idea. Lei Ting exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Hello, yes? Wang Dadong answered the phone, his expression turning to one of surprise, then handed the phone to Lei Ting. Who is it? Lei Ting mouthed to Wang Dadong. My mom. Wang Dadong said, feeling a bit awkward. Why was his mother contacting Lei Ting? Hello, is this Xiao Ting? Came the cheerful and open voice of Wang's mother over the phone. Oh yes, it's me. Lei Ting stammered, unsure of how to respond. Your cousin Rex called me. From now on, after school, both of you need to attend tutoring classes. Annie asked you to keep an eye on that mischievous Wang Dadong and not let him run off. If he tries to escape, you can call Auntie and let her know. Thank you, Xiao Ting. You must come over to Annie's house for a visit sometime. Compared to Wang Dadong running off after school, they preferred their precious son to attend tutoring classes with his future wife. This way, they would have ample time together, fostering their relationship. All right, Auntie, you can rest assured. I will keep a close watch on Wang Dadong and ensure he studies diligently. I will definitely come for a visit when I have the chance. At that moment, Lei Ting was immensely enthusiastic about studying. Anyone who dared to stop her from attending tutoring classes would face her wrath. Get in the car. Lei Ting shot Wang Dadong a glance, signaling him to enter the vehicle. Wait, weren't you just saying you weren't going? Wang Dadong was perplexed. Were women really this fickle? Who said that? Don't spread rumors. She retorted playfully. Joking aside, she had already made a promise to Wang's mother, and today she was determined to bring Wang Dadong along, even if it meant binding him to her. Old Sun, drive. Once Wang Dadong got in the car, Lei Ting instructed Old Sun to take them to tutoring. Has Lei Ting lost her mind? Zhiga and Gu Zhan, who happened to pass by, were astonished to hear Lei Ting mention the word study. It was well known that she struggled immensely with academics. Zhan, it seems we might need to attend tutoring as well. My mother just called. Li Yanyan, who had just finished her call, approached to relay Gu's mother's message. Is it possible to skip it? Gu Zhan wore a face of despair, lamenting that they had to study in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Was this still the ultimate class? He has now come to understand why Lei Ting seemed like a completely different person. It turns out it was due to this. No, Zhan. If you do not go to Ani's, I will find it difficult to explain. Li Yanyan is also in a predicament. She knows that studying is far more challenging for Gu Zhan than engaging in combat. However, Ani has already called her. If Zhan does not attend the tutoring class, Ani will surely be very disappointed. Ani has just recovered from treatment, but her health remains fragile. The doctor advised that during her recovery, emotional fluctuations should be kept to a minimum, so Zhan, you must attend and study diligently. Otherwise, if Ani learns that you made no progress after attending the tutoring class, Li Yanyan found herself at a loss for words. Come on, it's just studying. Learning is what Gu Zhan loves most. After hearing Li Yanyan's words, Gu Zhan dared not protest further. Observing Gu Zhan's resolute expression, Li Yanyan sighed with relief. She had successfully fulfilled the task entrusted to her by Auntie. Chapter 73. Is this a serious massage? Is your body still not fully recovered? Yi-Chen asked, feigning ignorance while observing the still lethargic Qiao. He understood the reason behind her condition. He merely wanted to remind her of the consequences of her recklessness. That day, emboldened by her high combat power index, this young lady dashed into the fray without a second thought, only to realize halfway through that solo combat not only requires skill, but also stamina. Among the others, even Lei Ting, who had experienced numerous battles, possessed a unique understanding of combat. She knew how to sustain her energy to prolong her combat effectiveness, rather than merely relying on her combat power index. I feel much better, but my whole body is still a bit sore. Qiao weakly picked at her food, losing her appetite for her favorite dishes. I told you not to show off. Combat cannot be mastered in an instant, especially for someone like you who previously shunned conflict. Your skills have become quite rusty. Yi-Chen gently tapped her forehead, hoping she would learn from this experience. We'll deal with future matters later. Right now, I just feel unwell. Chiyo pouted, aimlessly poking at the pitiful broccoli on her plate. How about this? After dinner, let me help relieve your muscle soreness. And by tomorrow, you'll feel much better. Chen felt somewhat helpless. He initially intended to let her endure some discomfort for a couple of days, pretending not to notice. However, seeing her in such a dispirited state softened his heart. Coincidentally, he had learned some special techniques while accompanying Zhong Wanjun to class recently. Ahem. He had acquired both serious and playful methods. Primarily, he had been too accommodating. The manager had been overly enthusiastic, asking if he wanted to audit a few interesting classes. Chen vowed that it was not his intention to attend, but he had been dragged along by the manager. Really? Chiyo's eyes lit up. She would finally be able to sleep well tonight. She had initially felt fine before returning yesterday, but once she lay down, the soreness began to creep in, and she had hardly managed to close her eyes all night. Hurry and eat. I cannot bear to let those pieces of broccoli meet a gruesome end under your chopsticks. You can hardly pick them up. Chen lightly tapped her chopsticks, his expression slightly unnatural. He quickly changed the subject, urging her to finish her meal. Are you ready? The two of them had just finished watching the news on the sofa when Chiyo looked at her with eager eyes. Let us go to your room. Otherwise, I'll have to wake you up later to return to bed. Chen preferred the spaciousness of her bed for applying his techniques. Watching her prepare, Chen began to gently press on the muscles of her shoulders and back. Don't tense up too much. Relax. Chen lightly patted her flawless back. The white tiger totem does not manifest on the surface unless summoned intentionally. Chiyo, nestled beneath the soft pillow, responded in a soft murmur. She suddenly felt a bit flustered, but now that the moment had arrived, there was no turning back. Had it not been for his keen ears, he would not have caught her faint reply. Chen paid no mind. It was normal for a girl to feel shy. But he gradually increased the pressure of his touch. Chiyo sensed Chen's hands transitioning from gentle contact to skillful kneading, each pressure point landing perfectly on her sore spots. Each touch was just right, not too light, yet not too heavy. As Chen skillfully alleviated the accumulated tension in her body, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief enveloping her. With Chen's warm hands continuously making contact, her snow-white skin began to flush a delicate pink, resembling the charm of cherry blossoms. At some point, Chiyo's fingers, clutching the pillow, tightened. The warmth of her beloved felt as though it seeped into her very bones, captivating her, even though her goal had been achieved. She feigned ignorance and continued to indulge in the moment. As Chen continued his ministrations, the girl quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, attempting to suppress any sounds. Yet, she ultimately failed, letting out a soft, melodious moan. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet bedroom, it resonated with startling clarity. Chen's movements stilled, his breathing momentarily halting, his ears tinged with warmth. Realizing that Chen had paused, Chiyo's ears turned crimson, as if they might bleed. Oh my, what was I just doing? Now, Chiyo felt steam rising from her head. This was simply too embarrassing. However, she had no other recourse but to continue hiding in the pillow like an ostrich. Chen observed her burying her face deeper into the pillow, and he lightly swallowed. But his palm once again found its way to her back. His movements became even gentler and more soothing, calming her nerves. As Chen continued his rhythmic motions, Chiyo gradually relaxed, no longer suppressing her soft sighs, and the intimate atmosphere enveloped the pink-hued room. The gentle, suppressed sounds were like the delicate feathers of a swan, or fine threads, constantly teasing Chen's eardrums, tugging at his heartstrings, and stimulating his senses. Time passed unnoticed, with the alluring murmurs gradually fading until they transformed into soft breaths. Watching the girl succumb to slumber, Chen gently concluded his efforts. Standing to wipe the fine sweat from his brow, he pressed his fingers together, feeling as though the delicate warmth of her skin still lingered. Chen shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that invaded his mind. He was a man of integrity. He softly covered the sleeping girl with a blanket, moving as gently as if he feared to shatter a beautiful dream in progress. Confirming that he had not disturbed her slumber, Chen tiptoed out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him, releasing a long breath. This had been even more exhausting than battling foes. Outside, the sky began to lighten, and Chiyo's eyelashes fluttered gently as she stretched her arms overhead in a languid yawn. Last night, she experienced a sleep so profound and rejuvenating that it had been ages since she had indulged in such a delightful slumber. As she awakened, the silk-like quilt slipped from her body, and she quickly pulled it back in surprise. The scenes from the previous night replayed in her mind, along with her own shameless sounds. While it was undoubtedly due to Chen's exceptional skills, She couldn't help but reflect on her own behavior. By the end, she had completely surrendered to indulgence. Looking at the vibrant young woman in the mirror, Xiao began to act like an ostrich, convincing herself that nothing had occurred the night before and that she had gone to bed early. Chapter 74. Senior. Times have changed. The two individuals at the breakfast table appeared utterly calm, as if nothing had transpired the night before. Just as Chen was about to speak, he sensed a formidable hostility approaching their home. He summoned Xuanwu, and a water-blue protective shield materialized instantly. Xiao, stay at home. I have some matters to attend to, he instructed, gently patting her head to indicate his swift return. Chen, if you take Xiaowu along, he might be of assistance. Xiao surmised the potential danger. Otherwise, Chen would not have left the guardian beast behind. Silly girl, as long as you are safe, I can focus on handling everything else, Chen reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek. All right, I will wait for you at home. Xiao understood that she couldn't afford to be a hindrance at that moment. Nodding, Chen turned and stepped out of the house, vanishing in a flash of golden light under Xiao's watchful gaze. Xiaowu, Chen will definitely return, right? Xiao hugged Xuanwu, gazing blankly in the direction Chen had departed, reassured by the totem materializing behind her. As long as Xiao Bai's totem remained, Chen would be safe. I do not recall any past grievances between us, do I? Chen emerged from the void, eyeing the masked figure suspiciously. This individual had harbored hostility towards him, luring him to this desolate mountain. Junior, did you lay hands on the Lan family? The echo reverberated through the mountains, startling flocks of birds and beasts. It was I. Are you here to settle scores with the Lan family? Chen furrowed his brow, surprised that the Lan family's dilapidated ship still had some fight left. Indeed, while I admit that my clan's methods may not be commendable, you have gone too far, Junior. The Lan family has never been humiliated like this before. I will bring your head to negotiate their release. Dying at my hands would not be in vain for you, Junior. The masked figure dismissed Chen's prowess, regarding his battle power of 20,000 or 30,000 as inconsequential. Have you just returned to the Gene time space? Chen sought to extract more information before engaging in battle. Break. In a swift motion, Chen drew the Da Huang Pashinji, tearing through the restraints of the domain that sought to bind him. The nameless force within a radius of 10 feet dissipated under the forbidden power of the divine spear, only to be replaced by a spatial force field. However, the formless domain outside continued to attempt to encroach upon his power. Ha! I never expected to find such an unexpected gain upon returning to the Gene time space. The masked figure gazed at the Da Huang Pashinji with delight. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare even among the 12 time spaces. Was destiny truly on his side? Are you certain you possess such fortune? Chen chuckled, as the white tiger manifested in the void behind him, transforming into a golden stream of light that surged into his body. The golden aura rapidly spread within him, causing the surrounding space to shatter with the sound of breaking fragments as the overflowing energy of metal sliced through the air. Since he had summoned the white tiger's avatar, it was his first true use of it in battle. Junior, you have many tricks, but in the face of absolute power, all is but illusion. In an instant, a blade of energy, dozens of meters long, struck at Chen's position, aiming to slay him outright. Before the masked figure could assess the situation, a spear shadow emerged from the void, slicing through the masked figure's protective aura, igniting sparks of golden, clashing metal. Having missed his target, Chen had already slipped away by the time the masked figure realized what had occurred, leaving him empty-handed. The masked figure furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen's speed, while Chen cautiously tested the masked figure's defenses. What terrifying speed! If he is already this formidable, what will he become in the future? Having already crossed paths with him, the masked figure resolved that this junior must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when he matured, it would be his own demise. In an instant, the force of the domain surged towards Chen's power, akin to the tidal waves of the Qiantang River, seeking to compress his space step by step. Weapons are but inanimate objects. Unless one possesses the backing of a time-space artifact, all other weapons are rendered ineffective when the user's battle power is exhausted. Chen understood the masked figure's intentions. He could not afford to be passive. Today, it would be a swift resolution, or he would perish here. The battle power surged into the Da Huang Pashinji like a flood, the forbidden power swirling at the spear's tip. Void-breaking divine slash. The Da Huang Pashinji, imbued with the acceleration force of time and space, collided with the opposing spirit weapon, the Hu Padao, creating a clash that unleashed a gale sweeping across a 100-meter radius, mercilessly obliterating all vitality within reach. Above them, Chen's white tiger opened its enormous jaws, fiercely clamping down on the spirit weapon's throat, drawing forth drops of blood that transformed into light and dissipated into the void. The masked figure hastily retreated, wrapping his spirit weapon with battle power, fearing further strikes would reduce his Hu Padao to scrap metal. Though he had an impending superior divine weapon, he was unwilling to exhaust his resources in such a manner. The masked figure gazed at Yi Chen's Da Huang Pa Shen Ji with a mix of affection and resentment. Without this weapon, he could have easily crushed this junior. The legendary divine weapon was indeed as formidable as its reputation. A junior with 20,000 battle power could momentarily hold back a top-tier expert with 40,000 battle power. The more he observed, the more intense his desire grew. The weapon's innate ability to disrupt power could strip away 80% of his strength. If this were in his possession, even the fourth-tier veterans would have to reckon with him. While the junior's battle power appeared substantial, could it truly compare to his own fourth-tier strength? Yi Chun had inferred the masked figure's true nature. He was merely a fortunate novice who had just entered the fourth tier. No wonder the Da Huang Pa Shen Ji had not raised an alarm. Unaware of the depths of the gene time-space, he had returned, hoping for a triumphant homecoming. He had nearly fled moments ago. Had he truly encountered a seasoned fourth-tier opponent, one gesture would summon overwhelming celestial phenomena capable of obliterating him. The more he considered, the more determined he became to ensure the junior did not escape today. Otherwise, once the junior grasped the intricacies of the fourth tier, the consequences could be dire for him. Thus, two individuals, each wishing for the other's demise, clashed fiercely upon the desolate mountain. The collision of their domains unleashed energy that relentlessly eroded the mountain beneath them, transforming it into a swirling tempest of flying sand and stones that enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The tremendous commotion had already attracted nearby martial artists, who, witnessing the battle that had begun to reshape the landscape, gulped in awe. This was a true clash of power. Ordinary martial artists would never create such a spectacle. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing colder as he raised the Da Huang Pa Shen Ji, plunging it fiercely into his chest. The crimson glow swiftly enveloped the great desolate broken divine halberd, transforming it into a radiant orb of red light that merged with Yi Chen's being. As the adversary summoned his battle power for protection, Yi Chen materialized before him, extending his hands to effortlessly tear apart the masked warrior's battle attire as if it were mere fabric. With a decisive thrust of his right hand, he pierced through the opponent's chest, seizing the heart and shattering it in his grasp. The adversary's lips quivered, attempting to utter words with his fading strength. Yi Chen withdrew his hand and pushed the foe to the ground, proclaiming, "Predecessor, without divine weapons, what place do you have in the martial world?" Chapter 75. What happened to the decline of the Golden Era? This group of ancient beings is utterly unrestrained. Upon viewing the live feed transmitted by satellite, Wang Zhan's fury compelled him to strike the solid wooden desk, causing it to splinter. It appeared on the brink of collapse. The secretary nearby maintained a composed demeanor, aware that the leader was in a volatile state, and deemed it unwise to provoke him further. "Xiao Wang, has the medical team been dispatched?" Wang Zhan abruptly recalled something, turning to inquire of his secretary. Observing the satellite surveillance, it was evident that the young man had employed a self-destructive technique. Even if he returned, Wang Zhan felt a twinge of concern for him, fearing he might falter at this critical juncture. In this era, even if Wang Zhan were to perish, Yi Chen must not meet the same fate. Otherwise, the culmination of thousands of years of effort in the Golden Era would be interrupted at the most promising time, leaving Wang Zhan with no face to meet his ancestors. "I contacted Vice Bureau Chief Yi at the earliest opportunity, but he refused," the secretary promptly reported. "In that case, he is likely to survive. As he has his own plans, we need not interfere. However, he may need to recuperate for a while. Ensure that no distractions disturb his recovery. Furthermore, I want a thorough investigation into the masterminds behind this incident, compiled into a report for my review. Also, apply for a route to Kunlun. I must visit the Kunlun base immediately." After delegating these tasks, Wang Zhan instructed his secretary to proceed. "Yes, I will attend to it right away." Upon hearing Wang Zhan's insistence for a systematic report, the secretary, having just grasped the sensitivity of the Kunlun base, stifled the storm of emotions within. As Wang Zhan's secretary, he was well aware of the significance of Kunlun base. However, he quickly rationalized that the Golden Era would not resort to drastic measures at this time. The leader was likely going for an inspection. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Chen, lounging at home in a state of lethargy, remained oblivious to the orchestrated battle that had been meticulously arranged by Jin Baosan of the ultimate class. "Donggu, King, something terrible has happened. The class instructor is in trouble." Before even entering the classroom, Jin Baosan's voice had already reached the ears of his classmates. Jin Baosan, are you trying to injure yourself again? Yi Chun, who had previously saved him and his father, held a significant debt of gratitude towards the Wang family and was unwilling to let Jin Baosan's wild claims go unchallenged. Oh, I'm not joking. It's the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, go check his office. He hasn't come to school. Upon witnessing Wang Dedong reaching towards the back of his head, Jin Baosan protested, asserting that he was merely stating a fact. What happened to the class instructor? Wang Dedong teleported in front of him, eyeing Jin Baosan with sincerity. Brother Dong, brace yourself against the table. Don't get scared, Jin Baosan warned, as the news was too shocking to bear. He had only just learned of it, and was initially skeptical until he produced a video and swore that if it were false, he would marry a wife with a small bird. Seeing Jin Baosan's determination, Wang Dedong believed him. Disbelief was no longer an option. Hurry and tell me. Wang Dedong, unable to endure his old classmate's usual roundabout way of speaking, urged him. Fine, I'm sitting down. Go on, he relented, pulling out a chair for Jin Baosan to continue. I heard from my great-aunt's nephew's neighbor that early this morning, our class instructor was battling on an unknown desolate mountain. The scale of the battle was so immense that it frightened the fish in the river, turning the entire river a ghostly white. Their catch from a night of fishing paled in comparison to what could be gleaned in just 3 minutes that morning. Veins throbbed on Wang Dedong's forehead. This was utter nonsense. He had no idea how a battle could be related to fish in such a way. Jin Baosan, get to the point. Wang Dedong clenched his teeth, struggling to contain his frustration. Jin Baosan, despite having some prowess and intelligence, often struggled to get to the crux of the matter. Feeling a bit wronged, he explained he was merely relaying what he heard from a fisherman, who naturally prioritized the fish. Brother Dong, do you know how high the battle power index of the person fighting our instructor is? Jin Baosan leaned closer to Wang Dedong, feigning mystery. How much? Wang Dedong raised an eyebrow, estimating it could be around 30,000. 40,000. A full 40,000. Jin Baosan waggled 4 fingers in front of Wang Dedong. Did you see that? Wang Dedong rolled his eyes. Did Jin Baosan even understand what a battle power index of 40,000 meant? I didn't see it. But my uncle's little aunt's best friend's son's uncle overheard an elder with a battle power index of over 30,000 comment on it from a distance. It can't be false. Wang Dedong, though skeptical, couldn't help but admire Jin Baosan's vast network of information. Such convoluted connections were indeed a skill. By the way, there's also a video. Jin Baosan retrieved his phone and pressed play. Wow. The simultaneous outburst of curses echoed both within and outside the video. Jin Baosan was startled enough by the sight of a boulder the size of a basin hurtling towards him that he nearly dropped his phone. Quick as a flash, Wang Dedong caught it, saving Jin Baosan's device from destruction. In the footage, the individual filming narrowly dodged the incoming boulder, but the next moment, anguished screams filled the air as someone caught unaware was struck and lay on the ground, writhing in agony, teetering between life and death. Remove the person from the ground. We must retreat. This place is no longer safe. The onlookers in the video yearned for extra legs to escape the terrifying spectacle of the celestial black dots streaking across the sky. The golden era had remained dormant for too long. No one had anticipated such a dramatic surge in battle power that posed a threat even from a distance. My fish. Some fishermen, realizing they had left their catch behind, attempted to return to retrieve the fruits of a night's labor. Friends hurriedly restrained them. Are you willing to risk your life for a small grass carp? No. The fishermen watched helplessly as a massive stone, guided with pinpoint precision, plummeted directly into the part of the water where their fish were. Their friends could only offer hollow reassurances. Don't worry, once the dust settles, perhaps the river will be filled with the fish that were crushed. You'll have plenty to collect. Predecessor, why has such intense combat suddenly erupted in the golden era? Wasn't it said that our golden era was in decline? A somewhat knowledgeable martial artist questioned an elder, who was one of the few remaining in the martial world, casting doubt on the rumors of decline. If this is what decline looks like, then other eras must be overflowing with deities. Or has the golden era secretly restored itself without our knowledge? That would be rather ungrateful. At least they should have included us. I find myself perplexed as I observe both sides exhibiting combat capabilities that transcend the remarkable threshold of 30,000. Achieving a battle power of 30,000, no matter how fiercely one exerts themselves, would scarcely manifest such formidable sword chi. Yet, they do not ascend to the realm of 40,000, where the very heavens and earth respond to one's movements. Perhaps they are merely a junior who has recently breached the 4,000 mark. Witnessing the swift blade energy and spear shadows extending tens of meters, even the venerable elder has plucked out all his beard hairs in confusion. unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. I seem to have encountered him before. That young man is the class leader of the ultimate class. A youth observing the battle through binoculars suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 76. Has the era changed again? This declaration within the video rendered the students of the ultimate class, who had gathered to watch, utterly silent. Could it truly be their class leader? A wave of elation surged through them. Their class leader was astonishingly powerful. As students who interacted with Chen daily, they were well aware that his battle power was merely over 20,000, having not yet surpassed 30,000. This implies that Chen triumphed over a top-tier opponent with a battle power of 40,000 while only wielding a battle power of 20,000. Such a feat not only sounds fantastical, but also appears to be unprecedented. Boss, look. The online forums are ablaze. Jin Baosan's lackey, AI Hen, fervently scrolled through the forum, urging Jin Baosan to take a look. Is it true? The students of the ultimate class, filled with curiosity, logged onto the forum and were indeed greeted by images of their class leader showcasing his prowess, accompanied by countless messages of admiration. The hope of Jin Shikong, the future supreme of the martial world, the savior of time and space. The students of the ultimate class, who had yet to step into the martial world, found the accolades increasingly absurd. Must they be so exaggerated? One student wondered how the ultimate class had been uncovered. Scrolling through the forum, he was surprised to see himself and his classmates. Of course, the teacher is the class leader of the ultimate class. This is no secret at Bailage High School. The vastness of the forum ensures that Bailage High School students are present, making the leak of information about the ultimate class entirely predictable. Hua Linglong swiftly pieced together the connection, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, realizing that she would soon attract another wave of infatuated admirers. Is the ultimate class dominating the top 10 of the KO rankings because the class leader is Chen? One student initially inclined to refute this notion began to reconsider. The claims were not unfounded. Not only was the ultimate class in the top 10, but they also occupied a significant portion of the top 30. Others suggested renaming the KO rankings to the ultimate rankings. A multitude agreed beneath the discussion. The current KO rankings had become virtually irrelevant, as one could hardly spot students from other schools among the leaders. One student continuously refreshed the forum, each moment generating discussions about Chen, leading to an avalanche of interrelated topics. By the way, class is about to start. Where's Qiao? Hua Linglong mused, noting Qiao's empty seat. He was never one to arrive late. Perhaps he's unwell. After all, girls have their days each month. A student, quick-witted, concocted a plausible excuse for Qiao's absence. However, Lei Ting was not inclined to accept this excuse, rising to leave the classroom. Hey, King, class is about to begin. Hua Linglong assumed Lei Ting had lost track of time and glanced at the clock to remind her. I know, I have something to attend to. You all continue with class. Lei Ting instructed her classmates to proceed, exiting the classroom without a backward glance. Old son, come meet me at the school gate. As she walked, Lei Ting dialed her butler. She was not concerned about Chen's fate. Her only worry was for the beloved of the ultimate class. Hello. Qiao, are you at home? Lei Ting was intercepted before she reached Chen's residence. Yes, what's up, King? Qiao responded upon seeing Lei Ting's sudden call. Could you let me in? I'm here to check on you, but someone is stopping me. Lei Ting expressed her exasperation at the situation. Oh, just pass the phone to him. I'll speak with him. Qiao instructed Lei Ting to hand the phone to the person in charge. He says he just needs to lie down for a week? Lei Ting found this absurd. In the video, this rascal had been so gravely injured. Yet he lay at home instead of seeking medical attention? Moreover, how could he predict when he would recover? This was reality, not some online game. Chen's complexion had undeniably improved since his return. Sitting beside the bed, Qiao gazed at the unconscious Chen, silently watching over him. Lei Ting was at a loss for words. Comparing his current state to when he returned drenched in blood, how could he not be better? Witnessing the once lively and charming darling now reduced to this state, Lei Ting's frustration grew. Why hadn't this rascal perished outside? That would have resolved everything. Just as she contemplated speaking, she paused, deciding to wait until he awakened to voice her thoughts. I will feel at ease once I see you are well. Has the leave been arranged? Lei Ting anticipated that Qiao would be unable to attend school in her current situation. Yes, I informed Teacher Arthur. Qiao nodded, acknowledging that her condition precluded her from attending class. King, you should return now. If you don't, Wang Dadong will call you. Qiao encouraged Lei Ting, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. Lei Ting looked at the figure lying on the bed and recalled her own home, letting out a sigh. Would there come a day when she would sit by the bed as Qiao was now, waiting for that rascal to awaken? She swiftly cast that thought aside. If such a day were to arrive, She would surely drag Wang Dadong along to prevent him from embarking on reckless adventures. Lei Ting remained perplexed about how Yi Chun could confront a foe of 40,000 with his mere 20,000. Would it not be wiser to avoid confrontation? I will take my leave. Call me if anything arises. Once assured that Chiu was fine, Lei Ting departed, intending to give Wang Dadong a warning to prevent him from following in Yi Chun's reckless footsteps. Gazing at the unresponsive Yi Chun, Chiu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. She did not wish for Yi Chun to become the hope and savior of Jin Shikong. She simply desired his safety. If only Yi Chun had brought Xiao Wu along. Would the opposition have been able to contend with him then? The more she pondered, the more she felt that she had hindered Yi Chun. If she were as formidable as he, perhaps he would not have found himself in such peril. As Chiu's despondency deepened, a wave of negativity began to manifest within her, unsettling Xiao Bai who. It's all right, Xiao Bai. Chiu assumed Xiao Bai was worried about Yi Chun, gently stroking its back to soothe it. Ha! My dear daughter, you have ultimately ventured down this path. It seems that Yi Chun is but a useless fool. Otherwise, how could he allow you to foster such negative energy? Lu Dan too, the bearded boss, sensed the faint trace of negativity that had inexplicably emerged, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Though it was merely a flicker, it signified the inception of something new. Once a beginning was established, it would inevitably grow. He had believed that with Yi Chun around, he would never be able to guide his precious daughter down this path. Yet, unexpectedly, a twist of fate had led her to embark on the road he deemed the path to success. Feng Long picked up a photo of Chiu from the table. Lamenting that Yi Chun was still too incompetent, struggling against a mere fourth-tier opponent was hardly reassuring for entrusting his daughter to him. My precious daughter, you shall soon return to my side, and together we shall reign over Jin Shikong. Then he will engulf the entire 12 Shikong, and when the time comes, he will unify the 12 Shikong, and then, ha 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 ha. The group from Jin Shikong is still preoccupied with their combat power index. What can they use to stop him? The era has already transformed. Chapter 77. Yi Chun awakens, combat power source. Chen, you're awake? Chiu, who was resting by the bedside, suddenly felt herself being lifted and opened her eyes to see the figure she had longed for. You've worked hard these past few days. Yi Chun gazed at Chiu, who looked weary, with immense tenderness in his heart. I'm fine. As long as you're safe, I'm fine. Chiu buried her head in Yi Chun's chest, relishing the warmth she had missed. Silly girl. Yi Chun affectionately stroked her hair, feeling warmth spread through him. You should rest for a while. I'll make breakfast. After you eat, you can sleep well. Yi Chun knew she had probably not rested properly during this time. Otherwise, her condition would not be so poor. Chiu nodded obediently, allowing Yi Chun to lay her back on the bed. Watching the one he loved leave the room, Chiu finally felt at ease and fell into a deep sleep. You all may return. A sudden voice interrupted the routine patrol of the public security personnel. Yes, Commander. The leading officer stepped out of the temporary camp and sounded the assembly horn. They also noticed the distant two-colored protective shield as the platinum color dissipated, while the aquamarine faded into the void. Yi Chun stretched his stiff muscles, feeling his combat power index continuously invigorating his energy and blood. His bones felt like jade, and his energy flowed like mercury. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that lying down for these past few days had yielded some unexpected benefits, as his physical body had reached this stage's limit. As long as one aspect, essence, energy, or spirit, reaches its limit, the other two can be elevated swiftly under its nourishment, and he would soon be able to break through the combat power index, if he was still immortal at the first and second levels. Once he surpassed a combat power index of 30,000, it would signify his complete transcendence, racing towards the realm of a celestial being. In the entire Jin Shikong and the surrounding areas influenced by human power, he would truly become invincible. Old Wang, are you so well informed? Just as Yi Chun placed the rice into the pot, he received a call from Wang Zhan. Isn't this a concern for our director Yi? Has your health recovered? Wang Zhan inquired with warm concern. Although he knew Yi Chun would be fine, he wondered if any unforeseen circumstances could arise. Only when Yi Chun was completely well could he confidently report to his superiors. Yes, I've fully recovered, and my strength has improved a bit. I am not far from being invincible among mortals. Yi Chun spoke frankly with old Wang. That is good to hear. I can rest easy now. You take your time to recover. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Wang Zhan let out a long breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As expected, he is the hope of Jin Shikong. Others would be fortunate just to recover, yet he has even improved. This is rather extraordinary. As for Yi Chun's claim of nearing invincibility, Wang Zhan considered it merely a jest. Even though the strongest in Jin Shikong were restricted, the depths of Jin Shikong remained formidable. For thousands of years, heroes had surged like a flood, and countless desperate measures had been employed. There is a saying that when pushed to the brink, a person can do anything, except solve mathematical problems. However, Wang Zhan understood that these people, when pushed to their limits, could indeed solve those problems. Therefore, the Bureau of Extraordinary Realms, considering the greater good, turned a blind eye to such individuals as long as they did not go too far, employing a strategy of appeasement. Those ruthless individuals, in a bid to escape the constraints of heaven and earth, could even take drastic measures against themselves, retreating into the affiliated blessed lands of Jin Shikong to await the right moment. In the 12 Shikong, the strongest were bound by limitations, while within the two complete realms of spirit and demon, such restrictions were entirely absent. They were waiting for the day when Jin Shikong would be perfected. That would be their true moment of liberation. They would not allow Jin Shikong to fall into a state of moral imbalance, for if the flame envoy were to arrive, it would mean death for all. As the only realm in the 12 Shikong that had not been reset by the will of the greater universe, Jin Shikong rightfully stood as the foremost realm beneath the spirit and demon worlds. In the eyes of the other 11 realms, Jin Shikong was no different from them. They too had undergone resets countless times, and their histories recorded such events. To the outside world, Jin Shikong presented a similar facade. Chen was completely unaware of Wang Zhan's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would not care, let alone these fourth-stage extremes. Even fifth-stage powerhouses were something he was cautious about. Did they truly believe the two seals in his possession were mere stickers? Though they were said to be restricted, had the stronger beings from other realms refrained from acting? Chen understood that following this battle, the outside world had formed a rough estimate of his true combat power, even possibly modeling his power index beyond the third stage. What Chen desired was precisely this effect. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed profound insights into human nature. Humans are deeply fearful of the unknown, which signifies uncontrollable changes and potential unforeseen losses. Thus, Chen fought with extraordinary effort and intensity, even unleashing the full potential of his weapon. Chen aimed to assuage the concerns of the mindful individuals in Jin Shikong, making them feel that even if he surpassed a combat power index of 30,000, the situation remained under their control. They were wary of his previous overwhelming state, not knowing how much power he truly concealed. That was the most terrifying aspect. It is important to note that in the Iron Shikong, there was a living example of an 18-year-old with a combat power index exceeding 40,000, while Chen had only revealed himself to the world after turning 20. Once he did, he swept through effortlessly, combined with his peculiar cultivation methods, and, more alarmingly, Chen had no lifespan restrictions like that of the fiery dancer. How could some people sleep soundly at night without clarifying this? In the eyes of the outside world, a combat power index of 20,000 facing a top-tier powerhouse of 40,000 was unprecedented. Yet, to some, he was merely seen as not bad. If he fought without weapons, they might feel alarmed. However, with weapons, the effect was merely average, let alone that his weapon could only be fully wielded by a master at the 5th stage, rendering it even less remarkable. Next door, the ultimate Tai Ku Run wielded the Tai Ku Wu Ji. Even the demon sovereign Diablo dared not step into the Iron Shikong. Was the demon sovereign afraid of the ultimate Tai Ku Ren? He feared the immensely powerful Tai Ku Wu Ji. Thus, having lived long, they had seen all sorts of prodigies and monsters within the 12 Shikong, and after witnessing so much, they had grown accustomed to it. What Chen desired was this effect. Only by assuring the people of Jin Shikong could he confidently strive to surpass a combat power index of 30,000. Once he commenced, it would signal an irreversible state. Chen held the forbidden aura emanating from the Da Huang Pa Shun Ji with one hand, watching as it tore through the void with reckless abandon. Chapter 78. The Unspoken Secrets of Jin Shikong. Chen, IXXXXXXXXXXX. The frenzied Long, with his messy beard, was on the verge of madness. How dare this rascal act in such a manner? He had just sensed the nascent negative emotional aura of his beloved daughter being inexplicably transferred to another individual. He was momentarily stunned, astonished that such a maneuver was possible. Soon, though, he regained his composure and erupted in a furious tirade, identifying the culprit as that scoundrel Chen. The very essence of Chen was unmistakable to him. Even if reduced to ash, this rascal had disrupted his carefully orchestrated plans upon awakening, a transgression that was utterly unforgivable. Although he harbored an intense desire to eliminate that detestable individual immediately, an unseen threat restrained him from acting rashly. The old man had ceased riding the golden pen of Long, undoubtedly conserving his strength for an anticipated confrontation. Meanwhile, Feng Long felt utterly powerless. For the old man's abilities instilled in him the deepest fear. If he were to reveal even a trace of his presence, he would undoubtedly perish in the next stroke of the golden pen. Thus, he was left to bide his time, for the old man's lifespan was dwindling, and he could afford to wait. He believed himself to be the one destined to elevate the golden time-space to its zenith. It was a pity that those stubborn old fogies failed to comprehend his vision. Feng Long seethed with frustration, lamenting that if only those elders had supported him, the golden time-space would have already flourished, rather than remaining timid and restrained. Was it simply a fear of death that held them back? Once I unify the golden time-space, I shall undoubtedly send each of you to meet that wretched Diaboluo, the demon sovereign. A cruel smile crept across Feng Long's face, one that could terrify even the youngest child in the darkest of spaces. In contrast, the bedroom was warm as spring despite the autumn season. Yi Chen, holding the negative energy seed extracted from Qiao, looked up and was met with her bashful expression. Upon making eye contact with Yi Chen, the girl quickly covered her head with the blanket, overwhelmed by embarrassment. It's time to eat. Yi Chen, donning a facade of nonchalance, continued to urge her to join him for a meal. Leave it there. I'll eat by myself later. The blanket spirit wished to avoid seeing him. Very well. Then sleep well after you finish eating. Yi Chen exited the room and closed the door, allowing the girl some much-needed space. It was quite intriguing. Yi Chen's earlier actions had been aimed at completely removing the negative energy seed from Qiao's body. Failure to do so would have led to its amplification, enabling Feng Long to manipulate Qiao into harming him, a truly cruel fate. These old patriarchs had a history of such machinations. Years ago, Yihina La Siqi had controlled Yihina La Yuxiang to assassinate Hu Yuan Ju Luo Xiao, a scene that had been grotesquely twisted. Yi Chen sensed the presence of a system that starkly contrasted with the existing combat power index of the golden time-space, finding it rather fascinating. If the combat power index emphasized postnatal cultivation, this system leaned toward the evolution of innate abilities. Although the initial enhancement of abilities was swift, reaching a bottleneck could lead to stagnation, and Feng Long seemed trapped in this predicament. The golden time-space forbade him from creating turmoil, otherwise, he would likely never have the opportunity to transcend to the next stage. Experiencing a rapid ascent only to be abruptly halted could drive one to madness, inciting profound hatred towards the world. This was precisely the reason why various time-spaces took stringent measures against the innate ability system, akin to guarding against thieves. Such individuals were potential lunatics. Yi Chen contemplated embedding it within himself. He had little interest in this system, merely wishing to retain a safeguard. He could not ascertain whether that old patriarch would eventually incite negative emotions in Qiao, so he deemed it prudent to have a contingency plan. Presently, Yi Chen was unconcerned about the possibility of that old patriarch launching a covert attack against him. As long as the golden pen remained absent, he would not dare to reveal himself. Feng Long was acutely aware that the old patriarch harbored greater animosity toward Yi Chen than even he did, which was why he remained in hiding. The current phase of the golden time-space had not yet reached a tumultuous state, and it was far too early for the old patriarch to emerge and stir chaos. Presently, the golden time-space, without Yi Chen, was relatively tranquil. Any disturbances were merely ripples caused by Yi Chen's existence. The first wave of significant upheaval would arise from the demonic realm's assault on the iron time-space, which would, in turn, affect the golden time-space, signaling the rise of malevolent forces and marking the onset of profound changes. The immediate concern was that Wang Dadong, the future pinnacle of the golden time-space, would be dispatched to the iron time-space, which posed the greatest dilemma at this stage. The golden time-space recognized this as an inevitable issue, primarily due to the character and conduct of the ultimate Iron Ku Run, even with the protection of temporal artifacts. While the demonic realm could not vanquish him, there were numerous ways to render him gravely injured. In such a scenario, the Iron Time-Space would undoubtedly seek assistance across time from its counterpart, faced with a plea for aid from the Iron Time-Space. The Golden Time-Space would have no choice but to respond, whether from a sense of temporal camaraderie or the bonds of friendship between two counterparts. Wang Dadong would, even at the cost of his life, cross time to aid the ultimate Iron Ku Run. This was a foregone conclusion, with the only variable being the timing of the event. To Yi Chen, unless there was a dramatic change in the character of the ultimate Iron Ku Run, this dilemma was unsolvable. Reflecting on the narrative where the ultimate trio ventured to rescue Lan Ling Wang's fiancée, Bing Xian, Yi Chen shook his head in disbelief. Others' lives are precious, but what about the lives of your two brothers by your side? This encapsulates the reason why the golden time-space, despite having fortuitous individuals like Wang Dadong, opted to abandon them in favor of selecting anew. Their counterparts bore too much resemblance to the top combatants of other time-spaces. Once they became indispensable to the golden time-space elite forces, any issues with the iron time-space counterparts could easily lead to a situation akin to Hu Luhua rescuing Grandpa, a one-way trip into oblivion. If the four were chosen, the sinking of the iron time-space vessel could drag the golden time-space into the abyss as well, leaving the billions within the golden time-space with no recourse for justice. Therefore, the top combatants of the golden and iron time-spaces were deeply intertwined, and the golden time-space would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Should Wang Dadong not be part of the golden time-space strategic framework, his actions would naturally be beyond their interference. Even if he perished while attempting to rescue in the iron time-space, the golden time-space would suffer no significant loss. Yi Chun surmised that the current concern of the Supernatural Bureau was whether Lei Ting would undergo changes due to Wang Dadong's influence. If a choice were available, Yi Chun firmly believed the Supernatural Bureau would replace Lei Ting with someone else to prevent the emergence of uncontrollable variables. However, since the selection of fate had favored Lei Ting, the Supernatural Bureau had no choice but to accept this outcome, seeking ways to mitigate the inevitable risks that would arise. People are inherently prone to compromise. Chapter 79. The Resurgence of the Remaining Death Gate Gu Classmate. Are you truly certain you will not reveal the identity of the person behind this? Standing opposite Gu Ji, Celia continued to persuade him, emphasizing that the crux of the issue did not lie with him. I am sorry, classmate, but I cannot disclose that information. Gu Ji wore an expression of helplessness. Initially, his peculiar physique had been remedied, a cause for celebration. Who could have anticipated that shortly thereafter, the principal party would confront him, accusing him of utilizing stolen resources for his treatment? Gu classmate, you are putting me in a difficult position. Do you realize that the discovery of theft from my clan's sacred artifacts results in a death sentence? Celia was reluctant to take action against her classmates. Yet this was the clan's decree and the very foundation of the elven race. As a member of the royal family, she could not possibly lead the way in defiance. The consequences would be dire. I deeply regret this, dear classmate. Even if it meant facing death today, Gu Ji would never betray a single word. How could he sell out someone who had healed him? Such an act was beyond consideration. As for the main party's arrival, it merely meant that the truth would be revealed through confrontation. If Gu Ji were to fall, it would be his fate. So, let it be that you perish here. Celia puffed her cheeks, emitting a special whistle that resonated through the void in an unknown manner. As the students from Class Ultimate stood in bewilderment at the sudden whistle, the sound of hooves echoed closer, step by step, at the gates of death. Amidst the astonished crowd, a magnificent creature with long horns gradually emerged from the void. Standing gently beside Celia, Lei Ting, are we really going to ignore this? Ji Ge felt the situation slipping out of control. The newly transferred student had summoned a unicorn, signaling that today would certainly see Gu Ji's blood shed at the gates of death. Wang Dadong had sensed the gravity of the situation from the start and had already consulted their class advisor. The advisor indicated that they should let them fight, advising the other students of Class Ultimate not to intervene, as no one would die. After the fight, he would summon the two students to his office to handle the matter. Lei Ting observed the 5 individuals locked in a standoff at the center of the gates of death and communicated discreetly with her classmates from Class Ultimate. Then I shall feel at ease. If it comes to that, I will intervene. Ji Ge nodded, satisfied that no one would perish. Just as Ji Lu Chun and Tai Yang intended to approach, they were blocked by the little steward, Tanya. This matter has nothing to do with you two. Do not mislead yourselves. Having said this, she produced a short flute from behind her, and as the melodious notes filled the air, a great tree materialized beside her. While the students of Class Ultimate were still perplexed by the sudden appearance of the tree, it rose majestically before their eyes, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations. They had never witnessed such a spectacle in all their years. Although they were aware of the 12 dimensions, they had little comprehension of their diversity, often subconsciously believing that other dimensions were not vastly different from the golden dimension. It was only today that they discovered each dimension truly possessed its own unique characteristics. Wang Dadong, these other quadrants are indeed remarkable. Arthur observed the extraordinary creature in the center of the arena, finding it quite intriguing. It appeared that the cross-quadrant combat power index suppression was indeed severe. Ding Xiaoyu sensed the combat power index of the creature that had appeared, noting it was indeed formidable. In truth, the power index had already been suppressed to over 20,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Dadong communicated discreetly with his companions, sharing his recent experiences. Is that even possible? The others were astonished. They had all traveled to various dimensions, but had never heard of one that could autonomously choose whether to suppress its power. I hadn't known either. That time, it was likely that the Golden Dimension was worried about Yi Si-Ting's potential escape, hence the exposure. He was aware of Yi Si-Ting's complexity. Should such a person evade capture, the repercussions would be endless. Who do you think will win? Arthur was curious about the outcome between the two in the arena, as battles with other quadrants were indeed a rare sight. It's hard to say. Every one of the current top 5 KO contenders is quite formidable. For instance, Zhigu. It's rumored that the Zhibu Zhi group has discovered another weapon from the Xingtian series. The combination of 2 spiritual weapons might surpass your dragon pattern cauldron. Dedong. Rex was particularly sensitive to the movements of other groups, especially those related to his classmates' families. Speaking of which, Dedong, shouldn't you ask your uncle and aunt to help you find a dragon pattern shovel? What if it really exists? Arthur joked with Wang Dedong. While the others stifled their laughter, Arthur truly had a knack for humor. Arthur, you raise a valid point. Wang Dedong suddenly pondered that Arthur's jest might not be entirely frivolous. Theoretically, spiritual weapons were crafted as sets. The dragon pattern cauldron might indeed possess a lid or shovel, which the world had simply overlooked. Observing Wang Dedong lost in thought. 3 crows flew overhead, cawing loudly. The eccentricity of the egomaniac's thought process remained consistently unique. The other 2 turned to Arthur. You brought this upon yourself. You should handle it. Arthur felt a wave of anxiety. Surely the egomaniac wouldn't ask his uncle and aunt to help him find a lid or shovel. The battle commenced. Ding Xiaoyu pulled everyone back to the present. The 5 fighters and their summoned companions were now engaged in fierce combat, the atmosphere thick with tension. In contrast to Gu Ji and Celia, Tanya and Tai Yong merely restrained each other, preventing any support for the main duel, although Celia had summoned assistance. Gu Ji had already materialized his protective divine beast, the Fire Phoenix, which astonishingly wore a crown crafted from supreme fire crystal, bestowed upon it by the Gu family through a special secret method. Additionally, the 24 jade tokens that revolved around him were clearly extraordinary. The scene left several, including Wang Dedong, exchanging glances. These young individuals truly exhibited remarkable creativity. From Ji Ji's spiritual weapon embedded with gemstones to Gu Ji's divine beast adorned with equipment. What of Gu Zhan and Zhong Wanjun? While Ding Xiaoyu and Arthur observed as mere spectators, Wang Dedong remained carefree. Yet Rex felt a profound sense of crisis. Lei Ting actually fell behind at the starting line. She has already begun assembling her spiritual weapon set with gemstones, enhancing her strength, while my cousin has yet to acquire a decent divine weapon. This thought extinguished his desire to continue watching. Rex, where are you going? Wang Dedong noticed Rex turning to leave abruptly, feeling puzzled. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Why the sudden departure without a word? Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyu regarded Rex's hasty exit with a contemplative expression. Chapter 80. KO is not to be taken lightly. GG, as per the command. Gu Ji, who had been at a disadvantage, cried out as the 24 jade tokens were once again directed into his body, each one boosting his combat power index by 500. The onlooking students from class ultimate were awestruck as Gu Ji's power index skyrocketed from 17,000. It surged to 19,500, then 24,000, and finally halted at 29,000, distorting the air around him due to the overwhelming surge of power. Clear the way. Tai Yong and Lu Chun unleashed their combat power indices in a frenzy, acutely aware that time was of the essence. Gu Ji's current physique could not endure such a rapid escalation of over 10,000 in combat power for long, especially with the Fire Phoenix swirling above him. If you want to move, then perish. Tai Yong instructed Lu Chun to withstand the opponent's attacks, while he withdrew. At this point, Tai Yong could not afford to hesitate. Raising the sun wheel, which had been solemnly entrusted to her by her father, she chanted the incantation to unleash the clan's weapon. Sun, grant me the power to cleanse the world of evil. As soon as the words were spoken, the sunlight in the surrounding area converged towards a single point, transforming into a fierce flame that scorched the void and infused the radiant wheel of the sun held high above. This was dire. Several individuals with high combat power immediately appeared in front of the students of Class Ultimate, raising dark protective shields to diminish the brightness of the sunlight. Otherwise, the students with inadequate combat power would surely go blind. King, are you truly unconcerned? Continuing like this will lead to fatalities. Ji Gu anxiously addressed Lei Ting, realizing that this had escalated into a life-or-death battle. Lei Ting also felt that the intensity of the conflict had become excessive. She was about to call for others to assist her in restraining a few individuals when she heard Yi Chen's voice in her mind. Do not interfere. No one will die. Upon hearing Yi Chen's message, the few individuals hesitated but ultimately paused, thinking that if the class leader had said so, there must be no issue. At that moment, the sun had flung the solar wheel outward. The radiant circle carrying the true fire of the sun pierced through the trance that had held them helpless, crashing into the colorful barriers surrounding Ta and Aya. The violent collision between the barrier and the wheel generated explosive energy, sending the wheel flying and shattering the barrier into fragments that fell to the ground, while Ta and Aya was thrown aside, unconscious and uncertain of her fate. Quickly, go save Ji. With the formidable enemy now dealt with, the sun finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the sudden brutality left Sei Liya and Gu Ji disinclined to continue fighting, but by this time, a magnetic field of battle had already formed. Unless one side fell, the field would not dissipate. This matter would not simply be resolved. Gu Ji glared at the madwoman opposite him, thinking that if she had not clung so stubbornly, the sun would not have encountered any trouble. Conversely, the woman shared a similar sentiment. Had Gu Ji not been so obstinate, her dear steward would not have ended up in such a predicament. Fueled by mutual hatred, the two transformed into streaks of crimson and emerald light, colliding with one another. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as if the world had come to a standstill. In the next instant, a visible shockwave erupted, expanding violently and consuming all visible matter around its two epicenters. Two figures suddenly appeared behind them, dispersing the waves of shock emanating from either side. Esteemed guests of Musher Kong, shall we not bring this matter to a close? You are aware that the noble relics are not located within the school, and the artifacts used by this student are merely derivatives. Why cling to them so tenaciously? Yi Chen spoke to the handsome middle-aged man opposite him. There have been others who have used the elven relic-derived elven liquid, yet none have faced such relentless pursuit from the elven race. That may not suffice. I must take this individual who possesses knowledge of the relic. The middle-aged man offered no deference to Yi Chen, asserting that the relic must remain secure. Are you not concerned about your ability to exit Jin Shikong? Yi Chen replied, hands clasped behind his head. The individual opposite dared not touch Gu Ji, let alone Jin Shikong. If he laid a hand on Gu Ji, the time lock would descend upon him, preventing his escape from Ba Lu High School. I believe esteemed guests should reconsider. After all, this is Jin Shikong, not your Mu Shikong. Outside of Jin Shikong, I have no jurisdiction, but within Jin Shikong, we must adhere to its laws. As Yi Chen's words concluded, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and his magical power began to plummet dramatically, as the imposing force of Jin Shikong began to suppress him. Humph! The middle-aged man snorted coldly, summoning his magic to lift the two unconscious individuals and disappearing from Yi Chen's sight. After arranging for his two nieces, the middle-aged man commenced communication with the base across the ocean. Why have you disguised yourself as a man again? Upon connecting, the person on the other end sighed upon seeing him, lamenting what misfortunes his parents must have endured to give birth to daughters. That is none of your concern. The middle-aged man replied with a displeased expression, beginning to report the unexpected situation. However, the other party showed little interest in the report, instead inquiring about other matters. Have you encountered that Yi from the Extraordinary Realm Bureau? What are your impressions of him? I'm not impressed. He's merely a cold-hearted goblin. The middle-aged man harbored no fondness for Yi Chen, the one who had deceived them out of their original relics. Ha! The individual across the ocean laughed heartily. This person is the quintessential representative of the youthful faction in Jin Shikong. His behavior confirms this. The middle-aged man began to analyze the information he had received. With him around, the clues regarding the school may prove difficult to pursue. If it's challenging, then so be it. Do not rush. You can take your time to search. After all, there is ample time. Sei Liya and the others will first be granted leave. I will negotiate with Wang Zhan of Jin Shikong regarding the rest. After finishing the conversation, the person on the other end abruptly ended the video call, leaving the middle-aged man in confusion. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that something was amiss. Her brother seemed in no hurry to recover the relic, but rather wished for them to linger longer in this realm. This was what perplexed her the most. Logically, as the clan leader, her brother should be more anxious than she was, considering that the relic was crucial to the future and stability of their clan. Darling, will it not be unwise to keep this from her? The well-endowed and beautiful matron observed her earnest sister-in-law, who was diligently searching for the clan's relics. Unsure of what to say, the relic did not require their search. Sending them across the ocean was part of another plan. The true protagonist of this journey was not the two children, but rather her sister-in-law. Speaking of which, Ta and Aya and Sei Liya seemed to be increasingly resembling one another, as if they were born sisters. The matron picked up a photograph from the table, gazing at the two girls with radiant smiles, and unconsciously sighed. Chapter 81. All breaking 10,000. The terrifying secret technique. Is it true that the journal of the 8 major universities has become dependent on Class Ultimate? Wang Dedong stared at the journal of the 8 major universities, which featured Class Ultimate once again, and discovered that the reason was that the last student from Class Ultimate had surpassed 10,000 battles yesterday. What is there to write about? Is it not more newsworthy to interview the strongest high school student in history? Have the journals of these universities run out of content? They could well go by the lighter. Jin Bao-san lamented internally, realizing that he, Jin Bao-san, was the one who had finally broken through. These people brazenly wrote that his underlings surpassed him in breaking through first. Their identities were self-evident. Even worse, he could not afford to offend them, lest they spread rumors. These individuals were notorious for bullying the weak, and unfortunately, he, Jin Bao-san, was that weak one. Congratulations to Boss Bao-san for breaking through 10,000 battles. Ai Hen and Chen Qi, his two underlings, pulled out celebratory confetti to celebrate their boss's achievement. Jin Bao-san felt as though he might suffer internal injury. Did they not realize that today was his day of duty? The flower spirit dragon was exasperated. He was the one on duty today. And how was he to clean this mess? Sorry, young Master Hua, I will clean it up right away. Jin Bao-san chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his previously sensible underlings had suddenly become rather unreasonable. Ai Hen, Chen Qi, hurry and clean this up. Jin Bao-san urged his two subordinates to fetch brooms and tidy up. Ai Hen and Chen Qi were somewhat reluctant, clearly. It was their boss's celebration that had allowed them to relax, yet now they were being asked to clean. What? Quickly go. Jin Bao-san pulled out his bunny slippers and playfully tapped each of their heads, signaling them to stop dilly-dallying. Were they expecting their boss to do the cleaning? Esteemed one, I have heard that today the allowances for this month are being distributed. After sweeping the floor, Chen Qi mysteriously approached Jin Bao-san and inquired, what allowance? Jin Bao-san was somewhat perplexed. What connection did this have to them? Had they not only recently joined the civil service? Ihan believed this to be mere gossip. For how could allowances be issued just months after commencing employment? Do you not know that in the combat sequence, payments are made monthly for those who have not yet completed a month? Chen Qi enlightened the two. How much? Jin Bao-san felt a surge of excitement. After 10 years as the oldest high school student in history, he was finally receiving a proper salary. The thought brought tears to his eyes. The world had not forsaken him. He was grateful to the ultimate class, to the homeroom teacher, and to the organization. This amount. Chen Qi waved 5 fingers in front of them. So much. At that moment, Jin Bao-san was utterly astounded. Although 10 years ago this would have merely been pocket money. Times had changed, and he had not seen such a sum in quite some time. If the allowance arrives, I shall treat you both to a sauna, and perhaps. Jin Bao-san jovially wrapped an arm around his 2 younger companions, winking at them. His intentions were clear, though his greasy and lewd expression betrayed him. Songqing. The 2 younger companions were quite thrilled. Their elder brother was indeed worthy of following. Qiuqiu looked disdainfully at Jin Bao-san, this repugnant fellow. The next moment, an unknown object came flying from behind and struck Jin Bao-san, causing him to see stars before collapsing into unconsciousness. Ihan and Chen Qi had just intended to assist their elder brother when they caught sight of Lei Ting's gaze and immediately retreated. Perhaps their elder brother was simply overwhelmed with excitement and had fainted. He would be fine after a brief rest. You two are the same. If I hear either of you discussing such matters in the ultimate class again, you will be dragged to the Shengximen to face the rules, understood? Lei Ting regarded the 3 repulsive entities as one would view 3 mouse droppings, then cast a glance at Wang Dedong. What are you looking at? Wang Dedong instinctively raised his hands. He was determined to be a good man devoted to his family, completely different from Jin Bao-san. King, we understand. Ihan and Chen Qi felt unjustly accused. They had said nothing. It was their elder brother who had spoken. Oh, has our elder brother already become a corpse? Then all is well. The 2, who had initially felt a sense of grievance, now found their hearts at ease. What has happened to Jin Bao-san? Chen entered the classroom and saw Jin Bao-san lying on the ground, unconscious and peacefully asleep. Homeroom teacher, our elder brother is fine. Perhaps he was simply too tired last night. Allowing him to rest for a while is sufficient. Ihan and Chen Qi spoke with wide eyes, fabricating explanations. This matter must not reach the teacher's ears, lest they be judged harshly. Very well. Chen sensed that Jin Bao-san had merely been knocked unconscious and chose not to pursue the matter further. If even his 2 followers dared not speak, it was clear Jin Bao-san had crossed paths with someone he should not have. I see that all my students have surpassed a battle power index of 10,000. In this realm, they can truly be regarded as exceptional youth. Chen's words were not without merit. This cohort of the ultimate class was arguably the strongest ever witnessed. Setting aside the other students, those in the top 10 of the KO rankings were well-equipped for battle. Their diverse techniques were nothing short of astonishing, many of which the likes of Wang Dadong and his peers had never even encountered a decade prior. Observing his fellow classmates sitting up straight in the ultimate class, Wang Dadong felt somewhat disheartened. He was entirely certain that a decade ago, they had been set up. Had they possessed such techniques, even Heilong would have fled, and Xiongzhu would not have even had the chance to appear. To commemorate the historical achievement of every student in the ultimate class surpassing a battle power of 10,000, I shall teach you a secret technique. Are you all interested? Chen's words illuminated the eyes of the seated students. A technique so esteemed that even the homeroom teacher referred to it as a secret technique could not possibly be trivial. Since all students expressed interest, the teacher revealed the text, Shangqing Bingshu. A pile of paper manuals appeared beside Chen as if by magic. A few students stepped forward to distribute them. As many students eagerly prepared to unfold what was the highest level secret technique they had encountered since their arrival, Chen's devilish voice echoed, originally priced at 500 million. The teacher-student price is 5 million. For the entire class, it is now offered at a discount of 90, a mere 500,000. This proclamation rang in the ears of the students, causing them to halt their actions. It was the familiar formula, the familiar flavor. Many students, who had previously felt something was amiss, finally realized they had almost forgotten about the homeroom teacher's antics. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch or dinner. Homeroom teacher, I don't have 50,000 right now. Although many in the ultimate class were wealthy second generation, there were also numerous students from ordinary families. I understand some of you may not have the means, therefore, we will uniformly deduct 10 months' allowances from the class funds. Of course, if anyone is in urgent need, you may submit a request to me. Future deductions can be arranged. Those who do not wish to learn may return the manuals. The teacher will not force any purchases. Chen provided them ample choices. If any still refused to learn, he would be at a loss. The original price of 500 million was merely a figure of speech. Should someone actually bring 500 million to Chen, merely showing them the cover would be considered charitable. Not to mention, just the two characters Shangqing alone are worth 500 million. Chapter 82. Suddenly entering Stage 2. Wang Dadong transforms. Hiss. The entire class of the ultimate students inhaled sharply. Is this secret technique truly so outrageous? Shangqing Bingshu. A technique capable of merging human and weapon into one. Once merged, the practitioner can wield the full power of the weapon with which they have fused. The greater the compatibility between the practitioner and the weapon, the longer the fusion lasts, and the greater the weapon's power unleashed. But remember, a human is a human, and a weapon is a weapon. They belong to different races and must not intermarry. Chen smiled silently. You have yet to witness the ultra-grade progression of this secret technique, which is truly terrifying beyond measure. Once you have a basic grasp, find a place to try it. The results will not disappoint you. Watching the excited students below, Chen feared they might inadvertently demolish the building in their enthusiasm to test it. Xiaoge, let us go, Wang Dadong. We should test the effects of this secret technique. Guzhan felt that after merging, he could defeat several of his former selves. His battle power would surely skyrocket. Let us head to Shengximen. Observing the eager Guzhan, Wang Dadong also felt intrigued. He too wished to ascertain whether this secret technique was as powerful as claimed. Let us go. We shall witness the excitement. Chen observed as the two vanished in a flash and exited the classroom. We shall join you. Seeing the two protagonists and the teacher depart, the remaining students were also unwilling to lag behind, eagerly rushing towards Shengximen. Principal, trouble has arisen. Subuki tumbled into the principal's office in a frenzy. What is it? Has the ultimate class stirred up trouble again? Just as Subuki steadied himself, he saw Jiayong fully armed, grasping a riot shield. Yes, the students of the ultimate class have surged out of the teaching building like a tide, destination unknown. Subuki hurriedly reported the latest developments to Jiayong. Let me see. Jiayong, feeling a sense of unease, picked up the binoculars to observe the whereabouts of the students from class ultimate. Nothing to worry about. They've gone to the back mountain again. He sighed in relief as he watched the students of class ultimate venture into the back mountain without looking back. And he removed his bulletproof vest. Principal, should we go have a look? Subuki suggested, still feeling somewhat apprehensive. No. As long as they head to the back mountain, we shall not interfere, for I have designated that area as outside the school's jurisdiction. Jiayong calmly sipped his tea while sharing this secret that only he was aware of. Indeed, Principal, if any incidents were to occur there, they would have no connection to Balail High School. Su Buki began to flatter Jiayong, praising his wise and strategic decision. Indeed, after all, it is merely an unproductive wasteland. This group from Class Ultimate is constantly fighting there. It was only a matter of time before something happened that would implicate the school. Jiayong felt quite proud of his astute decision-making. He pondered why the former principal had kept this barren land. It was a potential hazard to Balail High School. Is the fusion speed a bit slow? Some students expressed disappointment upon seeing Gu Zhan struggle for an extended period before succeeding, realizing that in a real fight, the enemy would never grant them such ample time to prepare. Come on, Zhan has just begun to learn, and being inexperienced will naturally lead to a slower pace. Seeing someone mention Gu Zhan, his number one fan, Ji Gu, immediately retorted, Wang Dadong, be careful, I'm coming. He transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Wang Dadong. Clang! Wang Dadong blocked Gu Zhan's punch with his dragon pattern rod, somewhat taken aback. Before Wang Dadong could fully comprehend the shock, Gu Zhan was already engaged in close combat with him, seemingly disregarding the threat posed by his dragon pattern rod. In the next moment, Wang Dadong understood why Gu Zhan was so audacious. Gu Zhan directly absorbed the strike of the dragon pattern rod with his bare body, as if it were nothing, launching a relentless assault against him. In an instant, the roles of offense and defense had reversed. The onlookers fell silent. It was evident that if the fight continued, Wang Dadong would undoubtedly be the one to fall. Gu Zhan had received the dragon pattern rod head-on. How could he continue to fight? Stop, I'm done. Seizing the opportunity after being struck by Gu Zhan's powerful blow, Wang Dadong retreated, opting out of the battle. All right. Gu Zhan, filled with excitement, halted and dispersed the fusion. Having never imagined that combat could be so exhilarating. Zhan, are you all right? The little fan, Ji Gu, hurriedly ran over, encircling Gu Zhan with concern. I might be a bit fatigued. I'll be fine after a short rest. Gu Zhan assessed his physical state with satisfaction. The after effects of such a vigorous technique were merely physical exhaustion, with no other side effects. What more could he ask for? Gu Zhan, have you recovered? Upon seeing Wang Dadong approach, Gu Zhan's expression changed dramatically. He knew all too well what Wang Dadong intended. Wang Dadong, let me take over. Ji Gu stepped forward, brandishing the Xingtian shield to stand in front of Wang Dadong, ready to fight in Gu Zhan's stead. Seeing Ji Gu, Wang Dadong rolled his eyes. While he might be somewhat naive, he was not foolish. Did he not realize that Ji Gu's shell-like defense would be ineffective against him? Gu Zhan pulled Ji Gu aside, as he was not someone who would take advantage and run away. I've recovered, let us go. After taking a sip of water and feeling his strength return, Gu Zhan brandished his trusty Ru-E stick, preparing for battle. Ji Gu, do you still want to say something? Ji Gu was about to voice his thoughts when Li Yanyan pulled him back. She understood that Gu Zhan was a particularly proud individual who would never allow Ji Gu to fight in his place. Yanyan. Ji Gu expressed a hint of grievance for being pulled back. It's all right. Wang has a good sense of measure. Li Yanyan reassured him, confident that Wang Dadong merely wished to test his technique and would surely know when to stop, ensuring Gu Zhan would not be harmed. Are you ready, Gu Zhan? Wang Dadong clenched his fists, finally realizing why Gu Zhan had been so passionate earlier. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Let us go. Gu Zhan signaled Wang Dadong to begin. Wang Dadong wasted no time. Like a meteor, he appeared before Gu Zhan, striking the Ru-E stick with a powerful punch followed by an upward dragon strike aimed to send the stick flying. Gu Zhan swiftly adjusted his angle, and Wang Dadong's fist grazed the stick, creating sparks and a jarring sound that resonated between the two. This looked painful. Was his skin made of iron? The spectators raised their hands, unable to comprehend how sparks could fly without burning. Party time. Wang Dadong felt his physical prowess awakening, his vitality surging, and his hair standing on end like a super saiyan. Gu Zhan was somewhat exasperated. Everyone was fine. So why did this turn into a transformation scene akin to a boss entering a second stage? He deeply regretted not choosing Xiao Gu. At least Xiao Gu would not transform mid-fight like this freak. Chapter 83, Breaking 20,000. Defending the title of the strongest in history, was this feeling truly the power of a combat index of 20,000? Wang Dadong clenched his fist, realizing he could now take on several versions of his former self. Gu Zhan, do you want to continue testing? Wang Dadong scratched his head, uncertain whether to proceed. He had just broken through and feared he might inadvertently deliver a lethal blow to Gu Zhan. Let us go. I want to see what lies beyond a combat index of 20,000. Wang Dadong was the first student from Class Ultimate to exceed a combat index of 20,000, offering significant reference value. Perhaps he could glean insights that would accelerate the process of breaking through barriers. Then you must be cautious. Before the words left Guzhan's mouth, he instinctively raised the Ru-E stick in front of him, blocking Wang Dadong's ghostly strike. Guzhan, your reflexes are quite impressive, Wang Dadong exclaimed. But it was of little consequence. Immediately, his left hand circled around the stick and delivered a palm strike directly to Guzhan's chest. How could it be so fast? Has he surpassed the speed of sound? The thought barely crossed Guzhan's mind before a sudden, intense pain in his chest interrupted his contemplation, sending him flying backward. Zhan, are you all right? Ji Gu, who had been closely monitoring the battle, caught Guzhan to prevent him from crashing to the ground. I'm fine. Guzhan patted Ji Gu's shoulder, thankful for his little brother's unwavering support. Are you truly unhurt? Li Yanyan expressed concern, prompting Ji Gu to conduct a thorough examination of Guzhan. Hey, I'm really fine. Guzhan wished he could retract his previous statement. This was a bit too much. Don't worry, we're all classmates. How could I truly harm you? Wang Dadong observed Ji Gu and the trio, seeing a reflection of their own past 10 years ago, albeit only a faint shadow, as King Arthur and his friends had not been as clingy as Ji Gu. See, even Wang Dadong said so. Guzhan seized the rationale to pull Ji Gu away, knowing further examination would lead to less appropriate revelations. Wang Dadong, do you possess a special constitution? Guzhan recalled Wang Dadong's earlier state, feeling it was quite unusual. In principle, both individuals have entered a state of harmonious unity with their weapons. Yet why has Guzhan failed to achieve a breakthrough? The disparity in combat power was not initially significant. To be honest, I am not entirely sure if such a phenomenon exists. It is merely what my friends have suggested. Wang Dadong pondered for a moment. He had not felt any substantial difference before, merely that he could endure more punishment than others. To put it elegantly, one might say he becomes stronger in the face of adversity, but in reality, it seems more akin to a temporary activation of latent potential. A moderate gap in combat power can be manageable, yet an excessive disparity renders one vulnerable to being easily defeated. After all, even the notion of becoming stronger in adversity has its limits. It is not akin to a Super Saiyan transformation. Observing the tufts of hair standing on Wang Dadong's head, Guzhan mused that he was not far from such a transformation. As for the extent to which entering this state could enhance combat power, Guzhan refrained from inquiring, as such questions are considered highly taboo within the martial arts community. Nevertheless, he felt a deep envy for Wang Dadong, the fortunate one who, against all odds, possessed a natural combat physique, a rare stroke of luck, indeed, befitting of the person he admired. Guzhan reaffirmed his unique, sharp intuition and insight, with Wang Dadong serving as a clear example. Wang Dadong, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Guzhan's intense gaze, wondered if his classmate was still behaving normally. On the side, Li Yanyan, unusually cheerful, smiled so broadly that her eyes resembled crescent moons. She seemed quite taken with the dynamic between the senior and junior. However, maintaining her composure, she quickly pulled Guzhan away, primarily due to the peculiar glances cast by Lei Ting, who was observing them. Yanyan, why are you pulling me? Guzhan protested, reluctant to let go, as he still had questions for Wang Dadong. Li Yanyan shot him an exasperated glance. I know you are a fan of Wang Dadong, but could you at least tone it down a bit? If you don't back off, people might think you're trying to steal him away. Is everything all right? Wang Dadong, as the aggressor, had no concerns about sustaining any injuries. His only worry was whether entering that earlier state would yield any aftereffects. Not at all. I possess a naturally awakened combat physique, he declared, rolling up his sleeve to showcase his biceps, leaving Lei Ting utterly speechless. It seemed that this awakened physique did nothing to enhance his intellect. Let us go back to class, Lei Ting urged, pulling the eager Wang Dadong away. As the rest of the students had already departed, although she had hoped to afford them some privacy, Lei Ting instructed Wang Dadong to wait a few moments before re-entering, steadfastly enduring the scrutiny of dozens of pairs of eyes in the classroom. King, where's Wang Dadong? Chiu, with her sparkling eyes, gazed at Lei Ting, surprised that she had returned alone to the classroom. Observing the curious expression on Chiu's face, Lei Ting sought to discern whether her actions were accidental or deliberate. She shot her a warning glance. Classmate, do you think you're in the clear? Subsequently, she raised an eyebrow and glanced toward Yi Chun at the front of the room. Hee. With leverage in her possession, Chiu quickly zipped her lips, offering a sheepish smile. In truth, her earlier action had been a mix of accident and intention. As Wang Dadong walked back into the classroom, Yi Chun clapped his hands to garner silence. Have you all noticed Wang Dadong's condition? The Qingbing technique serves as a temporary comprehensive enhancement secret art, capable of igniting various latent physiques within most individuals. Of course, this requires compatibility between the divine weapon and the physique. For example, If a student possesses a hidden water-based physique, uniting it with the sun wheel could result in severe internal injuries, potentially leading to a state of madness. This is a minor flaw of the secret art. However, if one reacts swiftly and disengages from the unified state, it usually poses no significant issues. Students should be particularly cautious during their first experience. Naturally, achieving such a fortuitous state is exceedingly challenging, necessitating not only a weapon of extreme attributes, but also the possession of a hidden physique. Upon hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief, as their concerns were alleviated at the root. While the likelihood of possessing a rare physique was slim, they certainly lacked weapons like the long one Aoshi. Poverty provided them with a sense of security, prompting a mix of emotions. This world is indeed intriguing. Even the threshold for madness requires a fortune. If Chen were to learn of their thoughts, he would simply respond, "Classmates, your perceptions are misguided. That was the previous price. The current cost has already surpassed $1 billion." According to the information Chen gleaned from the Supernatural Administration Bureau, they had long been consolidating the lost divine weapons from the populace, yet they imposed no stringent demands, as long as the weapons were not utilized for illegal activities. Recently, they seemed to have gone to great lengths to acquire them. Families with martial heritage were on high alert, sleeping with one eye open, fearful of a midnight knock from the Bureau. Chapter 84, Jin Bao-san. On the verge of tears, boss, you're awake? Ai Hen and Qingqi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jin Bao-san regain consciousness. The class instructor had mentioned that he would awaken around the end of school, but no one knew if that meant before or after the bell. If he woke after, they would be the only two remaining, waiting for their boss, and others might mistakenly think they had been kept after class. Chen had initially considered waking him but decided against it, thinking it better to let him learn a lesson. After all, the immense energy sealed within him by his father would make it exceedingly difficult for even a Tier 4 powerhouse to take his life. They might even find themselves at a loss. The notion of a high school student transforming into a being of unparalleled combat prowess after 10 years is a matter of perspective. Contemplating this, Chen found himself at a loss for words regarding Qiao, who seemed to be engaging in a divine creation. A high school student enduring years of hardship, suddenly achieving Tier 4 or even Tier 5. If that were to happen, it would be met with gasps of disbelief and awe. It is conceivable that future classes would be filled with students who had undergone a decade of high school, and if one graduated early, others might question their resolve, deeming them unworthy of martial success. Chen quickly dismissed this thought from his mind, for the mere idea was too terrifying. Just then, the school bell rang. Chen exited the classroom without looking back, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. The other students of Class Ultimate gathered their belongings and departed in small groups, many casting glances at Jin Bao-san and his companions. Ai Hen and Qingqi could hardly endure the stares from their classmates, some of whom bore expressions of amusement. The two followers felt as though they were caught in a predicament, having failed to achieve their ambitions while attracting unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Jin Bao-san remained unfazed. He had long since developed immunity to such minor slights. The gazes of his classmates felt as gentle as a breeze, causing him no distress. His thoughts were solely focused on the allowances. Where are we headed next, Hong Langman? I've heard the ladies there are not only skilled, but also quite stunning. Jin Bao-san's greasy face re-emerged with a lecherous grin, akin to a fly eagerly rubbing its hands together. The two followers exchanged glances, uncertain how to convey this painful truth to their boss. Qingqi, why don't you take the lead? Ai Hen suggested, casting a knowing glance. I fear that the boss may not take this news well. Qingqi, though hesitant, wondered how to phrase it. Should he simply tell the boss that not only had his favorite spa closed, but he also owed the instructor 9 months' worth of allowances? This feeling of love and hate indeed resonates. However, what if, later on, we swipe our cards only to find ourselves broke? Our leader might end up in a dire situation. Will they then seek the help of classmates? While they may not have an issue in reaching out, the disgrace of tarnishing the reputation of the ultimate class could result in our leader facing severe consequences. The mere thought sent a shiver down the spines of the two followers, prompting them to believe it would be prudent to inform their leader. If he unwittingly dined and dashed, the repercussions would be grave. Boss, Iheng began, only to be interrupted by Jin Bao-san. Iheng, do you have another plan? Jin Bao-san, seeing Iheng about to speak, assumed he had a better suggestion. No, boss, we're out of money. Iheng, fearing further interruption, cut to the chase. What do you mean? Out of money? Jin Bao-san was perplexed, struggling to grasp the situation. Iheng clarified the allowance is gone. Jinqi, still confused, pressed for details. What do you mean? Jin Bao-san's complexion paled. He felt a growing distance from the young lady. This month's allowance has been officially suspended, replaced with this. Ihing pulled out the manual he had stealthily placed in Jean Baoson's backpack. Not only this month, but this manual totals 500,000. You owe the class advisor for 9 months. Shinchi chimed in, each word striking hard. No. Jean Baoson lamented, overwhelmed by the blow. Can I repay it? He still sought to resist the grim reality, but the coldness of the manual was no match for the warmth of the young lady's generosity. I can exchange it now. Jean Baoson was determined to retrieve his allowance. You can't go, boss. The two followers quickly rushed to hold onto Jean Baoson's legs, preventing him from making a foolish decision. Let go of me. Though Jean Baoson stood rigid, held fast by his companions, his resolve to reclaim his allowance remained unshakable. We cannot allow you to act rashly. This manual is worth 5 billion. What 5 billion? Jean Baoson was stunned by the figure, momentarily distracted from the allure of the young lady. Boss, you mustn't go. The class advisor said this manual's original price is 5 billion. Today it's been discounted to 500,000. Once we miss this opportunity, it will revert to 5 billion. Ihung, seeing Jean Baoson regain clarity, hastily added, fearful he might lose focus again. Is this really worth 5 billion? Jean Baoson gazed at the manual, pristine as if freshly minted, questioning its authenticity. Indeed, the two followers recounted the afternoon's fierce duel between Gu Zhan and Wang Dadong. Their excitement palpable. So formidable, impervious to blades and bullets? Can he withstand gunfire? Jean Baoson's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The followers, unsure of how to respond, noted their leader's refreshingly unique perspective. They reminded him to avoid any rash actions. Moreover, this manual could awaken hidden potential. Perhaps the leader possessed an extraordinary physique like Wang Dadong's. The two continued to entice Jean Baoson. Very well, I shall see if what you claim holds true. Jean Baoson was tempted, considering he might indeed possess a physique surpassing Wang Dadong's. As he reverently opened the manual, golden light enveloped him, imparting insights and realizations. I've got it. Jean Baoson felt an unprecedented clarity, grasping the concepts instantly. Yet, he soon found himself bewildered. The manual required a prerequisite, a formidable weapon, and he had none. Ihung, Jinshi, could I borrow your weapons? Jean Baoson sheepishly requested his companion's arms. We cannot lend those. Our weapons have already utilized this manual. Others cannot use it. The two shrugged, expressing their inability to assist. Then why encourage me to learn? It would be futile. Jean Baoson felt deceived by his companions. Brother Baoson, you should learn regardless. You will eventually acquire a weapon, but this manual is a fleeting opportunity. The two followers persisted, urging their leader to think long-term. Jean Baoson, touched by the concern of his devoted subordinates, felt a bittersweet mix of gratitude and despair. The warmth of the young lady was now a distant memory. Chapter 85. Tidying up. The ambitions of the sword demon. What is happening here? Wang Dadong observed his classmates from the ultimate class diligently maintaining their weapons, a peculiar expression crossing his face. We're cultivating our synergy with the weapons, Wang. Don't you need to? A voice emerged from the side, startling Wang Dadong. Could you please make some noise next time you walk? Wang Dadong patted the shoulder of the ghostly figure. Despite the familiarity, he still found it jarring. I do not need to. My dragon pattern sword has been with me for many years, and we are the strongest partners. Wang Dadong responded, his bond with the weapon fully realized. Indeed, the figure admitted, a hint of envy in their voice. A sentient weapon that could communicate with its master was a dream. And they pondered when their own weapon might awaken. A whistle signaled assembly, prompting the students of the ultimate class to stow their tools and hastily converge at the meeting point. Seeing the confidence radiating from his classmates, Yi Chun felt reassured. Are there any students without personal weapons? If so, please come forward to select standard weapons. Some students were advised not to approach. Their current abilities were too low to wield multiple weapons simultaneously. Forcing the use of several weapons could lead to internal injuries or even madness. Moreover, to be candid, standard weapons, which rarely gain sentience, would only serve as a temporary solution. In the future, they would need to find a weapon that resonated with them and cultivate it gradually. The base had a military supply depot. Students could exchange military merits for their desired weapons, even spiritual tools and other enhancements. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, some students who initially sought multiple weapons reconsidered. It was not worth risking their well-being for a mere weapon. No one dared to entertain the notion of acquiring an extra weapon for sale. The offense of trafficking military arms could lead to severe consequences, potentially landing them in a military tribunal. Jean Baoson joined those without weapons, eagerly claiming a shield that exuded a sense of security. Recently, he had exhausted his savings on a filial piety staff, leaving his pockets emptier than ever. He had contemplated seeking the shopkeeper for assistance, but fortune had smiled upon him. Seeing students exchange weapons misaligned with their original choices, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the standard weapons may not enhance the synergy of man and weapon to the extent that other divine arms can, they possess a commendable equilibrium and tranquility. In the future, discovering a divine arm that resonates well with oneself will allow for seamless integration. Upon noticing that all the students had regrouped, Chen commenced the issuance of operational commands. Our objective remains the same, the dimensional fragment you have been pursuing. However, today's mission is to eradicate all hostile targets without exception. The operation will conclude only when the area has been thoroughly cleared. This mission involves a microfragment and requires a collective effort. Upon successful completion, every member of the class will be promoted by 1 rank, from private to corporal, and from corporal to sergeant. Those who fall in battle will be posthumously honored as martyrs, with a significant increase in benefits for those achieving 3 ranks of distinction. And elderly parents will be cared for by the state. Now let us embark. Yes, Commander. At this moment, even Jean Bao-san, who usually sported a carefree demeanor, displayed a serious expression. After directing the personnel to their designated positions, Chen left them to their own devices. The extent of their prior mistakes would determine the duration and severity of the post-mission debriefing. Seeing Chen relinquish control, the group began to deliberate on their battle strategy. Although their academic performance was not particularly stellar, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. Chen had emphasized from the outset that this was a joint operation. Any disorderly conduct would surely result in a subsequent reprimand from him. Observing the formation of the students below, Chen quickly discerned their intentions, 2 combat units alternating with 1 logistical team. Truth be told, achieving such coordination impressed Chen. At least they were not rushing in recklessly like a horde of brutes, which would undoubtedly lead to disaster. The size of the zombie horde in this fragment was neither overly large nor particularly small. It would be foolish to expect to sweep through them in a single charge. So it appears your physical awakening has significantly enhanced your combat prowess, Arthur observed, a broad smile on his face as he looked at the formidable Wang Dedong, feeling immense pride for his comrade. Indeed, had I possessed such strength a decade ago, the Black Dragon would have been utterly powerless against me. With a powerful punch, Wang Dedong cleared a wide area, and he and Arthur engaged in casual banter, fully aware that the true test of this mission would be their endurance. Blind aggression would not suffice. What is your current maximum combat power? Arthur inquired telepathically, curiosity piqued regarding the extent of the boost from Wang Dedong's awakening. With the dragon pattern and the divine beast blessing, my combat power is approximately 35,000. Wang Dedong revealed a staggering figure, leaving Arthur momentarily speechless. You just broke through 20,000 combat power, brother. Is there truly such an exponential increase in strength? Can you defeat Chen now? Arthur's question nearly caused Wang Dedong to malfunction. Are you serious? You saw the footage last time. Chen tore that 40,000 level expert apart like a chicken. I'd be foolish to try. Wang Dedong rolled his eyes. He knew his brother was genuine, yet others would hardly dare to regard Chen so lightly. Have you resolved your issue with the sword in the stone? Wang Dedong pondered, somewhat troubled by the matter. The fusion of man and weapon was akin to the heavenly demon of the Black Dragon from a decade ago. We reached a preliminary agreement, but the sword demon insists on my assistance in breaking through to the spiritual weapon level before he acknowledges me as his master. If I fail, my soul will belong to him upon my death. Arthur found himself grappling with whether he should accept such a bizarre pact. A breakthrough to a spiritual weapon. Did it aspire to become a temporal artifact like the Ti-Kwu-Ji? You might as well abandon that notion. Even if we pooled our resources, we couldn't achieve that. Wang Dedong believed that spiritual weapons would eventually resemble temporal artifacts like Ti-Kwu-Ji, which seemed implausible. That is not the case. If it were, I would have certainly discarded that thought. According to the sword demon, there exists a hierarchy of weapons between spiritual weapons and terrifying artifacts like Ti-Kwu-Ji. Based on our combat power indices, spiritual weapons are classified as Tier 3, while artifacts like Ti-Kwu-Ji are Tier 5, with a bridging Tier 4 in between. Arthur shared some esoteric knowledge he had gleaned from the sword demon regarding weaponry. Did the sword demon mention how to break through? Wang Dedong was intrigued. It was the first time he had learned that weapons could advance like humans. The sword demon did not disclose this, which was why I hesitated to agree. If I were to sign such an ominous pact, and it compelled Arthur to commit atrocities, that would be disastrous. Although he would never resort to such actions, he feared that signing the agreement might lead the sword demon to manipulate him into sacrificing others. As for whether the sword demon could succeed, Arthur believed that even with a 99% success rate, it would ultimately fail. Who among them was unaware of the treacherous depths of the present temporal realm? Not to mention, a top-tier expert capable of tearing apart foes with 40,000 combat power lurked above them. Who could guarantee that there were not others lurking in the shadows? After all, the Black Dragon had gone into hiding. Given the Black Dragon's nature, one could surmise that he had fully recovered, yet seemed to have vanished without a trace. They could speculate about the deception from a decade ago, but could the Black Dragon, a cunning individual, be unaware? As Arthur considered the potential resurgence of the Mad Dragon, he mused. The heartbroken person had vanished. Perhaps it was the Black Dragon who had whisked him away. After we complete this mission, I will inquire with my mother or our class supervisor. They will surely know how to assist in breaking through to Tier 4 for the spiritual weapon. Wang Dedong suggested, confident that one of those avenues would yield results, potentially helping the narcissist resolve the impending crisis posed by the Sword Demon. In Wang Dedong's perspective, if the Sword Demon was not dealt with, it would inevitably lead to significant trouble in the future. The Golden Temporal Realm would likely confront the Demon Realm head-on. What if that fiend attempted to overthrow its master? Arthur also found merit in Wang Dedong's proposal, considering the high feasibility of the suggestion. Without mentioning the narcissist's mother, the weapon wielded by Yi Chen was undoubtedly above the level of a spiritual weapon, perhaps akin to a formidable artifact like Ti Kouji. Yi Chen, thank you for your high regard of me. The profound depth of Yi Chen's foundation was truly astonishing. Would he still be wielding a mere Tier 3 spiritual weapon? Not only did he not believe it, but even Wang Dedong was skeptical. Narcissist, you should withdraw your team now. Observing some classmates showing signs of exhaustion, Wang Dedong instructed Arthur to pull back the team for a changeover. Understood, Narcissist, be cautious. After the two relayed their strategy to the reserve team, they unleashed their combat power indices to clear a substantial area, ensuring ample space for the incoming combat unit. Old Wang, why are you here causing a ruckus? Yi Chen inquired, curious about his presence at this moment. Did you not need to oversee the Extraordinary Bureau? The higher-ups sent me here with an official document, so here I am, Wang Zhan remarked, observing the relentless advance of Class Ultimate against the horde of zombies below, unable to suppress his admiration. The rate at which Yi Chen's students were enhancing their combat power was astounding, even surpassing those who resorted to illicit means. After all, overindulgence in such substances could lead to fatal consequences, unlike the stability Yi Chen exhibited. Can't you recruit more personnel? Wang Zhan remained unconvinced. Given the unprecedented upheaval in the temporal realm, would a single class suffice? I assure you, I am not as formidable as you believe. My luck covering an entire class of students is already at its limit. If I were to recruit more, it would undoubtedly lead to calamity. Do you believe that as soon as I increase my collection, the Flame Envoy will rush to the Golden Time Space? Do you not see that the 3 transfer students have shown no significant change in their abilities? The secret manuals given to them are all of the self-study variety. Yi Chen has also been forthright with Wang Zhan about the reality of the situation. After all, it is not something that cannot be disclosed. If you mention other matters, he might feel that a smaller class is lacking, but if you state that the Flame Envoy is coming, he will immediately think that having a class is quite acceptable. In the ultimate world, if you mention the invasion of the Demon Lord Diabluo, powerful beings may not take it seriously. However, if you say the Flame Envoy is coming, silence will envelop the room. This is simply the truth. If Yi Chen were to dare initiate compulsory education, distributing a skill book to every person in the Golden Time Space at any cost, even the Demon Realm would tremble in fear. This is not a mere cannon fodder army raised by the Demon Realm. These are over 1 billion elite soldiers in reality. And it would be the Demon Realm that first reports the Golden Time Space for cheating. So you truly believe that nothing will go awry? Wang Zhan still felt a tinge of unease, suspecting that Yi Chen was conspiring something significant with those above him without his knowledge. Do you know how the Spirit Realm and the Demon Realm came to be? Yi Chen countered with a question for Wang Zhan. The Supernatural Bureau has found no information related to this. Wang Zhan shook his head, feeling as if everything had been erased, with no trace existing even in the river of time and space. Isn't it normal? Do the other 11 time spaces not know the ins and outs of the Golden Time Space? Yi Chen seemed to have said everything while simultaneously saying nothing. So you are keeping secrets from me? Wang Zhan said helplessly. The day had finally arrived. He had envisioned this day would come, but he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. Whatever he should not know would undoubtedly make him the weakest link in the plan. To ensure the plan's smooth execution, it was only natural to exclude him. The day before taking office, he was informed that he might face sacrifice at any moment. Yet he still resolutely accepted the position. Without this awareness, he would never have been entrusted with the role of director. Those willing to sacrifice for the future of the golden time space could fill the Baichao Garden to the Sanwei study. Just wait. You will soon learn how the two great realms, the demon realm and the spirit realm, came to be. Chen continued to maintain an aura of mystery, leaving Wang Zhan in anticipation. As for the final step, that was still to be handled by Wang Zhan. Chen had no need to interfere, as all the benefits would inevitably circle back to him. Is this the girl? Wang Zhan gazed at the girl with a single ponytail, Qiu, who was retreating from ahead, scrutinizing this extraordinary young lady. He recalled some information about her. Her background was indeed remarkable. However, it was only natural that someone associated with Chen would have an impressive background. Whatever Wang Zhan was contemplating, Chen was entirely unaware, and even if he were, he would scoff at it. Chen's affection for girls did not hinge on their backgrounds. No background could possibly surpass the significance of his system. The reason he was with Qiu was simple. In his previous life, he was her devoted fan, as her staunch supporter. No one in the entire time-space could love her more or desire to protect her more than he did. Meanwhile, the students of the ultimate class, upon noticing another middle-aged man in military attire beside Chen, became even more diligent in clearing away the zombies. Whoever stood before the class instructor could not possibly be just a minor figure. They might very well be there for an inspection. If the class instructor were to lose face in front of his superiors, they could find themselves in trouble later. Director Wang, we can commence. Chen observed that the students had already dealt with the remaining zombies and began to gather below the two of them. Good. Wang Zhan solemnly opened the document bag and extracted a red-headed file stamped with the highest authority seal. Upon reading the words inscribed, Wang Zhan abruptly turned to Chen. Are you really making such a significant move? Recite it, Director Wang. Chen signaled for him to continue with the process. Wang Zhan suppressed his inner excitement. Even if he were to perish today, it would be worth it. He would leave a mark in history. On this day, in the year XXXX, on the XX day of the month, the golden time space expels the myriad evils that have taken root here. From this day forth, the brilliance of humanity shall shine eternally upon this land. Chapter 87. The ultimate class's ascending power king. What is happening? Hearing the resounding voice echo throughout the space, Lei Ting's companion, Hua Linglong, transmitted a message to her. Unclear. We shall observe the developments. Lei Ting was equally baffled by this unexpected turn of events. Something feels off. King Arthur was also sending messages to a few others. The golden time space is clearly expanding its territorial reach. Has there been a precedent in other time spaces, Rex? Ding Xiaoyu asked with a grave expression, looking to Rex, who had been studying other time spaces. It seems not. Other time spaces are struggling to protect themselves. And the only one potentially capable of this, the iron time space, is known to be under the watchful eyes of the demon realm. Rex shook his head, unable to fathom how the golden time space could suddenly embark on such a venture. Dedong, I know you have a good relationship with Xiao, but do not speak of this matter. Rex cautioned Wang Dedong as a precaution. Please, do you think I am that oblivious? Wang Dedong shot a glare at Rex. His father had ensured he memorized the confidentiality regulations word for word before feeling at ease. Let us go. We are about to leave. King Arthur patted Wang Dedong on the shoulder and joined the main group, while Ding Xiaoyu and Rex followed suit. Hey! Wang Dedong looked at the three mischievous brothers, feeling exasperated. Let us go. Just then, Lei Ting, who had been hesitantly approaching, nudged him, urging him not to stand there foolishly. Lei Ting, you trust me, right? Wang Dedong sought reassurance from her. I trust you, but we really must leave, or the classmates will think we got lost on our way back to the golden time space. Lei Ting was fully aware that the other three were joking with him, linking arms with him as they moved forward. Subsequently, we will integrate this time fragment, marked by the time-space seal, into the golden time space. Upon returning to the base, Wang Zhan could hardly contain his excitement, and his tone had noticeably elevated. Next, I will lead the ultimate class to gradually consume the surrounding time fragments of the golden time space. Chen communicated the forthcoming plans to Wang Zhan. What do you mean? Wang Zhan was somewhat perplexed. Having achieved the first step, should they not directly deploy a large force? The ultimate class consists of only a few individuals with a handful of firearms. By the time they slowly clear the surrounding time fragments, Wang Zhan's bones would likely have melted away. My dear Director Wang, do you still not understand? Do you believe my position as the Deputy Director, wielding actual power, was granted solely because of my immense potential? In a world teeming with heroes, what am I truly? This is merely an advance payment from above. Not to mention anything else, my capabilities are more than sufficient for this role. This matter can only be handled by the ultimate class. If you were to send someone else, the forces of the demon realm would likely arrive immediately. But fear not. As our strength increases, the pace will only accelerate. Yi Chen assured Wang Zhan that this matter would be concluded before he became a mere shadow. Wang Zhan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Was he truly planning to burn paper money at his grave when the time came? Well, my dear students, after this practical training, you should have gained valuable insights. I recommend that you immerse yourselves in further cultivation immediately, as our base has ample space for such endeavors. Yi Chen briefly offered this advice. Teacher, is it acceptable to cultivate at home? Inquired a student accustomed to returning home promptly. Of course, as you belong to a special operations unit. No one can restrict your movements when there are no active combat plans. However, I suggest you inform your families. Have you not noticed that I have yet to issue a dismissal order? You currently possess a unique aura of fortune, which will dissipate once we disband. Thus, I strongly advise you to cultivate here, utilizing this fortune to enhance your combat power index. Conservatively speaking, this aura can potentially elevate your combat power by over 1,000 points. As soon as Yi Chen's words echoed, some students from Class Ultimate promptly seated themselves on the ground. There was no need to rush. This was not a time-sensitive matter, and it would not vanish. Adjust your state to its optimum before beginning. The training grounds have been prepared for you. Yi Chen instructed grumpily as he urged those on the ground to rise and head to the training area for their adjustments. I have increased by 1437 points. How about you? As time passed, the elated students of Class Ultimate gathered in the open space to share their gains. Oh, I'm embarrassed. I surpassed you by 100. With 1529 points, a friend casually remarked while tightening his cufflink, feigning nonchalance. You're just exaggerating. It's barely over 90 points. You wouldn't die if you didn't boast. The student who spoke earlier grew slightly agitated, feeling disgruntled that this fellow had outperformed him and was now showing off. Where are the top 5? Did they leave early? Another student noted the absence of several individuals. Are you really that dim? They clearly plan to directly break through the 20,000 combat power index. Don't you see that Teacher Arthur and the others have not emerged either? Some students expressed their envy, as achieving a combat power of 20,000 was something they had never dared to dream of before. Why envy? We will eventually surpass the 20,000 combat power threshold ourselves. Some students began to fantasize about what it would be like to achieve this milestone. Are they knowledgeable enough for this? I recall the class instructor mentioning that surpassing 20,000 is vastly different from being at 20,000, one student observed. You didn't know? King and the others have long been attending extra classes. How do you know this? Well, because I'm also there. Are you even human? You went to classes without inviting me. I did invite you. You said you wouldn't attend extra classes. Did I say anything wrong? I said I wouldn't attend. But I did. Quickly send me the address. A student, looking exasperated, requested the address and contact information from the tutoring teacher, simultaneously accepting the 3,000 reward he had sent. Tasting the sweetness of this opportunity, students began to discreetly contact others, persuading them to join the extra classes. What? You're not going. The entire class is attending. Even King is there. If you don't go, aren't you isolating Class Ultimate? The persuaded student felt a tingle of anxiety, sensing that failing to attend would undermine the unity of Class Ultimate. All of this did not go unnoticed by Yi Chen, who wished he could send a substantial reward to this student while simultaneously feeling inexplicably pained. He regretted not having thought of this strategy earlier, realizing how much time he had squandered, reflecting on the fact that some students in Class Ultimate had never attended evening study sessions. He felt as though he had lost billions. Chen, I might have to attend the tutoring class tonight. Just as Yi Chen was reveling in his thoughts, he suddenly received a message from Qiao, the adorable student. Chapter 88, The Tutoring Class Turmoil. Yi Chen looked bewildered. Was this fire now burning him? Did some students persuade you to go, mentioning Lei Ting would be there? Yi Chen replied weakly, feeling as though he had nearly dug a pit for himself. How did you know? Qiao asked, puzzled. Does Ba Lu High School really regulate whether students attend off-campus classes? Because I encouraged them to go. You know their current academic performance. The officer sequence in Jin Shikong has strict educational requirements. Even though they are a special unit, there are still assessment procedures for cultural subjects and cultivation knowledge. Should we not prepare in advance and wait until the moment of promotion to scramble for knowledge? Yi Chen explained the situation to her. Then I want to go. Understanding the situation, Qiao decided against attending. Why would she go to the tutoring class and consume someone else's resources? All right, I'll teach you step by step when you return. Qiao mentally spat at Yi Chen, understanding his ulterior motives. Had she been older, she might have been completely taken advantage of by this rogue. As time passed, the others who had been in seclusion emerged one by one, emanating powerful auras. Wang Dedong, shall we have a match? Just out of seclusion. Gujan approached Wang Dedong to test his current strength. No problem. Wang Dedong placed his hand behind his head, retrieving the Longwen AO to accept the challenge. The two, in perfect sync, refrained from summoning their protective beasts or merging their powers, engaging in a straightforward combat. It doesn't seem particularly special. I expected something akin to altering the heavens like our class instructor. Others observed as they tactfully stepped back to avoid collateral damage. At present, they were only testing their combat power at 20,000, without demonstrating its unique characteristics. Have you forgotten the battle between Gu Ji and the transfer student? At the 20,000 combat power index, one's capabilities can manifest, creating a magnetic field of offense and defense. Attacks from lower-tier combat power would feel merely like a tickle. A knowledgeable student explained while educating his peers. Does that mean we, with less than 20,000 combat power, have no means to contend against those at that level? A student who had never faced higher-tier opponents expressed disbelief about how they would cope in the future. You don't think that the 20,000 combat power outside is the same as that of our classmates, do you? Ordinary warriors without a foundation have a combat power magnetic field and protective energy that are merely superficial. They can only deal a few extra blows. Students who had experienced true power scoffed. Do you know the value of my punch? It's worth billions. This group of students seemed to be inflating their egos, which could lead to trouble down the line. Ding Xiaoyu, hearing this, connected with others telepathically. After all, they are just 18-year-olds. We were the same way at that age, thinking we were invincible. It's fine. I've informed Chen about this matter. He will handle it. Arthur saw in these students the reflection of himself from a decade ago, recognizing that he had once been nearly indistinguishable from them. Thus, he was determined to prevent them from taking the same misguided path. These children deserved a broader avenue to success. You are quite strong, Gujan said earnestly, acknowledging that even with a combat power surpassing 20,000, he could not gain an advantage over Wang Dedong. Gujan, you need not keep emphasizing such facts. I am the strongest high school student in history, and I will also be the strongest university student, Wang Dedong declared as he put away the Longwen AO, setting his sights on a new title. The words echoed in the air, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of Arthur and his companions. As the most inflated individuals of the ultimate class gathered here, without even stepping through the university gates, Wang Dadong had already prepared his name. All right, how are you all feeling? Chen inquired after assembling everyone. We feel fantastic. The students of the ultimate class responded in unison, their voices brimming with joy. This wave not only elevated their ranks, but also boosted their strength, marking a bountiful harvest. Even the once dreaded zombies now appeared somewhat endearing in their eyes. These are not zombies. They are clearly fortune-bringing spirits. That's splendid. Before we disperse, I wish to assign you a piece of homework. Each of you should perform a good deed as a way to give back to society. However, refrain from donating bodily organs or similar acts. Your current physical condition and traits are classified secrets of the Golden Temporal Realm. I would not want any of you to later find yourselves before a military tribunal claiming I, your commander, failed to warn you. Whether you choose to clean the streets voluntarily, visit lonely elderly individuals, or assist grandmothers across the road, it is all permissible. Do not fear being taken advantage of when doing good. Your current identities allow you to disregard such concerns. This is merely the beginning. And I do not expect you to grasp profound insights immediately. Time is on your side. You are still young, with ample time to grow. And the Golden Temporal Realm is not in such dire straits that it requires you to shoulder heavy burdens just yet. Furthermore, I wish to avoid situations where an elderly woman has to cross the street multiple times at an intersection. Chen cast a glance at Jean Baosan and his entourage, recognizing that without a precautionary measure, such incidents might easily occur. Boss, the class instructor is watching you. Ai Hen and Qing Qi unconsciously shifted aside, placing Jean Baosan in the center of attention. You two scoundrels, just wait and see how I deal with your ungrateful selves. Jean Baosan silently cursed his two lackeys. Feeling Yi Chan's gaze fixed upon him, he steeled himself and vowed, Instructor, you know me. I, Jean Baosan, would never stoop to such inhumane acts. Yi Chen retracted his gaze, having made his point. Then let us disperse. Yi Chen waved his hand, allowing them to head home. Upon hearing the dismissal, the students of the ultimate class departed the base in small groups. Watching them leave, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile at the thought that they would reconvene at the tutoring center. After attending classes in the morning and afternoon, they would also have to attend tutoring in the evening. This ultimate class might well be the most competitive cohort in history, wouldn't it? What is going on? Upon reaching the designated parking area, Lei Ting, as she opened the car door, felt somewhat bewildered by the throng of classmates staring at her. Weren't these students usually rushing home from all directions? Why were they all here today? We are waiting for the bus, her classmates replied in unison. The tutoring center was thrilled to see so many students and was eager to arrange a special vehicle for them, aiming to leave no potential client unattended. Lei Ting felt a bit flustered. Was she really expected to board the bus to the tutoring center alongside Wang Dadong under the watchful eyes of the entire class? Although everyone was aware of the underlying dynamics, this was still the first time it was so overt. Lei Ting, Yana, and Zhong Wanjun noticed her discomfort and offered to assist her. It's fine, you all go ahead. Lei Ting shook her head, urging them to return home first. The young girl, feeling shy, pondered whether she should ride in his car today. Arthur observed the scene and deemed it unnecessary to put her in an awkward position, suggesting Wang Dadong take his vehicle. No sooner had he spoken than Lei Ting dashed over, grabbing Wang Dadong and fleeing without looking back. Witnessing this scene, Arthur and the others could not help but burst into laughter as they climbed into the car. Hearing the laughter of her cousins, Lei Ting's cheeks flushed crimson as she ran even faster. Chapter 89. The Suspended Fate of the Golden Temporal Realm. Director Wang. The current situation is as follows. The observer flipped through the pages of the Chronicle of Time, which was slowly becoming garbled. So, does this mean the book is temporarily rendered completely ineffective? Are there other methods to observe the temporal realm? Wang Zhan inquired, gazing at the pages that resembled a mosaic. There is indeed another means available in the Golden Temporal Realm. The department head revealed his contingency plan. Golden Pinpoint Dragon. Very well, we shall leave it at that. Keep a close watch on this book and inform me of any new developments. Wang Zhan shook his head. Initially, the backup plan was enacted after confirming that Golden Pinpoint Dragon had ceased serialization. Now we find ourselves backtracking? Has there been any significant change in the Golden Temporal Realm lately? Wang Zhan asked his secretary. As the Chronicle of Time was on par with the Iron Temporal Realm's astonishing records, and it was impossible for such a major issue to arise without reason. The Golden Temporal Realm remains in a state of temporal tranquility. There have been no urgent actions from the forces of evil or the demon realm. The secretary shook his head, asserting that any significant changes in the Golden Temporal Realm would inevitably provoke fluctuations in humanitarian trends, making it impossible to conceal from the layers of monitoring by the Extraordinary Realm Administration and other departments. Director, urgent communication from the General Staff. Just as the secretary finished speaking, a call came through to Wang Zhan's private phone. Hand it here. Wang Zhan furrowed his brow as he took the phone from the secretary and answered the call. The General Staff calling directly to his personal line could only mean that a significant event had transpired. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. A weight lifted from his heart. He had a basic understanding of the cause behind the issues with the Chronicle of Time. Wang Zhan exhaled, relieved that it was not a malignant incident. If the Chronicle of Time were to enter a state of partial collapse due to a malignant event, it would be impossible to fathom the losses the Golden Temporal Realm would face. Notify everyone. The Bureau is entering a state of readiness. Coordinate with brother departments in advance for the next joint operation. Prepare the nearest airport for flight routes. I need to head to the capital for a debriefing. Wang Zhan issued orders one after another, his secretary's expression growing increasingly grave with each command. Hello, Yi Chun, it's me, old Wang. On his way to the airport, Wang Zhan dialed Yi Chun's number. What's the matter? Yi Chun, who was in the midst of a meal, was startled by the sudden ring of his phone. Are you planning to break through a combat power index of 30,000? Wang Zhan asked Yi Chun directly. It seems you are quite well informed, old Wang. I indeed plan to initiate my breakthrough in the next few days. Yi Chun was not surprised that Wang Zhan knew the timing of his breakthrough. Had he lacked such abilities, he would have long been pushed around by the demon realm like other temporal realms. Are you ready? Wang Zhan continued to press. Unless the Golden Temporal Realm collapses, I will not fail. Yi Chun's declaration left Wang Zhan momentarily speechless. Brother, do you need to reflect on what you just said? Very well. If you are confident, I will rest easy. Wang Zhan felt reassured seeing Yi Chun's unwavering confidence. Based on his understanding of Yi Chun, even if the chance of success reached 98%, Yi Chun would still opt to wait until the odds were 100% before proceeding. As for taking a gamble with a 30 to 50% chance, that was out of the question. This lad valued his life far too much. Director Wang, it's been a while. As soon as Wang Zhan's vehicle landed and completed security checks, someone had been waiting for him for quite some time. When can I proceed with the process? Wang Zhan was anxious. He needed to meet with the senior leadership as soon as possible. It has already been arranged. Follow me. The attendant extended his hand, gesturing for Wang Zhan to enter his vehicle. Xiao Zhan, what brings you here to visit this old man all of a sudden? The elder stepped into the meeting room and instructed the guard to prepare tea for Wang Zhan. I can manage myself. It would be no trouble for this young brother. Wang Zhan, at ease, accepted the tea poured by the guard for both himself and the elder. Chen is about to break through. Wang Zhan solemnly articulated this fact, which he had confirmed multiple times. Isn't this quite normal? With favorable timing, advantageous terrain, and the support of the people, now is the optimal moment. The elder was entirely unsurprised that Chen would choose this particular time. You already knew, didn't you, old leader? Wang Zhan felt a bit disheartened. It seemed there was no need for him to come. Did you come solely for this reason? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I shall help you resolve them today. You shouldn't carry such a burden in your heart. The elder shook his head, clearly aware that Wang Zhan's visit was not merely for this purpose. What exactly is Chen's background? Wang Zhan voiced his long-standing inquiry. The source of all the peculiar occurrences. Xiao Zhan, you truly know how to ask. You go straight to the heart of the matter. The elder picked up a document from his desk and placed it before him, indicating that its contents would address his current uncertainties. As Wang Zhan scrutinized it, his astonishment grew. This cannot be merely a narrative construct, can it? Old leader, are you implying that there exist worlds beyond the 12 dimensions and the realm of the demon spirits? Wang Zhan set the document down, somewhat incredulous. If this information were to leak, it could ignite a significant uproar within the 12 dimensions. What is so extraordinary about it? We are unaware of where the flame envoy originated. Does that not imply the existence of unknown dimensions, worlds, or even universes? Just as in ancient times, when we believed that this dimension consisted solely of our continent, considering ourselves the core of the entire world, even the sun revolved around us. Eventually, we discovered that such a perspective was merely a limited view. The elder calmly sipped his tea, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Ah, Wang Zhan lamented, casting a forlorn glance at the old leader. You make me seem like the antiquated traditionalist. The arrival of this young man is akin to a foreign youth entering a secluded tribe on the brink of extinction, bringing forth new vitality. You must understand what his presence signifies, the elder stated earnestly. That may be the case, yet the golden dimension, as the most powerful among the 12 dimensions, surely cannot be so. Wang Zhan was aware of the golden dimension's profound heritage. Xiao Zhan, you must comprehend that time and space are two distinct concepts. The so-called heritage of time and space, under the threat of destruction, is merely a more dazzling display of fireworks. Wang Zhan was momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. The golden dimension had always treaded cautiously. No one knew whether the ice beneath their feet would grow thinner in the future. Even while striving to maintain a balance of good and evil, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Externally, it appeared that the golden dimension had rendered the flame envoys powerless, leading even the iron dimension to adopt its own unique path of balance. However, only the golden dimension and the flame envoys were aware that the golden dimension had long since been sentenced to death. All that the golden dimension had done was convert an immediate execution into a suspended sentence. The blade of the flame envoy would eventually descend. The distinctive path of balance taken by the iron dimension was merely a temporary solution, much like the golden dimension, unable to escape the deadlock. The earth-shattering revelations shared by the elder left Wang Zhan's face pale.